Part 1, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 11. Prince Andrei had no time to let his eyes follow Fool, as Count Bennigsen just at that moment came hastily into the room, and, inclining his head to Bolkonsky, but not pausing, went directly into the library, giving his adjutant some order as he went. Bennigsen had hurried home in advance of the sovereign in order to make some preparations and to be there to receive him. Chernuishev and Prince Andrei went out on the steps. The emperor, with an expression of fatigue, was dismounting from his horse. The Marchese Paolucci was making some remark. The sovereign, with his head bent over to the left, was listening with a discontented air to Paolucci, who was speaking with his usual vehemence. The sovereign started forward, evidently desirous of cutting short this harangue, but the flushed and excited Italian, forgetting the proprieties, followed him, still talking. As for the man who advised this camp, the camp of Drissa, Paolucci was saying just as the sovereign, mounting the steps and perceiving Prince Andrei, glanced into his face, though he did not recognize him. As to him, sire, pursued Paolucci, in a state of desperation, as though quite unable to control himself, as for the man who advised this camp of Drissa, I see no other alternative for him than the insane asylum or the gallows. The sovereign, not waiting for the Italian to finish what he had to say, and as though not even hearing his words, came closer to Bolkonsky and, recognizing him, addressed him graciously. "Very glad to see you. Come in where the gentlemen are, and wait for me." The sovereign went into the library. He was followed by Prince Pyotr Mikhailovich Volkonsky and Baron Stein, and the door was shut. Prince Andrei, taking advantage of the sovereign's permission, joined Paolucci, whom he had known in Turkey, and went into the drawing-room where the council was held. Prince Pyotr Mikhailovich Volkonsky held the position of Nachalnik, or chief of the sovereign's staff. Volkonsky came out of the cabinet and carried into the drawing-room a quantity of maps and papers, and as he deposited them upon the table, he communicated the questions in regard to which he was anxious to have the opinions of the gentlemen present. The questions arose from the fact that news, afterwards proved to be false, had been received the night before concerning a movement of the French toward outflanking the camp on the Drissa. General Armfeldt was the first to begin the debate, and he unexpectedly proposed, as an escape from the impending difficulty, that they should choose an entirely new position at a little distance from the highways leading to Moscow and Petersburg, and there, as he expressed it, let the army be increased to its full strength and await the enemy. No one could see any reason for his advocating such a scheme, unless it came from his desire to show that he, as well as the rest, had ideas of his own. It was evident that Armfeldt had long ago evolved this scheme, and that he proposed it now not so much with the design of responding to the questions laid before the meeting, questions which this scheme of his entirely failed to answer, as it was with the design of using his chance to enunciate it. This was only one of the millions of proposals which, not having any reference to the character which the war was likely to assume, had equally as good foundations as others of the same sort for successful accomplishment. Some of those present attacked his suggestions, others defended them. The young Colonel Toll attacked the opinions of the Swedish general more fiercely than the others, and during the discussion took out of his side pocket a manuscript notebook which he begged permission to read. In this diffusely elaborated manuscript Toll proposed still another plan of campaign, diametrically the opposite of those suggested by Armfeldt and Poole. Paolucci, combating Toll, proposed the plan of an advance and attack, which according to his views was the only possible way to extricate us from the present suspense and from the trap, as he called the camp on the Drissa, in which we now found ourselves. During the course of these discussions and criticisms, Fool and Voltzogen, his interpreter, his bridge in court parlance, maintained silence. Fool merely snorted scornfully and turned away, signifying that he would never sink so low as to reply to all this rubbish to which he was now listening. So when Prince Volkonsky, as chairman of the meeting, called upon him to express his opinion, he merely said, "Why do you ask me? General Armfeldt has proposed a beautiful position, with the rear exposed, and you have heard about the offensive operations proposed by this Italian gentleman. Sehr schön. Or the retreat. Ach gut. Why do you ask me? He replied. For, you see, you yourselves know more about all this than I do. But when Volkonsky frowned and said that he asked his opinion in the name of the sovereign, then Fool got up and, growing suddenly excited, began to speak. You have spoiled everything. You have thrown everything into confusion. You pretend to know more about the whole thing than I do, but here you are coming to me now. How can things be remedied? There is no possibility of remedying them. It is necessary to carry out to the letter my design on the lines which I have laid down, said he, pounding the table with his bony knuckles. Where is the difficulty? Rubbish! Kinderspiel! He stepped up to the table and began to talk rapidly, scratching with his fingernail on the map and demonstrating that no contingency could alter the effectiveness of the camp on the Drissa, that everything had been foreseen, and that if the enemy were actually to outflank them, then the enemy would be inevitably annihilated. Paulucci, who did not understand German, began to question him in French. Voltzogen came to the aid of his leader, who spoke French but badly, and began to translate his words, although he could hardly keep up with Fool, who rapidly demonstrated that everything, not only what had happened, but whatever could possibly happen, had been provided for in his plan, and that if there were any complications the whole blame lay simply in the fact that his plan had not been accurately carried out. He kept smiling ironically as he made his demonstration, and finally he scornfully stopped adducing arguments, just as a mathematician ceases to verify the various steps of a problem which has once been found correctly solved. Voltzogen took his place, proceeding to explain in French his ideas and occasionally turning to Fool with a "Nicht wahr, Excellence?" for confirmation. Fool, like a man so excited in a battle that he attacks his own side, cried testily to his own faithful follower, to Voltzogen, "Why, of course, it is plain as daylight." Paulucci and Marchand both at once fell on Voltzogen in French. Armfeldt addressed a question to Fool in German. Toll explained the matter in Russian to Prince Volkonsky. Prince Andrei listened without speaking and watched the proceedings. Of all these individuals, the exasperated, earnest, and absurdly self-conceited Fool awoke the most sympathy in Prince Andrei. He alone, of all present, evidently had no taint of self-seeking, nor had he any hatred of anyone, but simply desired that his plan, elaborated from his theory which had been deduced from his studies during long years, should be carried into execution. He was ridiculous. His use of sarcasm made him disagreeable, but at the same time he awakened involuntary respect by his boundless devotion to an idea. Besides, in all the remarks made by those who were present, with the sole exception of Fool's, there was one common feature which had never been manifested in the council of war in the year of 1805, and this was a panic fear, even though sophisticated, in the presence of the genius of Napoleon, which showed itself in every argument. They took it for granted that Napoleon could do anything. They looked for him on every side, and by the magic of his terrible name each one of them demolished the proposals of the other. Fool alone, it seemed, regarded even Napoleon as a barbarian, like all the other opponents of his theory. Over and above his feeling of respect for Fool, Prince Andrei was conscious also of a feeling of pity for the man. By the tone in which he was addressed by the courtiers, by the way in which Paulucci had permitted himself to speak of him to the Emperor, and, above all, by a certain desperate expression manifested by Fool himself, it was plain to see that the others knew, and he himself felt, that his fall was at hand. And aside from his self-conceit and his grumbling German irony, he was pitiable by reason of his hair brushed forward into little love-locks on his temples, and the little tufts standing out on his occiput. Although he did his best to dissimulate it under the guise of exasperation and scorn, he was in despair because his only chance of showing his theory on a tremendous scale and proving it before all the world was slipping from him. The discussion lasted a long time, and the longer it lasted, the more heated grew the arguments, which were like quarrels by reason of the raised voices and personalities, and the less possible it was to come to any general conclusion from all that was said. Prince Andrei, listening to this polyglot debate, and these propositions, plans and counterplans, and shouts, was simply astonished at what they all said. The idea which had early and often suggested itself to him during the time of his former military service, that there was not, and could not be, any such thing as a military science, and consequently could not be any so-called military genius, now seemed to him a truth beyond a peradventure. How can there be any theory in science in a matter the conditions and circumstances of which are unknown and cannot be determined, in which the force employed by those who make the war is still less capable of measurement? No one can possibly know what will be the position of our army and that of the enemy's a day from now, and no one can know what is the force of this or that division. Sometimes, when there is no coward in the front to cry, "We are cut off," and to start the panic, and there is a jovial, audacious man there to shout, "Hurrah!" a division of 5,000 is worth 30,000, as was the case at Schöngraben, and sometimes 50,000 will fly before 8, as happened at Austerlitz. What science, then, can there be in such a business, where nothing can be predetermined, as in any practical business, and where everything depends on numberless conditions, the resolving of which is defined at some moment, but when, no one can possibly foretell? Armfeldt says that our army is cut off, and Paolucci declares that we have got the French army between two fires. Michaud says that the uselessness of the camp on the Drissing consists in this, that the river is back of it, while Pfuhl declares that therein consists its strength. Toll proposes one plan, Armfeldt proposes another, and all are good and all are bad, and the advantages of each and every proposition can be proven only at the moment when the event occurs. And why do they all use the term military genius? Is that man a genius who manages to keep his army well supplied with biscuits, and commands them to go, some to the left and some to the right, merely because military men are clothed with glory and power, and crowds of sycophants are always ready to flatter power, ascribing to it the inappropriate attributes of genius? On the other hand, the best generals whom I have ever known were stupid or absent-minded men. The best was Bagration. Napoleon himself called him so, and Bonaparte himself. I remember his self-satisfied and narrow-minded face on the field of Austerlitz. A good leader on the field of battle needs not genius or any of the special qualities, so much as he needs the exact opposite, or the lack of all these highest human qualities: love, poetry, philosophical, investigating skepticism. He must be narrow-minded, firmly convinced that what he is doing is absolutely essential, otherwise he will not have patience, and then only will he be a brave leader. God pity him if he is a man who has any love for anyone, or any pity, or has any scruples about right or wrong. It is perfectly comprehensible that in old times they invented a theory of geniuses because they held power. Credit for success in battle depends not upon them, but upon that man in the ranks who cries, "They are on us," or who shouts, "Hurrah!" And only in the ranks can you serve with any assurance that you are of any service. Thus mused Prince Andrei as he listened to the arguments, and he came out of his brown study only when Paolucci called him and the meeting was already adjourned. On the following day, during a review, the sovereign asked Prince Andrei where he preferred to serve, and Prince Andrei forever lost caste in the eyes of the courtiers because he did not ask for a place near the sovereign's person, but asked permission to enter active service. End of chapter 11. Part 1, Chapter 12 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 12. Rostov, before the opening of the campaign, received a letter from his parents, in which, after briefly announcing Natasha's illness and the rupture of the engagement with Prince Andrei, this rupture, they explained, was Natasha's own work, they again urged him to retire from the service and come home. Nikolai, upon receipt of this letter, made no attempt to secure either a furlough or permission to go upon the retired list, but wrote his parents that he was very sorry for Natasha's illness and breach with her lover, and that he would do all that he possibly could in order to fulfill their desires. He wrote a separate letter to Sonia. "Adored friend of my heart," he wrote, "nothing except honor could keep me from returning home, but just now, at the opening of the campaign, I should consider myself disgraced, not only by all my comrades, but in my own eyes, if I were to prefer my pleasure to my duty, and my love to my country. But this is our last separation, Be assured that immediately after the war, if I am alive and you still love me, I will give up everything and fly to thee to clasp thee forever to my ardent heart." He was telling the truth. It was only the opening of the campaign that detained Nikolai, and prevented him from fulfilling his promise by at once returning home and marrying Sonya. The autumn at Otradnoye, with its sport, and the winter with the Christmas holidays, and his love for Sonya, had opened up before him a whole perspective of the pleasures of a country nobleman, and of domestic contentment, which he had never known before, and which now beckoned to him with their sweet allurements. A glorious wife, children, a good pack of hunting dogs, a leash of 10 or 20 spirited greyhounds, the management of the estate, the neighbours, and service at the elections, he said to himself. But now there was a war in prospect, and he was obliged to remain with his regiment. And since this was a matter of necessity, Nikolai Rostov, in accordance with his character, was content with the life which he led in the regiment, and had the skill to arrange it so that it was agreeable. On his return from his furlough, having met with a cordial reception from his comrades, Nikolai was sent out to secure fresh horses, and he brought back with him from Little Russia an excellent remount, such as gladdened his own heart, and procured for him the praise of his superiors. During his absence he had been promoted to the rank of Rostmister, or captain of cavalry, and when the regiment was restored to a war footing, with increased compliment, he was put in charge of his former squadron. The campaign had begun. The regiment was moved into Poland. Double pay was granted. There were new officers present, new men and horses, and, above all, there was an increase of that excitement and bustle which always accompanies the beginning of a campaign. And Rostov, recognizing his advantageous position in the regiment, gave himself up, heart and soul, to the pleasures and interests of military service, although he knew well that, sooner or later, he would have to leave it. The troops evacuated Vilno for various complicated reasons, imperial, political, and tactical. For there, at headquarters, every step of the retreat was accompanied by a complicated play of interests, arguments, and passions. For the hussars of the Pavlogradsky regiment, all this backward movement, in the best part of the summer, with abundance of provisions, was a most simple and enjoyable affair. At headquarters, men might lose heart and grow nervous, and indulge in intrigues to their heart's content. But in the ranks no one thought of asking where or wherefore they were moving. If they indulged in regrets at the retreat, it was simply because they were compelled to leave pleasant quarters and the pretty Polish pani. If it occurred to anyone that affairs were going badly, then, as became a good soldier, the man who had such a thought would try to be jovial, and would not think at all of the general course of events, but only of what nearest concerned himself. At first, they were agreeably situated near Vilno, having jolly acquaintances among the Polish landed proprietors, and constantly expecting the sovereign and other commanders highest in station to review them, and as constantly being disappointed. Then came the order to retire to Swinciani, and to destroy all provisions that they could not carry away with them. Swinciani was memorable to the hussars simply because it was the drunken camp, as the entire army called it, from their stay at the place, and because many complaints had been made of the troops having taken unfair advantage of the order to forage for provisions, and had included under this head horses and carriages and rugs stolen from the Polish pans or nobles. Rostov had a vivid remembrance of Swinciani, because on the first day of their arrival at the place he had dismissed a quartermaster, and had not been able to do anything with the men of his squadron, all of whom were tipsy, having, without his knowledge, brought away 5 barrels of old beer. From Swinciani they had retired farther, and then farther still, until they had reached the Drissa, and then they had retired from the Drissa, all the time approaching the Russian frontier. On the 25th of July, the Pavlogradsky, for the first time, took part in a serious engagement. On the 24th of July, the evening before the engagement, there was a severe thunderstorm, with rain and hail. That summer of the year 1812 was throughout remarkable for its tempests. 2 squadrons of the Pavlogradsky had bivouacked in a field of rye, already eared, but completely trampled down by the horses and cattle. It was raining in torrents, and Rostov, with a young officer named Ilyin, who was his protégé, was sitting under the shelter of a sort of wigwam, extemporized at short notice. An officer of their regiment, with long moustaches bristling forth and hiding his cheeks, came along, on his way to headquarters, and, being overtaken by the rain, asked for shelter of Rostov. "Count, I have just come from headquarters. Have you heard of Raevsky's great exploit?" And the officer proceeded to relate the particulars of the Battle of Saltanovo, which he had learned about at headquarters. Rostov, hunching his shoulders as the water trickled down his neck, lighted his pipe and listened negligently, now and then giving a look at the young officer, Ilyin, who was squeezed in close to him. This officer, a lad of only 16, had not been very long connected with the regiment, and was now in the same relation to Rostov that Rostov had borne toward Denisov 7 years before. Ilyin had taken Rostov as his pattern in every respect, and loved him as a woman might. The officer with the long moustaches, Dzerzhinsky by name, declared emphatically that the dike at Saltanovo was the thermopylae of the Russians, and that the exploit performed by General Raevsky was worthy of the deeds of antiquity. Dzerzhinsky described how Raevsky went out on the dike with his 2 sons under a deadly fire and, side by side with them, rushed to the attack. Rostov listened to the story, and not only had nothing to say in response to the narrator's enthusiasm, but, on the contrary, had the air of a man ashamed of what is told him, although he has no intention of rebutting it. Rostov, after the Battle of Austerlitz and the campaign of 1807, knew from his own personal experience that those who talk of military deeds always lie, just as he himself had lied in relating such things. In the second place, his experience had taught him that, in a battle, every event is quite the reverse of what we might imagine and relate it. And, therefore, he took no stock in Dzerzhinsky's story, and was not pleased with Dzerzhinsky himself, who, with his cheeks hidden by those long moustaches, had the habit of leaning over close to the face of the person to whom he was talking, and then besides, he was in the way in the narrow hut. Rostov looked at him without speaking. In the first place, there must have been such a crush and confusion on the dike, which they were charging, that even if Raevsky had led his sons upon it, it could not have had any effect on anyone save perhaps a dozen men who were in his immediate vicinity, thought Rostov. The rest could not have seen at all how or with whom Raevsky was rushing upon the dike. And then those who did see it could not have been very greatly stimulated, because what would they have cared for Raevsky's affectionate paternal feeling, when the only thing of interest to them was the caring for their own skin? Then, again, the fate of the country in no wise depended on whether they took the dike at Saltanovo or not, as is supposed to have been the case at Thermopylae. And, therefore, what was the use of risking such a sacrifice? And, then, why should he have exposed his children in the affair? I should not have exposed my brother Petya to it, no, nor even this Ilyin here, though he is no relation to me, but a good fellow all the same. But I should have tried to put them safe out of harm's way somewhere, pursued Rostov in his thoughts, all the while listening to Dzerzhinsky. But he did not speak his thoughts aloud. In regard to this, also, he had learned wisdom by experience. He knew that this story redounded to the glory of our arms, and therefore it was requisite to make believe that he had no doubt of it. And so he did. "Well, there's one thing, I can't stand this," exclaimed Ilyin, perceiving that Rostov was not pleased with Dzerzhinsky's chatter. "My stockings and my shirt are wet through, and it's running under me here. I am going in search of shelter. It seems to me it is slacking up." Ilyin went out, and Dzerzhinsky mounted and rode off. At the end of 5 minutes, Ilyin, slopping through the mud, came hurrying up to the wigwam. "Hurrah! Rostov, come on quick! There's a tavern a couple of 100 paces from here, and a lot of our men are there already. We can get dry there. And Marie Heinrichovna is there too." Marie Heinrichovna was the regimental doctor's wife, a pretty young German girl whom the doctor had married in Poland. Either because the doctor had no means, or because he did not wish to be separated from his bride during the early period of his married life, he took her wherever he went in his travels with the hussars, and his jealousy became a constant source of amusement and jest among the officers of the regiment. Rostov flung his cloak over him, called Lavrushka to follow with the luggage, and went with Ilyin, ploughing through the mud, plodding straight onward, amid the now rapidly diminishing shower, into the darkness of the evening, occasionally interrupted by flashes of distant lightning. "Rostov, where are you?" "Here I am. What lightning?" was what they said as they marched along. End of chapter 12. Part 1, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 13. At the tavern before which stood the doctor's kibitka, or traveling carriage, 5 officers were already gathered. Marie Heinrichovna, a plump, light-haired German, in jacket and nightcap, was sitting in the front room on a wide bench. Her spouse, the doctor, was asleep behind her. Rostov and Ilyin, welcomed by acclamations and roars of laughter, walked into the room. You have something very jolly going on," said Rostov, with a laugh. "And what brings you here so late? You are fine specimens. Look at the way you are streaming. Don't drown out our parlor floor." "Be careful how you daub Marie Heinrichovna's dress," cried the voices. Rostov and Ilyin made haste to find a corner where, without shocking Marie Heinrichovna's modesty, they might change their wet garments. They had gone behind the partition to make the change, but the little room, which was scarcely more than a closet, was entirely filled by 3 officers, sitting on an empty chest and playing cards by the light of a single candle, and nothing would induce them to evacuate the place. Accordingly, Marie Heinrichovna surrendered her petticoat to them, and they hung it up in place of a screen, and behind this Rostov and Ilyin, with Lavrushka's aid, who had brought their saddlebags, exchanged their wet clothing for dry. A fire had been started in a broken-down stove. They procured a board, laid it across a pair of saddles, covered it with a caparison. The samovar was set up, a bottle case unpacked, and half a bottle of rum got out, and Marie Heinrichovna was requested to do the honors. All gathered around her. One offered her a clean handkerchief to wipe her lovely little hands. Another spread his overcoat under her feet to keep them from the dampness. A third hung his cloak in the window to keep away the draught. A fourth waved the flies away from her husband's face so that he would not wake up. "Never mind him," said Marie Heinrichovna, smiling timidly and happily. "He always sleeps sound and well after he has been up all night." "Oh, that is all right, Marie Heinrichovna," exclaimed the officer. "We must take good care of the doctor. All things are possible, and he would have pity on me if ever he came to saw off an arm or a leg for me." There were only 3 glasses. The water was so muddy that it was impossible to tell whether the tea were too strong or too weak, and the samovarchik held only water enough for 6 glasses. But it was all the more fun to take turns, and to receive, in order of seniority, each his glass from Marie Heinrichovna's plump little hands, though her short nails were not perfectly clean. All the officers seemed to be, and were, in love that evening with Marie Heinrichovna. Even the 3 who had been playing cards in the little room made haste to throw up their hands and come out to the samovar, giving way to the common feeling of worship for Marie Heinrichovna's charms. Marie Heinrichovna, seeing herself surrounded by these brilliant and courteous young men, fairly beamed with delight, in spite of all her efforts to hide it, and her manifest alarm every time her husband, on the bench back of her, moved in his sleep. There was only 1 spoon, while there was a superfluity of sugar, but, as it was slow in melting, it was decided that she should stir each glass of tea in turn. Rostov, having received his glass and seasoned it with rum, asked Marie Heinrichovna to stir it for him. "But you haven't put the sugar in, have you?" said she, constantly smiling, as though all that she said, and all that the others said, was as funny as it could be, and concealed some deep hidden meaning. "No, I haven't any sugar yet. All it needs is for you to stir it with your little hand." Marie Heinrichovna consented and began to look for the spoon, which someone had meanwhile appropriated. "Stir it with your dainty little finger, Marie Heinrichovna," said Rostov. "It will make it all the sweeter." "It's hot!" exclaimed Marie Heinrichovna, blushing with gratification. Ilyin took a pail of water, and throwing a little rum into it, came to Marie Heinrichovna, begging her to stir it with her finger. "This is my cup," said he. "Just dip your finger in it, and I will drink it all up." When the samovar had been entirely emptied, Rostov took a pack of cards and proposed to play Kuroli with Marie Heinrichovna. Lots were cast as to who should be first to play with her. At Rostov's suggestion, the game was so arranged that the one who became king should have the privilege of kissing Marie Heinrichovna's little hand, while he who came out provost, or provost, as they called the loser, should have to start the samovar afresh for the doctor when he awoke. Well, but supposing Marie Heinrichovna should be king, asked Ilyin. She's our queen, anyway, and her word shall be our law. The game had hardly begun before the doctor's disheveled head appeared behind Marie Heinrichovna. He had been awake for some time, and had overheard all that had been said, and it was perfectly evident that he found nothing very jolly, amusing, or diverting in all that had been said and done. His face was glum and sour. He exchanged no greeting with the officers, but scratched his head and asked them to make way so he could get out. As soon as he had left the room, all the officers burst into a deep roar of laughter, while Marie Heinrichovna blushed till the tears came, and thereby became all the more fascinating in the eyes of all those young men. On his return from out of doors, the doctor told his wife, who had now ceased to smile that happy smile, and was looking at him in timid expectation of a scolding, that the storm had passed and they must go and camp out in their kibitka, otherwise all their effects would be stolen. "But I will send a soldier to stand on guard, 2 of them," said Rostov. "What nonsense, doctor!" "I'll stand guard myself," said Ilyin. "No, gentlemen, you have had your rest, but I have not got any sleep for 2 nights," said the doctor, and sat down gloomily next to his wife to wait for the end of the game. As they saw the doctor's lowering face bent angrily on his wife, the officers became more jovial still, and many of them could not refrain from bursts of merriment, plausible pretexts for which they kept striving to invent. When the doctor went out, taking his wife with him, and ensconced themselves in the snug little kibitka for the night, the officers wrapped themselves up in their damp cloaks and lay down anywhere in the tavern, but it was long before they could go to sleep, because of the talk that still went on, some of them recalling the doctor's jealous fear and the doctorsha's jollity, while others went out on the steps and came back to report what was going on in the kibitka. Several times Rostov, muffled up to his ears, tried to go to sleep, but then someone would make a remark and arouse his attention, and again the conversation would go on, and again they would break out into nonsensical, merry laughter, as though they were children. End of chapter 13. Part 1, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 14. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and no one had caught a wink of sleep, when the quartermaster made his appearance, with the orders to proceed to the little village of Ostrovno. Still chattering and laughing as before, the officers made haste to get ready. They again set up the samovar with the same dirty water, but Rostov, not waiting for tea, started off for his squadron. It was already growing light. The rain had ceased, the clouds were scattering. It was damp and cold, especially in well-soaked clothes. As they came out of the tavern, Rostov and Ilyin looked at the doctor's leathered kibitka, the leathered cover of which, wet with the rain, gleamed in the early morning twilight, while the doctor's long legs protruded from under the apron, and, in the interior, among the cushions, the doctorsha's nightcap could be dimly seen, and heard the measured breathing as she slept. "Fact, she's very pretty," said Rostov to Ilyin, who accompanied him. "Yes, what a charming woman she is," replied the other, with all the seriousness of 16. Within half an hour the squadron was drawn up on the road. The command was heard, "To saddle." The men crossed themselves and proceeded to mount. Rostov, taking the lead, gave the command, "March!" and, filing off 4 abreast, the hussars, with the sound of hoofs splashing in the pools, the clinking of sabres, and subdued conversation, started along the broad road lined with birch trees, and following the infantry and artillery which had gone on ahead. Scattered purplish-blue clouds, growing into crimson in the east, were swiftly fleeting before the wind. It was growing lighter and lighter. More distinguishable became the crisp grass which always grows on country crossroads. It was still wet with the evening's rain. The pendulous foliage of the birches, also dripping with moisture, shook in the wind and tossed aside the sparkling drops. Clearer and clearer grew the faces of the soldiers. Rostov rode along with Ilyin, who was his inseparable companion. They kept to one side of the road, which led between a double row of trees. Rostov, during this campaign, had permitted himself to ride a Cossack horse instead of his regular horse of the line. Being both a connoisseur and a huntsman, he had recently selected a strong, mettlesome, dun-colored pony from the Don, which no one could think of matching in a race. It was a perfect delight for Rostov to ride on this steed. His thoughts now ran on horses, the beauty of the morning, the doctor's wife, and not once did he let the possibility of serious danger occur to him. In days gone by, Rostov, on approaching an engagement, would have felt a pang of dismay. Now he experienced not the slightest sensation of timidity. He was devoid of all fear, not because he was wanted to fire, it was impossible to become wanted to danger, but rather because he had learned to control his heart in the presence of danger. On going into an engagement, he had accustomed himself to think about everything except the one thing which would have been most absorbing of all, the impending peril. In spite of all his efforts, in spite of all his self-reproaches for his cowardice, during the first term of his service, he had not been able to reach this point. But, in the course of years, it had come of itself. He now rode with Ilyin side by side between the birch trees, occasionally tearing off a leaf from a down-hanging branch, occasionally prodding the horse in the groin, occasionally, not even turning around, handing his exhausted pipe to the hussar just behind him, with such a calm and unconcerned appearance that one would have thought that he was riding for his pleasure. He felt a pang of pity to look at Ilyin's excited face as he rode along, talking fast and nervously. He knew from experience that painful state of mind at the expectation of danger and death, which the young cornet was now experiencing, and he knew that nothing but time could cure him. As soon as the sun came into sight, in the clear strip of sky below the clouds, the wind died down, as though it dared not mar in the slightest degree the perfect beauty of the summer morning after the storm. The drops still fell from the trees, but it was now broad daylight, and all was calm and still. The sun came up full and round, poised on the horizon, and then mounted and disappeared behind a long, narrow cloud. But, in the course of a few minutes, it burst forth brighter than ever on the upper edge of the cloud, cutting its edge. The world was full of light and brilliancy, and simultaneously with this burst of light, and as though saluting it, rang out the heavy booming of cannon at the front. Rostov had no time to ponder and make up his mind how far distant these cannon shots were, when an adjutant from Count Osterman Tolstoy came galloping up from Vitebsk with the order to advance with all speed. The squadron outstripped the infantry and artillery, which were also hurrying forward, plunged down a hill, and, dashing through a village deserted of its inhabitants, galloped up a slope at the other side. The horses were all of a lather with sweat, the men flushed and breathless. "Halt! Dress ranks!" rang out the command of the division leader at the front. "Guide left! Shagom marsch!" that is, forward at a foot-pace. Again rang the command, and the hussars rode along the line of the troops toward the left flank of the position, and drew rein just behind our uhlans, who were in the front rank. At the right stood our infantry in a solid mass. They were the reserves. Higher up on the slope could be seen in the clear atmosphere our cannon shining in the slanted rays of the bright morning sun, on the very horizon. Forward, beyond the ravine, were heard our infantry, already involved in the action, and merrily exchanging shots with the enemy. Rostov's heart beat high with joy as he heard these sounds, which he had not heard for many a long day, and now seemed like the notes of the jolliest music. Trap-tat-tat-tap, several shots cracked, sometimes together, suddenly, then rapidly, one after another. The hussars stood for about an hour in one place. The cannonade had also begun. Count Osterman and his suite came riding up behind the squadron, and, drawing rein, had a short conversation with the commander of the regiment, and then rode off toward the cannon at the height. As soon as Osterman rode away, the uhlans heard the command, "Vu kolumno, ke edakia stroisa," in column, ready to charge. The infantry in front of them parted their ranks and let the cavalry through. The Uhlans started away, the pennons on their lances waving gaily, and down the slope they dashed at a trot toward the French cavalry, which began to appear at the foot of the slope at the left. As soon as the Uhlans started down the slope, the hussars were ordered to move forward and protect the battery on the height. While the hussars were stationed in the position before occupied by the Uhlans, bullets flew high over their heads, buzzing and humming through the air. These sounds, which had not been heard by Rostov for long years, had a more pleasing and stimulating influence than the roar of musketry before. Straightening himself up in the saddle, he scrutinized the battlefield spread full before his eyes from the height where he was stationed, and his whole heart followed the Uhlans into the charge. They had now flown almost down to the French dragoons. There was a scene of confusion and collision in the smoke, and at the end of 5 minutes the Uhlans were being pressed back, not in the same place, indeed, but farther to the left. Mixed in with the orange-uniformed Uhlans, on their chestnut horses, and behind them, in a compact mass, could be seen the blue French dragoons on their grey horses. End of chapter 14. Part 1, Chapter 15 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 15. Rostov, with his keen huntsman's eye, was one of the first to notice these French dragoons in blue pressing back our Uhlans. Nearer and nearer, in disorderly masses, came the Uhlans and the French dragoons in pursuit of them. It was plain to all how these men, dwarfed by the distance, were jostling each other, driving each other, and brandishing their arms and their sabres at the foot of the hill. Rostov looked on the fight as though he were present at some mighty tournament. His instinct told him that if the hussars could now add their impetus to that of the Uhlans, the French dragoons could not stand it, but if the blow was to be struck, it was to be done immediately, on the instant, else it would be too late. He glanced around. A captain stationed near him had likewise his eye fixed steadfastly on the cavalry contest below. "Andrei Sevastianovitch," said Rostov, "we might crush them down. 'Twould be a dashing piece of work, but still." Rostov, not waiting to hear him through, gave spurs to his horse, dashed along in front of his squadron, and before he had even given the word for advance, the whole squadron to a man, experiencing exactly what he had, scoured after him. Rostov himself did not know how and why he did this thing. The whole action was as instinctive, as unpremeditated, as though he were out hunting. He saw that the dragoons were near at hand, that they were galloping forward in disorderly ranks. He knew that they would not withstand a sudden attack. He knew that it was the matter of a single moment, which would not return if he let it have the go-by. The bullets whizzed and whistled around him so stimulatingly, his horse dashed on ahead so hotly, that he could not but yield. He plunged the spurs still deeper into his horse's side, shouted his command, and, at the same instant, hearing behind him the hoof-clatter of his squadron, breaking into the charge at full trot, he gave his horse his head down the hill at the dragoons. No sooner had they reached the bottom of the slope than their gait changed involuntarily from trot to gallop, growing ever swifter and swifter in proportion as they approached the Uhlans and the French dragoons who were driving them back. The dragoons were close to them. The foremost, seeing the hussars, started to turn. Those in the rear paused. Feeling as though he were galloping to cut off an escaping wolf, Rostov urged his Don pony to his utmost, dashed on toward the disconcerted French dragoons. One of the Uhlans reined in his horse. One, who had been dismounted, threw himself on the ground to escape being crushed. A riderless steed dashed in among the hussars. Almost all the French dragoons were now in full retreat. Rostov, selecting one of them, mounted on a grey steed, started in pursuit of him. On the way he found himself rushing at a bush. His good steed, without hesitating, took it at a leap, and almost before Rostov had settled himself in his saddle again, he saw that he should within a few seconds have overtaken the man whom he had selected as his objective point. This Frenchman, evidently an officer by his uniform, bending forward, was urging on his grey horse, striking him with his sabre. A second later, Rostov's horse hit the other's rear with his chest, almost knocking him over, and, at the same instant, Rostov, not knowing why, raised his saber and struck at the Frenchman. The instant he did so, all Rostov's eager excitement suddenly vanished. The officer fell, not so much from the effect of the saber stroke, which had only scratched him slightly above the elbow, as it was from the collision of the horses and from panic. Rostov pulled up to look for his enemy and see whom he had vanquished. The French officer of dragoons was hopping along with one foot on the ground and the other entangled in the stirrup. With his eyes squinting with fear, as though he expected each instant to be struck down again, he was looking up at Rostov with an expression of horror. His pale face covered with mud, fair and young, with dimpled chin and bright blue eyes, was one not made for the battlefield, not the face of an enemy, but a simple home face. Even before Rostov had made up his mind what to do with him, the officer cried, "Je m'enrends!" In spite of all his efforts, he could not extricate his foot from the stirrup, and still, with frightened eyes, he kept gazing at Rostov. Some of the hussars, who had come galloping up, freed his foot for him and helped him to mount. The hussars were coming back in all directions, with dragoons as prisoners. One was wounded, but with his face all covered with blood, would not surrender his horse. Another was seated on the crumper of a hussar's horse, with his arm around the man's waist. A third, assisted by a hussar, was clambering upon the horse's back. In front, the French infantry were in full retreat, firing as they went. The hussars swiftly returned to their position with their prisoners. Rostov spurred back with the rest, a prey to a particularly disagreeable feeling which oppressed his heart. A certain vague perplexity, which he found it utterly impossible to account for, overcame him at the capture of that young officer, and the blow which he had given him. Count Osterman Tolstoy met the hussars on their return, summoned Rostov, and thanked him, saying that he should report to the sovereign his gallant exploit, and recommend him for the Cross of the George. When the summons to Count Osterman came, Rostov remembered that the charge had been made without orders, and he was therefore fully persuaded that the commander called for him to punish him for his presumptuous action. Consequently, Osterman's flattering words and his promise of a reward ought to have been all the more agreeable to Rostov, but that same vague, disagreeable feeling still tortured his mind. "What can it be that troubles me so, I wonder?" he asked himself, as he rode away from the interview. "Ilian? No, he is safe and sound. Have I anything to be ashamed of? No, nothing of the sort at all. It was an entirely different feeling, like remorse. Yes, that French officer with the dimple, and how distinctly I remember hesitating before I struck him." Rostov saw the prisoners about to be conducted away, and he galloped up to them, in order to have another look at the officer with the dimpled chin. He was sitting, in his foreign uniform, on a hussar stallion, and was glancing around him uneasily. The wound on his arm was scarcely deserving of the name. He gave Rostov a hypocritical smile, and waved his hand at him, a sort of salute. Rostov had still the same feeling of awkwardness, and something seemed to weigh on his conscience. All that day, and the day following, Rostov's friends and comrades noticed that he was not exactly gloomy or surly, but taciturn, thoughtful, and concentrated. He drank, as it were, under protest, tried to be alone, and evidently had something on his mind. Rostov was, all the time, thinking about his brilliant exploit, which, much to his amazement, had given him the Cross of the George, and had even given him the reputation of being a hero, and he found it utterly incomprehensible. "And so they are still more afraid of us than we are of them," he said to himself. "Is this all there is of what is called heroism? Did I do that for my country's sake? And wherein was he to blame, with his dimple in his blue eyes? And how frightened he was! He thought I was going to kill him. My hand trembled, but still, they have given me the Gorgevsky Cross. I don't understand it at all. Not at all." But while Nikolai was working over these questions in his own mind, and still failed to find any adequate solution of what was so confusing to him, the wheel of fortune, as so often happens in the military service, had been given a turn in his favor. He was promoted after the engagement at Ostrovno, and given command of a battalion, and, when there was any necessity of employing a brave officer, he was given the chance. End of chapter 15. Part 1, Chapter 16 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 16. On learning of Natasha's illness, the Countess, still very far herself from well and suffering from weakness, went to Moscow, taking Petya and the whole household, and all the Rostovs left Marya Dmitrievna's and went to their own house and settled down in the city for good. Natasha's illness was so serious that, fortunately for her happiness and for the happiness of her relations, the thought of all that had been the cause of her illness, her misconduct and the breach with her betrothed, were relegated to the background. She was so ill that it was impossible to take up the consideration of how far she had been blameworthy in the matter, for she had no appetite and she could not sleep. She lost flesh and had a cough and was, as the doctors gave them to understand, in a decidedly critical state. There was nothing else to be thought of than to give her all the aid they could devise. The doctors came to see her, both singly and in consultation, talked abundantly in French, in German, and Latin, criticized one another, prescribed the most varied remedies adapted to cure all the diseases known to their science, but it did not occur to one of them, simple as it might seem, that the disease from which Natasha was suffering might be unknown to them, just as every ailment which attacks mortal man is beyond their power of understanding, since each mortal man has his own distinguishing characteristics, and whatever disease he has must, necessarily, be peculiar and new, and unknown to medicine, not a disease of the lungs, of the liver, of the skin, of the heart, of the nerves, and so on, as described in works on medicine, but an ailment produced from any one of endless complications connected with diseases of these organs. This simple idea could not occur to the doctors, any more than it could ever occur to a warlock that his incantations were idle, because it is their life work to practice medicine, because it is their way of earning money, and because they spend the best years of their lives at this business. But the chief reason why this thought could not occur to the doctors was because they saw that they were unquestionably of service, and, in deed and truth, they were of service to all the Rostov household. They were of service not because they made the sick girl swallow drugs, for the most part harmful, though the harmfulness was of little moment, because the noxious drugs were given in small quantities, but they were of service, they were needful, they were indispensable, and this is the reason that there are, and always will be, alleged curers, quacks, homeopaths, and allopaths, because they satisfied the moral demands of the sick girl and those who loved her. They satisfied that eternal human demand for hope and consolation, that demand for sympathy and activity which a man experiences at a time of suffering. They satisfied that eternal human demand, noticeable in a child in the simplest and most primitive form, to have the bruised place rubbed. The child tumbles down and immediately runs to its mother or its nurse to be kissed and have the sore place rubbed, and its pains are alleviated as soon as the sore place is rubbed or kissed. The child cannot help believing that those who are stronger and wiser than he must have the means of giving him aid for his sufferings, and this hope of alleviation and expression of sympathy at the time when the mother rubs the bump are a comfort. The doctors in Natasha's case were of service because they kissed and rubbed the bobo, assuring her that it would go away if the coachman would only hurry down to the Arbadskaya apothecary shop and get a rouble and 70 kopecks worth of powders and pellets in a neat little box, and if the sick girl would take these powders, dissolved in boiling water, regularly every 2 hours, not a moment before or a moment less. What would Sonia and the Count and the Countess have done if they had merely looked on without taking part, if there had been no little pellets every 2 hours, no tepid drinks, no chicken cutlets to prepare, and none of all those little necessary things prescribed by the doctor, the observance of which gave occupation and consolation to the friends? How would the Count have borne his beloved daughter's illness if he had not known that it was going to cost him some thousands of roubles, and that he would not grudge thousands more to do her any good? If he had not known that in case she did not recover speedily, he should not grudge still other thousands in taking her abroad, and then going to the expense of consultations, if he had not been able to tell in all its details how Metivier and Teller had not understood the case, while Fries had, and Mudroff had still more successfully predicted the disease. What would the Countess have done if she could not have occasionally scolded Natasha because she did not fully conform to the doctor's orders? "You will never get well," she would say, "if you don't obey the doctor, and if you don't take your medicine regularly. You must not treat it lightly, because if you do, it may go into pneumonia," the Countess would say, and she found a great consolation in repeating this one word, which was something incomprehensible for her and others beside. What would Sonia have done if she had not had the joyful consciousness that, during the first part of the time, she had not undressed for 3 nights, so that she might be ready to carry out to the least detail all the doctor's prescriptions, and that even now she lay awake all night, lest she should sleep over the hours when it was necessary to administer the not very hurtful pellets from the little gilt box? Even Natasha herself, who, although she declared that no medicine could cure her, and that this was all nonsense, could not help a feeling of gratification that they were making so many sacrifices for her, and so willingly consented to take the medicine at the hours prescribed. And likewise, she felt glad to show by her neglect to carry out the doctor's orders that she did not believe in medicine, and did not value her life. The doctor came every day, felt of her pulse, looked at her tongue, and, paying no attention to her dejected face, laughed and joked with her. But then, when he had gone into the next room, and the Countess hastily followed him, he would pull a serious face and shake his head dubiously, saying that, though the patient was in a critical state, still he had good hopes for the efficacy of the medicine he had just prescribed, and that they must wait and see, that the ailment was more mental, but— The Countess, who tried as far as possible to shut her own eyes, and the doctor's, to Natasha's behaviour, thrust the gold piece into his hand, and each time, with a relieved heart, went back to her little invalid. The symptoms of Natasha's illness were loss of appetite, sleeplessness, a cough, and a constant state of apathy. The doctors declared that it was impossible for her to dispense with medical treatment, and, consequently, she was kept a prisoner in the sultry air of the city, and, during the summer of 1812, the Rostovs did not go to their country place. In spite of the immense quantity of pellets, drops, and powders swallowed by Natasha, out of glass jars and gilt boxes, of which Madame Schoss, who was a great lover of such things, had made a large collection, in spite of being deprived of her customary life in the country, youth at last got the upper hand. Natasha's sorrow began to disappear under the impressions of everyday life. It ceased to lie so painfully on her heart, and began to appear past and distant, and Natasha's physical health showed signs of improvement. End of chapter 16. Part 1, Chapter 17 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 17. Natasha was more calm, but not more cheerful. She not only avoided all the external scenes of gaiety, balls, driving, concerts, the theatre, but, even when she laughed, it seemed as though the tears were audible back of her laughter. She could not sing. As soon as she started to laugh, or essayed, when all alone, by herself to sing, the tears choked her, tears of repentance, tears of remembrance, of regret, of the irrevocable happy days, tears of vexation that she had thus idly wasted her young life which might have been so happy. Laughter and song seemed to her like sacrilege toward her sorrow. She never once thought of coquetry, and that she kept from such things was not by any conscious effort of the will. She declared, and she felt, that, at this time, all men were for her no more than the buffoon Nastasia Ivanovna. An inward monitor strenuously interdicted every pleasure. Moreover, she showed no interest, as of old, in that girlish round of existence, so free of care and full of hope. She recalled, more frequently, and with keener pain than aught else, those autumn months, with the hunting, and the little uncle, and the holidays with Nikolai at Otranoye. What would she not have given for the return of even a single day of that vanished time? But it was past for ever. She had not been mistaken in that presentiment that she had felt at that time that condition of careless freedom and susceptibility to every pleasant influence would never more return. But to live was a necessity. It was a consolation for her to think not that she was better, as she had formerly thought, but that she was worse, vastly worse, than anybody else in the world. But this was a little thing. She knew it, and asked herself, what more is there? But there was nothing more in store for her. There was no further joy in life, yet life went on. Natasha's sole idea evidently was not to be a burden to anyone, and not to interfere with anyone, while, for her own personal gratification, she asked for nothing at all. She kept aloof from the other members of the household, and only with her brother Petya did she seem at all at ease. She liked to be with him more than with the others, and sometimes, when they were alone together, she would laugh. She scarcely ever went out of the house, and of those who came to call, there was only one man whom she was glad to see, and that was Pierre. It could not have been possible for anyone to have shown more tenderness and discretion, and, at the same time, more seriousness in his treatment of her than did Count Bezukhoi. Natasha unconsciously fell under the spell of this affectionate tenderness, and, accordingly, she took great delight in his society. But she was not even thankful to him for the way in which he treated her. Nothing that Pierre did of good seemed to her other than spontaneous. It seemed to her that it was so perfectly natural for Pierre to be kind to everyone, that he deserved no credit for his acts of kindness to her. Sometimes Natasha noticed his confusion and awkwardness in her presence, especially when he was desirous of doing her some favor, or when he was apprehensive lest something in their talk might suggest disagreeable recollections. She noticed this, and ascribed it to his natural kindness and shyness, which, in her opinion, so far as she knew, must be shown to all, just as it was to her. Since those ambiguous words, if he were free, he should on his knees sue for her heart and her hand, spoken at a moment of such painful excitement on her part, Pierre had never made any allusion whatever to his feelings for Natasha, and, as far as she was concerned, it was evident that those words, so consoling to her at the time, had had no more meaning to her than most thoughtless, unconsidered words, spoken for the consolation of a heartbroken child. It never entered her head that her relations with Pierre might lead to love on either side, much less on his, or even to that form of tender, self-acknowledged, poetic friendship between a man and a woman of which she had known several examples. And this was not because Pierre was a married man, but because Natasha was conscious that between him and her, in all its reality, existed that barrier of moral obstacles, the absence of which she had been conscious of in Kuragin. Toward the end of the midsummer's fast of St. Peter, Agrafena Ivanovna Belova, one of the Rostovs' neighbors at Otronoye, came to Moscow to worship at the shrines of the saints there. She proposed to Natasha to join in her devotions, and Natasha gladly entertained the suggestion. Notwithstanding the doctor's prohibition of her going out early in the morning, Natasha insisted on preparing for the sacrament, and doing so not as was usually managed at the Rostovs, by listening to 3 services in the house, but rather to prepare for it as Agrafena Ivanovna did, that is, taking the whole week without missing a single vespers, mass, or matins. The countess was pleased with the zeal of Natasha's. After all the failure of the physician's remedies, she hoped in the depths of her heart that prayer might prove to be a more powerful medicament. And though she did it with some apprehension, and concealed it from the knowledge of the doctors, she yielded to Natasha's desire, and let her go with Belova. Agrafena Ivanovna came at 3 o'clock in the morning to arouse Natasha, and yet generally she found her already wide awake. Natasha was afraid of sleeping over the hour of matins. Making hasty ablutions and humbly dressing in her shabbiest gown and an old mantle, shivering with the chill of morning, Natasha would venture out into the empty streets, dimly lighted by the diaphanous light of early dawn. In accordance with the pious Agrafena Ivanovna's advice, Natasha performed her devotions not in her own parish, but at a church where, according to her, there was a priest of very blameless and austere life. At this church there were always very few people. Natasha would take her usual place with Belova, before the icon of the Mother of God, enshrined at the back of the choir, at the left, and a new feeling of calmness came over her before the vast and incomprehensible mystery, when, at that very unprecedentedly early hour of the morning, she gazed at the darkened face of the Virgin's picture, lighted by the tapers burning before it, as well as by the morning light that came in through the windows, as she listened to the sounds of the service, which she tried to follow understandingly. When she understood it, her personal feeling entered into and tinged the meaning of the prayer, But when she could not understand it, it was all the more delicious for her to think that the very desire to comprehend everything was in itself a form of pride, that it is impossible to comprehend, and that all that is requisite and necessary is to have faith and trust in God, who at that moment, she was conscious, reigned in her heart. She would cross herself and bow low. And when the service was too deep for her comprehension, then only, horror-stricken at her own baseness, would she beseech God to pardon her for everything, and have mercy upon her. The prayers which she followed with the most fervor were those expressing remorse. Returning home in the early hours of the morning, when the only men she met were masons going to their work, and dvorniks sweeping the streets, and everybody in all the houses was still asleep, Natasha experienced a new sense of the possibility of being purged of her sins, and the possibility of a new, pure life and happiness. During all this week, while she was leading this new life, this feeling grew stronger every day, and the happy thought of taking the communion, or as Agrafena, playing on the word, called it, the communication, seemed to her so majestic that it seemed to her she should never live till that blessed Sunday. But the happy day came, and when Natasha, on this memorable Sunday, returned home in her white muslin dress from communion, she, for the first time after many months, felt tranquil and not burdened by the thought of living. When the doctor came that day to see Natasha, he ordered her to continue taking the last prescription of powders which he had begun a fortnight before. "Don't fail to take them morning and evening," said he, evidently feeling honestly satisfied and even elated at the success of his treatment. "Only be more regular, please. Rest quite easy, Countess," said the doctor, in a jovial tone, skillfully clutching the gold piece in his plump hands. "She will soon be singing and enjoying herself. The last medicine has been very, very efficacious. She has already begun to gain." The Countess looked at her fingernails and spat as she returned to the drawing-room with a radiant face. End of chapter 17. Part 1, Chapter 18 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 18. During the first weeks of July, more and more disquieting rumors about the progress of the war began to be circulated in Moscow. Much was said about the sovereign's appeal to his people, and about the sovereign's leaving the army and coming to Moscow. And as the manifesto and summons were not received in Moscow until the 23rd of July, exaggerated reports about them and about the position of Russia were current. It was said that the sovereign was coming because the army was in a critical position. It was said that Smolensk had surrendered, that Napoleon had 1,000,000 men, and that only a miracle could save Russia. The manifesto was received on the 23rd of July, on a Saturday, but as yet it had not been published, and Pierre, who was at the Rostovs, promised to come to dinner the next day, Sunday, and bring the manifesto and the proclamation, which he would get of Count Rostopchin. On that Sunday, the Rostovs, as usual, went to Mass at the private chapel of the Gruesomovskys. It was a sultry July day. Even at 10 o'clock, when the Rostovs' carriage drew up in front of the church, the heated atmosphere, the shouts of peddlers, the bright, light-colored summer dresses of the ladies, the dust-colored leaves of the trees along the boulevard, the sounds of music, and the white trousers of a regiment marching by on its way to parade, the rattle of carriages over the pavement, and the dazzling radiance of the July sun, all spoke of that summer languor and content as well as discontent with the present, which is always felt with a special keenness on a bright, sultry day in the city. The chapel of the Gruesomovskys was a gathering place for all the elite of Moscow, all the acquaintances of the Rostovs. For that year very many of the wealthy families who usually went off to their country estates had remained in town. Preceded by a liveried lackey who cleared the way through the throng, Natasha, as she walked in with her mother, overheard a young man making a remark about her in a whisper that was too loud. "That is the Rostova, the very one. How thin she has grown, but still she is pretty." She heard, or thought she heard, the names of Kuragin and Bolonsky mentioned. This, however, was a common experience of hers. It always seemed to her that those who looked at her immediately began to recall what had happened. With pain and a sinking at heart, as always was the case in a throng, Natasha walked on in her lilac silk dress trimmed with black lace, and giving the appearance, as women can so easily do, of being calm and dignified, for the very reason that her heart was full of pain and shame. She knew that she was pretty, and she was not mistaken, but the knowledge did not now give her the same pleasure as before. On the contrary, it annoyed her above everything of late, and especially on that bright, hot day in the city. "Still another Sunday, still another week gone," she said to herself, as she remembered for what purpose she was there that day. "And for ever the same life that is not life, and the same conditions in which it used to be so easy to live in days gone by. I am pretty, I am young, and I know that now I am good, whereas before I was naughty. But now I am good, I know it," she said to herself. "But it's all for nothing that the best years of my life have gone and are going." She took her place with her mother, and exchanged greetings with the acquaintances around her. Out of old habit she noticed the toilets of the ladies. She criticized the tenue of one lady who happened to be standing near her, and the indecorous manner in which she hastily crossed herself. Then she thought with inward vexation that the others were probably criticizing her just as she was criticizing them. And then suddenly, as she heard the sounds of the service, she was horror-struck at her depravity. She was horror-struck at the thought that she had again sullied that purity with which she had begun the service. A lovely-looking, clean, and venerable priest officiated with that honeyed unction which has such a majestic and sanctifying influence upon the hearts of worshippers. The "holy gate" was closed, the curtain was slowly drawn, a mysterious, solemn voice murmured indistinguishable words. Natasha's bosom heaved with tears too deep for comprehension, and she was agitated by a feeling of joy and tormenting pain. "Teach me what I must do, how to direct my life, how to do right for ever and ever," she prayed in her heart. The deacon came out to the ambon, used his thumb to pull his long hair out from under his surplice, and, pressing his cross to his heart, began to read in a loud and solemn voice the words of the prayer. "Let all the people pray unto the Lord." Let all the community, all united, without distinctions of rank, but joined together in brotherly love, let us pray, was Natasha's thought. "For the heavenly peace and the salvation of our souls." "For all the angels and the spirits of all incorporeal existences which dwell above us," prayed Natasha. During the prayer for the army, she remembered her brother and Denisov. During the prayer for those who were traveling on sea or on land, she thought of Prince Andrei and prayed for him, and prayed that God would pardon the wrong that she had done him. During the prayer for those who love us, she prayed for those of her household, her father, her mother, Sonia, and now, for the first time, she realized all the wrong that she had done them, and felt how deep and strong was her love toward them. When the prayer for those who hate us was read, she tried to think of her enemies and those who hated her, in order to pray for them. Among her enemies she reckoned her father's creditors and all those who had dealings with him, and every time, at the thoughts of her enemies and those who hated her, she remembered Anatole, who had done her such injury, and though he had not hated her, she prayed gladly for him as for an enemy. It was only during the prayer that she was able to think calmly and clearly about Prince Andrei and about Anatole, as about men toward whom her feelings had been entirely swallowed up in her fear and worship of God. When the prayer was read for the imperial family and for the synod, she made a very low bow and crossed herself, with the thought that if she could not understand, she at least could not doubt, and consequently must love, the directing synod and pray for it. Having finished the liturgy, the deacon crossed himself upon the front of his stole and exclaimed, "Let us give ourselves and our bodies to Christ our God." "Let us give ourselves to God," repeated Natasha in her own heart. "My God, I give myself up to thy will," said she to herself. "I have no wishes, I have no desires. Teach me what to do, how to fulfill thy will. Yea, take me, cried Natasha in her heart, with touching impatience, forgetting to cross herself, but letting her slender arms drop by her side, and as though expecting that instantly some viewless power would come and take her and bear her up, and free her from her sorrows, desires, shortcomings, hopes, and faults. The countess many times during the service glanced at her daughter's pathetic face and glistening eyes, and besought God to give her his aid. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the service, and out of the usual order of things, which Natasha knew so well, a dyakono brought out the wooden stool on which the priest kneels when he reads the prayers on Trinity Sunday, and placed it in front of the holy gates. The priest made his appearance in his lilac velvet calotte, rubbed his hand over his hair, and with some effort got upon his knees. All followed his example, looking with perplexity at each other. This was the prayer which had only just been received from the synod, the prayer for the salvation of Russia from the invasion of her enemies. Lord God, our strength, God, our salvation, began the priest in that clear, undemonstrative, sweet voice which is characteristic of the reading of no other clergy except the Slavonic, and which has such an irresistible effect upon the Russian heart. Lord God, our strength, God, our salvation, protect in thy infinite mercy and bounty thy humble people, and charitably hear us, and spare us, and have mercy upon us. The enemy are bringing destruction upon thy land, and would fain make the universe a wilderness. Rise thou up against him. This lawless multitude have gathered themselves together to destroy thy inheritance, to lay waste the holy Jerusalem, thy beloved Russia, to desecrate thy temples, to overturn thy altars, and to profane our sanctuary. How long, O Lord, how long shall sinners triumph? How long shall they be permitted to transgress thy laws? Sovereign Lord, hear thou us that cry unto thee. By thy might strengthen thou our most devoted autocrat and ruler, our great sovereign, the Emperor Alexander Pavlovitch. Remember his equity and meekness. Requite him for his virtues, and let them be the safeguard of us, thy beloved Israel. Bless his counsels, his undertakings, and his deeds. Establish by thy almighty right hand his realm, and grant him victory over his enemies, as thou didst to Moses over Amalek, Gideon over Midian, and David over Goliath. Protect thou his armies. Uphold with the brazen bow the arms of those who hath gone forth into battle in thy name, and gird them with strength for the war. Take thy sword and thy buckler, and arise and help us, and put to shame and confusion those who have plotted evil against us, so that they may fly before the faces of those who trust in thee as chaff is driven before the wind, and give thy angels power to confound them and pursue them. May the net come upon them without their knowing it, and may the draught of fish which they meant to take surround them on all sides, and may they fall under the feet of thy slaves, and may they be trampled under the feet of our warriors. O Lord, thou art able to save in great things and in small. Thou art God, and no man can do aught against thee. God of our fathers, let thy bounty and thy mercy guard us as from everlasting to everlasting. Hide not thy face from us. Let not thy wrath be kindled against our iniquities, but in the magnitude of thy mercy and the abundance of thy grace, pardon our lawlessness and our sins. Create a clean heart within us, and renew a right spirit in our inner parts. Strengthen thou our faith in thee. Inspire hope. Kindle true love among us. Arm us with a single impulse to the righteous defense of the inheritance which thou hast given to us and to our fathers, and let not the scepter of the ungodly decide the destiny of those whom thou hast consecrated. O Lord our God, in thee do we put our trust, and our hopes are set on thee. Let us not despair of thy mercy, and give a sign in order that those who hate us and our orthodox faith may be confounded and destroyed, and that all nations may see that thy name is the Lord, and we are thy people. Show us thy mercy, O Lord, this day, and vouchsafe to us thy salvation. Rejoice the heart of thy slaves by thy grace. Strike our enemies, and crush them under the feet of those that believe in thee. For thou art the defense, the succor, and the victory to them that trust in thee, and to thee be the glory, to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. In that condition of rapt excitement to which Natasha had attained, this prayer had a very powerful effect upon her. She listened to every word about the victory of Moses over Amalek, of Gideon over Midian, and David over Goliath, and the laying waste of thy Jerusalem, and she prayed to God with that tenderness of spirit and melting of heart which she now felt. But she was somewhat confused in her mind as to what she should pray God for. With all her heart she could join in the petition for a right spirit, for fortifying the zeal with faith and hope, and stimulating their love. But she could not pray that the enemy might be crushed under their feet, because only a few minutes before her only regret was that she had no more of them, so that she might pray for them. But at the same time she could not doubt the rightfulness of the prayer which the kneeling priest had read. She felt in her heart a genuine and anxious terror at the thought of the punishment which must befall men on account of their sins, and especially for her own sins, and she besought God to forgive them all, and her as well, and to give them all, and her, tranquillity and happiness in life. And it seemed to her that God heard her prayer. End of chapter 18. Part 1, Chapter 19 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mary Ann. Chapter 19. From the day when Pierre, as he left the Rostovs with Natasha's grateful looks still fresh in his mind, and looked at the comet stretched across the sky, and felt that he had made a new discovery, the eternally tormenting question as to the vanity and folly of all things earthly had ceased to occupy his thoughts. This terrible question, why, wherefore, which before had come up before him amid every occupation, had now merged itself for him not into another problem, and not into any answer to his question, but into her image. Whether he listened or took the lead himself in trivial conversations, whether he read or heard about the baseness and absurdity of men, he no longer felt that sense of horror as before. He did not ask himself what caused them to struggle so when life was so short and incomprehensible. But he recalled how she looked when he saw her the last time, and all his doubts vanished, not because she had given the answer to his questions, but because her image instantly lifted him into another world, serene and full of spiritual activity, where there could be no question of right or wrong, the world of beauty and love, which alone accounts for life. Whatever baseness in life might be brought to his attention, he would say to himself, "Well, then, let N.N. plunder the government and the Tsar, and let the government and the Tsar load him with honors. But she smiled on me last evening and asked me to come again, and I love her, and no one shall ever know it." And so his soul became calm and clear. Pierre continued as before to go into gay society, and drank heavily, and led the same idle and dissipated life, for the reason that at such times as he was not able to spend at the Rostovs, there were still many hours every day that he had to spend in some manner, and his habits and acquaintances at Moscow invariably allured him to this mode of existence, which had such a firm hold upon him. But of late, now that the news from the theatre of the war became constantly more and more disquieting, and now that Natasha's health had fairly begun to improve, and she ceased to arouse in him that former feeling of anxiety and pity, he began to become the prey of a restlessness that was wholly incomprehensible, and grew more and more so. He was conscious that the position in which he found himself could not last very long, that some catastrophe was at hand, which was destined to change his whole life, and he impatiently sought to find in everything the presages of this imminent catastrophe. One of the Brotherhood of Freemasons had called his attention to the following prophecy concerning Napoleon, which was derived from the revelation of St. John. In the 18th verse of the 13th chapter of the Apocalypse it is written, "Here is wisdom, He that hath understanding, let him count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. And the 5th verse of the same chapter says, And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and there was given unto him authority to do his works during 42 months. The letters of the French alphabet, when disposed in accordance with the Hebrew enumeration, which gives the first 9 letters the values of units, and the rest that of tens, had the following significance: A 1, B 2, C 3, D 4, E 5, F 6, G 7, H 8, I 9, K 10, L 20, M 30, N 40, O 50, P 60, Q 70, R 80, S 90, T 100, U 110, V 120, W 130, X 140, Y 150, Z 160. If the words L'Empereur Napoleon are written letter for letter with this cipher, the result is that the sum of these letters amounts to 666, and that therefore Napoleon is the beast described in the Apocalypse. Moreover, if you apply the same alphabetic cipher to the words 42, that is the time, 42 months, during which authority was given to the beast to speak great things and blaspheme, the sum of these letters according to the same scheme will amount to 666, whence it results that Napoleon's power was to be allowed to last until the year 1812, when he would have reached the age of 42. Pierre was greatly amazed by this method of divination, and he frequently asked himself what could possibly put an end to the power of the beast, that is to say, Napoleon, and he made use of the same cipher and mode of reckoning in order to find an answer to the question that he had propounded. Thus he wrote, as an experiment, L'Empereur Alexandre and La Nation Russe, but the sum of the letters came out either greater or less than 666. One time, while occupying himself with this enumeration, he wrote his own name, Comte Pierre Bessuoff. The sum of the figures did not agree. Then, changing the spelling, substituting Z for S, he added the particle D, he added the article la, and he still failed to attain the desired result. Then it occurred to him that if the answer desired for the question was included in his name, it would certainly have also to include his nationality. He wrote La Russa Busov, and reckoning up the figures, he made 671. Only 5 too much. 5 corresponds to E, the very same E which was elided in the article before the word emperor. Eliding this E, though it was contrary to the rule, Pierre found the wished-for answer. La Russe Busov equaled to 666. This discovery excited him. How, by what bond, he was united to this mighty event foreshadowed in the Apocalypse he knew not, but not for an instant did he have any doubt of the bond. His love for Natasha, the Antichrist, Napoleon's invasion, the comet, 666, L'Empereur Napoleon, La Russe Busov, all taken together could not fail to ripen and burst, and bring him forth from that enchanted do-nothing world of Muscovite habits, in which he felt himself a prisoner, and carry him to some mighty exploit and some mighty happiness. Pierre, on the evening before the Sunday when the prayer was read, had promised the Rostovs to bring them from Count Rostopchin, whose very good friend he was, the proclamation to the Russians, and the last news from the army. That morning, on his arrival at Count Rostopchin's, Pierre found a courier who had just come from the army. This courier was an acquaintance of Pierre's, a regular habitué of the Moscow ballrooms. "For God's sake, couldn't you help me out?" asked the courier. "I have a whole bagful of letters for friends and relatives." Among these letters was one from Nikolai Rostov to his father. Pierre took charge of it. Besides this, Count Rostopchin gave Pierre a copy of the sovereign's appeal to Moscow, which had just come from the press, the last orders to the army, and his own placard. Glancing over the army orders, Pierre found in one of them, which mentioned the names of the killed, wounded, or rewarded, that Nikolai Rostov had been decorated with a George of the 4th class on account of his gallantry in the affair of Ostrovno, and in the same general order a nomination of Prince Andrei Bolkonsky as commander of a regiment of Jaegers. Although he had no wish to remind the Rostovs of Bolkonsky, still he could not restrain the desire to rejoice their hearts by the news of the reward granted their son, and so, keeping in his own possession the proclamation, the placard, and other orders with which to entertain them during dinner, he immediately sent them the printed order and Nikolai's letter. His conversation with Count Rostopchin, whose tone of anxiety and nervousness struck him, his meeting with the courier, who had some careless story to tell of things going ill in the army, the rumor of spies found in Moscow, and of a paper circulating in the city which declared that Napoleon by autumn had promised to occupy both the Russian capitals, the talk about the expected arrival of the sovereign on the morrow, all this gave new strength to that feeling of excitement and expectation which had not left him since the night when the comet had first appeared, and especially since the outbreak of the war. The notion of entering the active military service had, for some time, been much in his mind, and he would assuredly have done so if, in the first place, he had not been deterred by the fact that he belonged to that Masonic fraternity to which he had bound himself by a solemn pledge, and which preached eternal peace and the cessation of war, and, in the second place, because, as he beheld the great numbers of the inhabitants of Moscow who had donned uniforms and were preaching patriotism, it would have seemed, somehow, ridiculous for him to do so. But the chief reason which deterred him from carrying out the idea of entering the military service was to be found in that obscure conception that he, Larus Buzahov, who carried with him the number of the beast, 666, was destined to take some great part in putting bounds to the power of the beast that spoke great things and blasphemies, and that, therefore, he ought not to undertake anything but to await and see what was meant for him to accomplish. End of chapter 19. Part 1, Chapter 20 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 20. The Rostovs, as usual on Sundays, had some of their intimate friends to dine with them. Pierre went early, so as to find them alone. Pierre had grown so stout this year that he would have seemed monstrous had he not been so tall, so broad-shouldered, and so strong that he carried his weight with evident ease. Panting and muttering something to himself, he hurried upstairs. His coachman no longer thought of asking him whether he should wait for him. He knew, by this time, that when the Count was at the Rostovs, he would stay till midnight. The Rostovs' lackeys cheerfully hastened forward to take his cloak and receive his hat and cane. Pierre, from club habit, left his cane and hat in the anteroom. The first person whom he saw was Natasha. Even before he had caught sight of her, and while he was taking off his cloak in the anteroom, he heard her singing solfeggios in the music-room. He knew that she had not sung a note since her illness, and, therefore, the sounds of her voice surprised and delighted him. He gently opened the door, and saw Natasha in the lilac-colored dress in which she had been to Mass, pacing up and down the room and singing. She was walking with her back toward him when he opened the door, but when she turned short about and recognized his stout, amazed face, she blushed and came swiftly toward him. "I want to get in the habit of singing again," said she. "It's quite an undertaking," she added, as though to excuse herself. "Ah, it is splendid." "How glad I am that you have come. I am so happy today," she cried, with something of that old vivacity which Pierre had so long missed in her. "You know Nicholas has received the Georgievsky Cross. I am so proud of him." "Certainly. I sent you the order of the day. Well, I will not interrupt you," he added, "but I'll go into the drawing-room." Natasha called him back. "Count, tell me, is it wrong in me to be singing?" she asked, with a blush, but looking inquiringly into Pierre's face, without dropping her eyes. "No. Why, on the contrary. But why do you ask me?" "I'm sure I don't know," replied Natasha quickly, "but I did not wish to do anything that you would not approve. I have such perfect confidence in you. You don't know what you are to me, how much you have done for me." She spoke rapidly, and noticed not how Pierre reddened at these words. "I saw that Bolkonsky," she spoke his name in a hurried whisper, "was mentioned in the same order, so then he is serving in Russia again. What do you think? She asked, still speaking rapidly, evidently in haste to finish what she had to say, lest she should not have the strength necessary to do so. Will he ever forgive me? Will he not always bear me ill will? What do you think about it? What do you think about it? I think, Pierre began, I think he has nothing to forgive. If I were in his place— By the force of recollection Pierre was in an instant carried back, in his imagination, to that moment when, in order to comfort her, he had said that, if he were the best man in the world and free, he would on his knees ask for her hand. And now the same feeling of pity, tenderness, and love seized upon him, and the same words were on his lips, but she did not give him time to say them. Yes, you, she said with a peculiar solemnity, repeating and dwelling on the pronoun you. That is another thing. I know no man who is kinder, nobler, better, and there could not be. If it had not been for you then, and now too, I don't know what would have become of me, for— The tears suddenly filled her eyes. She turned around, hid her face behind her music, and began to sing her scales and walk up and down the room once more. At this moment Petya came running in from the drawing-room. Petya was now a handsome, ruddy lad of 15, with thick red lips and the image of Natasha. He was preparing for the university, but lately he and his comrade, Obolensky, had secretly resolved that they would enter the hussars. He sprang forward to his namesake in order to speak with him about a matter of importance. He had been begging him to find out whether he could be admitted to the hussars. Pierre went into the drawing-room, not heeding the lad. Petya gave his arm a twitch in order to attract his attention. Now tell me, Pyotr Kyrylovitch, for heaven's sake, how is my business getting on? Is there any hope for us? Asked Petya. Oh, yes, your business. The hussars, is it? I will inquire about it. I will this very day. Well now, mon cher, have you brought the manifesto? Asked the old count. The little countess was at mass at the Razumovskys' and heard the new prayer. Very fine, they say. Yes, I have brought it, replied Pierre. The sovereign will be here tomorrow. A special meeting of the nobility has been called, and they say there is to be a levy of 10 out of every 1,000, and I congratulate you. Yes, glory to God. Now tell me, what is the news from the army? Ours are still retreating. They're at Smolensk by this time, so they say, replied Pierre. My God, exclaimed the count. Where is the manifesto? The proclamation? Oh, yes. Pierre began to search in all his pockets for the papers, but could not find them. While still rummaging through his pockets, he kissed the countess's hand, who at that moment came in, and he looked around uneasily, evidently expecting to see Natasha, who had ceased to sing, but had not as yet rejoined the others. Ma parole, I don't know what I have done with them, he exclaimed. Well, you're always losing things, exclaimed the countess. Natasha came in with a softened, agitated expression of countenance, and sat down, looking at Pierre, without speaking. But as soon as she appeared, Pierre's face, till then darkened with a frown, grew bright, and though he was still searching for the papers, he kept looking at her. By heavens! I must have left them at home. I will go after them, most certainly. But you will be late to dinner. Ugh, and my coachman has gone too. Sonia, however, who had gone into the anteroom to look for the missing papers, found them in Pierre's hat, where he had carefully stuck them under the lining. Pierre wanted to read them immediately. No, not till after dinner, said the old count, evidently anticipating the greatest treat in the reading. At dinner, during which they drank the health of the new Knight of St. George in champagne, Shinshin related all the gossip of the town, about the illness of the old princess of Guzia, and how Metivir had disappeared from Moscow, and how some German had been arrested and brought to Rostopchin and represented to be a champignon. Count Rostopchin had himself told the story, and how Rostopchin had commanded him to let the champignon go, assuring the people that he was not a champignon, but simply a German toadstool. They'll catch it, said the count. I have been telling the countess that she mustn't talk French so much, It is not the time to do it now." "And have you heard?" proceeded Shinshin. "Prince Golitsyn has taken a Russian tutor to teach him Russian. Il commence à devenir dangereux de parler français dans la rue." "Well, Count Pyotr Kurylovich, if they are going to mobilize the Landwehr, you'll have to get on horseback, won't you?" asked the old count, addressing Pierre. Pierre was taciturn and thoughtful all dinner-time. As though not comprehending, he gazed at the old count when thus addressed. Yes, about the war," said he. "No, what kind of a soldier should I be? But, after all, how strange everything is, how strange. I can't understand it myself. I don't know. My tastes are so far from being military, but as things are now, no one can tell what he may do." After dinner, the count seated himself comfortably in his chair and, with a grave face, asked Sonia, who was an accomplished reader, to read. "To Moscow, our chief capital. The enemy has come with overwhelming force to invade the boundaries of Russia. He is here to destroy our beloved fatherland," read Sonia in her clear voice. The count listened with his eyes shut, sighing heavily at certain passages. Natasha, with strained attention, sat looking inquiringly now at her father and now at Pierre. Pierre was conscious of her glance fastened upon him and strove not to look around. The countess shook her head sternly and disapprovingly at each enthusiastic expression contained in the manifesto, for everything made her see that the danger threatening her son would not soon pass by. Shinshin, with his lips formed into a satiric smile, was evidently making ready to turn into ridicule whatever first gave him a good opportunity, whether Sonia's reading, or what the count should say, or even the proclamation itself, if that offered him a suitable pretext. Having read about the perils threatening Russia, the hopes which the sovereign placed in Moscow, and especially in his illustrious nobility, Sonia, with a trembling voice, which was caused principally by the fact that they were following her so closely, read the following words. "We shall not be slow to take our place amidst our people in this capital, and in other cities of our empire, so as to lead in deliberations, and to take the direction of all our troops. Not only those which are at the present time blocking the way of the foe, but also those that are gathering to cause his defeat wherever he may show himself. And may the destruction in which he thinks to involve us react upon his own head, and may Europe, delivered from servitude, magnify the name of Russia." "That's the talk," cried the count, opening his moist eyes, and several times catching his breath, with a noise as though a bottle of strong smelling salts had been put to his nose. He went on to say, "Only say the word, sire, and we will sacrifice everything without a regret." Shinshin had no time to utter the little joke which he had ready at the expense of the count's patriotism, before Natasha sprang up from her place and ran to her father. "How lovely he is, this papa of mine!" she exclaimed, giving him a kiss, and then she glanced at Pierre again with the same unconscious coquetry which had come back to her together with her animation. "What a little patriotka she is!" cried Shinshin. "Not a patriotka at all, but simply," began Natasha, offended. "You turn everything into ridicule, but this is no laughing matter." "Laughing matter!" exclaimed the count. "Let him only say the word, and we will all follow. We are not Germans, or—" "And did you notice," said Pierre, "that it spoke about deliberations?" "Well, whatever he is here for—" At that moment Petya, to whom no one had been paying any attention, came up to his father and, all flushed, said in that voice of his, which was now breaking and was sometimes bass and sometimes treble, "Now then, papenka, my mind is perfectly made up, and mamenka too, if you please. I tell you both my mind is made up. You must let me go into the military service, because I cannot, and that's the end of it." The countess raised her eyes in dismay and clasped her hands, and, turning severely to her husband, said, "Just think what he has said." But the count instantly recovered from his emotion. "Well, well," said he, "a fine soldier you are. A truce to such folly. You must study." "It is not folly, papenka. Fedya Obolensky is younger than I am, and he is going. But even if he weren't, I could never think of studying now when—" Petya hesitated and flushed so that the sweat stood out on his forehead, but still finished. "When the country is in danger." There, enough of this nonsense." "But you yourself just said that we would sacrifice everything." "Petya, I tell you hold your tongue," cried the Count, glancing at his wife, who had turned white and was gazing with fixed eyes at her youngest son. "But I tell you, and here's Pyotr Kirillovitch will speak about it." "And I tell you it is all rubbish. The milk isn't dry on your lips yet, and here you are wanting to go into the army. Nonsense, I tell you." And the Count, gathering up the papers which he evidently intended to read over again in his cabinet before going to bed, started to leave the room. "Pyotr Kirillovitch, come and have a smoke." Pierre was in a state of confusion and uncertainty. Natasha's unnaturally brilliant and animated eyes, fixed upon him steadily rather than affectionately, had brought him into this state. "No, I think I will go home." "What? Go home? And I thought you were going to spend the evening with us. And besides, we don't see so much of you as we did. And this girl of mine," said the Count, gaily indicating Natasha, "is merry only when you are here." "Yes, but I had forgotten something. I must certainly go home. Some business," said Pierre hastily. "Well, then, good-bye," said the Count, and he left the room. "Why must you go? Why are you so out of spirits? What is it?" asked Natasha, looking inquiringly into Pierre's eyes. "Because I love thee," was what was on his lips to say, but he did not say it. He reddened till the tears came, and dropped his eyes. "Because it is better for me not to be here so much. No, simply because I have some business." "What is it? No, tell me," Natasha began resolutely, but suddenly stopped. The two looked at each other in dismay and confusion. He tried to smile, but it was a vain attempt. His smile expressed his suffering, and he kissed her hand without speaking and left the house. Pierre solemnly made up his mind not to visit at the Rostovs any more. End of chapter 20. Part 1, Chapter 21 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 21. Petya, after the decided repulse which he had received, went to his room and there, apart from everyone, wept bitterly. All pretended, however, not to remark his red eyes when he came down to tea, silent and gloomy. On the following day the sovereign arrived. Several of the Rostovs' household serfs asked permission to go and see the Tsar. That morning it took Petya a long time to dress, comb his hair, and arrange his collar so as to make it look as full-grown men wore theirs. He stood scowling before the mirror, making gestures, lifting his shoulders, and at last, saying nothing to anyone, he put on his cap and left the house by the back door so as not to be observed. Petya had made up his mind to go straight to the place where the sovereign would be, and to give a perfectly straightforward explanation to one of his chamberlains (he supposed the sovereign was always surrounded by chamberlains), and tell him that he, Count Rostov, in spite of his youth, wished to serve his country, that his youth could not be an obstacle in the way of devotion, and that he was ready. Petya, by the time he was all dressed, was well fortified with fine words which he should say to the chamberlain. Petya relied for the success of his application to the sovereign on the very fact that he was a mere child. He thought even that they would all be amazed at his youth, and, at the same time, by the arrangement of his nice little collar, and the combing of his hair, and his slow and dignified gait, he was anxious to give the impression of being a full-grown man. But the farther he went, and the more he was involved in the throngs and throngs of people gathering around the Kreml, the more he forgot to keep up that appearance of dignity and moderation which marks the full-grown man. As he approached the Kreml, he had a hard struggle to keep from being jostled, and this he did by putting on a decidedly threatening face and resolutely applying his elbows to opposing ribs. But at Trinity Gate, in spite of all his resolution, the people, who evidently had no idea what patriotic object brought him to the Kreml, crushed him up against the wall in such a way that he had to make a virtue of the necessity, and pause, while through the gateway rolled the equipages, thundering by under the vaulted arch. Near Petya stood a peasant woman and a lackey, 2 merchants and a retired soldier. After waiting some time at the gate, Petya determined not to wait until all the carriages had passed, but to push farther on in advance of the others, and he began to work his elbows vigorously. But the peasant woman, who stood next to him, and was the first to feel the application of his elbows, screamed at him angrily. "Here, my little baruchak, what are you poking me for? Don't you see everyone is standing still? Where are you trying to get to?" "That's a game more than one can work," said the lackey, and also vigorously plying his elbows, he sent Petya into the ill-smelling corner of the gateway. Petya wiped the sweat from his face with his hands, and tried to straighten up his collar, which had collapsed with the moisture, that collar which, when he had left home, so well satisfied him with the effect of maturity that it gave him. He felt that he now was in an unpresentable state, and he was afraid that if he went to the chamberlain in such a plight, he would not be allowed to approach the sovereign. But to put himself to rights, or to get from where he was to another place, was an impossibility owing to the throng. A general, who happened to be passing at that moment, was an acquaintance of the Rostovs. It occurred to Petya to shout to him for help, but he came to the conclusion that that would not be compatible with manliness. After all the equipages had passed, the throng burst through and carried Petya along with it into the square, which was also full of the populace. Not the square alone, but the slopes and the housetops, every available place, was full of people. As soon as Petya got fairly into the square, the sounds of the bells, filling all the Kreml, and the joyous shouts of the people made themselves manifest to his ears. At one time there was more room on the square, but suddenly every head was bared, and the whole mass of people rushed forward. Petya was so crushed that he could hardly breathe, and still the acclamations rent the air. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" Petya got upon his tiptoes, pushed and pinched, but still he could see nothing except the people around him. All faces wore one and the same expression of emotion and enthusiasm. One woman, a merchant's wife, standing near Petya, sobbed, and the tears streamed from her eyes. "Father! Angel! Batyushka!" she cried, rubbing the tears away with her fingers. The huzzas resounded on every side. The throng, for a single instant, stood still in one place, then it rushed onward again. Petya, entirely forgetting himself, set his teeth together like a wild beast, and, with his eyes starting from his head, plunged forward, using his elbows and shouting "Hurrah!" at the top of his voice, as though he were ready and willing that moment to kill himself and everyone else, while on every side of him there were ever the same wild faces uttering the same huzzas. So then, that's the kind of a man the sovereign is, thought Petya. No, it would be impossible for me to deliver my petition in person. It would be quite too audacious. Nevertheless, he still struggled desperately forward, and just beyond the backs in front of him he could see an empty space with a lane covered with red cloth, but at this instant the throng ebbed back. The police in front were driving them away from the path of the procession, which they were incommoding. The sovereign was on his way from the palace to the Upiensky Cathedral, and Petya unexpectedly received such a blow in the ribs, and was so crushed that suddenly everything grew confused before his eyes, and he lost consciousness. When he came to himself, some strange priest, apparently a dyachok, in a well-worn blue cassock, and with a long mane of grey hair, was supporting him with one arm, with the other defending him from the pressure of the throng. "You have crushed a young nobleman," cried the dyachok. "Look out there! Easy! You have crushed him! You have crushed him!" The sovereign entered Uspiensky Cathedral. The crowd again thinned out a little, and the priest took Petya, pale and hardly able to breathe, to the Tsarpushka, or king of guns. Several individuals had pity on Petya, but then suddenly the throng surged up against him again, and he was already involved in the billows of the mob. But those who stood nearest to him gave him a helping hand, while others unbuttoned his coat and got him up to the top of the cannon, and reviled some of those who had abused him so. "Why would you crush him to death that way? What do you mean? Why, it's downright murder. See the poor fellow, he's as white as a sheet," said various voices. Petya quickly recovered himself, the color returned to his cheek, his pain passed off, and, As a compensation for this momentary discomfort, he had his place on the cannon, from which he hoped to see the sovereign pass by on his way back. Petya no longer even thought of preferring his request. If he could only see him, then he should consider himself perfectly happy. During the time of the service in the Uspensky Cathedral, which consisted of a Te Deum in honor of the sovereign's arrival and a thanksgiving for the conclusion of peace with Turkey, the throng thinned out. Peddlers of kvass, gingerbread, and poppy seeds, which Petya specially affected, made their appearance, proclaiming their wares, and the ordinary chatter of a crowd was heard. A merchant's wife was lamenting her torn shawl, and telling how dear it had cost her. Another made the remark that at the present time all sorts of silk stuffs were costly. The diachok, Petya's rescuer, was disputing with an official as to who were assisting His Eminence in the service. The priest several times repeated the word subornye, which Petya did not understand. Two young fellows were jesting with some servant girls who were munching nuts. All these conversations, especially the jokes with the girls, which ordinarily would have been extremely fascinating to Petya at his age, now failed entirely to attract his attention. He sat on his coign of vantage, the cannon, just as much excited as ever at the thought of his sovereign and his love for him. The coincidence of his feeling of pain and terror when they were crushing him, and his feeling of enthusiasm still more strengthened in him the consciousness of the importance of the moment. Suddenly, from the embankment were heard the sounds of cannon shots. They were fired in commemoration of the peace with the Turks, and the throng rushed eagerly toward the embankment to see them fire the cannon. Petya wanted to go too, but the priest who had taken the young nobleman under his protection would not permit him. These guns were still firing when from the Uspensky Cathedral came a number of officers, generals, and chamberlains. Then, more deliberately, came still others. Again heads were uncovered, and those who had rushed to see the firing came running back. Last of all there emerged from the portal of the cathedral 4 men in uniforms and ribbons. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted the throng. "Which is he? Which one?" asked Petya, in a tearful voice, of those around him, but no one gave him any answer. All were too much preoccupied, and Petya, selecting one of these 4 personages, whom he had some difficulty in doing owing to the tears of joy that blinded his eyes, concentrated on him all his enthusiasm, although it happened not to be the monarch, and shouted "Hurrah!" in a frenzied voice, and made up his mind that, the very next day, cost what it might, he would become a soldier. The throng rushed after the sovereign, accompanied him to the palace, and then began to disperse. It was already late, and Petya had eaten nothing, and the sweat streamed from him. Still he had no idea of going home yet, and he stood in front of the palace with the diminished but still enormous throng, all through the time that the sovereign was eating his dinner, gazing at the windows of the palace, still expecting something, and envying the dignitaries who came up to the doorway to take part in the dinner, and even the footmen who were serving the tables, and passing swiftly in front of the windows. During the dinner, Valyuev, glancing out of the window, remarked to the sovereign, "The people are still hoping to have another glimpse of your majesty." When the banquet was over, the sovereign arose, still eating the last of a biscuit, and went out on the balcony. The throng, Petya in the number, rushed toward the balcony, shouting, "Angel! Batyushka! Hurrah!" "Father!" cried the people, and Petya also, and again the women and some of the men of weaker mould, Petya among the number, wept for joy. A pretty good-sized piece of the biscuit, which the sovereign held in his hand, crumbled and dropped upon the railing of the balcony, and from the railing to the ground. A coachman in a sleeveless coat, standing nearer than anyone else, sprang forward and seized this crumb. Several of the throng flung themselves on the coachman. The sovereign, perceiving this, commanded a plate of biscuits to be handed to him, and began to toss them from the balcony. Petya's eyes were bloodshot. The danger of being crushed to death again threatened him, but he rushed for the biscuits. He knew not why, but his happiness depended on having one of those biscuits from the Tsar's hand, and he was bound he would not give in. He sprang forward, and overset an old woman who was just grasping a biscuit. But the old woman had no idea of considering herself vanquished, although she was flat on the ground, for she held the biscuit clutched in her fist and had not dropped it. Petya knocked it out of her hand with his knee and seized it, and, as though fearing that he should be too late, he shouted "Hurrah!" with his hoarse voice. The sovereign retired, and after this a larger part of the crowd began to separate. I said there'd be something more to see, and so it turned out, said various voices, joyously, among the throng. Happy as Petya was, it was, nevertheless, a gloomy prospect for him to go home and know that all the happiness of the day was done. Instead, therefore, of going home, he left the Kreml and went to find his comrade, Obolenski, who was also 15 years old, and who was also bent upon going into the army. When, at last, he reached his home, he clearly and definitely declared that, if they would not give him their permission, he would run away. And, on the next day, Count Ilya Andreyitch, though not fully decided to give his assent, went to learn in what way some place might be found for Petya, where he could be least exposed to danger. End of chapter 21. Part 1, Chapter 22 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 22. On the morning of the 27th, 3 days later, a countless throng of equipages were drawn up in the vicinity of the Slobodsky Palace. The halls were all crowded. In the front room were the nobles in their uniforms. In the second room were the merchants wearing medals, beards, and blue kaftans. There was a bustle and movement in the room where the nobles were gathered. Around a great table, over which hung a portrait of the sovereign, sat the most distinguished dignitaries in high-backed chairs, but the majority of the nobles were walking up and down. All the nobles, the very men whom Pierre was accustomed to see every day at the club or at their own homes, were in uniforms, some dating from Catherine's time, some from Paul's, some in the newer fashioned ones that had come in with Alexander, some in the ordinary uniform of the Russian nobility, and this universality of uniform gave a certain strange and fantastic character to these individuals, of such varying ages and types, well known as they were to Pierre. Especially noticeable were the old men, dull-eyed, toothless, bald, with flesh turning to yellow fat, or wrinkled and thin. These, for the most part, sat in their places and had nothing to say, and if they walked about and talked, they addressed themselves to men their juniors. Likewise, as in the faces of the throng which Petya had seen on the Kreml Square, so here these faces were a most astonishing contrariety of expressions. The general expectation of some solemn event, as opposed to what usually happened. The party of Boston, Petrusha the cook's dinner, the exchange of greetings with Zinaida Dmitrievna, and things of the sort. Pierre, who since early morning had been pinched into a court uniform that was awkward for him because it was too tight in its fit, was present. He was in a high state of excitement. A meeting extraordinary, not only of the nobility, but also of the merchant class, a legislative assembly, Estat General, had awakened in him a whole throng of ideas about the contract social and the French Revolution, ideas which he had long ago ceased to entertain, but were, nevertheless, deeply engraven in his mind. The words of the proclamation, which said that the sovereign was coming to his capital for the purpose of deliberating with his people, confirmed him in this opinion, and thus supposing that the important reform which he had long been waiting to see introduced would now be tried, he walked about, looked on, listened to the conversations, but nowhere found anyone expressing the ideas that occupied him. The sovereign's manifesto was read, arousing great enthusiasm, and then the assembly broke up into groups, discussing affairs. Pierre heard men talking not only about matters of universal interest, but also about such things as where the marshals of the nobility should stand when the sovereign came, when the ball should be given to his majesty, whether the division should be made by districts or taking the whole government, and other questions of the sort. But as soon as the war became a topic of conversation, or the object of calling the meeting of the nobility was mentioned, the discussions became vague and irresolute. All preferred to listen rather than to talk. One middle-aged man of strikingly gallant bearing, and wearing the uniform of a retired officer of the navy, was talking in one room, and a group was gathered around him. Pierre joined it and began to listen. Count Ilya Andreyitch, in his voevoda's kaftan of Catherine's time, after making his way through the crowd, with a pleasant greeting for everyone, also approached the same group, and began to listen, as he always listened, with his good-natured smile, and nodding his head to signify that his sentiments were in accord with the speakers. The retired naval man spoke very boldly, as could be judged by the faces of his listeners, and because certain of Pierre's acquaintances, well known for their submissive and gentle natures, turned away from him, or disagreed with what he said. Pierre forced his way into the centre of this group, and gave good heed, and came to the conclusion that the speaker was genuinely liberal, but in a very different sort from what Pierre understood by liberality. The naval man spoke in that peculiar ringing, sing-song baritone characteristic of the Russian nobility, with an agreeable slurring of the r's and shortening of consonants, a voice, too, fitted to issue a command. Suppose the people of Smolensk have offered to raise militia for the sovereign. Can the Smolenskites lay down the law for us? If the gemen of the Muscovite nobility find it necessary, they can show their devotion to the sovereign and emperor in some other way. We haven't forgotten the calling out of the Landwehr in 1807, have we? Only rascally priests' sons and plunderers got any good from it. Count Ilya Andreyitch, with a shadow of a smile, nodded his head approvingly. And I should like to know if our militia have ever done the empire any good? Not the least. They have merely ruined the farming interests. A levy is much better, for the militiaman comes back to you neither a soldier nor a muzhik, but simply spoiled and good for nothing. The nobles don't grudge their lives. We are perfectly willing to take to the field ourselves and bring along recruits with us. The sovereign has only to speak the word, and we will all die for him," added the orator, growing excited. Ilya Andreyitch swallowed down the spittle in his mouth with gratification at hearing such sentiments, and nudged Pierre. But Pierre also had a strong desire to speak. He pushed still farther forward. He felt that he was excited, but he had no idea what should cause him to speak, and as yet he had still less idea what he was going to say. He had just opened his mouth to speak when a senator, who had absolutely no teeth at all, but who had a stern, intelligent face, suddenly interrupted Pierre. He had been standing near the naval orator, evidently used to leading in the debate, and holding his own in argument, he spoke in a low but audible voice. "I suppose, my dear sir," said the senator, the words sounding thick, owing to his toothless mouth, "I suppose that we have been summoned here not for the purpose of deciding whether at the present moment enlistment of soldiers or levies of militia will be most beneficial for the empire, but we have been summoned here to respond to the proclamation which the emperor our sovereign has deigned to address to us, and the decision of the question which is the more advantageous, recruits or militia, we may safely leave to his supreme authority." Pierre suddenly found an outlet for his excitement. He was indignant with the senator for taking such a strict and narrow view of the functions of the nobility. Pierre took a step forward and interrupted the senator. He himself knew not what he was going to say, but he began hotly, occasionally breaking out into French expressions, and when he spoke in Russian, talking like a book. "Excuse me, your excellency," he began. Pierre was well acquainted with the senator, but now he felt that it was incumbent upon him to address him with a perfunctory formality. "Although I cannot agree with the gentleman," Pierre hesitated. He wanted to say, "Mon très honorable préopinant," with the gentleman, "que je n'ai pas l'honneur de connaître. Still, I suppose that the nobility have been called together, now not alone to express their sympathy and enthusiasm, but likewise to decide on the measures by which we may aid the fatherland. I suppose," said he, growing still more animated, "I suppose that the sovereign himself would have been sorry if he saw in us nothing but owners of peasants, whom we should give him as meat for, as chair à canon, but rather as counselors." Several moved away from this group as they noticed the senator's scornful smile and the excitement under which Pierre was laboring. Only Ilya Andreyitch was content with Pierre's deliverance, just as he had been with the naval man's speech, and the senator's, and, as a general rule, with the last one which he ever happened to hear. "I suppose that before we decide these questions," pursued Pierre, "we ought to ask the sovereign. We ought most respectfully to ask His Majesty to give us a full and definite account of how many troops we have, in what condition they are, and then—" But Pierre was not allowed to finish his sentence. He was attacked from 3 sides at once. More violently than by anyone else he was assailed by an acquaintance of his of very long standing, always well disposed to him and frequently his partner at Boston, Stefan Stefanovitch Andraksen. Stefan Stefanovitch was in a uniform, and either it was the uniform or some other reason that made Pierre see himself opposed by an entirely different man from what he had ever known. Stefan Stefanovitch, with an expression of senile wrath suddenly flashing in his face, screamed out at Pierre, "In the first place, I would have you understand that we have no right to ask the sovereign any such thing, and in the second place, even if the Russian nobility had such a right, even then the sovereign could not answer us. The movements of our troops depend upon those of the enemy. The troops increase and decrease." Another man, of medium height, 40 years old, whom Pierre had seen in his days gone by at the gypsies and knew as a wretched card-player, and who now, like the rest, had a wholly changed aspect in his uniform, interrupted Andrexen. "Yes, and besides, it is not the time to criticize," said the voice of the noble. "But we must act. The war is in Russia. The enemy are coming to destroy Russia, to desecrate the tombs of our sires, to lead into captivity our wives and our children." The nobleman struck his chest a ringing blow. "Let us all arise, and let us go as one man in defense of our Batyushka, the Tsar," he cried, wildly rolling his bloodshot eyes. Several approving voices were heard in the throng. "We Russians will never begrudge our lives for the defense of the faith, the throne, and the fatherland. But we must renounce daydreams if we are true sons of the country. Let us show Europe how Russia can defend Russia," cried a nobleman. Pierre wanted to make a reply, but he could not say a word. He was conscious that even the sound of his voice, independent of the meaning of what he would say, was less audible than the sound of the nobleman's voice. Ilya Andreyitch stood just behind the circle, looking on approvingly. Several applauded the speaker when he finished, and shouted, "Hear, hear!" Pierre was anxious to say that while he would be ready to sacrifice himself to any extent, either in money or in his peasants, still he should like to know how affairs were situated before he could help, but he found it impossible to get a word in. Many voices spoke and shouted all at once, so that Ilya Andreyitch had no chance even to nod his head in assent to everything, and the group grew in size, broke asunder, and then formed again, swaying and tumultuous, and moved across the room toward the great table. Not only was Pierre prevented from speaking, but he was rudely interrupted, assailed and pushed aside, and treated as though he were a common foe. This was not because they were dissatisfied with the sentiments which he expressed, for they had already forgotten what he had said after the multitude of other things spoken since, but what was necessary to excite the throng was some palpable object of love and some palpable object of hatred. Pierre had made himself the latter. Many orators followed the excited nobleman, and all spoke in the same tone. Many spoke eloquently and with originality. The editor of the Ruski Vestnik, Glinka, who was well known and was greeted with shouts of "The writer! The writer!" declared that hell must contend with hell, that he had seen a child smiling at the flashing of lightning and at the crashing of thunder, but that we should not be like such a child as that. "No, no, we must not," was heard approvingly spoken in the most distant circles. The throng drifted up to the great table, where sat the septuagenarian notables, old and gray and bald, in uniforms and ribbons, veterans whom Pierre had seen, almost without exception, at home under jolly circumstances, or at the clubhouse, or playing Boston. The throng drew near the table, and still the roar of shouting and talk went on. One after the other, and sometimes two at once, pressing up against the high-backed chairs, the orators spoke their thoughts. Those who stood in the rear finished saying what any orator had no time to say to the end, and filled out the omitted passages. Others, in spite of the heat and closeness, racked their brains trying to find some new idea and to give it utterance. Pierre's friends, the aged notables, sat and gazed, now at one, now at the other, and the expression of the majority of their faces merely said that it was very hot. Pierre, however, felt intensely excited, and a great desire came over him to have the meeting understand that he was as ready as the rest to be moved and stirred by that which was expressed more in the sounds of their voices and their looks than in the sense of the words they spoke. He had no intention of renouncing his convictions, but somehow felt as though he were in the wrong, and he wanted to set himself right. "I merely said that it would be easier for us to make sacrifices if we could know what was needed," he began to say, trying to outshout the rest. A little old man, who happened to be standing near him, looked at him, but was immediately attracted by a shout raised at the other side of the table. "Yes, Moscow shall be delivered. She shall be the deliverer," someone was shouting. "He is an enemy of the human race," cried another. "Allow me to speak. Gentlemen, you are crushing me." End of chapter 22. Book 1, Chapter 23 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 23. At this moment, Count Rostopchin, in a general's uniform and with a broad ribbon across his shoulder, with his prominent chin and keen eyes, came into the room, and swiftly passed through the throng of nobles who made way before him. "Our sovereign, the Emperor, will be here immediately," said Rostopchin. "I have just come from there. I think that in the position in which we find ourselves there is very little room for debate. The sovereign has done us the honor of calling us together, and the merchant class," said Count Rostopchin. "They in there control millions." He pointed to the hall where the merchants were. "And it is our business to furnish the landwehr and not to spare ourselves. That is the least that we can do." The notables, sitting by themselves at the table, heard a consultation. The consultation could hardly be described as subdued. There was even a melancholy effect produced when, after all the noise and enthusiasm, these senile voices were heard, one after the other, saying, "I am content," or for the sake of variety, "That is my opinion," and the like. The secretary of the meeting was bidden to write that the Muscovites, in a meeting of the nobility, had unanimously resolved to follow the example of Smolensk, and offer a levy of 10 men out of every 1,000, completely armed and equipped. The gentlemen who had been sitting arose, as though freed from a heavy task, noisily pushed back their chairs, and stirred about the hall so as to stretch their legs, perchance taking the arm of some acquaintance and talking matters over. "The sovereign! The sovereign!" was the cry suddenly shouted through the halls, and the whole throng rushed to the entrance. Through a broad lane, between a wall of nobles, the sovereign entered the hall. All faces expressed a reverent and awesome curiosity. Pierre was standing at some little distance, and could not fully catch all that the sovereign said in his address. He comprehended only from what he heard that the sovereign spoke about the peril in which the country stood, and the hopes which he placed upon the Muscovite nobility. Someone spoke in response to the sovereign's address, and merely confirmed the resolution which had just before been engrossed. "Gentlemen," said the sovereign's trembling voice, a ripple of excitement ran through the throng, and then dead silence reigned again, and this time Pierre distinctly heard the sovereign's extremely agreeable voice, affected with genuine emotion, saying, "I have never doubted the devotion of the Russian nobility, but this day it has exceeded my expectations. I thank you in the name of the fatherland. Gentlemen, let us act. Time is precious." The sovereign ceased speaking. The throng gathered round him, and on every side were heard enthusiastic exclamations. "Yes, precious indeed, the Tsar's word," said Ilya Andreyitch, with a sob. He had heard nothing, but put his own interpretation on everything. The sovereign passed from the hall where the nobles were into that where the merchants were gathered. He remained there about 10 minutes. Pierre and several others saw him on his way from their hall with tears of emotion in his eyes. As was learned afterwards, the sovereign had hardly begun his speech to the merchants before the tears had streamed from his eyes, and he had ended it in a voice broken with emotion. When Pierre saw him, he was coming out accompanied by 2 merchants. One was an acquaintance of Pierre's, a stout brandy farmer. The other was the city provost, a man with a thin yellow face and a peaked beard. Both of them were in tears. The thin man wept, but the stout brandy farmer was sobbing like a child and kept saying, "Take our lives and our all, your majesty." Pierre at this moment felt no other desire than to prove how little he treasured anything, and that he was ready to make any sacrifice. He reproached himself for his speech with its constitutional tendency. He tried to think of some means to efface the impression which it had made. Learning that Count Mamonov had offered a regiment, Bezukhoi immediately announced to Count Rostopchin that he would give 1,000 men and their maintenance. Old Rostov could not refrain from tears when he told his wife what had been done, and he then and there granted Petya's request, and went himself to see that his name was enrolled. The next day the sovereign took his departure. All the nobles who had assembled took off their uniforms, once more resumed their ordinary avocations at home and in their clubs, and, groaning, gave orders to their overseers in regard to the landwehr levy, and marveled at what they had done. End of chapter 23, and end of Volume 1, Part 1 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Volume 3, Part 2, Chapter 1 of War and Peace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. Volume 3, Part 2, Chapter 1. Napoleon entered upon the war with Russia because he had to go to Dresden, had to lose his judgment from excess of honors, had to put on a Polish uniform, had to feel the stimulating impression of a July morning, and had to give way to an outburst of fury in the presence of Kurakin and afterwards Balashov. Alexander refused to hear any negotiations because he felt that he had been personally insulted. Barclay de Tolly strove to direct the troops in the very best way so that he might do his duty and win the renown of being a great commander. Rostov charged the French because he could not resist the temptation to make a dash across an open field, and thus acted in exactly the same way, in accordance with their own natural characteristics, habits, dispositions, and aims, all the innumerable individuals who took part in this war. They had their fears and their vanities, they had their enjoyments and their fits of indignation, and they all supposed that they knew what they were doing, and that they were doing it for themselves. But they were in reality the irresponsible tools of history, and they brought about a work which they themselves could not realize, but which is plain for us to see. Such is the inevitable fate of all who take an active part in life, and the higher they stand in the social hierarchy, the less free are they. Now, those who took part in the events of the year 1812 have long ago passed from the scene. Their personal interests have vanished without leaving a trace, and only the historical results of that time are left before us. Let us now once admit that the armies of Europe, under the leadership of Napoleon, had to plunge into the depths of Russia and there to perish, and all the self-contradictory, senseless, atrocious deeds of those who took part in this war become comprehensible for us. Providence obliged all these men, who were each striving to attain his own ends, to work together for the accomplishment of one tremendous result, of which no man, neither Napoleon nor Alexander, any more than the most insignificant participant, had the slightest anticipation. It is now plain to us what caused the destruction of the French army in the year 1812. No one will attempt to dispute that the cause of the destruction of Napoleon's French troops was, on the one hand, their plunging into the depths of Russia too late in the season and without sufficient preparation, and, on the other hand, the character given to the war by the burning of the Russian cities, and the consequent awakening in the Russian people of hatred against the foe. But at that time not only had no one any idea of such a thing, though now it seems so evident, that an army of 800,000 men, the best that the world had ever seen, and conducted by the greatest of leaders, could only in this way have met with its destruction in a collision with an army of half its size, inexperienced, and under the lead of such inexperienced generals. Not only no one had any idea of such a thing, but, moreover, all the exertions of the Russians were systematically directed toward preventing the only thing that could save Russia, and all the exertions of the French, in spite of Napoleon's experience and his so-called military genius, were directed toward reaching Moscow by the end of the summer, in other words, doing the very thing which was bound to prove his ruin. French authors, in their accounts of the year 1812, are very fond of declaring that Napoleon felt the risk he ran in extending his line, that he sought to give battle, that his marshals advised him to halt at Smolensk, and they bring forward other arguments of the sort to prove that even then the peril of the Russian campaign was foreseen. On the other hand, Russian authors are even more fond of declaring that, at the very beginning of the campaign, the scheme was already conceived of decoying Napoleon into the depths of Russia, after the manner of the Scythians, and some ascribe this scheme to Fool, others to some Frenchman, others again to Toll, and still others to the Emperor Alexander himself. For their proof they cite certain memoirs, suggestions, and letters, in which it really happens that allusions to some such mode of action can be found. But all these allusions, suggesting that what was done either by the French or the Russians was the result of calculation, are made to look so at the present day simply because what actually took place has justified them. If the event had not taken place, then these allusions would have been neglected, just as thousands and millions of hints and suggestions of entirely opposite character are now forgotten, though they were all the vogue at the time, but, having been found to be incorrect, were therefore relegated to the limbo of forgetfulness. The issue of any event whatever is always so involved in so many hypotheses, that no matter how it really turns, some one will be found to say, "I told you it would happen so," entirely forgetting that among the numerous hypotheses others were made which proved to be perfectly erroneous. To suppose that Napoleon foresaw the peril of extending his line, and that the Russians thought of alluring the enemy into the depths of their country, evidently belongs to this category, and it is only by very forced reasoning that historians can ascribe such divination to Napoleon and such schemes to the Russian generals. All the facts are absolutely opposed to such hypotheses. The Russians throughout the war not only had no thought or desire to decoy the French into the depths of the country, but, on the other hand, everything was done to prevent them from making the first advance beyond their borders, and Napoleon not only had no fear of extending his line, but he felt a joy amounting to enthusiasm at every onward movement, and he showed no such eagerness as in his earlier campaigns to give battle. At the very beginning of the campaign our armies are separated, and our single aim, in which we employ all our energies, is to unite them, whereas, if it had been our intention to retreat and decoy the enemy into following us, there would not have been the slightest advantage in making a junction of the forces. The Emperor is with the army in order to inspire the troops to defend the Russian land and not to yield an inch of ground. The enormous fortified camp of the Drissa is established according to Fool's design, and there is no thought of retreating. The sovereign reproaches the commander-in-chief for every backward step. The Emperor could never have dreamed either of the burning of Moscow or the presence of the enemy at Smolensk, and when the armies are united the sovereign is exasperated because Smolensk is taken and burned, and because a general engagement is not delivered under its walls. Such are the sovereign's views, but the Russian generals, and all the Russian people, are still more exasperated at the mere suggestion of retreating before the enemy. Napoleon, having cut our armies asunder, moves on into the interior of the country, and allows to pass several opportunities for giving battle. In August he is at Smolensk, and his sole thought is how to advance into Russia, although, as we see now, this forward movement was certainly to be destructive to him. The facts prove that Napoleon did not foresee the risk of an advance upon Moscow, and that Alexander and the Russian generals had no idea at that time of decoying Napoleon, but quite the contrary. Napoleon's army was enticed into the heart of the country, not in accordance with any plan, for no one had seen even the possibility of such a plan, but in consequence of the complicated play of intrigues, desires, ambitions of the men who took part in this war, and had no conception of what was destined to be, or that it would result in the only salvation of Russia. Everything proceeds in the most unexpected way. Our armies are divided at the opening of the campaign. We try to unite them with the evident aim of giving battle and checking the invasion of the enemy, but in trying to effect this union our troops avoid battle because the enemy are stronger, and in our involuntary avoidance of them we form an acute angle and draw the French as far as Smolensk. But it is not enough to say that we give way at an acute angle, because the French are moving between our two armies. The angle grows still more acute, and we retreat still farther, because Bagration hates Barclay de Tolly, an unpopular German. Bagration, who is his superior officer and the commander of the other army, endeavors as far as possible to delay the conjunction in order not to be under Barclay's orders. Bagration long delays the union of the two armies, though this has been the chief object of all the Russian generals, and he does so because he imagines that to make this march would endanger his troops, and that it is better for him to draw off farther to the left and toward the south, and harass the enemy on the flank and in the rear, and to recruit his army in the Ukraina. But this was a mere pretext. He conceived this plan because he is anxious not to put himself under the command of Barclay, the hated German, whose rank is inferior to his own. The emperor is with the army to inspire it, but his presence and his tergiversation, the tremendous throng of advisers and plans, paralyze the energy of the army, and it beats a retreat. The plan then is to make a stand in the camp at Drissa, but suddenly Palucci, who aims to be commander-in-chief, makes such an impression upon Alexander by his energy that Fool's whole plan is abandoned, and the task is confided to Barclay. But, as Barclay is not able to instill confidence, his power is limited. The armies are separated. There is no unity, no head. Barclay is unpopular, but all this confusion, division, and the unpopularity of the German commander-in-chief produce irresolution on the evasion of an encounter with the enemy, which would have been inevitable if the union of the armies had been accomplished, and if Barclay had not been designated as commander-in-chief, while on the other hand the same circumstances continually increase the feeling against the Germans, and more arouse the spirit of patriotism. Finally, the sovereign leaves the army under the sole and most reasonable pretext that he is needed at Moscow and Petersburg to stir up the people and incite a national defense, and the sovereign's journey to Moscow triples the strength of the Russian troops. The truth is, the sovereign leaves the army in order that he may not interfere with the power of the commander-in-chief, and hopes that more decisive measures will be taken. But the position of the chief of the army grows more and more confused and helpless. Bennigsen, the Grand Duke, and a whole swarm of general adjutants remain in the army to watch the actions of the commander-in-chief and to stimulate him to energetic action, and Barclay, feeling himself still less free under the eyes of all these imperial censors, grows still more cautious about undertaking any decided operation and carefully avoids a battle. Barclay stands on his guard. The Cesarevitch hints at treason and demands a general attack. Lyubomirsky, Brunitsky, Vlotsky, and others of their ilk add so much to all this tumult that Barclay, to rid himself of them, sends the Polish general adjutants to Petersburg with pretended messages for the Tsar, and enters into an open dispute with Bennigsen and the Grand Duke. At last, against the wishes of Bagration, the union of the two armies is effected at Smolensk. Bagration drives in his carriage to Barclay's headquarters. Barclay puts on his scarf, comes out to meet him, and salutes him as his superior in rank. Bagration, not to be outdone in magnanimity, places himself under Barclay's command, in spite of his superiority of rank, but though he takes a subordinate position, he is still more opposed to him. Bagration, by the sovereign's express order, makes direct reports. He writes to Arakcheyev, "My sovereign's will be done, but I can never work with the minister, Barclay. For God's sake send me where you will. Give me only a single regiment to command, but I cannot stay here. Headquarters are full of Germans, so that it is impossible for a Russian to breathe here, and there is no sense in anything. I thought that I was serving the sovereign and my country, but I am really serving Barclay. I confess this does not suit me." The swarm of Brunitskys, of Wierzingorodas, and others like them, still further poisons the relations between the two chiefs, and united action becomes more and more impossible. They get ready to attack the French at Smolensk. A general is sent to inspect the position. The general, hating Barclay, instead of obeying orders, goes to one of his friends, a corps commander, remains with him all day, and returns at night to Barclay to criticize a field of battle which he has not even seen. While quarrels and intrigues concerning the battlefield are in progress, while we are trying to find the French, because we are ignorant of their whereabouts, the French encounter Nevyrovsky's division and approach the very walls of Smolensk. It is necessary to accept an unexpected battle at Smolensk in order to save our communications. The battle takes place. Thousands of men on both sides are killed. Contrary to the wishes of the sovereign and the people, Smolensk is abandoned. But the inhabitants of Smolensk, betrayed by their governor, set fire to the city and, offering this example to the other Russian towns, take refuge in Moscow, only deploring their losses and kindling hatred against the enemy. Napoleon advances. We retreat, and the result is that the very measure necessary for defeating Napoleon is employed. End of chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 2. On the day following his son's departure, Prince Nikolai Andreitch summoned the Princess Marya. "There, now, are you satisfied?" he demanded. "You have involved me in a quarrel with my son. Satisfied? That was what you wanted. Satisfied? This has been painful to me. I am old and feeble, and this was what you wished. Well, take your pleasure in it. Take your pleasure in it." After that, the Princess Marya saw no more of her father for a whole week. He was ill and did not leave his cabinet. To her amazement, the princess noticed that during this illness the old prince did not permit even Mademoiselle Bourienne to come near him. Only Tikhon was admitted. At the end of the week, the prince came out and began to lead his former life again, occupying himself with special zeal in his buildings and garden, but discontinuing all his former relations with Mademoiselle Bourienne. His looks and his coolness toward the Princess Marya seemed to say to her, "Here, you see? You have lied about me. You have slandered me to Prince Andrei in regard to my relations with this Frenchwoman, and you have made me quarrel with him. But you see, I can get along without you or the Frenchwoman either." One half of the day the Princess Marya spent with Nikolushka, attending to his lessons. She herself taught him Russian and music, and talked with defiles. The remainder of the day she spent with her books, her old nyanya, and her God's people, who sometimes came to see her clandestinely by the back stairs. The Princess Marya had such thoughts about war as women generally have regarding war. She trembled for her brother, who was in it. She was horror-struck at the cruelty which led men to slaughter each other, though she had little comprehension of its reality. But she did not appreciate the significance of this particular war, which seemed to her exactly like the wars that had preceded it. She did not realize it, although defiles, with whom she was constantly associated, followed its course with passionate interest, and tried to explain what he felt about it, and although the God's people, who came to see her, brought to her the popular rumors about the invasion of Antichrist, and although Julie, now the Princess Drubietskaya, who had again commenced to correspond with her, wrote her patriotic letters from Moscow. "I'm going to write you in Russian, pa-Ruski, my dear friend," wrote Julie, "because I hate all the French and their language likewise. I cannot even bear to hear it spoken. Here in Moscow we are all carried away by our enthusiasm for our idolized emperor. My poor husband is enduring hunger and privation at Jewish taverns, but the tidings which I get from him still further excite me. You have undoubtedly heard of the heroic action of Radetzky, who embraced his 2 sons, saying, 'I will perish with them, but we will never yield.' And, indeed, though the enemy was twice as strong as we were, we did not yield. We spend our time as best we can. During war, it must be as during war. The Princess Alina and Sophie spend whole days with me, and we wretched widows of living husbands, while raveling lint, have good long talks. Only you, my dear, are absent," and so on. The principal reason why the Princess Marya did not realize the whole significance of the war was that the old prince never said a word about it, never mentioned it, and, at dinner, often laughed at defiles, who would grow eloquent over it. The prince's tone was so calm and firm that the Princess Marya believed in him without question. All through the month of July the old prince was extraordinarily active and energetic. He set out another new orchard, and built a new building for the use of his household serfs. The only thing that disquieted the Princess Marya was that he slept very little, and, relinquishing his ordinary habit of sleeping in his cabinet, he each day changed his sleeping room. One time he gave orders to have his camp bedstead set up in the gallery. Then he would try the sofa, or the Voltaire easy-chair in the drawing-room, and doze off without undressing, while the lad Petrusha, and not Mademoiselle Bourienne, read aloud to him. Then, again, he would spend the night in the dining-room. Early in August he received a second letter from Prince Andrei. In the first, which came soon after his departure for the army, Prince Andrei humbly begged his father's pardon for what he had permitted himself to say to him, and besought him to restore him to favour. The old prince had replied to this in an affectionate letter, and it was shortly after that he gave up his intimacy with the Frenchwoman. Prince Andrei's second letter, written from near Vitebsk, after it had been captured by the French, contained a brief account of the campaign, with the plan of it sketched out, and also his ideas as to the ultimate issue of it. In the same letter Prince Andrei represented to his father the inconvenience of his position so near to the theatre of war, in the very line of march of the armies, and urged him to go to Moscow. At dinner that day, hearing Defiles mentioning the rumour that the French had already reached Vitebsk, the old prince remembered his letter from Prince Andrei. "Had a letter from Prince Andrei today," said he. "Haven't you read it?" "No, mon père," replied the princess timidly. She could not possibly have read the letter, as she did not even know that one had been received. "He writes me about this campaign," said the old prince, with that scornful smile which had become habitual with him, and which always accompanied any mention of the war then in progress. "It must be very interesting," said Defiles. "The prince is in a position to know." "Ah, very interesting," interrupted Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Go and fetch it to me," said the old prince to Mademoiselle Bourienne. "It's on the little table, you know, under the paperweight." Mademoiselle Bourienne sprang away with eager haste. "Oh, no," he cried, scowling. "Do you go, Mikhail Ivanuitch." Mikhail Ivanuitch got up and went into the cabinet, but as he did not immediately return with it, the old prince, uneasily glancing around, threw down his napkin and went himself. "He won't be able to find it. He'll upset everything." While he was gone, the Princess Mariya, Defiles, Mademoiselle Bourienne, and even Nikolushka silently exchanged glances. The old prince came hurrying back, accompanied by Mikhail Ivanuitch, and bringing the letter and a plan, but instead of letting them be read during the dinner time, he placed them by his side. Passing into the drawing-room, he handed the letter to the Princess Mariya, and, spreading out the plan of the new building, he began to study it, but at the same time commanded the Princess Mariya to read the letter aloud. After she had read it, she looked inquiringly at her father. He was studying the plan, apparently immersed in his thoughts. "What do you think about this, Prince?" asked Defiles, hazarding the question. "I? I?" exclaimed the prince, as though being aroused to some disagreeable reality, but still not taking his eyes from the plan. "It is quite possible that the theatre of war may be approaching us." "Ha! Ha! Ha! The theatre of war!" exclaimed the prince. "I have said, and I still say, that the theatre of the war is in Poland, and the enemy will never venture to cross the Niemen." Defiles looked in amazement at the prince, who spoke of the Niemen when the enemy was already at Dnieper. But the Princess Mariya, who had forgotten the geographical position of the Niemen, supposed that what her father said was correct. "As soon as the snow begins to thaw, they'll be swallowed up in the swamps of Poland. Only they cannot see it," pursued the old prince, evidently thinking of the campaign of 1807, which, as it seemed to him, had not been so long ago. "Bennigsen ought to have marched into Prussia before this, then the affair would have taken another direction." "But, Prince," timidly suggested Defiles, "Vitebsk is mentioned in the letter." "Ah, in the letter! Yes," involuntarily exclaimed the prince. "Yes, yes." His face had suddenly assumed a sour expression. He paused for a moment. "Yes, he writes that the French were beaten near some river. What was it?" Defiles dropped his eyes. "The prince wrote nothing about that," he said in a low tone. "Didn't he? Indeed. Well, I certainly did not imagine it." A long silence ensued. "Yes, yes. Well, Mikhail Ivanuitch," he suddenly exclaimed, raising his head and pointing at the plan of the new building, "tell me how you propose to change this." Mikhail Ivanuitch drew up to the table, and the prince, after discussing the plan of the new edifice, left the room, casting an angry glance on the Princess Mariya and Defiles. The princess noticed Defiles' confused and wandering look fastened on her father, remarked his silence, and was dumbfounded at her father having forgotten to take his son's letter from the drawing-room table. But she was afraid to speak, or to ask Defiles the cause of his confusion and silence, and she was afraid even to think what it might be. In the evening, Mikhail Ivanovitch was sent by the prince for his son's letter, which had been forgotten in the drawing-room. The Princess Marya handed him the letter, and, although it was a trying thing for her to do, she permitted herself to ask him what her father was doing. "He is always busy," replied Mikhail Ivanovitch, with a polite but sarcastic smile that made the Princess Marya turn pale. "He is very much interested in the new building. He has been reading a little, but just now," continued Mikhail Ivanovitch, lowering his voice, "he is at his desk. He must be working over his will." Latterly, one of the prince's favorite occupations had been to arrange the papers which were to be left after his death, and which he called his will. "And is he sending Alpatuitch to Smolensk?" asked the Princess Marya. "He is. He has been waiting for some time." End of chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 3. When Mikhail Ivanovitch returned to the cabinet, he found the prince sitting at his open bureau with his spectacles on and his eyes shaded by an abat-jour. He was reading by the light of a shaded candle and with a peculiarly solemn expression, holding very far from his eyes the manuscript, his remarque, as he called it, which he wished to have presented to the sovereign after his death. When Mikhail Ivanovitch came in, the old prince's eyes were filled with tears started by the recollection of the time when he had written what he was now reading. He snatched the letter from Mikhail Ivanovitch's hand, thrust it into his pocket, replaced the manuscript, and summoned the long-waiting Alpatuitch. He held a sheet of paper on which was jotted down what he wished to be done at Smolensk, and as he paced back and forth through the room past the servant standing at the door, he delivered his instructions. "First, do you hear? Letter paper like this specimen, gilt-edged. Here's the pattern so as not to make any mistake. Varnish, sealing wax," following Mikhail Ivanovitch's memorandum. He paced up and down the room and kept glancing at the memorandum of purchases. "Then be sure to give this letter about the deed to the governor in person." Then he laid special stress on getting the bolts for his new edifice, which must be of a special pattern, invented by himself. Then a folio was wanted for holding his will. It took more than 2 hours to charge Alpatuitch with all the commissions, and still the prince did not let him go. He sat down, tried to think, and, closing his eyes, fell into a doze. Alpatuitch stirred uneasily. "Well, get you gone. Get you gone. If I need anything more, I will send for you." Alpatuitch left the room. The prince went to the bureau again, glanced into it, touched the papers with his hand, closed it again, and, going to his table, sat down to write his note to the governor. It was already late when, having sealed the letter, he got up. He wanted to go to bed, but he knew that he should not sleep, and that the most miserable thoughts would haunt him as soon as he lay down. He rang for Tikhon, and went with him through the rooms, so as to select the place where to set the bed for the night. He went about measuring every corner. There was no place that seemed to please him, but anything was better than his usual sofa in his cabinet. This divan was terrible to him, apparently on account of the trying thoughts which passed through his mind as he lay upon it. There was no place that satisfied him, but he was best of all pleased with the corner in the divan-room, behind the pianoforte. He had never before slept there. Tikhon and a manservant brought in the bedstead, and began to make the bed. "Not that way, not that way!" cried the prince, and with his own hand he pushed it an inch or two farther away from the corner, and then nearer again. "Well, at last I have done everything. Let me rest," thought the prince, and he commanded Tikhon to undress him. Painfully scowling at the effort required to take off his kaftan and pantaloons, the prince at last got undressed, and let himself drop heavily on his bed, and then seemed lost in thought as he gazed scornfully at his yellow, shriveled legs. Thought, however, was absent. He was merely sluggish about undertaking the labor of lifting those same legs and getting them into bed. Ugh, what a trial! Ugh, why must the end be so slow in coming? Why can't you leave me in peace? He said to himself. Screwing up his lips, he, for the 20,000th time, made the effort and then lay down. But he was scarcely on his back before the whole bed suddenly began, with slow and regular motion, to rock backward and forward, as though it were heavily breathing and tossing. This thing happened to him almost every night. He opened his eyes, which he had just closed. No repose! Curse it! He exclaimed, full of fury against something. Yes, there must have been something else of importance, a very great importance, which I kept till I should go to bed. Was it the bolts? No, I told him about that. No, it was something that happened in the drawing-room. The Princess Marya had some nonsense to repeat. Defiles, that idiot, made some remark. There was something in my pocket. I can't remember. Tishka, what were we talking about at dinner-time? About Prince Michael. Hold your tongue. The prince thumped his hand on the table. Now I know. It was Prince Andrei's letter. The Princess Marya read it aloud. Defiles said something about Vitebsk. Now I will read it. He bade Tikhon fetch him the letter from his pocket, and placed a small table near the bed, with his lemonade and a wax taper, and, putting on his spectacles, he began to read. There only, as he read the letter, in silence of the night, by the feeble light of the candle under the green shade, he for the first time for a moment took in its full significance. The French at Vitebsk. In 4 marches they can reach Smolensk. Maybe they are there now. Tishka! Tikhon sprang forward. No matter. Nothing, he cried. He slipped the letter under the candlestick and closed his eyes. And there arose before him the Danube, a brilliant noonday, the Russias, the Russian camp, and himself, a young general, with not a single wrinkle on his face, hale and hearty, gay and ruddy, going into Potemkin's bright-colored tent, and the burning feeling of hatred against the favourite stirs in him now as violently as it did even then, and he recalls all the words which were spoken at his first interview with Potemkin, and his fancy brings up before him again a stout, short woman with a fat, sallow face, Matushka Imperatrica, the little Mother Empress, her smile, her words of flattery, when she for the first time gave him audience, and he remembers her face as it appeared on the catafalque, and then the quarrel with Zubov, which took place over her coffin, over the right to approach her hand. Ah, would that those old times could return, and that the present would all come to an end. Soon, that I might at last find rest. End of chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 4. Luisia Guroi, Prince Nikolai Andreevich Bolkonsky's estate, was situated about 60 versts from Smolensk and 3 versts from the Moscow highway. That evening, while the prince was giving Alpatuitch his commissions, Defiles asked for a few moments' talk with the Princess Marya, and told her that as the prince, her father, was not very well, and refused to adopt any measures for their safety, while from Prince Andrei's letter it was evident that to remain at Luisia Guroi was not unattended with danger, he respectfully advised her to send a letter by Alpatuitch to the Nachalnik of the government of Smolensk, asking him to let her know the real state of affairs and the measure of danger to which Luisia Guroi was exposed. Defiles wrote the letter for her to the governor, and she signed it, and it was put into Alpatuitch's hands with strict injunctions to hand it to the governor, and in case the danger were urgent, to return as soon as possible. Having received all his instructions, Alpatuitch, in a white beaver hat, a gift of the prince's, with a cudgel, exactly like that carried by the prince, went, escorted by all the servants, to get into the leather-covered kibitka, to which a troika of fat, roan steeds had been attached. The duga bell was tied up, and the little harness bells were stuffed with paper. The prince would not allow bells to be used at Luisia Goroi. But Alpatuitch liked the sound of them on a long journey. His fellow servants, the zemski, or communal scribe, the house clerk, the pastry cook, and the scullery maid, 2 old women, a young groom, the coachman, and a number of other household serfs, accompanied him. His daughter stuffed back of the seat, and under it some down cushions covered with white chintz. His wife's sister, an old woman, stealthily thrust in a small bundle. One of the coachmen helped him to get to his place. Well, well, woman's fussiness. Oh, women, women, he exclaimed, puffing and speaking in the same short, hurried way as the old prince did, and he took his place in the kibitka. Having given his last orders to the zemski in regard to the work, Alpatuitch removed his hat from his bald head and crossed himself thrice, and in this respect he certainly did not imitate the prince. If anything should, you will hurry back, Yakov Alpatuitch, for Christ's sake, have pity on us, screamed his wife, with a covert reference to the rumors of the war and the enemy. Oh, women, women, women's fussiness, growled Alpatuitch to himself, and he rode away, glancing around him at the fields, some of which were covered with yellowing rye, others with thick crops of oats still green, others where the men were just beginning to do the second ploughing. He rode on, admiring the summer wheat, which gave an unusually abundant crop that year. Then he gazed with delight at the rye fields, where the reapers were already beginning to work, and he made mental calculations as to future sowing and gathering of crops, and wondered if he had forgotten any of the prince's commissions. Having stopped twice on the road to bait his horses, Alpatuitch, on the 16th of August, reached the city. On the way he met and passed wagon trains and detachments of troops. As he approached Smolensk, he heard the sound of distant firing, but those reports did not surprise him. He was more surprised than at anything else to see, in the vicinity of the city, tents pitched in the midst of a magnificent field of oats, which some of the soldiers were mowing apparently for the sake of fodder. This circumstance surprised Alpatuitch, but it quickly slipped his mind, which was absorbed in his own business. All the interests of Alpatuitch's life had been for more than 30 years confined to the fulfilling of the prince's wishes, and he had never taken a step outside of this narrow circle. Everything that did not appertain to carrying out the prince's directions did not interest him, and might be said not even to exist for Alpatuitch. Arriving on the evening of August 16th at Smolensk, Alpatuitch put up at an inn kept by the dvornik Ferapantov across the Dnieper in the Gachensky suburb, where he had been in the habit of making his headquarters for the past 30 years. Ferapantov, 30 years before, had, with the connivance of Alpatuitch, bought a piece of woodland of the prince, and begun to trade, and now he had a home of his own, a tavern and a grain shop. Ferapantov was a stout, dark-complexioned, good-looking muzhik of middle age, with thick lips, with a thick knobbed nose, and with knobs over his black, scowling brows, and with a portly belly. Ferapantov was standing at the street door of his shop in his colored chintz shirt and waistcoat. Catching sight of Alpatuitch, he came out to meet him. "Welcome, Yakov Alpatuitch. The people are leaving town, and here you are coming to town," exclaimed the landlord. "What do you mean, leaving town?" asked Alpatuitch. "I mean what I say. The people are fools. They're all afraid of a Frenchman." Women's chatter, grumbled Alpatuitch. "That's my opinion, Yakov Alpatuitch. I tell 'em there's orders not to let 'im in, so of course he won't get in, and yet these muziks ask 3 rubles for a horse and cart. That isn't Christian of 'em." Yakov Alpatuitch paid little attention to what he said. He asked for a samovar and some hay for his horses, and, after he had sipped his tea, he went to bed. All night long the troops went tramping by the tavern along the street. The next morning Alpatuitch put on his kamzol, which he always wore only in town, and set forth to do his errands. The morning was sunny, and at 8 o'clock it was already hot. "A fine day for the wheat harvest," Alpatuitch said to himself. Beyond the city, the sounds of firing had been audible since early morning. About 8 o'clock a heavy cannonading made itself heard in addition to the musketry. The streets were crowded with people hurrying to and fro. There were throngs of soldiery, but, just as usual, izvozchiks were driving about, merchants were standing at their shop doors, and the morning service was going on in the churches. Alpatuitch did his errands at the shops, at the government offices, at the post office, and at the governor's. At the government office, at the shops, at the post office, everywhere, everyone was talking of the war and the enemy who was even now making his descent upon the city. Everyone was asking everyone else what was to be done, and everyone was trying to reassure everyone else. At the governor's house, Alpatuitch found a great throng of people, Cossacks, and a travelling carriage belonging to the governor. On the doorstep, Yakov Alpatuitch met two of the local gentry, one of whom he knew. The nobleman whom he knew, a former ispravnik, or district captain of police, was talking with some heat. "But I tell you this is no joke," he was saying. "It's very well for a man who is alone. One can endure to be single and poor, but to have 13 in your family, and your whole property at stake, what do the authorities amount to if they let such things come on us? Ech! They ought to hang such cutthroats." "There, there, calm yourself," said the other. "What difference does it make to me? Let them hear. Why, we are not dogs," said the ex-ispravnik, and, looking round, he caught sight of Alpatuitch. "Ah, Yakov Alpatuitch, what brings you here?" "On an errand from his illustriousness to the governor," replied Alpatuitch, proudly lifting his head, and placing his hand on the breast of his coat, which he always did when he remembered the prince. "He sent me to ascertain the position of affairs," said he. "Well, then, ascertain it," cried the proprietor. "Not a cart to be had, nothing. There, do you hear that?" he exclaimed, calling their attention to the direction in which the firing could be heard. "That's the pass they've brought us to. Ruining us all, the cutthroats," he muttered again, and turned down the steps. Alpatuitch shook his head and went upstairs. In the reception room were merchants, women, chinovniks, silently exchanging glances. The door to the governor's cabinet was opened, and all stood up and crowded forward. Out of the room hurried a chinovnik, exchanged some words with a merchant, beckoned to a stout chinovnik with a cross around his neck to follow him, and again disappeared behind the door, evidently avoiding all the glances and questions that followed him. Alpatuitch pressed forward, and, when the chinovnik came out again, placing his hand under the breast of his overcoat, he addressed the official and handed him the 2 letters. "For the Baron Ash, from General-in-Chief Prince Bolkonsky," he said, so solemnly and significantly that the chinovnik turned round to him and took the letters. At the end of a few moments the governor summoned Alpatuitch and said to him hurriedly, "Inform the prince and the princess that I know nothing about it at all. I have been acting in accordance with superior instructions. Here." He gave a paper to Alpatuitch. "However, as the prince is ailing, my advice to him is to go to Moscow. I'm going there myself, immediately. Tell him." But the governor did not finish his sentence. An officer, breathless and covered with sweat, came rushing in, and hurriedly said something in French. An expression of horror crossed the governor's face. "Go," said he, nodding to Alpatuitch, and then he began to ply the officer with questions. Pitiful, frightened, helpless glances followed Alpatuitch as he came out of the governor's cabinet. Involuntarily listening now to the cannonading, constantly growing nearer and more violent, Alpatuitch hastened back to the inn. The paper which the governor had given him was as follows: "I assure you that the city of Smolensk is not in the slightest danger, and it is entirely unlikely that it will be exposed to any. I, on the one hand, and Prince Bagration on the other, shall effect a junction before Smolensk, and this will take place on the 22nd instant, and the 2 armies, with united forces, will defend their fellow countrymen of the government committed to your charge, until their efforts shall have driven away the foes of the fatherland, or until the last warrior shall have perished from their gallant ranks. You will see from this that you have a perfect right to calm the inhabitants of Smolensk, since anyone defended by 2 such brave armies may well be confident that victory will be theirs. Order of the day, from Barclay de Tolly to Baron Ash, the civil governor of Smolensk, 1812. The inhabitants were roaming anxiously about the streets. Teams, loaded to repletion with domestic utensils, chairs, clothes presses, and furniture of every description, were coming out of the courtyard gates of the houses and proceeding along the streets. At the house next to Ferapонtov's stood a number of teams, and the women were bidding each other good-bye and exchanging parting gossip. The house dog was barking and frisking around the heads of the horses. Alpatuitch, with a brisker gait than he usually took, went into the courtyard and proceeded directly to the barn where his team and horses were. The coachman was asleep. He aroused him, told him to hitch up, and went into the house. In the landlord's room were heard the wailing of a child, the broken sobs of a woman, and Ferapontov's furious, harsh tones. The cook, fluttering about the bar-room like a frightened hen, cried as soon as she saw Alpatuitch, "He's been beating her to death, been beating the missus. He just beat her and dragged her round." "What made him do it?" asked Alpatuitch. "She begged him to go, just like a woman. 'Take us away,' she says. 'Don't let 'em kill me and the little ones. Everybody,' she says, 'is going, and why,' she says, 'shouldn't we go too?' And so he began to beat her. He just threshed her and dragged her round." Alpatuitch nodded his head, as though he approved, and, not caring to hear any more about it, went to the room where his purchases had been left. It was opposite the landlord's family room. "You villain! You wretch!" at this moment cried a thin, pale woman with a baby in her arms and with a torn kerchief on her head, who came rushing out of that room and flew downstairs into the court. Ferapontov came out behind her, and when he saw Alpatuitch, he pulled down his waistcoat, smoothed his hair, and followed Alpatuitch into the room. "And so you are going so soon?" he asked. Not paying any attention to this question, and not looking at the landlord, Alpatuitch, after making a bundle of his purchases, asked how much he should pay for the accommodation. "We will settle that by and by. How was it at the governor's?" asked Ferapontov. "What was the talk there?" Alpatuitch replied that the governor had not said anything very decisive to him. "How can we possibly get away with our things? Why, they ask 7 rubles to go to Dorogobush. And I tell you, there's mighty little Christianity about them," said he. "Selivanov made a good thing Thursday, sold some flour to the army at 9 rubles a sack. Say, will you have some tea?" he added. While the horses were being put to, Alpatuitch and Ferapontov sipped their tea, and talked about the price of wheat, about the crops, and the splendid weather for harvest. "Well, it seems to be calming down a little," said Ferapontov, getting up after his 3 cups of tea. "Ours must have had the best of it. They told us they would not let 'em in. Of course we're strong enough. They say Matvey Ivanovitch Platov drove 18,000 of 'em into the Mariana the other day, and drowned 'em all." Alpatuitch picked up his purchases and gave them to the coachman, who came in. Then he settled his account with the landlord. The sound of carriage wheels was heard outside the door, the trampling of the horses, and the jingling of bells as the kibitka drove up. It was by this time long into the afternoon. One side of the street was in shadow, the other was brightly lighted by the sun. Alpatuitch glanced out the window and went to the door. Suddenly he heard the sound of a distant whizzing and a dull thud, immediately followed by the long reverberating roar of a cannon which made the windows rattle. Alpatuitch went out into the street. A couple of men were running down toward the bridge. In various directions could be heard the whistling and crashing of round shot, and the bursting of bombshells falling into the city. But these sounds attracted little attention among the citizens compared with the roar of the cannonading heard beyond the city. This was the bombardment which Napoleon commanded to be opened at 5 o'clock from 130 cannon. The people at first did not realize the significance of this bombardment. The crash of falling shells and cannon balls at first wakened only a sort of curiosity. Ferapontov's wife, who had been steadily wailing and weeping in the barn, dried her tears and came out to the gates with her baby in her arms and gazed silently at the people and listened to the noise. The cook and the shop tender came down to the gates. All looked with eager curiosity at the projectiles flying over their heads. Around the corner came several men, talking with great animation. "What force there was," one was saying, "smashed the roof and the ceiling, all into kindling wood. "And it ploughed up the ground just like a hog," said another. "It was a good shot. Lively work," said he, with a laugh. "You had to look out mighty sharp and jump, else 'twould have smeared you." The people gathered round the newcomers. They stopped and told how shots had been falling into a house near them. Meantime other projectiles, round shot, with not disagreeable whistling, and shells, with a swift, melancholy hissing, kept flying over the heads of the people, but not a single projectile fell near them, all flew over and beyond. Alpatuitch took his seat in his kibitka. The landlord was standing at his gates. "You are showing too much," he cried to the cook, who, with sleeves rolled up above her bare elbows, had gone, holding up her red petticoat, down to the corner, to hear the news. But it was miraculous, she was just saying, but when she heard the sound of the landlord's voice, she turned round and let her petticoat drop. Once more, but very near this time, came something with a whistling sound, like a bird flying toward the ground. There was a flash of fire in the middle of the street, a loud, stunning crash, and the street was filled with smoke. "You rascal! What did you do that for?" cried the landlord, rushing down to the cook. At the same instant, the pitiful screaming of women was heard on various sides. A child wailed in terror, and the people gathered in silence with pale faces round the cook. Above all other sounds were heard the groans and exclamations of the cook. "Oi, oi, ik, my darlings, my poor darlings! Don't let them kill me, my poor darlings!" 5 minutes later, not a soul was left in the street. The cook, whose thigh had been broken by a fragment of the bomb, was carried into the kitchen. Alpatuitch, his coachman, and Ferepontov's wife and children, and the hostler, were cowering in the cellar, with ears alert. The roar of cannon, the whistle of projectiles, and the pitiful groans of the cook, which overmastered all else, ceased not for a single instant. The landlord's wife rocked and crooned her infant at one moment, and at the next she would ask in a terrified whisper of all who came down into the cellar where her husband, who had remained in the street, was. The shop tender came down into the cellar and reported that her husband had gone with the crowds to the cathedral to get the wonder-working icon of Smolensk. Toward twilight, the cannonade began to grow less violent. Alpatuitch went out of the cellar and stood in the doorway. The evening sky, which before had been cloudless, was now shrouded in smoke, and through this smoke strangely shone the sickle of the young moon high in the west. After the cessation of the terrible roar of the cannon, silence fell upon the city, broken only by what seemed to be a constantly increasing rumble of hurrying steps, groans, distant shouts, and the crackling of flames. The cook's groaning had ceased. In 2 different directions, volumes of black smoke arose from the conflagrations that spread over the city. Soldiers in various uniforms, mixed all in together, no longer in orderly ranks, but like ants from a demolished ant-hill, came running and walking from various directions down the street. It seemed to Alpatuitch that some of them were making for Ferepontov's tavern. Alpatuitch went down to the gates. A regiment marching in serried ranks and hurrying along blocked the street from side to side. "The city is surrendered! Off with you! Off with you!" cried an officer who noticed him, and then he turned to his soldiers. "I tell you, keep out of the yards!" he cried. Alpatuitch went back to the tavern, and, summoning the coachman, bade him start away. Alpatuitch and the coachman were followed by all Ferepontov's household. When they saw the smoke and the yellow tongues of the fire, which now began to shine out in the gathering gloom, the women, till now perfectly silent, suddenly unloosed their tongues as they looked toward the city, and broke out into what seemed like an echo of the lamentations that were to be heard at the other end of the street. Alpatuitch and the coachman, with trembling hands, straightened the entangled reins and traces under the shed. As Alpatuitch drove out of the gates, he saw half a score of soldiers in Ferepontov's open shop, with loud discussion, engaged in filling bags and knapsacks with wheaten flour and sunflower seeds. Just at that time Ferepontov himself happened to come into his shop from the street. When he saw the soldiers, he started to give them some abuse, but suddenly paused, and, clutching his hair, he broke out into laughter that was like a lamentation. "Take it all, boys! Don't leave any for those devils!" he cried, grasping the bags himself, and helping to fling them out into the street. Some of the soldiers, frightened, ran away. Others still continued to fill their sacks. Seeing Alpatuitch, Ferapont called to him. "It's all up with Russia!" he shouted. "Alpatuitch, it's all up with us! I myself helped set the fires. All ruined!" Ferapont started into the courtyard. The passing regiment so completely blocked the street that Alpatuitch could not make his way along, and he had to wait. Ferapontov's wife and family were also seated in their telega, waiting also for a chance to get away. It was now well into the evening. The sky was studded with stars, and occasionally the young moon gleamed out from behind billows of smoke. On the slope down toward the Dnieper, the teams of Alpatuitch and the landlord, which had at last been slowly advancing amid the ranks of soldiery and other equipages, were obliged to halt. A short distance from the crossroads, where the teams had halted, a house and some shops were burning on the side street. The fire was burning itself out. The flame would die down and lose itself in black smoke, then suddenly flash forth brilliantly again, bringing out with strange distinctness the faces of the spectators standing on the crossroads. In front of the fire, the dark forms of men were darting to and fro, and above the still audible crackling of the fire were heard shouts and cries. Alpatuitch, dismounting from his kibitka, as he saw that he should not be able to proceed for some time yet, walked down the cross street to look at the conflagration. Soldiers were constantly busying themselves with the fire, passing back and forth, and Alpatuitch saw two soldiers, in company with another man in a frieze coat, dragging from the fire some burning lumber across the street into the next dvor. Others were adding faggots of straw. Alpatuitch joined the great throng of people who were standing in front of a tall warehouse that was one mass of roaring flames. The walls were all on fire, the rear had fallen in, the timbered roof was giving way, the girders were blazing. The throng were evidently waiting for the roof to cave in. At all events, that was what Alpatuitch was waiting for. "Alpatuitch!" A well-known voice suddenly called the old man by name. "Batyushka, your illustriousness!" replied Alpatuitch, instantly recognizing the voice of his young prince. Prince Andrei, in a riding cloak, and mounted on a black horse, was stationed beyond the crowd and looking straight at Alpatuitch. "How come you here?" he asked. Your illustriousness," stammered Alpatuitch, and he sobbed. Your, are we lost? Your father." "How come you here?" demanded Prince Andrei a second time. The flame blazed out again at that moment, and revealed to Alpatuitch his young baron's pale, weary face. Alpatuitch told how he had been sent, and what difficulty he had met with in getting out of town. "But tell me, your illustriousness, are we really lost?" he asked once more. Prince Andrei, without replying, drew out a notebook, and spreading it on his knee, hastily penciled a few lines on a torn leaf. He wrote his sister, "Smolensk is abandoned. Luisia Goroy will be occupied by the enemy inside of a week. Go immediately to Moscow. Send me word as soon as you start. By an express to Uzviaz." Having written this note and handed it to Alpatuitch, he was giving him some verbal instructions about the arrangements for the journey of the prince and princess, and his son and the tutor, and how and where to communicate with him immediately. He had not had time to finish these instructions when a mounted staff nachalnik, accompanied by a suite, came galloping up to him. "You, a colonel!" cried the staff nachalnik, in a German accent, and a voice that Prince Andrei instantly recognized. "In your very presence they are setting houses on fire, and you allow it? What is the meaning of this? You shall answer for it." This was Berg, who now had the position of Deputy Chief of Staff to the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Nachalnik of the Infantry Corps of the left flank of the 1st Division of the Army, a place that was very agreeable and "in sight," as Berg expressed it. Prince Andrei glanced at him, and, without replying, went on with his instructions to Alpatuitch. "Tell them that I shall expect an answer by the 22nd, and that if by that time I do not get word that they have all gone, I myself shall be obliged to throw up everything and go to Luisia Goroy." "I, Prince, I only spoke as I did," exclaimed Berg, as he recognized Prince Andrei, because it is my duty to carry out my orders, and I am always very scrupulous in carrying them out. I beg you to excuse me," said Berg, trying to apologize. There was a crash in the burning building. the fire for an instant died down. Volumes of black smoke rolled up from the roof. Again there was a strange crashing sound, and the huge building fell in. Roar, 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 yelled the throng, with a roar rivaling that of the fallen grain house, and from which now came an odor like hot cakes caused by the burning flour. The flame started up and sent a bright reflection over the throng standing around the fire, with gleefully excited or exhausted faces. The man in the frieze coat waved his arm and cried, "Well done! She draws well now! Well done, boys!" "That's the owner himself," various voices were heard saying. "So then," said Prince Andrei, addressing Alpatuitch, "give the message just as I have told you." And, not vouchsafing a single word to Berg, who still stood near dumb with amazement, he set spurs to his horse and rode down the side street. End of chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 5. The armies continued to retreat from Smolensk. The enemy followed. On the 22nd of August, the regiment which Prince Andrei commanded was moving along the high road past the prospect which led to Luisia Goroy. For more than 3 weeks there had been a hot spell and drought. Each day, cirrus clouds moved across the sky and occasionally veiled the sun, but by the evening the heavens were clear again, and the sun set in brownish purple haze. The only refreshing that the earth got was from the heavy dew at night. The standing crops of wheat were parched and wasted their seed. The marshes shrunk away. The cattle bellowed from hunger, finding no grass along the ponds, which were dried away in the sun. Only at night and in the depths of the forest, while still the dew lay cool and wet, was there any freshness. But on the roads, on the high road where the troops were marching, even at night, even in the shelter of the forests, this coolness was not to be found. The dew was imperceptible on the sandy dust, which was more than 4 inches deep. At the first ray of dawn the troops were set in motion. The baggage train and the field pieces plowed along noiselessly, sinking almost up to the hubs of the wheels, and the infantry struggled through the soft, stifling, heated dust that settled not even at night. One part of this sandy dust impeded feet and wheels. The other arose in the air and hovered like a cloud over the troops, filling eyes, hair, ears, and nostrils, and above all the lungs, of men and beasts alike, as they moved slowly along this highway. The higher the sun rose, the higher rose this cloud of dust, and though the sky was cloudless, the naked eye could endure to look at the sun through this curtain of fine hot dust. The sun looked like a purple ball. There was not a breath of air stirring, and the men suffocated in the motionless atmosphere. They tramped along, covering their noses and mouths with handkerchiefs. If they reached a village, they rushed pell-mell for the wells. They fought for water, and drank at every drop till nothing but mud was left. Prince Andrei was the commander of the regiment, and he was deeply concerned in its organization and the well-being of the men, and the carrying out of the indispensable orders which had to be given and received. The burning of Smolensk and its abandonment marked an epoch in his life. The first feeling of hatred against the enemy made him forget his own personal sorrow. He devoted himself exclusively to the affairs of his command. He was indefatigable in the service of his men and his subordinate officers, and treated them more than courteously. In the regiment they all called him "our prince." They were proud of him and loved him. But his kindness and affability were only for his own men. Timokhin and the like, men who were perfect strangers to him and his life, men who could not know him or recall his past. The moment he fell in with any one of his former acquaintances, his fellow staff officers, he immediately became all bristles. He grew fierce, sarcastic, and scornful. Everything that served as a connection with the past revolted him, and consequently all he did so far as this former life was concerned was simply to try not to be unjust and to do his duty. It is true, everything appeared to Prince Andrei gloomy and even desperate, especially after the 18th of August and the abandonment of Smolensk, which in his opinion might and should have been defended. and after his ailing father had been forced to fly to Moscow, and consigned to spoliation his too well beloved Luisia Goroi, which he had taken such infinite pains to cultivate and settle. But, in spite of this, thanks to Prince Andrei's occupation with his regiment, he could let his mind be engrossed with other thoughts, entirely disconnected with the general course of events, namely, his regiment. On the 22nd of August, the column of which his regiment formed a part was opposite Luisia Goroi. Prince Andrei, 2 days before, had received word that his father, his little son, and his sister had gone to Moscow. Although there was nothing to call him to Luisia Goroi, he determined that it was his duty to go there, feeling a peculiar morbid desire to enjoy the bitterness of his grief. He ordered his horse to be saddled, and started off to ride to the estate where he had been born and had spent his childhood. As he rode by the pond, where generally there were a dozen chattering women beating and rinsing their linens, Prince Andrei noted that it was deserted, and the little float had drifted out into the middle of the pond, and was tipped over and half full of water. Prince Andrei rode up to the gatekeeper's lodge, but there was no one near the stone gateway, and the door was unlocked. The garden paths were already overgrown, and calves and horses were wandering about the English park. Prince Andrei went up to the orangery. The panes of glass were broken, some of the tubs were overturned, some of the trees were dried up. He shouted to Taurus, the gardener. No one replied. Passing around the orangery, he saw the carved deal fence was broken down, and the plum trees were stripped of their fruit. An old muzhik, Prince Andrei remembered as a boy having seen him years before at the gates, was plaiting bast shoes as he sat on the green painted bench. He was deaf and did not hear Prince Andrei approach. He was sitting on the bench, which had been the old prince's favorite seat, and near him, on the branches of a broken and dried up magnolia, hung his strips of bast. Prince Andrei went to the house. Some of the linden trees in the old park had been felled. A piebald mare, with her colt, was browsing in front of the house itself, among the rose beds. The window shutters were closed. One window alone on the ground floor was open. A little peasant lad, catching sight of Prince Andrei, ran into the house. Alpatuitch, having got the household away, was the only one left at Luisia Goroi. He was sitting in the house and reading the Lives of the Saints. When he heard that Prince Andrei had come, he came out, with his spectacles on his nose, buttoning up his clothes, and hurried up to the prince, and, before he said a word, burst into tears, kissing Prince Andrei's knee. Then he turned away, angry at his own weakness, and began to give him an account of the state of affairs. Everything of any value and worth had been dispatched to Bogucharovo. 100 chetverts of wheat had also been sent. The crops of hay and corn, which, according to Alpatuitch, had been wonderful that year, had been taken standing and carried off by the troops. The peasantry were all ruined. Some had gone to Bogucharovo, a very few were left. Prince Andrei, without heeding what he said, asked when his father and sister had left, meaning when they had gone to Moscow. Alpatuitch, supposing he knew that they had gone to Bogucharovo, replied that they had started off the 19th, and then again began to enlarge on the condition of the estate, and to ask what arrangements he should make. "Do you order to let them have the oats in return for a receipt? We still have 600 chetverts left," asked Alpatuitch. "What answer shall I give him?" queried Prince Andrei, looking down at the bald head gleaming in the sun, and reading in the expression of his face a consciousness that the old man himself realized the incongruity of such questions, but asked them simply for the sake of drowning his own sorrow. "Yes, do so," said he. "If you will deign to notice the disorder in the garden," pursued Alpatuitch, "but it was impossible to prevent it. 3 regiments came and camped here for the night, the dragoons especially. I took down the rank and the name of the commander, so as to lodge a complaint." "Well, but what are you going to do? Shall you remain if the enemy come?" asked Prince Andrei. Alpatuitch, turning his full face on Prince Andrei, looked at him, and then suddenly, with a solemn gesture, he raised his hands to heaven. "He is my protector. His will be done," he exclaimed. A throng of muzhiks and household serfs came trooping across the meadow and approached Prince Andrei with uncovered heads. "Well, Prishchai, good-bye," said Prince Andrei, bending down to Alpatuitch. "Escape yourself, take what you can, and tell the people to go to the Ryazan property, or our pod Moskovnaya." Alpatuitch pressed up against his leg and sobbed. Prince Andrei gently pushed him away and, giving spurs to his horse, rode at a gallop down the driveway. To all appearance, as impassive as a fly on the face of a dear dead friend, still sat the old man, and thumped on his shoe last. Two young girls, with their skirts full of plums, which they had gathered from the trees, were coming away from the orangery and met Prince Andrei. When they saw their young baron, the older of the two girls, with an expression of terror on her face, seized her companion by the arm, and the two hid behind a birch tree, without having time to gather up the green fruit that had fallen from their skirts. Prince Andrei, with a feeling of compunction, hastened to look the other way, so that they might think he had not seen them. He felt sorry to have frightened the pretty little girls. He was afraid to look at them, but, at the same time, he had an overwhelming desire to do so. A new, joyful, and tranquilizing sense took possession of him at the sight of these little girls. He recognized that there existed other human interests entirely apart from his own existence, and yet just as lawful as those with which he was occupied. These two young girls had evidently only one passionate desire, to carry off and eat those green plums and not be found out, and Prince Andrei sympathized with them, and hoped for the success of their enterprise. He could not refrain from looking back at them once more. Supposing that their peril was happily past, they had sprung out from their hiding-place, and shouting something in shrill voices, they were running gaily across the meadow as fast as their bare, sunburned little legs would take them. Prince Andrei felt somewhat refreshed by his digression from the dusty highroad where the troops had been marching. But not very far from Louisa Giroy he again struck the main thoroughfare, and found his own regiment halting on the embankment of a small pond. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun, shining through the dust like a red ball, was unendurably hot, and burned his back under his black coat. The dust still hung like a cloud over the companies while they halted amid a hum of voices. There was no wind. As Prince Andrei rode along the embankment, he caught the faint scent of the mud and fresh coolness of the pond. He felt an inclination to take a plunge into the water, muddy as it was. He gazed at the pond, from which rose the sounds of shouts and laughter. The little sheet, muddy and green with slime, had evidently risen and was now washing up against the embankment, simply because it was full of human bodies. The bare bodies of soldiers floundering about in it, their white skins making vivid contrast to their brick-red arms and faces and necks. All this mass of bare human flesh was wriggling about, with shouts and laughter, in that filthy water, like carp flopping in a scoop. This wriggling carried the name of enjoyment, and for that very reason it was particularly melancholy. One blond young soldier, Prince Andrei had already noticed him, of the 3rd Company, with a leather string around his calf, crossed himself, stepped back a little so as to get a good start, and dived into the water. Another man, a dark-complexioned, non-commissioned officer, with rumpled hair, was up to his middle in the water. Ducking his muscular form and snorting joyfully, was pouring water over his head from hands black even to the wrists. There was a sound of splashing and yelling and plunging. On the shores, on the embankment, in the pond itself, everywhere was the spectacle of white, healthy, muscular human flesh. The officer, Timokhin, with his short, red nose, was rubbing himself down with a towel on the embankment, and was rather ashamed at seeing the prince. However, he addressed him. "Pretty good, your illustriousness. You ought to try it," said he. "Dirty," said Prince Andrei, making up a face. "We will have it cleared out for you in a moment." And Timokhin, still undressed, ran down to the water, shouting, "The prince wants a bath." "What prince? Ours?" shouted various voices, and all were so zealous that Prince Andrei had some difficulty in appeasing them. He felt that he would much rather take a bath in a barn. "Flesh, body, char a canon," he said to himself, as he looked down at his bare body, and he trembled, not so much from chill as from his aversion and horror, incomprehensible even to himself, at the sight of that tremendous mass of bodies rinsing themselves in that filthy pond. On the 19th of August, Prince Bagration, at his encampment of Mikhailovka, on the Smolensk highway, had written the following letter to Arakcheyev, but he knew that it would be read by the sovereign, and consequently he weighed every word to the very best of his ability. My dear Count Alexey Andreyevitch, I suppose the minister has already reported to you concerning the surrender of Smolensk to the enemy. It is saddening and painful, and the whole army are in despair that such an important place should have been needlessly abandoned. I, for my part, personally besought him most earnestly, and at last even wrote him. I swear on my honor that never before was Napoleon in such a box, and he might have lost half of his army, but he could not have taken Smolensk. Our troops have been and still are fighting as never before. I held out with 15,000 men for more than 35 hours, and beat them, but he was not willing to wait even 14 hours. It is a shame and a blot on our army, and methinks he ought not to live in this world. If he reports that our losses are heavy, it is false, possibly 4,000, not more than that. Even if it had been 10,000, what would it have been? This is war. But, to offset it, the enemy lost a host. What was to prevent him holding out 2 days longer? Without question they would have been forced to give it up. They had no water for men and horses. He gave me his word that he would not give way, but suddenly he sent me word that he was going to desert the city by night. We cannot make war that way, and we shall soon be having the enemy at Moscow. The rumor that you are thinking of peace, God forbid. After all our sacrifices, and after such an idiotic retreat, the idea of making peace. You will have Russia against you, and we shall all be ashamed of wearing the Russian uniform. Since things have gone so far as they have, we must fight so long as Russia can, and so long as we have a man alive. It is essential that one man and not two should have supreme command. Your minister is perhaps excellent in the ministry, but as a general it is not enough to say that he is bad. He is abominable, and yet in his hands is entrusted the fate of our whole country. I assure you I am beside myself with vexation. Forgive me for writing so frankly. It is plain to my mind that any one who advises peace, and approves of confiding the command of the troops to the minister, is no true friend to the sovereign, and wishes to involve us all in common destruction. And so I write you the truth. Arm the Landwehr. Here the minister, in the most masterly fashion, is conducting his guests to the capital. Mr. Wolfszogen, the fugal adjutant, is giving the army great cause for suspicion. They say he is even less favorable to us than Napoleon himself, and that he inspires all that the minister does. I am not merely polite to him. I am as obedient as a corporal, although I am older than he is. It is painful, but as I love my sovereign and benefactor, I subordinate myself. Only I am sorry that the sovereign should entrust him with such a glorious army. Just imagine! In our retreat we have lost more than 15,000 through fatigue and in hospitals. Now, if we had advanced, this would not have happened. For God's sake, have it proclaimed that our Russia, our mother, will call us cowards, and will demand why we have handed over such a good and glorious country to a mob, thus stirring up hatred and humiliation in the heart of every subject. What should make us cowards? Whom do we fear? It is not my fault that the minister is irresolute, cowardly, dull of apprehension, dilatory, and has all the worst qualities. The whole army are entirely discouraged, and load him with execrations. End of chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 6. Among the innumerable subdivisions into which the phenomena of life can be disposed, there is one category where matter predominates in contradistinction to another where form predominates. A contrast of this kind may be observed between life in the country, in the village, in the governmental town, nay, even in Moscow, and that which can be seen in Petersburg, and especially in the Petersburg salons. This sort of life goes on always the same. Since 1805 we had been quarreling and making up with Bonaparte. We had been making constitutions and unmaking them, and yet Anna Pavlovna's salon was exactly the same as it had been 7 years before, and Ellen's salon was exactly the same as it had been 5 years before. Just exactly as before, at Anna Pavlovna's, they were amazed and perplexed at Bonaparte's successes, and detected, not only in his successes, but also in the subservience of the sovereigns of Europe, a wicked conspiracy, the sole object of which was to disgust and alarm the courtly circle that regarded Anna Pavlovna as its representative. And just exactly the same way at Ellen's, where Rumyantsev himself was gracious enough to be a frequent visitor, considering her a remarkably intelligent woman, in 1812, as in 1808, they talked with enthusiasm of the great nation and the great man, and regretted the rupture with the French, which in the opinion of the habitués of Ellen's salon ought to end with peace. Latterly, since the sovereign's departure for the army, these rival clique salons were the scenes of some excitement, and demonstrations of mutual hostility were made, but the general characteristics of the two cliques remained the same. Anna Pavlovna's clique received no Frenchmen, except a few inveterate legitimists. It was here that the patriotic idea originated of people being in duty bound to stay away from the French theatre, and the criticism was made that it cost as much to maintain the troop as to maintain a whole army corps. Here the course of military affairs was eagerly followed, and the most advantageous reports of our armies found ready credence. In Ellen's clique, where Rumyantsev and the French were in favor, the reports as to the barbarities of the enemy and of the war were contradicted, and all Napoleon's overtures for reconciliation were discussed. This clique were loud in reproaching those who showed what they considered too great haste in making preparations to remove to Kazan, the Imperial Institute for the Education of Young Ladies of the Nobility, the patroness of which was the Empress Dowager. Anyway, those who frequented Ellen's salon regarded the war merely as an empty demonstration, which would be very quickly followed by peace, and here they made great use of a witticism of Bilibin's, who was now a frequent visitor at Ellen's, as indeed it behooved every sensible man to be, to the effect that the affair should be settled not by gunpowder, but by the man who invented it. In this clique there was much laughter, caused by the witty and ironical, although always guarded observations upon the enthusiasm at Moscow, news of which had arrived at Petersburg simultaneously with the return of the sovereign. Anna Pavlovna's clique, on the contrary, were enraptured with this enthusiasm, and spoke of the acts of the Muscovites as Plutarch speaks of the glorious deeds of antiquity. Prince Vasili, who, just the same as of yore, held important functions, formed a bond of union between the two cliques. He was equally at home with the ma bonne amie Anna Pavlovna, and in the Salon Diplomatique de ma fille, and frequently, owing to his constant visits from one camp to the other, he got confused, and said at Ellen's what he should have said at Anna Pavlovna's, and vice versa. Shortly after the sovereign's arrival, Prince Vasili was at Anna Pavlovna's, conversing about the war, sharply criticizing Barclay de Tolly, and frankly confessing his doubt as to the fit person to call to the head of the armies. One of the visitors, who was known as l'homme de beaucoup de mérite, the man of great merit, mentioning the fact that he had that day seen Kutuzov, the newly appointed chief of the Petersburg Landwehr, at the Court of Exchequer, enrolling volunteers, allowed himself cautiously to suggest that Kutuzov would be the man to satisfy all demands. Anna Pavlovna smiled sadly, and remarked that Kutuzov caused the sovereign nothing but unpleasantness. "I have said, and I have said in the Chamber of Nobles," interrupted Prince Vasili, "but they would not heed me. I have said that his election as commandant of the Landwehr would not please the sovereign. They would not listen to me. It is this everlasting mania for petty intrigue," pursued Prince Vasili. "And for what purpose? Simply because we want to ape that stupid Moscow enthusiasm," said Prince Vasili, becoming confused for a moment, and forgetting that it was at Ellen's, where it was considered correct to make sport of Moscow enthusiasm, but the fashion to praise it at Anna Pavlovna's. But he instantly corrected himself. "Now, then, is it fit for Count Kutuzov, Russia's oldest general, to be holding such sessions at the court? Il en restera pour sa peine. That's as far as he will get. Is it possible to make a man commander-in-chief who cannot sit a horse, who dozes during council meetings, a man of the worst possible manners? He won a fine reputation for himself at Bucharest, didn't he? And I have nothing to say about his qualities as a general. But is it possible under present circumstances to nominate to such a place a man who is decrepit and blind, simply blind? A blind general would be a fine thing. He can't see anything at all. He might play blind man's bluff, but really, he can't see anything. No one raised any objection to this. On the 25th of August this was perfectly correct. But 5 days later, Kutuzov received the title of Prince of the Empire. This advance in dignities might also signify that they wanted to shelve him, and, therefore, Prince Vasili's criticism would continue to be well received, although he was not so ready to deliver himself of it. But, on the 12th of August, a committee was summoned, composed of Field Marshal Saturkov, Arakcheyev, Vyazmitinoff, Lupopkin, and Kochubey, to consider the conduct of the war. The committee decided that the failures were attributable to the division of command, and, although the individuals composing the committee well knew the sovereign's disaffection for Kutuzov, they determined, after a brief deliberation, to place him at the head of the armies. And, on the same day, Kutuzov was made plenipotentiary commander-in-chief of the armies and of the whole district occupied by the troops. On the 21st, Prince Vasili and the man of great merit met again at Anna Pavlovna's. L'homme de beaucoup de mérite was dancing attendance on Anna Pavlovna, with the hope of securing the appointment of trustee to a women's educational institute. Prince Vasili entered the drawing-room with the air of a rejoicing conqueror who had received the goal of all his ambitions. "Well, you know the great news. Prince Kutuzov is appointed field marshal. All discords are at an end. I am so happy, so glad," exclaimed Prince Vasili. "There's a man for you. Et fa viola un homme," he added with significant emphasis, surveying all the room with a stern glance. L'homme de beaucoup du mérite, in spite of his anxiety to obtain a place, could not refrain from reminding Prince Vasili of his former criticism. This was an act of discourtesy both toward Prince Vasili in Anna Pavlovna's drawing-room, but also toward Anna Pavlovna herself, who had also been greatly delighted with the news, but he could not refrain. "But it is said that he is blind, Prince," he suggested, quoting Prince Vasili's own words. "Oh, pshaw! He sees well enough," replied Prince Vasili, in quick, deep tones, and clearing his throat. His usual resort for getting himself out of an awkward situation. "Allez, il les voit," he repeated. "And what makes me glad," he went on to say, "is that the sovereign has given him full powers over all the forces, and over the whole district, such powers as never commander-in-chief enjoyed before. This makes him the second autocrat," he said, in conclusion, with a triumphant smile. "God grant it! God grant it!" said Anna Pavlovna. L'homme de beaucoup de mérite, who was still somewhat a novice in courtly circles, and wishing to flatter Anna Pavlovna by taking the ground which she had formerly taken in regard to the same subject, said, "They say it went against the sovereign's heart to allow these powers to Kutuzov. They say that Kutuzov blushed like a schoolgirl, hearing Joconde, when the emperor said, 'The sovereign and your country grant you this honor.'" "Possibly his heart had nothing to do with it," said Anna Pavlovna. "Oh, no, certainly not!" hotly cried Prince Vasili, coming to his defense. He could not now allow anyone to surpass him in his zeal for Kutuzov. According to his idea at the present time, not only was Kutuzov himself the best of men, but everyone simply worshipped him. "No, that is impossible, because His Majesty long ago appreciated his worth," said he. "Only, God grant," ejaculated Anna Pavlovna, "God grant that Prince Kutuzov may have actual power, and will not allow anyone whatever to put a spoke in his wheels. Des bâtons dans les roues." Prince Vasili instantly understood whom she meant by anyone. He said in a whisper, "I know for a certainty that Kutuzov demanded as an absolute condition that the Cesarevitch should not have anything to do with the army. You know what he said to the emperor." And Prince Vasili repeated the words which it was supposed Kutuzov said to the sovereign. "I cannot punish him if he does wrong, or reward him if he does well. Oh, he is a shrewd man, that Prince Kutuzov." Je le connais de longue date. But they do say, insisted l'homme de beaucoup de mérite, failing still to employ the tact required at court. They do say that His Serene Highness made it a sine qua non that the sovereign himself should keep away from the army. The moment he had spoken these words, Prince Vasili and Anna Pavlovna simultaneously turned their backs on him, and, with a sigh of pity for his naivete, exchanged a melancholy look. End of chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This Liverbox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 7. While this was going on at Petersburg, the French had already left Smolensk behind and were constantly drawing nearer and nearer to Moscow. Theirs, the historian of Napoleon, like other historians of Napoleon, in trying to justify his hero, says that he was drawn onto the walls of Moscow against his will. He and all similar historians are correct on the assumption that the explanation of all historical events is to be found in the will of a single man. He is right, just as the Russian historians are right, who assert that Napoleon was lured on to Moscow by the skill of the Russian generals. Here, unless one goes according to the laws of retrospection, by which, from the vantage ground of distance, all that has gone before is seen to be the preparation for a given event, everything will seem confused and complicated. A good chess player, on losing a game, becomes convinced that the cause of it was to be found in his own blunder, and he seeks to find what false move he made at the beginning of his game. But he forgets that at each step throughout the game there were similar blunders, so that not a single move of his was correct. The blunder to which he directs his attention he notices because his opponent took advantage of it. But how much more complicated is this game of war, which proceeds under the temporal conditions where it is impossible that a single will should animate the lifeless machine, but where everything results from the numberless collisions of various volitions. After quitting Smolensk, Napoleon tried to force a battle near Drogobuts, at Vyazma, then at Zarevo Zymincha. But it happened, through these same innumerable collisions of circumstances, that the Russians were unable to meet the French in battle until they reached Borodino, 112 versts from Moscow. At Vyazma, Napoleon issued his orders to march straight upon Moscow. Moscow, the Asiatic capital of this great empire, the sacred city of Alexander's populations, Moscow, with its countless churches like Chinese pagodas. This Moscow allowed Napoleon's imagination no rest. On the march from Vyazma to Zarevo Zymincha, Napoleon rode his English-groomed bay Ambler, accompanied by his guards, his bodyguard, his pages, and his aides. His chief of staff, Berthier, had remained behind to interrogate a Russian who had been taken prisoner by the cavalry, and now, accompanied by his interpreter, Lelorme de Edeville, he overtook Napoleon at a gallop, and with a beaming face reined in his horse. "Eh, bien?" asked Napoleon. "One of the Platov's Cossacks. He says Platov's corps is just joining the main army, that Kutuzov has been appointed commander-in-chief. Very intelligent and talkative. Très intelligent et bavard." Napoleon smiled, ordered this Cossack to be furnished with a horse, and brought to him. He wished to have a talk with him. Several aides galloped off, and within an hour Denisov's serf, who had been turned by him over to Rostov, Lavrushka, in Danishek's roundabout, came riding up to Napoleon on a French cavalryman's saddle, with his rascally, drunken face shining with jollity. Napoleon ordered him to ride along by his side and proceeded to question him. "You are a Cossack, are you?" "I am, your nobility." The Cossack, says Thiers, in telling this episode, not knowing his companion, for there was nothing in Napoleon's appearance that could suggest the presence of a sovereign to an Oriental imagination, conversed with the utmost familiarity concerning the occurrences of the war. In reality, Lavrushka, who had been drunk the evening before, and had failed to provide his baron with any dinner, had been thrashed and sent off to some village after fowls, and there he was tempted by his opportunity for marauding, and was taken prisoner by the French. Lavrushka was one of those coarse, insolent lackeys who had seen every kind of life, who consider it to their advantage to do everything by treachery and trickery, who are ready to subvert their masters in anything, and are shrewd in divining their evil thoughts, especially those that are vain and petty. Being brought now into the company of Napoleon, whom he was sharp enough to recognize, Lavrushka did not in the slightest degree lose his presence of mind, and merely set to work with all his soul to get into the good graces of his new masters. He knew perfectly well that it was Napoleon himself, and there was no more reason for him to be abashed in Napoleon's presence than in Rostov's, or the sergeant's with his knout, for the simple reason that there was nothing of which either the sergeant or Napoleon could deprive him. He glibly rattled off all the gossip that was current among the denshiks. Much of this was true, but when Napoleon asked him whether the Russians anticipated winning a victory over Napoleon or not, Lavrushka frowned and deliberated. Here he saw some subtle craft, just as men like Lavrushka always see craft in everything, and he contracted his brows and was silent for a little while. This is about the way of it. If there's a battle, petty soon, then yours will beat. That's a fact. But if 3 days pass, then if there's a battle, it'll be a long one. This was interpreted to Napoleon as follows. If the battle takes place within 3 days, the French would win, but if it were postponed longer, heaven knows what would come of it. Thus it was delivered by Lelorme d'Edvel with a smile. Napoleon, though he was evidently in a genial frame of mind, did not smile, and ordered these words to be repeated. Lavrushka noticed this, and, in order to amuse him, pretended that he did not know who he was. We know that you have Napoleon on your side. He's whipped everybody on earth, but then he'll find us of a different metal, said he, not knowing himself what made him introduce this boastful patriotism into his words. The interpreter passed over the last clause and translated the first part only, and Napoleon smiled. Les jeunes Cossacks, fit sourire, son puissant interlocuteur. The young Cossack's remark made his powerful companion smile, says Thiers. After riding a few steps further in silence, Napoleon spoke to Petya and said that he would like to try the effect that would be produced on this enfant du don on learning that the man with whom he, this enfant du don, had been conversing was the emperor himself, the very emperor who had written his eternally victorious name on the pyramids. The information was communicated. Lavrushka, comprehending that this had been done so as to embarrass him, and that Napoleon would expect him to show signs of fear, and wishing to please his new masters, immediately pretended to be overwhelmed with astonishment and struck dumb. He dropped his eyes and put on such a face as he usually drew when he was led off for a thrashing. Says Thiers, hardly had Napoleon's interpreter revealed his name ere the Cossack was overwhelmed with confusion. He did not utter another word and rode on with his eyes steadily fixed on that conqueror whose name had reached even his ears across the steppes of the east. All his loquacity was suddenly checked and gave place to unaffected, silent admiration. Napoleon, having rewarded him, set him at liberty as a bird is restored to its native fields. Napoleon went on his way, but the bird restored to its native fields galloped off to the picket lines, thinking up beforehand what sort of a romance he should tell his acquaintances. The thing that had actually happened to him he had no intention of telling, for the simple reason that it seemed to him unworthy of narration. He rode up to the Cossacks and made inquiries as to where he should find his regiment, which now formed a part of Petlov's division, and toward evening he reported to his baron, Nikolai Rostov, who was bivouacking at Yankovo, and had just mounted to make a reconnaissance of the neighboring villages. He gave Lavrushka a fresh horse and took him with him. End of chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 8. The Princess Marya was not at Moscow and out of harm's way, as her brother supposed. When Alpatuitch returned from Smolensk, the old prince seemed suddenly to wake, as it were, from a dream. He ordered the peasantry to be formed into the landwehr and armed, and wrote a letter to the commander-in-chief, informing him of his intention to remain at Luisia Goroy and defend himself till the last extremity, leaving it to his consideration whether to take measures or not for the defense of the place where one of the oldest Russian generals proposed to be taken prisoner or to die. At the same time he announced to his household that he should remain at Luisia Goroy. But, while determined himself not to quit Luisia Goroy, he insisted that the princess, with defiles, and the young prince should go to Bogucharovo, and from there to Moscow. The princess, alarmed by her father's feverish, sleepless activity so suddenly taking the place of his former lethargy, could not bring herself to leave him alone, and for the first time in her life permitted herself to disobey him. She refused to leave, and this drew upon her a terrific storm of fury from the prince. He brought up against her everything which he could find that was the most unjust toward her. In his endeavors to incriminate her, he declared that she was a torment to him, that she had made him quarrel with his son, that she had harbored shameful suspicions of him, that she made it the task of her life to poison his life, and finally he drove her out of his cabinet, saying that if he never set eyes on her again, it would be all the same to him. He declared that he would never have her name mentioned, and henceforth she might do what she pleased, but let her never dare to come into his sight again. The fact that, in spite of the Princess Maria's apprehensions, he did not order her to be carried away by main force, but simply forbade her to come into his sight, was a comfort to her. She knew this proved that in the secret depths of his heart he was glad of her determination to stay at home and not go. On the morning of the day after Nikolushka's departure, the old prince put on his full uniform and prepared to visit the commander-in-chief. The carriage was already at the door. The Princess Mariya saw him as he left the house in his uniform and all his orders, and went down into the park to review his peasantry and household serfs under arms. The Princess Mariya sat at the window and listened to the tones of his voice echoing through the park. Suddenly a number of men came running from the avenue with frightened faces. The Princess Mariya hastened down the steps, along the flower-bordered walk and into the avenue. Here she was met by a great throng of the landwehr and the household serfs, and in the center of this throng several men were carrying the poor little veteran in his uniform and orders. The Princess Mariya ran up to him, and, in the shifting play of the sunbeams falling in little circles through the lime-tree boughs, and flecking the ground, she could not clearly make out what change had taken place in her father's face. The one thing that she noticed was that the former stern and resolute expression of his face had changed into an expression of timidity and submission. When he caught sight of his daughter, he moved his lips, but his words were unintelligible, and the only sound that came forth was a hoarse rattling. It was impossible to understand what he wished to say. They took him carefully into their arms and carried him into his cabinet and laid him on that divan where he had been of late so loath to lie. The doctor who was summoned that same night took blood from him and announced that paralysis had affected his right side. As it grew more and more dangerous to remain at Luisia Goroy, the day after the stroke the prince was removed to Bogucharovo. The doctor went with him. When they reached Bogucharovo, defiles and the little prince had already started for Moscow. The old prince lay for 3 weeks in the same condition, neither better nor worse, in the new house which his son had erected at Bogucharovo. He lay in a lethargic state. He was like a mutilated corpse. He kept constantly muttering something with twitching brows and lips, but it was impossible to make out whether or not he realized what was going on around him. The only thing that was certain was that he struggled and felt the necessity of saying something, but what it was no one could divine. Was it the whim of a sick and semi-delirious man? Did it refer to the general course of affairs? Or was it in regard to the circumstances of the family? This was a question that no one could decide. The doctor insisted that there was no significance to be found in this restlessness, that it proceeded wholly from physical causes. But the Princess Mariya felt certain that he wished to say something to her, and the fact that her presence always increased his agitation confirmed her in this supposition. He apparently suffered both physically and mentally. There was no hope of his recovery. It was impossible to remove him, and what would have been done had he died on the road? Would not the end, would not death be far better? The Princess Mariya sometimes asked herself. She sat by him night and day, almost denying herself sleep, and, terrible to say, she often watched him closely, not with the hope of discovering symptoms of improvement, but rather with the wish that she might discover the approaching end. Strange as it was for the princess to confess to this feeling, still it was there. And what was still more horrible for her was that since the illness of her father, even if it were not earlier, the time, say, when she had elected to stay by him with some vague expectation, All her long-forgotten hopes and desires seemed to wake and take possession of her once more. What she had long years ago ceased to think of, the thought of a life free from the terror of her father's tyranny, even the dream of love, and the possibility of family happiness, constantly rose in her imagination like the suggestions of the evil one. No matter how strenuously she tried to put them all away, the thought would constantly arise in her mind how she would henceforth, after this was over, arrange her life. This was a temptation from the devil, and the Princess Marya knew it. She knew that the only weapon against this was prayer, and she tried to pray. She put herself into the attitude of prayer. She looked at the holy pictures. She read the words of the breviary, but she could not pray. She felt that now she was going to be brought into contact with the world of life, of hard and yet free activity, so different, so wholly opposed to that moral world in which she had been hitherto surrounded, in which her best consolation had been prayer. She found it impossible to pray, impossible to shed a tear. The new, laborious delight of living had taken possession of her. It was growing still more perilous to remain at Bogucharovo. From every direction came rumors of the approach of the French, and in a village only 15 versts distant a farmhouse had been pillaged by French marauders. The doctor insisted that it was necessary to get his patient further away. The predvoditel, or marshal of the nobility, sent an officer to the Princess Marya, urging her to get away as speedily as possible. The district Ispravnik, coming in person to Bogucharovo, insisted on the same thing, declaring that the French were only 40 versts off, that the French proclamations were circulating among the villages, and that if the princess did not get her father away by the 27th, he would not answer for the consequences. The princess resolved to start on the 27th. The labors in preparation, the manifold orders which she had to give, as everyone came to her for directions, kept her busy all day long. The night of the 26th she spent as usual, without undressing, in the room next to that occupied by her father. Several times, arousing from her doze, she heard his hoarse breathing and muttering, the creaking of his bed, and the steps of Tikhon and the doctor as they turned him over. Several times she listened at the door, and it seemed to her that he muttered more distinctly than hitherto, and turned over more frequently. She could not sleep, and many times she went to the door and listened, wishing to go in, and yet not having the courage to do so. Although he could not tell her so, still she had seen and she knew how much he was annoyed by every expression of solicitude on his account. She had observed how he impatiently avoided her glance, which she sometimes fixed upon him, in spite of herself, full of anxiety. She knew that her intrusion at night, at such an unusual time, would annoy him. But never before had she felt so sad, so terribly sad, at the thought of losing him. She recalled all her life with him, and discovered the expression of his love for her in his every word and every deed. Occasionally these recollections would be interrupted by those promptings of the devil, the thoughts of what would happen after he was gone, and how she would arrange her new life of freedom. But she dismissed such thoughts with loathing. Toward morning he became quieter, and she fell into a sound sleep. She awoke late. The clear-sightedness which is a concomitant of our waking hours made her realize that her father's illness was one of the predominant occupations of her life. As she woke up she listened for what was going on in the next room, and, hearing his hoarse breathing, she said to herself with a sigh that there was no change. But what should it be? What is it that I wish? I am going forward to his death, she told herself, revolted at the very thought. She changed her dress, made her toilette, said her prayers, and went out on the steps. In the front of the door the carriages were standing without horses. A number of things had been already packed. The morning was warm and hazy. The Princess Marya was standing on the steps, her mind still full of horror at the thought of her moral depravity, and striving to bring some order into her mental state before going in to see him. The doctor came downstairs and approached her. "He is better today," said he. "I was looking for you. You may be able to catch something of what he says. His mind is clearer. Come, he is calling for you." The Princess Marya's heart beat so violently at this news that she turned pale and leaned up against the door lest she should fall. To see him, to speak with him, to come under the power of his eyes, now when her soul had just been full of those terrible, criminal, sinful temptations, was too painful a union of joy and horror. "Come," said the doctor. The princess went to her father's room and approached his bed. He was lying propped high up, with his small, bony hands covered with knotted purple veins resting on the counterpane, with his left eye straight as it always had been, and with his right eye drawn down, though now his brow and lips were motionless. He was the same little lean, weazened, pitiful old man. His face seemed all shriveled, so that the features seemed to be without character or coherence. The Princess Marya approached him and kissed his hand. His left hand gave her hand a returning pressure that made it evident he had been for some time expecting her. He held her hand, and his brows and lips moved impatiently. She looked at him in terror, striving to get an inkling of what he desired of her. When she changed her position and moved so that he could see her face with his left eye, he seemed satisfied, and for several seconds did not let her out of his sight. Then his brows and lips quivered, he uttered sounds and began to speak, looking at her timidly and supplicatingly, evidently apprehensive that she would not understand him. The Princess Marya, concentrating all her powers of attention, looked at him. The comic difficulty he had in managing his tongue caused her to drop her eyes and make it hard for her to choke down the sobs that rose in her throat. He said something, several times repeating his words. The Princess Marya could not understand them, but in her attempts to get at the gist of what he said, she uttered several sentences questioningly. Gaga, boy, he repeated several times. It was impossible to make any sense out of those sounds. The doctor thought that he had found the clue, and trying to come the nearest to those sounds, he said, "Do you mean, is the princess afraid?" He shook his head and again repeated the same sounds. His mind troubles him," suggested the princess. He uttered a sort of roar by way of affirmation, seized her hand and pressed it here and there on his chest, as though trying to find a place suitable for it to rest. "Think, all the time, about thee," he then said far more distinctly than before, now that he was persuaded that they understood him. The Princess Marya bowed her head down to his hand to hide her sobs and tears. He smoothed her hair. "I was calling thee all night," he went on, saying. "If only I had known," said she through her tears. "I was afraid to come in." He pressed her hand. "Were you not asleep?" "No, I was not asleep," replied the princess, shaking her head. Falling under the influence of her father's condition, she now, in spite of herself, had to speak, as he did, more by signs, and almost found it difficult to manage her tongue. "Darling," or did he say little daughter? She could not tell, but she was assured by his look that he had called her some affectionate, caressing name, which he had never before done. "Why didn't you come in?" "And I was wishing him dead, thought the Princess Marya. He lay silent. "Thank thee, daughter dearest, for all, for everything. Forgive. Thank thee. Forgive. Thank thee." And the tears trickled from his eyes. "Call Andrusha," he said suddenly, and, making this request, a childishly puzzled and distrustful expression came into his face. It seemed as though he himself knew that there was something out of the way about this request. So at least it seemed to the Princess Marya. "I have had a letter from him," replied Princess Marya. He gazed at her in puzzled amazement. "Where is he?" "He is with the army, mon père, at Smolensk." He closed his eyes and remained long silent. Then he opened his eyes and nodded his head affirmatively, as though in answer to his own doubts, as much as to say that now he understood and remembered everything. "Yes," he said in a low but distinct voice. "Russia is ruined, lost. They have ruined her." And again he sobbed, and the tears rolled down his cheeks. The Princess Marya could no longer contain herself, and she wept as she looked into his face. He again closed his eyes. His sobs ceased. He made a gesture toward his eyes with his hands, and Tihon, understanding what he meant, wiped his eyes for him. Then he opened his eyes and made some remark which no one for some time understood. At last Tikhon made out what he had said, and said it over after him. The Princess Marya had been trying to connect the sense of his words with what he had just been before speaking about. She thought he might be speaking either of Russia, or of Prince Andrei, or of herself, or of his grandson, or of his own death, and consequently she could not make it out. "Put on your white dress. I like it," was what he had said. On hearing this, the Princess Marya sobbed still more violently, and the doctor, taking her by the arm, led her from the room out upon the terrace, telling her to calm herself and then finish the preparations for the departure. After his daughter had left him, he again spoke about his son, about the war, about the sovereign, and scowled angrily, and tried to raise his hoarse voice, and then came the second and finishing stroke. The Princess Marya had remained on the terrace. The weather was now clear. It was sunny and hot. She found it impossible to realize anything, or to think of anything, or to feel anything, except her passionate love for her father, a love which, it seemed to her, she had never felt until that moment. She ran into the park and, still sobbing, hastened down to the pond, along the avenues of lindens that her brother had recently planted. "Yes, I wished for his death. Yes, I wished it to end quickly. I wanted to rest. But what will become of me? What peace shall I ever find when he is gone?" muttered the princess aloud as she walked through the park with swift steps and beat her breast, which was heaving with convulsive sobs. After having made the round of the park, which brought her back to the house again, she saw Mademoiselle Bourienne, who had remained at Bogucharovo and refused to go away, coming toward her, in company with a man whom she did not recognize. This was the district predvoditiel, who had come in person to impress upon the princess the imperative need of their immediate departure. The Princess Marya heard what he said, but his words had no meaning for her. She conducted him into the house, asked him to remain to breakfast, and sat down with him. Then, excusing herself, she went to the old prince's door. The doctor, with a frightened face, came to her, and said she could not go in. "Retire, princess. Go away. Go away." The princess went into the park again, and down the slope to the pond, and threw herself on the turf, where no one could see her. She knew not how long she remained there. Women's steps running along the avenue roused her from her reverie. She got up and saw her maid, Dunyasha, who was evidently in search of her, suddenly stop with a terrified face at the sight of her mistress. "Please, princess." "The prince," stammered Dunyasha, in a broken voice. "Instantly. I am coming. I am coming," cried the princess, not giving Dunyasha time to finish telling what she had to say, and ran to the house, trying not to look at the maid. "Princess, God's will is done. You must be prepared for the worst," said the predvoditiel, who met her at the doorway. "Leave me! It is false!" she cried angrily. The doctor tried to hold her back. She pushed him away and ran into the room. "Why do these people look so frightened? Why do they try to keep me away? I do not need them. What are they doing here?" She opened the door, and the bright sunlight in the room that a short time ago had been kept so dark filled her with terror. The old nyanya and other women were busy in the room. They all moved away from the bed and made room for her to approach. He lay still on the same bed, but the stern aspect of his face, calm in death, rooted the Princess Marya to the threshold. "No, he is not dead. It cannot be," said the Princess Marya to herself, and she went to him, and, overcoming the horror which seized her, she pressed her lips to his cheek. But instantly she recoiled from the bed. Suddenly all the affection for him which she had just felt so powerfully vanished, and instead came a feeling of horror for what was before her. "No, he is no more. He is gone. And in his place here, where he was, is this strange, unfriendly thing, this frightful, blood-curdling, repulsive mystery." And, covering her face with her hands, the Princess Marya fell into the arms of the doctor, who was there to catch her. Under the superintendence of Tikhon and the doctor, the women laved that which had been the prince, and tied a handkerchief around his head so that his jaw might not stiffen with the mouth open, and they bound together his legs with another handkerchief. Then they dressed him in his uniform, with his orders, and laid out his little weazened body on a table. God knows under whose direction and at what time all this was accomplished, but everything seemed to be done of itself. By night the candles were burning around the coffin, the pall was laid over it, juniper was strewn upon the floor, a printed prayer was placed under the wrinkled head of the dead, and in the room sat the diachok reading the psalter. Just as horses shy and crowd together and neigh at the sight of a dead horse, so in the drawing-room, around the coffin of the dead prince, gathered a throng of strangers and the members of the household. The predvoditelь and the starosta, and the peasant women, and all, with staring eyes and panic-stricken, crossed themselves and bowed low and kissed the aged prince's cold, stiff hand. End of chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 9. Until Prince Andrei went to reside at Bogucharovo, the place had always been an absentee estate, and the peasantry bore an entirely different character from those of Luisia Goroi. They differed in speech and in dress, and in customs. They called themselves children of the steppe. The old prince praised them for their endurance in work when they came over to Luisia Goroi to help get in the crops or dig out the pond and ditches, but he did not like them because of their boorishness. Their manners had not been softened since Prince Andrei's last residence there, in spite of his dispensaries and schools, and the lightening of the embark or quit-rent. On the contrary, those traits of character which the old prince called boorishness seemed to have been intensified. Strange, obscure rumors were always finding credence among them. At one time they got the notion that they were all to be enrolled as Cossacks. Another time it was a new religion which they were to be forced to accept. Then again, there was talk about certain imperial dispensations. Then, at the time they took the oath of allegiance to Paul Petrovitch in 1797, they got the notion that their freedom had been granted them, but that their master had deprived them of it. And again, it was the return of Peter Feodorovitch to the throne, who would be Tsar in 7 years and give them absolute freedom, so that everything would be simple and easy, and they would have no laws at all. The rumors of the war and of Napoleon and his invasion were connected in their minds with obscure notions of Antichrist, the end of the world, and perfect freedom. In the vicinity of Bogucharovo were a number of large villages, belonging to the crown or to non-resident proprietors. It was very rarely that these proprietors came to reside on their estates. There were also very few domestic serfs, or people who knew how to read and write, and the lives of the peasantry in this region were more noticeably and powerfully affected than elsewhere by those mysterious currents characteristic of the common people in Russia, the significance and causes of which are so inexplicable to contemporaries. A phenomenon which illustrates this had taken place a score of years before, when an exodus of the peasantry was made toward certain hot rivers. Hundreds of peasants, including some from Bogucharovo, suddenly sold their cattle and set off with their families somewhere toward the southeast. Just as birds fly somewhere across the sea, so these men, with their wives and children, made every endeavor to reach that unknown southeast where none of them had ever been before. They marched in caravans. Here and there one bought his freedom. Others ran away and set forth in wagons or on foot for the hot rivers. Many were caught and punished. Many were sent to Siberia. Many perished of cold and starvation on the road. Many returned of their own accord. And at last this migration died out of itself, just as it had begun, without any visible reason. But these underground currents ceased not to flow among this people, and they were gathering impetus for some new outbreak, likely to prove just as perplexing, as unexpected, and at the same time as simple, natural, and violent. At the present time, in 1812, any man whose life brought him in contact with the people might have observed that these hidden currents were working with extraordinary energy and were all ready for an eruption. Alpatuitch, who had arrived at Bogucharovo some little time before the old prince's decease, had observed that there was considerable excitement among the peasantry, while in the region of Luisia Goroi, only 16 versts distant, all the peasants had deserted their homes, leaving their villages to be marauded by the Cossacks. Here, on the contrary, in the steppe belt, in the region of Bogucharovo, the peasantry, so the report ran, had dealings with the French, were in receipt of certain papers which were circulating among them, and had no thought of leaving their homes. He knew, through certain of the household serfs who were faithful to him, that a muzhik named Karp, who had great influence over the mir, or peasant commune, had lately returned from driving a crown wagon train, and was spreading the report that the Cossacks were ravaging the villages that had been deserted by their inhabitants, while the French were not touching them. He was informed on good authority that another muzhik, the evening before, had brought from the village of Vislo-Ukhovo, where the French were, a proclamation from a French general representing to the inhabitants that no harm would be done to them, and that cash should be paid for whatever was taken, provided they remained in their homes. As proof positive of this, the muzhik brought with him from Vislo-Ukhovo 100 rubles in assignats. He did not know that they were counterfeit, which had been paid to him for his hay. Finally, and more important than all, Alpatuich found that on that very day when he had commanded the starosta to procure wagons for the conveyance of the prince's effects from Bogucharovo, the peasants had held a morning meeting in the village, at which it had been voted that they should not stir from the place, but wait. And meantime there was no time to lose. The Pedvodtityal, on the very day on which the prince had died, the 27th, had come to urge the princess to depart without further delay, as the risk was growing constantly more imminent. He had declared that after the 28th he would not be responsible for the consequences. That same evening, after the prince's demise, he had gone away, promising to be present at the funeral on the next day. But on the next day it was impossible for him to be present, since the news had been brought to him of an unexpected approach of the French, and he had barely time to remove his own family and valuables from his estate. For 30 years, Dron, whom the old princess always called by the affectionate diminutive Dronushka, had exercised the functions of starosta, or bailiff, at Bogucharovo. Dron was one of those muzhiks, powerful physically and morally, who, as soon as they come to years of discretion, grow a patriarchal beard and live on without change till they are 60 or 70 years old, without gray hair or the loss of a tooth, just as erect and powerful at 60 as they were at 30. Dron, shortly after his returning from his expedition to the hot rivers, in which he had taken part, had been made starosta, burmister, or bailiff headman, of the village of Bogucharovo, and since that time he had performed without reproach all the functions of that office. The muzhiks feared him more than they feared their baron. His masters, both the old prince and the young prince, respected him, and, in jest, called him minister. During all the time of his service, Dron had never once been drunk or sick. Never, even after sleepless nights or after the most exhausting labors, was he known to show the slightest slothfulness, and though he did not know his letters, he never made the slightest mistakes in his money accounts, or as to the number of pods of flour which he carried in monstrous loads and sold, or as to the amount of a single rick of corn harvested in the fields of Bogucharovo. Alpatuich, on his arrival from the devastated Luisia Goroy, summoned this Dron on the very day of the funeral, and ordered him to have ready 12 horses for the princess's conveyance, and 18 teams for the luggage which she was to take with her from Bogucharovo. Although the peasantry paid an obrok or quit-rent, Alpatuich never dreamed that there would be any difficulty in having this order carried out, since the villages contained 230 taxable households, and the muzhiks were well-to-do. But the starosta, Dron, on receiving this order, dropped his eyes and made no answer. Alpatuich named certain peasants whom he knew, and ordered him to make the requisitions on them. Dron replied that these men's horses were off on carrier duty. Alpatuich named still other muzhiks, and these men also, according to Dron, had no horses. Some were off with the government trains, others were out of condition, still others had lost theirs through lack of forage. According to Dron's report, it was impossible to secure horses for the carriages, to say nothing of those for the baggage wagons. Alpatuich looked sharply at the starosta and scowled. In the same way as Dron was a model of what a peasant starosta should be, in the same way Alpatuich had not managed the prince's estates for nothing all these 20 years, and he also was a model overseer. He was in the highest degree qualified to understand, as by a sort of scent, the wants and instincts of the people with whom he had to do, and this made him a surpassingly excellent overseer. He knew by a single glance at Dron that Dron's answers were not the expression of Dron's individual opinions, but merely the expression of the general disposition of the Bogucharovo commune, in which the starosta was evidently involved. But, at the same time, he knew that Dron, who had grown rich and was hated by the commune, must necessarily waver between the two camps, the peasants and the masters. This wavering he could detect in his eyes, and, therefore, Alpatuitch, with a frown, drew near to Dron. "Listen, you, Dronushka," said he. "You need not tell me idle tales. His illustriousness Prince Andrei Nikolaitch himself gave me orders that all the peasantry should leave, and not remain behind with the enemy. And those are the Tsar's orders also. So anyone who stays is a traitor to the Tsar. Do you hear?" "Yes, I hear," replied Dron, not raising his eyes. Alpatuitch was not satisfied with this answer. "Ah, Dron, ill will come of it!" exclaimed Alpatuitch, shaking his head. "You have the power," returned Dron mournfully. "Ah, Dron, give it up!" exclaimed Alpatuitch, taking his hand out from the breast of his coat and, with a solemn gesture, pointing under Dron's feet. "Not only do I see through and through you, but I can see 3 arshins under you, everything there is," said he, looking down at Dron's feet. Dron grew confused. He gave Alpatuitch a fleeting look, and then dropped his eyes again. "Stop all this nonsense, and tell the people to get ready to leave for Moscow, and have the teams ready tomorrow morning for the princess. And mind you, don't attend any more of their meetings. Do you hear?" Dron suddenly threw himself at his feet. "Yakov Alpatuitch, discharge me. Take the keys from me. Discharge me for Christ's sake." "Stop," said Alpatuitch sternly. "I can see 3 arshins deep under you," he repeated, knowing that his skill in going after bees, his knowledge of the times and seasons for sowing, and the fact that for a score of years he had succeeded in satisfying the old prince, had long ago given him the reputation of being a koldoon or wizard, and that to koldoons was attributed the power of seeing 3 arshins under a man. Dron got to his feet and tried to say something, but Alpatuitch interrupted him. "Come now. What is your idea in all this? Ha? What are you dreaming of? Ha?" "What shall I do with the people?" asked Dron. "They are all stirred up. And besides, I have told them." "What's the good of telling them?" he asked. "Are they drunk?" he asked laconically. "All stirred up, Yakov Alpatuitch. They have just brought another cask." "Now, then, listen. I will go to the ispravnik, and you hasten back to the people, and bid them quit all this sort of thing, and get ready the teams." "I obey," replied Dron. Yakov Alpatuitch insisted on nothing more. He had been in control of the people too long not to know that the principal way of bringing the people to subordination was not to show the slightest doubt that they would become subordinate. Having wrung from Dron the submissive "Schlusshaus," "I obey," Yakov Alpatuitch contented himself with that, although he not merely suspected, but was even certain in his own mind that, without the assistance of a squad of militia, nothing would be done. And, in point of fact, there were no teams forthcoming, as he supposed. Another meeting of the peasantry was held at the village tavern, and this meeting voted to drive the horses out into the woods and not to furnish the teams. Saying nothing of all this to the princess, Alpatuitch gave orders to have the carts that had brought his own effects from Luisia Goroi unloaded, and to have his horses put to the Princess Maria's carriage, and he himself went to consult with the authorities. End of chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 10. The Princess Maria, after her father's funeral, shut herself up in her room and admitted no one. Her maid came to the door to say that Alpatuitch was there to learn her wishes in regard to the departure. This was before his interview with Dron. The princess sat up on the sofa where she had been lying, and spoke through the closed door, declaring that she would never go away anywhere, and asked her to leave her in peace. The windows of the room which the Princess Maria occupied faced the south. She lay on the sofa, with her face turned toward the wall, and picking with her fingers at the buttons on the leathern cushion, which was the only thing that she could see, while her vague thoughts were concentrated on one thing. She was thinking about the unavoidableness of death and of her own moral baseness, which had now been revealed to her for the first time in its manifestation during her father's illness. She wanted, but she dared not to pray. She dared not, in that state of mind in which she found herself, to turn to God in prayer. Long she lay in that position. The sun had gone round to the other side of the house, and its slanting afternoon beams, which fell through the opened windows, lighted up the room and lay on the cushions at which she was looking. The train of somber thoughts suddenly ceased. She instinctively sat up, smoothed her hair, got to her feet, and went to the window, where, without thinking, she filled her lungs with the cool air of the bright but windy afternoon. Yes, now you can enjoy your fill of the evening. He is gone, and no one is here to interfere with you, she said to herself, and, dropping into a chair, leaned her head on the window-seat. Someone, in a soft, affectionate voice, called her name from the park side of the window, and kissed her on the head. She looked up. It was Mademoiselle Bourienne, in a black dress trimmed with white. She had softly approached the Princess Mariya, kissed her with a sigh, and immediately burst into tears. The princess looked at her. All her previous collisions with her, her jealousy of her, came back to her remembrance. She also remembered how he of late had changed toward Mademoiselle Bourienne, could not even bear to see her, and consequently how unjust had been the reproaches with which the Princess Mariya had loaded her. Yes, and can I who have just been wishing for his death, can I judge anyone else? She asked herself. The Princess Mariya had a keen sense of Mademoiselle Bourienne's trying situation. Held by her at a distance, and yet at the same time dependent upon her and dwelling under a stranger's roof. And she began to feel pity for her. She looked at her with a sweet questioning look, and stretched out her hand. Mademoiselle Bourienne immediately had a fresh paroxysm of tears, began to kiss the princess's hand, and to speak of the affliction that had come upon her, and claimed to be a sympathizer in that affliction. She declared that her only consolation in this sorrow was that the princess allowed her to share it with her. She said that all their previous misunderstandings ought to be forgotten in presence of this terrible loss, that she felt that her conscience was clear before all men, and that he from above would bear witness to her love and gratitude. The princess listened to her without comprehending what she was saying, but she looked at her from time to time and heard the sounds of her voice. "Your position is doubly terrible, dear princess," said Mademoiselle Bourienne, after a short silence. "I understand how it is that you could not have thought, that you cannot think about yourself, but, from the love which I bear you, I am compelled to do so for you. Has Alpatuitch been to see you? Has he said anything to you about going away?" she asked. The Princess Mariya made no reply. She could not realize who was going away, or where it was. "Why undertake anything just now? Why think of anything? What difference does it make?" She made no answer. "Do you know, chère Marie," asked Mademoiselle Bourienne, "do you know that we are in peril, that we are surrounded by the French? It is dangerous to go now. If we were to start, we should almost certainly be taken prisoner, and God knows." The Princess Mariya looked at her friend without comprehending what she was saying. "Ugh, if you could only know how little I care now," said she. "Of course, I should never wish such a thing as to go away and leave him. Alpatuitch said something to me about going away. Talk it over with him. I cannot and will not hear." "I have spoken with him. He hopes that we shall be able to get away tomorrow, but it is my opinion that we had better remain here now," said Mademoiselle Bourienne, "because, if you must agree with me, chère Marie, to fall into the hands of the soldiers or insurgent peasants would be horrible." Mademoiselle Bourienne drew forth from her reticule a proclamation, printed on paper different from that used generally in Russia, from the French general, Marmiou, in which the inhabitants were advised not to abandon their homes, since full protection would be vouchsafed them by the French authorities. This she handed to the princess. "I think it would be better to apply to this general," said Mademoiselle Bourienne, "and I am convinced that we should be treated with due consideration." The Princess Mariya read the paper, and her face contracted with a sort of tearless sob. "From whom did you get this?" she demanded. "They probably know that I am French from my name," said Mademoiselle Bourienne, with a blush. The princess, with the paper in her hand, got up from the window, and, with a blanched face, left the room, and went into Prince Andrei's cabinet, which adjoined. "Dunyasha, summon Alpatuitch, Dronushka, anyone!" exclaimed the Princess Mariya. "And tell Amalie Karlovna not to come near me," she added, hearing Mademoiselle Bourienne's voice. "Go, quickly!" exclaimed the Princess Mariya, panic-stricken at the thought that she might be left in the power of the French. What if Prince Andrei knew that she were under the protection of the French, that she, the daughter of Prince Nikolai Andreitch Bolkonsky, had asked General Marmiou to grant her his protection, and put herself under obligations for benefits received from him? The mere suggestion of such a thing filled her with horror, made her shudder, turn red, and feel still more violently than ever before those impulses of anger and outraged pride. She now vividly realized all the difficulties and, above all, the humiliations of her position. They, the French, will take possession of this house. Monsieur le Général Romieux will make use of Prince Andrei's cabinet. For their amusements they will ransack and read his letters and papers. Mademoiselle Bourienne lui faire l'honneur de Bogucharov. They will, out of special favor, grant me a sleeping room. The soldiers will tear open my father's newly made grave in order to rob him of his crosses and stars. They will boast before me of their victories over the Russians. They will pretend to sympathize in my grief, thought the Princess Mariya. And these were not her own thoughts, but she felt herself compelled to think as her father and brother would have thought. For her personally, it was a matter of utter indifference where she stayed or what happened to her. But at the same time she felt that she was the representative of her late father and of Prince Andrei. She could not help thinking these thoughts and feeling these feelings. Whatever they would have said, whatever they would have done, now this she felt that it was indispensable for her to do. She went into Prince Andrei's cabinet, and, in her endeavors to follow out what would be his ideas, she reviewed her position. The demands of life, which she had felt had been annihilated at the moment of her father's death, suddenly, with new, never before experienced violence, rushed up before her and took possession of her. Flushed with excitement, she walked up and down the room, summoning first Alpatuitch, then Mikhail Ivanovitch, then Tikhon, then Dron. Dunyasha, the old Nyanya, and all the maids were equally unable to say how far Mademoiselle Bourienne was correct in what she had declared. Alpatuitch was not at home. He had gone to consult with the authorities. Mikhail Ivanovitch, the architect, on being summoned, came into the Princess Mariya's presence with sleepy eyes, and could tell her absolutely nothing. He replied to her questions with precisely the same non-committal smile with which for 15 years he had been in the habit of dealing with the old prince, and she could get nothing definite from his replies. Then the old valet Tikhon was called, and with a downcast and impassive face, bearing all the symptoms of incurable woe, he replied to all her questions with his Schluss Heus, I obey, and could scarcely refrain from sobbing as he looked at her. At last the starosta Dron came into the room, and, making her a low obeisance, stood respectfully at the threshold. The Princess Mariya glided through the room and paused in front of him. Dronushka, she said, seeing in him an undoubted friend, the same Dronushka who had always brought home pieces of gingerbread with him from his trips to the Yarmarka, or annual bazaar at Vyazma, and presented to her with a smile. Dronushka, now, since our sad loss, she began, and then paused, unable to proceed. All our goings are under God, said he, with a sigh. Neither spoke. Dronushka, Alpatuitch has gone. I have no one to turn to. Is it true, what I am told, that we cannot get away? Not get away? Certainly you can get away, princess, said Dron. They tell me there is danger from the enemy. My friend, I am helpless. I don't understand anything about it. I am entirely alone. I decidedly wish to start tonight or tomorrow morning early. Dron made no sound. He looked from under his brows at the princess. No horses, said he at last, and I have told Yakov Alpatuitch so. How is that? Demanded the princess. It is God's punishment, said Dron. What horses we had been taken by the troops, and the rest have perished. That's the way of it this year. 'Twouldn't so much matter about feeding the horses if we ourselves weren't perishing of starvation. Often for 3 days at a time we go without a bite. We have nothing at all. We are utterly ruined. The Princess Mariya listened attentively to what he said. The peasantry are ruined? You say they have no corn? She asked. They are perishing of famine, said Dron. And as for teams... But why haven't you told me of this before, Dronushka? Can't they be helped? I will do all in my power. It was strange for the Princess Mariya to think that now, at this moment when her heart was filled with such sorrow, there could be poor men and rich, and that the rich did not help the poor. She had a general notion that when the masters had a reserve of corn, it was distributed among the serfs. She knew also that neither her father nor her brother would refuse to help the peasantry in case of need. All that she feared was that she might make some blunder in speaking about this distribution of corn which she was anxious to make. She was glad of some pretext for active work, something that would allow her without pangs of conscience to forget her own sorrow. She proceeded to interrogate Dronushka in regard to the necessities of the muzhiks, and the store of reserve corn belonging to the estate of Bogucharovo. "We have corn belonging to the estate, have we not, brother?" she demanded. "The master's corn is untouched," said Dron with pride. "Our prince had not ordered it to be sold." "Give that to the peasantry. Give them all they need. I grant it in my brother's name," said the Princess Mariya. Dron made no reply and drew a long sigh. "You give them this corn, if there is enough for them. Give it all to them. I order it in my brother's name, and tell them, what is ours is always theirs. We will not grudge it for them. Tell them so." Dron looked steadily at the princess while she was saying this. "Discharge me, Matushka, for God's sake. Order the keys to be taken from me," he said. "I have been in service for 23 years. I have never done anything dishonest. Discharge me for God's sake." The Princess Mariya could not understand what he wanted of her, or why he wished to be relieved of his office. She replied that she had never conceived a doubt of his devotion, and that she was always ready to do anything for him or for any of the muzhiks. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 11. An hour later, Dunyasha came to the princess with the news that Dron was there, and that all the muzhiks had collected in accordance with the princess's orders at the granary, and wished to have speech with their mistress. "But I never called them," said the Princess Mariya. "I merely told Dronushka to give them corn." "Then for God's sake, Princess Matushka, order them to disperse and don't go to them. They are deceiving you," exclaimed Dunyasha. "Yakov Abatuich will soon be back, and then we will go. And don't you allow—" "How are they deceiving me?" asked the princess in amazement. "But I am certain of it. Only heed my words, for God's sake. Just ask nurse here. They declare they will not go away at your orders." "You have it entirely wrong. Besides, I have never ordered them to go away," said the Princess Mariya. "Fetch Dronushka." Dron came in and confirmed what Dunyasha said. The muzhiks had assembled at the princess's orders. "But I never summoned them," said the princess. "You did not give my message correctly. I only told you to give them corn." Dron made no reply, merely sighed. "If you order it, they will disperse," said he. "No, no, I will go to them," said the princess. In spite of the persuasion of Dunyasha and the old Nyanya, the Princess Mariya went down the steps. Dronushka, Dunyasha, the old Nyanya, and Mikhail Ivanovitch followed her. "They apparently think that I give them the corn so that they should stay at home, while I myself am going away, abandoning them to the mercy of the French," thought the Princess Mariya. "But I will promise them rations and quarters at our pod Moscovyanya. I am sure Andrei would do even more in my place," she said to herself, as she went toward the throng that had gathered in the twilight on the green near the granary. The throng showed some signs of confusion, and moved and swayed a little, and hats were removed as she approached. The Princess Mariya, with downcast eyes, and getting her feet entangled in her dress, went toward them. So many different eyes from faces young and old were fixed upon her, and so many different people were collected, that the princess did not distinguish any particular person, and, as she felt that it was requisite for her to address them all at once, she did not know how to set about it. But once more the consciousness that she was the representative of her father and brother gave her courage, and she boldly began to speak. "I am very glad that you came," she began, not raising her eyes, and conscious of her heart beating fast and strong. "Dronyushka told me that you were ruined by the war. That is our common misfortune, and I shall spare no endeavor to help you. I myself am going away because it is dangerous here, and the enemy are near. Because I will give you everything, friends, and I beg of you to take all our corn, so that you may not suffer from want. And if you have been told that I distribute the corn among you so as to keep you here, that is a falsehood. On the contrary, I beg of you to go with all your possessions to our pod Moscovyana, and I will engage and promise that you shall not suffer. You shall be given homes and provisions." The princess paused. In the throng sighs were heard, and that was all. "I do not give this of myself," continued the princess, "but I do it in the name of my late father, who was a good baron to you, and in behalf of my brother and his son." She again paused. No one broke in upon her silence. "Our misfortune is universal, and we will share everything together. All that is mine is yours," said she, gazing at the faces ranged in front of her. All eyes were fixed on her with one expression, the significance of which she could not riddle. Whether it were curiosity, devotion, gratitude, or fear, or distrust, that expression, whatever it was the same in all. "Very grateful for your kindness, but we don't want to take the master's corn," said a voice in the rear of the throng. "Yes, but why not?" asked the princess. No one replied, and the Princess Marya, glancing around the throng, observed that now all eyes which met hers immediately turned away. "Why are you unwilling?" she asked again. No one replied. The Princess Marya felt awkward at this silence. She tried to catch someone's eye. "Why don't you speak?" demanded the princess, addressing an aged man who, leaning on his cane, was standing in front of her. "Tell me if you think that anything else is needed. I will do everything for you," said she, as she caught his eye. But he, as though annoyed by this, hung his head and muttered, "Why should we? We don't want your corn." "What? Us abandon everything? We don't agree to it. We don't agree to it. Not with our consent. We are sorry, but it shan't be done with our consent. Go off by yourself alone," rang out from the mob on different sides, and again all the faces of the throng had one and the same expression. But this time it was assuredly not curiosity or gratitude, but one of angry, obstinate resolution. "Oh, but you do not understand me," exclaimed the Princess Marya, with a melancholy smile. "Why are you unwilling to go? I promised to give you new homes and feed you. But if you stay here the enemy will ruin you." But her voice was drowned by the voices of the mob. "Not with our consent. Let him destroy us. We won't touch your corn. Not with our consent." The Princess Marya tried again to catch the eyes of some other person in the crowd, but not one was directed toward her. Their eyes evidently avoided her. She felt strange and ill at ease. "There, now, she's a shrewd one. Follow her to prison. They'll want to get our houses and make serfs of us again. The idea! We won't touch your corn," rang the various voices. The Princess Marya, hanging her head, left the crowd and went back to the house. Reiterating her orders to Drawn to have the horses ready against their departure the next day, she went to her room and remained alone with her thoughts. End of chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 12. The Princess Marya sat long that night before her open window in her room, listening to the hubbub of voices which came up to her from the peasant village, and yet she was not thinking of them. She felt that the more she thought about them, the less she should understand them. Her mind was concentrated on one thing, her affliction, which now, after the interruption caused by her labors in connection with the present situation, seemed already far in the past. She could now think calmly, could weep, and could pray. With the sunset the breeze had died down. The night was calm and cool. By 12 o'clock the voices began to grow still. A cock crew. The full moon began to rise up from behind the lindens. A cool, white dew mist arose, and peace reigned over the village and over the house. One after the other passed before her mind the pictures of the recent past, the illness and the last moments of her father, and, with a melancholy joy, she now dwelt upon these pictures, repelling with horror only one, the vision of his death, a thing which she felt wholly unable to contemplate, even in imagination, at that calm, mysterious hour of night. And these pictures came before her with such vividness and with such fullness of detail that they seemed to her now like the reality, and then again like something past, or again like something that was to come. Now she vividly recalled the moment when he received the stroke and was borne in the arms of his men into the house at Luisia Goroy, muttering unintelligible words with his disobedient tongue, knitting his grizzled brows, and looking anxiously and timidly at her. Even then he wanted to tell me what he said on the very day of his death, she said to herself. What he said to me then was all the time in his mind. And then she imagined, with all its details, that last night at Luisia Goroy, on the evening before the apoplectic stroke, when, with a presentiment of evil, she remained with him against his will. She could not sleep, and she went down late at night on her tiptoes, and, going to the door of the greenhouse, where her father had tried to sleep that night, had listened to him. He was talking to Tikhon in a peevish, weary voice. He was telling him something about the Crimea, about the genial nights, about the Empress. He was evidently in a talkative mood. And why did he not call me? Why did he not allow me then to take Tikhon's place? She asked herself that question then, and again she asked it now. He was never one to confide in anyone what he kept locked up in the chambers of his heart, and now never again for him and for me will return that moment when he might say all he wished to say, and then I and not Tikhon might have listened and understood him. Why did I not go in where he was? Wondered the Princess Marya. Maybe even then he would have told me what he said on the day of his death. While he was talking with Tikhon he twice asked about me. He wished to see me, and there I was standing at the door. He found it tiresome and stupid to talk with Tikhon, for he could not understand him. I remember how he spoke with him about Lisa, as though she were still alive. He had forgotten that she was dead, and Tikhon reminded him that she had passed away, and he cried, "Durak, idiot!" It was hard for him. As I stood outside, I heard him groan and lie down on the bed and cry aloud, "My God!" Why didn't I go in then and there? What would he have done to me? What trouble might I not have made? Perhaps even then he would have been comforted. Perhaps he would have called me, what he did. And the princess repeated aloud the caressing word which he had spoken to her on the day of his death. "Dushenka, dear heart." "Dushenka," repeated the princess, and she burst into tears that lightened the sorrow of her soul. Now she saw his face plainly before her, and not that face which she had known ever since her earliest remembrance, and which she had always seen afar off, as it were, but that weak, submissive face which she, for the first time in her memory, as she bent down close to it to catch the last words that fell from his mouth, saw near at hand with all its wrinkles and details. "Dushenka," she repeated. What thoughts were in his mind when he said that word? What is he thinking now? That question suddenly occurred to her, and for answer to it, she seemed to see him before her with that same expression of face which he had worn in his coffin with the white handkerchief binding up his face, and that horror which had seized her then, when she had touched him, and then felt so assured that this thing not only was not he, but something mysterious and repulsive, came over her again. She tried to think of something else. She tried to pray, and she could do neither. With wide, staring eyes, she gazed at the moonlight, and at the shadows, every instant expecting to see his dead face, and she felt that the silence that hung over the house and in the house was turning her to stone. "Dunyasha," she whispered. "Dunyasha," she cried in a wild voice, and tearing herself away from the silence, she ran into the domestics' room, meeting the old Nanya and the women, who came to meet her at her cry. End of chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 13. On the 29th of August, Rostov and Ilyin, accompanied only by Lavrushka, just back from his brief captivity, and an orderly sergeant of hussars, set forth from their bivouac at Yankovo, 15 versts from Bogucharovo, to make trial of a new horse which Ilyin had recently purchased, and to find whether there was any fodder in the villages round about. Bogucharovo, during the last 3 days, had been midway between two hostile armies, so that it was just as likely to be occupied by the Russian rearguard as by the French vanguard, and consequently Rostov, like the thoughtful squadron commander that he was, conceived the notion of taking possession of the provisions at Bogucharovo in anticipation of the French. Rostov and Ilyin were in the most jovial mood. On the way to Bogucharovo, to the princely estate and farm where they hoped to find a great throng of domestics and pretty young girls, they now questioned Lavrushka about Napoleon and made merry over his tale, and then they ran races to test Ilyin's horse. Rostov had not the slightest notion that this village where he was bound was the estate of that very same Bolkonsky who had been betrothed to his sister. He and Ilyin had made a final spurt in trial of their horses down the slope in front of Bogucharovo, and Rostov, outriding Ilyin, was the first to enter the street of the village. "You got in first," cried Ilyin, growing red in the face. "Yes, always ahead, not only on the level, but here also," replied Rostov, smoothing the flank of his foam-flecked Donets. "And I on my Franzuska, your illustriousness," exclaimed Lavrushka, coming up behind them on his cart jade, which he called Franzuska, or Frenchy, in honor of his adventure. "I'd a come in first, only I didn't want to mortify you." They rode at a foot-pace up to the granary, near which a great crowd of moujiks were gathered. Some of them took off their caps. Some, not taking off their caps, gazed at the newcomers. Two lank moujiks, with wrinkled faces and thin beards, came out from the public-house, reeling and trolling some incoherent snatch of a song, and approached the officers. "Say, my hearties," sung out Rostov with a laugh, "have you any hay?" "Like as 2 peas," exclaimed Ilyin. "We're jolly good fellows," sang one of the men, with an effusively good-natured smile. A moujik came out of the throng and approached Rostov. "Which side are you from?" he asked. "The French," replied Rostov, jokingly, with a smile. "And that's Napoleon himself," he added, pointing to Lavrushka. "Of course, you're Russians, ain't you?" asked the moujik. "Is there a large party of you?" asked another, a little man, who also joined them. "Ever so many," replied Rostov. "And what brings you all together here?" he added. "A holiday festival?" "The elders have collected for communal business," replied the moujik who first came out. At this time 2 women and a man in a white hat made their appearance on the road from the mansion, coming toward the officers. "The one in pink is mine. Don't dare cheat me of her!" exclaimed Ilyin, catching sight of Dunyasha coming resolutely toward him. "She shall be yours," replied Lavrushka with a wink. "What do you want, my beauty?" asked Ilyin with a smile. "The princess has sent me to ask what is your regiment and your name." "I'm Count Rostov, squadron commander, and I am your humble servant." "Dievlish jolly gals," sang one of the drunken moujiks, with a jovial grin, and giving Ilyin a meaning look, as he stood talking with the maid. Dunyasha was followed by Alpatuitch, who, at some distance, took off his hat in Rostov's presence. "I make bold to trouble your nobility," said he, politely, but manifesting a certain scorn of the officer's youthful appearance, and placing his hand on the breast of his coat. "My mistress, the daughter of the General Longshov, the late Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch Bolkonsky, who died on the 27th instant, finds herself in difficulty on account of the insubordination and boorishness of these individuals here," he pointed to the moujiks, "and she begs you to confer with her, if it would not be asking too much," said Alpatuitch, with a timid smile. "If you would come a few steps farther, and beside, it is not so pleasant in the presence of—" he indicated the 2 drunken moujiks, who were circling round them, and in their rear like gadflies round a horse. "Hey, Alpatuitch! Hey, Yakov Alpatuitch! Serious shing! 'Scuse us! Serious shing! 'Scuse us, for Christ's sake! Hey!" said the moujiks, leering at him. Rostov looked at the drunken moujiks and smiled. "Or perhaps this amuses your illustriousness?" suggested Alpatuitch, with a sedate look, and, indicating the old man with his other hand, the one not in the breast of his coat. "No, there's no amusement in that," said Rostov, and started off. "What's the trouble?" he asked. "I make bold to explain to your illustriousness that these coarse peasants here are not willing that their mistress should leave her estate, and they threaten to take her horses out, and though everything has been packed up since morning, her illustriousness can't get away." "Incredible!" cried Rostov. "I have the honor of reporting to you the essential truth," maintained Alpatuitch. Rostov dismounted, and, throwing the reins to his orderly, went with Alpatuitch to the house, questioning him on the state of affairs. In point of fact, the offer of corn which the princess had made to the muzhiks the evening before, her explanations to Drawn and to the meeting, had made affairs so much worse that Drawn had definitely laid down his keys and taken sides with the peasantry, and had refused to obey Alpatuitch's summons. And that morning, when the princess had ordered to have the horses put in so as to take her departure, the muzhiks had gone in a regular mob to the granary, and sent a messenger declaring that they would not allow the princess to leave the village, that orders had come not to leave, and they should unharness the horses. Alpatuitch had gone up to them and reasoned with them, but they had replied, Karp being their spokesman for the most part, Drawn did not show himself at all, that it was impossible to let the princess take her departure, that there was a law against it. Only let her stay at home, and they would serve her as they always had done, and obey her in everything. At the moment that Rostov and Ilyin had come spurring up the avenue, the Princess Mariya, in spite of the dissuasion of Alpatuitch, the old Nanya and her women had given orders to have the horses put in, and had made up her mind to start. But when the coachmen saw the cavalrymen galloping up, they took them for the French and ran away, and wailing and lamentations of women were heard in the house. Batyushka, blessed Father, God has sent you, were the words of welcome that met him as Rostov passed through the anteroom. The Princess Mariya, entirely bewildered and weak with fright, was sitting in the drawing-room when Rostov was brought in to her. She had no idea who he was, and why he was there, and what was going to become of her. When she saw his Russian face, and recognized by his manner and the first words he spoke that he was a man of her own walk in life, she looked at him with her deep, radiant eyes and began to speak in broken tones, her voice trembling with emotion. Rostov immediately found something very romantic in this adventure. An unprotected maiden, overwhelmed with grief, left alone to the mercy of rough, insurgent muzhiks. And what a strange fate has brought me here, thought Rostov, as he listened to her and looked at her. And what sweetness and gratitude in her features and her words, he said to himself, as he listened to her faltering tale. When she repeated all that had taken place on the day after her father's obsequies, her voice trembled. She turned aside, and then, as though she were afraid Rostov would take her words to be an excuse for rousing his pity, she glanced at him with a timidly questioning look. The tears stood in Rostov's eyes. The Princess Mariya observed it, and she looked gratefully at him with those brilliant eyes of hers, which made one forget the plainness of her face. I cannot tell you, Princess, how happy I am at the chance that brought me here, and puts me in position to show you how ready I am to serve you, said Rostov, rising. You can start immediately, and I pledge you my word of honor that no one shall dare to cause you the slightest unpleasantness, if you will only permit me to serve as your escort. And, making her a courtly bow such as are made to the ladies of the imperial blood, he went to the door. By the courtliness of his tone, Rostov seemed to show that, in spite of the fact that he should consider it an honor to be acquainted with her, he would not think of taking advantage of her hour of misfortune to inflict his acquaintance upon her. The Princess Mariya understood and appreciated this delicacy. I am very, very grateful to you, said she in French. But I hope that this was merely a misunderstanding, and that no one is to blame for it. She suddenly broke down. Forgive me, she said. Rostov once more made a low obeisance and left the room with an angry scowl. End of chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 14. Well, now, pretty? Ah, brother, my pink one's a beauty, and her name is Dunyasha. But as he glanced into Rostov's face, Ilyin held his tongue. He saw that his hero and commander had come back in an entirely different frame of mind. Rostov gave Ilyin a wrathful glance, and, without deigning to give him any answer, he strode swiftly down to the village. I will teach them. I will give it to those cutthroats, he muttered to himself. Alpatuitch, with a sort of swimming gait that was just short of running, found it hard to overtake him. What decision have you been pleased to come to? He asked, at last catching up with him. Rostov halted, and doubling his fists, made a threatening movement toward Alpatuitch suddenly. Decision? What decision? "You old dotard!" cried he. "What are you staring at? Ha! The muzhiks are in revolt, and you can't bring them to terms? You yourself are a traitor. I know you. I'll take the hide off you, the whole of you." And, as though he was afraid of wasting the reserve fund of his righteous wrath, he left Alpatuitch and hastened forward. Alpatuitch, evidently crushing down his sense of injured innocence, hastened after Rostov with that swimming gait of his, and continued to give him his opinions in regard to the matter. He declared that the muzhiks had got themselves into such a state of recalcitrancy that at the present moment it would be imprudent to contrarize them, unless one had a squad of soldiers, so that it would be better to send after the soldiers first. "I'll give them a squad of soldiers. I'll show how to contrarize them," replied Rostov, not knowing what he was saying, and breathing hard from his unreasoning, keen indignation, and the necessity which he felt of expressing this indignation. With no definite plan of action, he rushed with strong, resolute steps straight at the mob. And the nearer he approached it, the more firmly convinced grew Alpatuitch that this imprudent action of his might lead to excellent results. The muzhiks in the throng felt the same thing, as they saw his swift, unswerving movements and his resolute, scowling face. After the hussars had entered the village and Rostov had gone to see the princess, a certain perplexity and division of counsels had prevailed among the peasantry. It began to be bruited among them that these visitors were Russians, and some of the muzhiks declared that they would be angry because their baruishka was detained. Dron himself was of this opinion, but as soon as he had so expressed himself, Karp and the other muzhiks attacked their former starosta. "How many years have you been getting your belly full out of this commune?" cried Karp. "It's all the same to you. You'll dig up your pot of money and be off. What do you care whether they burn up our houses or not?" The order was to keep good order, no one to go from their homes and not carry off the value of a speck of dust, and there she goes with all she's got, cried another. "'Twas your son's turn, but you were too soft on your young noodle," suddenly exclaimed a little old man, pitching into Dron. "But they shaved my Vanka. We shall die. Certainly we shall die." "I'm not quit of the commune yet," said Dron. "Of course you're not. You've filled your belly, though." Then two long, lank muzhiks said their say. As soon as Rostov, accompanied by Ilyin, Lavrushka, and Alpatuitch, drew near the mob, Karp, thrusting his fingers in his belt and slightly smiling, came forward. Dron, on the contrary, got into the rear ranks, and the throng crowded closer together. "Hey, which of you is the starosta here?" cried Rostov, coming up to the mob with swift strides. "The starosta? What do you want of him?" asked Karp. But before he had a chance to utter another word, his cap flew off, and he was sent reeling with a powerful blow. "Hats off, you traitors!" cried Rostov, in a stentorian voice. "Where is the starosta?" he thundered in a frenzied voice. "The starosta! He wants the starosta!" "Dron Zagoruitch, you!" was spoken by various officiously submissive voices, and every hat was doffed. "We should never think of rebelling. We preserve order," insisted Karp, and several voices in the rear ranks at the same instant suddenly shouted, "It was what the Council of Elders decided. We have to obey." "Do you dare answer back? Mob! Cutthroats! Traitors!" sung out Rostov, beside himself with rage and in an unnatural voice, while he seized Karp by the collar. "Bind him! Bind him!" he cried, though there was no one to execute his orders, except Lavrushka and Alpatuitch. Lavrushka, however, sprang forward and seized Karp by the arms from behind. "Do you wish us to summon ours from below?" he cried. Alpatuitch turned to the muzhiks, calling two by name, to bind Karp's arms. These muzhiks submissively stepped forward from the throng and began to unfasten their belts. "Where is the starosta?" cried Rostov. Dron, with a pale and frowning face, stood out. "You the starosta? Bind him, Lavrushka," cried Rostov, as though it were impossible for this command to meet with resistance. And in point of fact, two other muzhiks began to bind Dron, who, in order to facilitate the operation, took off his girdle and handed it to them. "And see here, do you all obey me?" Rostov had turned to the muzhiks. "Disperse to your homes instantly, and don't let me hear another word from one of you." "Come, now, we hain't done no harm. We've only been acting silly. Made fools of ourselves, that's all. I said there wasn't no such orders," said various voices, reproaching each other. "That's what I told you," said Alpatuitch, reassuming his rights. "'Twasn't right of you, boys." "Our foolishness, Yakov Alpatuitch," replied the voices, and the crowd immediately began to break up and scatter to their homes. The two muzhiks, with their arms bound, were taken to the master's house. The two drunken men followed. "Ech, now I get a good look at you," said one of them, addressing Karp. "How could you, with your betters in that way? What were you thinking of? Durak, idiot!" exclaimed the other. "Truly you were an idiot." Inside of 2 hours, the teams were ready in the dvor of the Bogucharovo mansion. The men were zealously lugging out and packing up the master's belongings, and drawn, at the princess's intercession, led out of the shed where he had been locked up, directed the muzhiks at their work. "Don't pack that away so clumsily," said one of the muzhiks, a tall man with a round, smiling face, taking a casket from the hands of a chambermaid. "You see, that must cost summit. Don't sling it in that way, or poke it under a pile of rope. Why, it'll get spoiled. I don't like it that way. Let everything be done neat, according to law. There, that's the way. Under this mat, and tuck hay round it. That's the way to do it." "Oh, these books, these books!" exclaimed another muzhik, bending under the weight of the bookcases from Prince Andrei's library. "Don't you touch them. Heavy, I tell you, boys. Healthy lot of books." "Yes, that man kept his pen busy and didn't gad much," said the tall, moon-faced muzhik, winking significantly and pointing to some lexicons lying on top. Rostov, not wishing to impose his acquaintance upon the princess, did not return to her, but remained in the village, waiting for her to pass on her way. Having waited until the Princess Maria's carriages had left the house, Rostov mounted and accompanied her on horseback along the highway occupied by our troops for a dozen versts. At Yankovo, where his bivouac was, he politely took leave of her, and for the first time permitted himself the liberty of kissing her hand. "Ought you not to be ashamed of yourself?" replied Rostov, reddening as the Princess Mariya expressed her gratitude for his having saved her, for so she spoke of what he had done. "Any policeman would have done as much. If we had only peasants to fight with, we should not have let the enemy advance so far," said he, feeling a twinge of shame and anxious to change the topic. "I am only delighted that this has given me a chance of making your acquaintance. Farewell. Prostiate, Princess. I wish you all happiness and consolation, and I hope we shall meet under more favorable circumstances. If you wish to spare my blushes, please do not thank me." But the princess, if she did not thank him further in word, could not help expressing her gratitude in every feature of her face, which fairly beamed with recognizance and gentleness. She could not believe him when he said that she had nothing for which to thank him. On the contrary, it was beyond question that if it had not been for him, she would have been utterly lost, either at the hands of the insurgent peasants or the French. That he, in order to rescue her, had exposed himself to the most palpable and terrible peril, and still less was it a matter of doubt that he was a man of high, noble spirit, capable of realizing her position and misfortune. His kindly, honest eyes, which had filled with sympathetic tears when she herself was weeping, and seemed to speak with her about her loss, she could not keep out of her thoughts. When she bade him farewell and was left alone, the Princess Mariya suddenly felt her eyes fill with tears, and then, it seemed not for the first time, the strange question came into her mind: did she love him? During the rest of the journey to Moscow, though her position was far from agreeable, the princess, as Danyusha, who rode with her in the carriage, more than once observed, looked out of the window and smiled, as though at pleasant melancholy thoughts. "Well, supposing I did fall in love with him," mused the Princess Mariya. Shameful as it was for her to acknowledge to herself that she fell in love at first sight with a man who, perhaps, might never reciprocate her love, still she comforted herself with the thought that no one would ever know it, and that she would not be to blame if, even to the end of her life, she, without ever telling anyone, loved this man whom she loved for the first time and the last. Sometimes she recalled his looks, his sympathetic interest, his words, and happiness seemed to her not out of the bounds of the possible. And it was at such times that Dunyasha observed that she smiled as she gazed out of the carriage window. "And it was fate that he should come to Bogucharovo, and at such a time," said the Princess Mariya. "And it was fate that his sister should jilt Prince Andrei." And in all this the Princess Mariya saw the working of Providence. The impression made upon Rostov by the Princess Mariya was very agreeable. When his thoughts recurred to her, happiness filled his heart, and when his comrades, learning of his adventure at Bogucharovo, joked him because, in going after hay, he had fallen in love with one of the richest heiresses of Russia, Rostov lost his temper. He lost his temper for the very reason that the idea of marrying the princess, who had impressed him so pleasantly, and who had such an enormous property, had more than once, against his will, occurred to him. As far as he was personally concerned, he could not wish a better wife than the Princess Mariya. To marry her would give great delight to the countess, his mother, and would help him to extricate his father's affairs from their wreck. And then again, Nikolai felt this, it would be for the Princess Mariya's happiness. But Sonia, and his plighted troth. And that was the reason Rostov grew angry when they joked him about the Princess Bolkonskaya. End of chapter 14.
War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Alma and Louise Maud, Book 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Yu. War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, Book 10, Chapter 15. On receiving command of the armies, Kutuzov remembered Prince Andrew and sent an order for him to report at headquarters. Prince Andrew arrived at Charevo-Chemistry on the very day and at the very hour that Kutuzov was reviewing the troops for the first time. He stopped in the village at the priest's house, in front of which stood the commander-in-chief's carriage, and he sat down on the bench at the gate awaiting His Serene Highness, as everyone now called Kutuzov. From the field beyond the village came now sounds of regimental music, and now the roar of many voices shouting "Hurrah!" to the new commander-in-chief. Two orderlies, a courier and a major domo, stood nearby, some 10 paces from Prince Andrew, availing themselves of Kutuzov's absence and of the weather. A short, swarthy lieutenant colonel of hussars with thick mustache and whiskers rode up to the gate and, glancing at Prince Andrew, inquired whether His Serene Highness was putting up there and whether he would soon be back. Prince Andrew replied that he was not on His Serene Highness' staff, but was himself a new arrival. The lieutenant colonel turned to a smart orderly, who, with the peculiar contempt with which a commander-in-chief's orderly speaks to others, replied, "What? His Serene Highness? I expect he'll be here soon. What do you want?" The lieutenant colonel of hussars smiled beneath his mustache at the orderly's tone, dismounted and gave his horse to a dispatch runner, and approached Bolkonsky with a slight bow. Bolkonsky made room for him on the bench, and the lieutenant colonel sat down beside him. "You are also waiting for the commander-in-chief," said he. "They say he receives everyone, thank God. It's awful with those sausage-eaters." Ermanov had reason to ask to be a German. Now perhaps Russians would get a look in, and it was. Devil only knows what was happening. We kept wet-tweeting and wet-tweeting. "Did you take part in the campaign?" he asked. "I had the pleasure," replied Prince Andrew, "not only of taking part in the retreat, but of losing in that retreat all I held dear. Not to mention the estate and the home of my birth, my father who died of grief. I belong to the province of Smolensk." "Ah, you are Prince Bolkonsky. Very glad to make your acquaintance. I am Lieutenant Colonel Denisov, better known as Vaska," said Denisov, pressing Prince Andrew's hand and looking into his face with a particularly kindly attention. "Yes, I heard," said he sympathetically, and after a short pause added, "Yes, it is Scythian warfare. It's all very well, only not for those who get in the neck. So you are Prince Andrew Bolkonsky." He swayed his head. "Very pleased, Prince, to make your acquaintance," he repeated again, smiling sadly, and he again pressed Prince Andrew's hand. Prince Andrew knew Denísov from what Natasha had told him of her first suitor. This memory carried him sadly and sweetly back to those painful feelings of which he had not thought lately, but which still found place in his soul. Of late he had received so many new and very serious impressions, such as the retreat from Smolensk, his visit to Bald Hills, and the recent news of his father's death, and had experienced so many emotions that for a long time past those memories had not entered his mind, and now that they did not act on him with nearly their former strength. For Denísov, too, the memories awakened by the name of Bolkonsky belonged to a distant romantic past, when, after supper and after Natasha's singing, he had proposed to a little girl of 15 without realizing what he was doing. He smiled at the recollection of that time and of his love for Natasha, and passed at once to what now interested him passionately and exclusively. This was a plan of campaign he had devised while serving at the outpost during the retreat. He had proposed that plan to Barclay de Tolly and now wished to propose it to Kutuzov. The plan was based on the fact that the French line of operation was too extended, and it proposed that instead of concurrently with action on the front to bar the advance of the French, we should attack their line of communication. He began explaining his plan to Prince Andrew. "They can't hold all that line. It's impossible. I will undertake to break through. Give me 500 men and I will break the line. That's certain. There's only one way: guerrilla warfare." Denísov rose and began gesticulating as he explained his plan to Bolkonsky. In the midst of his explanation, shouts were heard from the army, growing more incoherent and more diffused, ringing with music and songs, and coming from the field where the review was held. Sounds of hoofs and shouts were nearing the village. He's coming!" shouted a Cossack standing at the gate. Bolkonsky and Denísov moved to the gate, at which a knot of soldiers (a guard of honor) was standing, and they saw Kutuzov coming down the street, mounted on a rather small sorrel horse. A huge suite of generals rode behind him. Barclay was riding almost beside him, and a crowd of officers ran after and around them, shouting "Hurrah!" His adjutants galloped into the yard before him. Kutuzov was impatiently urging on his horse, which ambled smoothly under his weight, and he raised his hand to his white horse-guard's cap with a red band and no peak, nodding his head continually. When he came up to the guard of honors, a fine set of grenadiers, mostly wearing decorations, who were giving him the salute, he looked at them silently and attentively for nearly a minute with the steady gaze of a commander, and then turned to the crowd of generals and officers surrounding him. Suddenly his face assumed a subtle expression. He shrugged his shoulders with an air of perplexity. "And with such fine fellows to retreat and retreat! Well, good-bye, General," he added, and rode into the yard past Prince Andrew and Denísov. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted those behind him. Since Prince Andrew had last seen him, Kutuzov had grown still more corpulent, flaccid, and fat, but the breached eyeball, the scar, and the familiar weariness of his expression were still the same. He was wearing the white horse-guard's cap and a military overcoat with a whip hanging over his shoulder by a thin strap. He sat heavily and swayed limply on his brisk little horse. "Phew! Phew! Phew!" he whistled just loudly as he rode into the yard. His face expressed the relief of relaxed strain felt by a man who means to rest after a ceremony. He drew his left foot out of the stirrup, and lurching with his whole body and puckering his face with the effort, raised it with difficulty onto the saddle, leaned on his knee, groaned, and slipped down into the arms of the Cossacks and adjutants who stood ready to assist him. He pulled himself together, looked around, screwing up his eyes, glanced at Prince Andrew, and, evidently not recognizing him, moved with his waddling gait to the porch. "Phew! Phew! Phew!" he whistled, and again he glanced at Prince Andrew. As often occurs with old men, it was only after some seconds that the impression produced by Prince Andrew's face linked itself up with Kutúzov's remembrance of his personality. "Ah, how do you do, my dear prince? How do you do, my dear boy? Come along," said he, glancing wearily round, and he stepped onto the porch, which creaked with his weight. He unbuttoned his coat and sat down on a bench in the porch. "And how's your father?" "I received news of his death yesterday," replied Prince Andrew abruptly. Kutúzov looked at him with eyes wide open with dismay, and then took off his cap and crossed himself. "May the kingdom of heavens be his! God's will be done to us all," he sighed deeply, his whole chest heaving, and was silent for a while. "I loved him and respected him, and sympathized with you with all my heart." He embraced Prince Andrew, pressing him to his fat breast, and for some time did not let him go. When he released him, Prince Andrew saw that Kutúzov's flabby lips were trembling and that tears were in his eyes. He sighed and pressed on the bench with both hands to raise himself. "Come with me, we'll have a talk," said he. But at that moment Denísov, no more intimidated by his superiors than by the enemy, came with jingling spurs up the steps of the porch. Despite the angry whispers of the adjutants who tried to stop him, Kutúzov, his hand still pressed on the seat, glanced at him glumly. Denísov, having given his name, announced that he had to communicate to His Serene Highness matter of great importance for their country's welfare. Kutúzov looked wearily at him, and lifting his hands with a gesture of annoyance, folded them across his stomach, repeating the words, "For our country's welfare? Well, what is it? Speak!" Denísov blushed like a girl. In brackets, it was strange to see the color rise in that shaggy, bibulous, time-worn face, and boldly began to expand his plan of cutting the enemy's lines of communication between Smolensk and Vyazma. Denísov came from those parts and knew the country well. His plan seemed decidedly a good one, especially from the strength of conviction with which he spoke. Kutúzov looked down at his own legs, occasionally glancing at the door of the adjoining hut as if expecting something unpleasant to emerge from it. And from that hut, while Denísov was speaking, a general with a portfolio under his arm really did appear. "What?" said Kutúzov in the midst of Denísov's explanation. "Are you ready so soon?" "Ready, your Serene Highness," replies the general. Kutúzov swayed his head as much as to say, "How is the man to deal with it all?" and again listened to Denísov. "I give my word of honor as a Russian officer," said Denísov, "that I can break Napoleon's line of communication." "What relation are you to Intendant General Kirill Andreevich Denísov?" asked Kutúzov, interrupting him. "He is my uncle, your Serene Highness." "Ah, we were friends," said Kutúzov cheerfully. All right, friend. Stay here at the staff, and tomorrow we'll have a talk." With a nod to Denísov, he turned away and put out his hand to the papers Konovítsin had brought him. "Would not your Serene Highness like to come inside?" said the general on duty in a discontented voice. The plans must be examined and several papers have to be signed. An adjutant came out and announced that everything was in readiness within. But Kutuzov evidently did not wish to enter that room till he was disengaged. He made a grimace. "No, tell them to bring a small table out here, my dear boy. I'll look at them here," said he. "Don't go away," he added, turning to Prince Andrew, who remained in the porch and listened to the general's report. While this was being given, Prince Andrew heard the whispers of a woman's voice and the rustle of a silk dress behind the door. Several times, on glancing that way, he noticed behind the door a plump, rosy, handsome woman in a pink dress with a lilac silk kerchief on her head, holding a dish and evidently awaiting the entrance of the commander-in-chief. Kutuzov's adjutant whispered to Prince Andrew that this was the wife of the priest whose home it was, and that she intended to offer His Serene Highness bread and salt. Her husband has welcomed His Serene Highness with the cross at the church, and she intends to welcome him in the house. She's very pretty," added the adjutant with a smile. At those words Kutuzov looked around. He was listening to the general's report, which consisted chiefly of a criticism of the position at Travivo-Zamyshche, as he had listened to Denísov, and 7 years previously had listened to the discussion at the Austerlitz Council of War. He evidently listened only because he had ears which, though there was a piece of tow in one of them, could not help hearing. But it was evident that nothing the general could say would surprise or even interest him, that he knew all that would be said beforehand and heard it all only because he had to, as one has to listen to the chanting of a service of prayer. All that Denísov had said was clever and to the point. What the general was saying was even more clever and to the point, but it was evident that Kutuzov despised knowledge and cleverness and knew of something else that would decide the matter, something independent of cleverness and knowledge. Prince Andrew watched the commander-in-chief's face attentively, and the only expression he could see there was one of boredom, curiosity as to the meaning of the feminine whispering behind the door, and a desire to observe propriety. It was evident that Kutuzov despised cleverness and learning and even the patriotic feeling shown by Denísov, but despised them not because of his own intellect, feelings, or knowledge. He did not try to display any of these, but because of something else. He despised them because of his old age and experience of life. The only instruction Kutuzov gave of his own accord during that report referred to looting by the Russian troops. At the end of the report, the general put before him for signature a paper relating to the recovery of payment from army commanders for green oaks mown down by the soldiers when landowners lodged petitions for compensation. After hearing the matter, Kutuzov smacked his lips together and shook his head. "Into the stove, into the fire with it, I tell you once for all, my dear fellow," said he. "Into the fire with all such things. Let them cut the crops and burn wood to their heart's content. I don't order it or allow it, but I don't exact compensation either. One can't get on without it. When wood is chopped, the chips will fly." He looked at the paper again. "Oh, this German precision," he muttered, shaking his head. End of chapter 15. War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 15. Read for LibriVox.org by Andy Yu, Mississauga, Canada.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 16. Read for LibriVox.org by David Ream. "Well, that's all," said Kutuzov as he signed the last of the documents, and rising heavily and smoothing out the folds in his fat white neck, he moved towards the door with a more cheerful expression. The priest's wife, flushing rosy red, caught up the dish she had not managed to present at the right moment after all, though she had so long been preparing for it, and with a low bow offered it to Kutuzov. He screwed up his eyes, smiled, lifted her chin with his hand, and said, "Ah, what a beauty! Thank you, sweetheart." He took some gold pieces from his trouser pocket and put them on the dish for her. "Well, my dear, and how are we getting on?" he asked, moving to the door of the room assigned to him. The priest's wife smiled, and with dimples in her rosy cheeks followed him into the room. The adjutant came out to the porch and asked Prince Andrew to lunch with him. Half an hour later, Prince Andrew was again called to Kutuzov. He found him reclining in an armchair, still in the same unbuttoned overcoat. He had in his hand a French book, which he closed as Prince Andrew entered, marking the place with a knife. Prince Andrew saw by the cover that it was Le Chevalier du Seigneur by Madame du Genlis. "Well, sit down, sit here. Let's have a talk," said Kutuzov. "It's sad, very sad. But remember, my dear fellow, that I'm a father to you, a second father." Prince Andrew told Kutuzov all he knew of his father's death, and what he had seen at Bald Hills when he passed through it. What they have brought us to!" Kutuzov suddenly cried in an agitated voice, evidently picturing vividly to himself from Prince Andrew's story the condition Russia was in. "But give me time, he said with a grim look, evidently not wishing to continue this agitating conversation, and added, "I sent for you to keep you with me." "I thank your Serene Highness, but fear I am no longer fit for the staff," replied Prince Andrew with a smile which Kutuzov noticed. Kutuzov glanced inquiringly at him. "But above all," added Prince Andrew, "I've grown used to my regiment, am fond of the officers, and I fancy the men also like me. I should be sorry to leave the regiment. If I decline the honor of being with you, believe me..." A shrewd, kindly, yet subtly derisive expression lit up Kutuzov's podgy face. He cut Bolkonsky short. "I am sorry, for I need you, but you're right. It's not here that men are needed. Advisors are always plentiful, but men are not. The regiments would not be what they are if the would-be advisors served there as you do. I remember you at Austerlitz. I remember you with the standard," said Kutuzov, and a flush of pleasure suffused Prince Andrew's face at this recollection. Taking his hand and drawing him downwards, Kutuzov offered his cheek to be kissed, and again Prince Andrew noticed tears in the old man's eyes. Though Prince Andrew knew that Kutuzov's tears came easily, and that he was particularly tender to and considerate of him from a wish to show sympathy with his loss, yet this reminder of Austerlitz was both pleasant and flattering to him. "Go your way, and God be with you. I know your path is the path of honor." He paused. "I missed you at Bucharest, but I needed someone to send." And changing the subject, Kutuzov began to speak of the Turkish war and the peace that had been concluded. "Yes, I have been much blamed," he said, "both for that war and the peace, but everything came at the right time. Tout vient à point celui qui sait attendre. And there were as many advisors there as here," he went on, returning to the subject of advisors, which evidently occupied him. "Ah, those advisors," said he. "If we had listened to them all, we should not have made peace with Turkey, and should not have been through with that war. Everything in haste, but more haste, less speed. Kamensky would have been lost if he had not died. He stormed fortresses with 30,000 men. It is not difficult to capture a fortress, but it is difficult to win a campaign. For that, not storming and attacking, but patience and time are wanted. Kamensky sent soldiers to Rustchuk, but I only employed these two things and took more fortresses than Kamensky and made the Turks eat horseflesh." He swayed his head. "And the French shall too, believe me," he went on, growing warmer and beating his chest. "I'll make them eat horseflesh." And tears again dimmed his eyes. "But shan't we have to accept battle?" remarked Prince Andrew. "We shall if everybody wants it. It can't be helped. But believe me, my dear boy, there is nothing stronger than those two, patience and time. They will do it all." But the advisors, "N'entend pas de s'étarer, voilà le mal. Some want a thing, others don't." "What's one to do?" he asked, evidently expecting an answer. "Well, what do you want us to do?" he repeated, and his eyes shone with a deep, shrewd look. "I'll tell you what to do," he continued, as Prince Andrew still did not reply. "I will tell you what to do, and what I do. Dans les doutes, mon cher." He paused. "Abstiens-toi." He articulated the French proverb deliberately. "Well, goodbye, my dear fellow. Remember that with all my heart I share your sorrow, and that for you I am not a serene highness, nor a prince, not a commander-in-chief, but a father. If you want anything, come straight to me. Goodbye, my dear boy." Again he embraced and kissed Prince Andrew, but before the latter had left the room, Kutúzov gave a sigh of relief and went on with his unfinished novel, Les Chevaliers de Sion by Madame Jolie. Prince Andrew could not have explained how or why it was, but after that interview with Kutúzov he went back to his regiment reassured as to the general course of affairs and as to the man to whom it had been entrusted. The more he realized the absence of all personal motive in that old man, in whom there seemed to remain only the habit of passions, and in place of an intellect, grouping events and drawing conclusions, only the capacity calmly to contemplate the course of events, the more reassured he was that everything would be as it should. He will not bring in any plan of his own, he will not devise or undertake anything, thought Prince Andrew, but he will hear everything, remember everything, and put everything in its place. He will not hinder anything useful, nor allow anything harmful. He understands that there is something stronger and more important than his own will, the inevitable course of events, and he can see them and grasp their significance, and seeing that significance can refrain from meddling and renounce his personal wish directed to something else. And, above all, thought Prince Andrew, one believes in him because he's Russian, despite the novel by Jean Lee and the French proverbs, and because his voice shook when he said, "What they have brought us to," and had a sob in it when he said he would make them eat horseflesh. On such feelings, more or less dimly shared by all, the unanimity and general approval were founded with which, despite court influences, the popular choice of Kutúzov as commander-in-chief was received. End of chapter 16. Recording by David Ream, Sacramento, California. fourteatoo.blogspot.com. Book 10, Chapter 17 of War and Peace. Read for LibriVox.org by David Ream. After the Emperor had left Moscow, life flowed on there in its usual course, and its course was so very usual that it was difficult to remember the recent days of patriotic elation and ardor, hard to believe that Russia was really in danger, and that the members of the English Club were also sons of the fatherland, ready to sacrifice everything for it. The one thing that recalled the patriotic fervor everyone had displayed during the Emperor's stay was the call for contributions of men and money, a necessity that, as soon as the promises had been made, assumed a legal, official form and became unavoidable. With the enemy's approach to Moscow, the Muscovites' view of the situation did not grow more serious, but on the contrary became even more frivolous, as always happens with people who see a great danger approaching. At the approach of danger, there are always two voices that speak with equal power in the human soul. One very reasonably tells a man to consider the nature of the danger and the means of escaping it. The other, still more reasonably, says that it is too depressing and painful to think of the danger, since it is not in a man's power to foresee everything and avert the general course of events, and it is therefore better to disregard what is painful till it comes, and to think about what is pleasant. In solitude, a man generally listens to the first voice, but in society to the second. So it was now with the inhabitants of Moscow. It was long since people had been as gay in Moscow as that year. Rostovshin's broadsheets, headed by woodcuts of a drink shop, a potman, and a Moscow burgher called Karpushka Chigirin, who, having been a militiaman and having had rather too much at the pub, heard that Napoleon wished to come to Moscow, grew angry, abused the French in very bad language, came out of the drink shop, and under the sign of the eagle began to address the assembled people, were read and discussed together with the latest of Vasily Lvovich Pushkin's Butrem. In the corner room at the club, members gathered to read these broadsheets, and some liked the way Karpushka jeered at the French, saying, "They will swell up with Russian cabbage, burst with our buckwheat porridge, and choke themselves with cabbage soup. They are all dwarfs, and one peasant woman will toss 3 of them with a hay-fork." Others did not like that tone, and said it was stupid and vulgar. It was said that Rostopchín had expelled all Frenchmen and even all foreigners from Moscow, and that there had been some spies and agents of Napoleon among them, but this was told chiefly to introduce Rostopchín's witty remark on that occasion. The foreigners were deported to Nizhny by boat, and Rostopchín had said to them in French, "Rentrez en vous-même, entrez dans la barque et ne faites pas une barque de charbon." Translation note: think it over, get into the bark, and take care not to make it a bark of carrion. There was talk of all the government offices having been already removed from Moscow, and to this Shinshin's witticism was added, that for that alone Moscow ought to be grateful to Napoleon. It was said that Mamonov's regiment would cost him 800,000 rubles, and that Bezhukov had spent even more on his, but the best thing about Bezhukov's action was that he himself was going to don a uniform and ride at the head of his regiment without charging anything for the show. "You don't spare anyone," said Julie Drubetskaya as she collected and pressed together a bunch of raveled lint with her thin, beringed fingers. Julie was preparing to leave Moscow next day and was giving a farewell soiree. "Bezhukov is ridicule, but he is so kind and good-natured. What pleasure is there to be so caustic?" "A forfeit!" cried a young man in a militia uniform, whom Julie called Mon Chevalier, and who was going with her to Nizhny. In Julie's set, as in many other circles in Moscow, it had been agreed that they would speak nothing but Russian, and that those who made a slip and spoke French should pay fines to the Committee of Voluntary Contributions. "Another forfeit for a Gallicism," said a Russian writer who was present. "What pleasure is there to be?" is not Russian. "You spare no one," continued Julie to the young man, without heeding the author's remark. "For caustic I am guilty and will pay, and I am prepared to pay again for the pleasure of telling you the truth. For Gallicisms I won't be responsible," she remarked, turning to the author. "I have neither the money nor the time, like Prince Galitzin, to engage a master to teach me Russian." "Ah, here he is," she added. "Content." "No, no," she said to the militia officer, "you won't catch me. Speak of the sun and you see its rays," and she smiled amiably at Pierre. "We were just talking of you," she said with the facility in lying natural to a society woman. "We were saying that your regiment would be sure to be better than Momonov's." "Oh, don't talk to me of my regiment," replied Pierre, kissing his hostess's hand and taking a seat beside her. "I am so sick of it." "You will, of course, command it yourself," said Julie, directing a sly, sarcastic glance towards the militia officer. The latter, in Pierre's presence, had ceased to be caustic, and his face expressed perplexity as to what Julie's smile might mean. In spite of his absent-mindedness and good nature, Pierre's personality immediately checked any attempt to ridicule him to his face. "No," said Pierre, with a laughing glance at his big, stout body. "I should make too good a target for the French. Besides, I am afraid I should hardly be able to climb onto a horse." Among those whom Julie's guests happened to choose to gossip about were the Rostovs. "I hear that their affairs are in a very bad way," said Julie. "And he is so unreasonable, the count himself, I mean. The Razumovskys wanted to buy his house and his estate near Moscow, but it drags on and on. He asks too much." "No, I think the sale will come off in a few days," said someone. "Though it is madness to buy anything in Moscow now." "Why?" asked Julie. "You don't think Moscow's in danger?" "Then why are you leaving?" "I? What a question! I am going because, well, because everyone is going, and besides, I'm not Joan of Arc or an Amazon." "Well, of course. Let me have some more strips of linen." "If he manages the business properly, he'll be able to pay off all his debts," said the militia officer, speaking of Rostov. "A kindly old man, but not up to much. And why do they stay on so long in Moscow? They meant to leave for the country a long time ago. Natalia is quite well again now, isn't she?" Julie asked Pierre with a knowing smile. "They are waiting for their younger son," Pierre replied. "He joined Oblinsky's Cossacks and went to Belia Tsurkov, where the regiment is being formed. But now they have had him transferred to my regiment and are expecting him every day. The Count wanted to leave long ago, but the Countess won't on any account leave Moscow till her son returns. I met them the day before yesterday at the Arkadovs'. Natalia has recovered her looks and is brighter. She sang a song. How easily some people get over everything." "Get over what?" inquired Pierre, looking displeased. Julie smiled. "You know, Count, such knights as you are only found in Madame de Souza's novels." "What knights? What do you mean?" demanded Pierre, blushing. "Oh, come, my dear Count, c'est la fable de tout Moscou. Je vous admire, ma parole d'honneur." "It is the talk of all Moscow. My word, I admire you." "Forfeit, forfeit!" cried the militia officer. "All right, one can't talk. How tiresome!" "What is the talk of all Moscow?" Pierre asked angrily, rising to his feet. "Come now, Count, you know." "I don't know anything about it," said Pierre. "I know you were friendly with Natalia, and so... But I was always more friendly with Vera, that dear Vera." "No, madam," Pierre continued in a tone of displeasure. "I have not taken on myself the role of Natalia Rostova's knight at all, and have not been their house for nearly a month. But I cannot understand the cruelty." "Qui s'excuse accuse." "Who excuses himself accuses himself," said Julie, smiling and waving the lint triumphantly, and to have the last word she promptly changed the subject. "Do you know what I heard today? Poor Mary Bolkónskaya arrived in Moscow yesterday. Do you know that she has lost her father?" "Really? Where is she? I should very much like to see her," said Pierre. "I spent the evening with her yesterday. She is going to their estate near Moscow either today or tomorrow morning with her nephew." "Well, and how is she?" asked Pierre. "She is well, but sad. But do you know who rescued her? It is quite a romance. Nicholas Rostov. She was surrounded, and they wanted to kill her and had wounded some of her people. He rushed in and saved her." "Another romance," said the militia officer. "Really, this general flight has been arranged to get all the old maids married off. Katish is one and Princess Bolkónskaya another. Do you know, I really believe she is un petit peu amoureuse du jeune homme, a little bit in love with the young man." "Forfeit, forfeit, forfeit! But how could one say that in Russian?" End of Book 10, Chapter 17, read by David Ream, Sacramento, California, January 19th, 2009. War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 18, read for LibriVox.org by David Ream. When Pierre returned home, he was handed two of Rostopchin's broadsheets that had been brought that day. The first declared the report that Count Rostopchin had forbidden people to leave Moscow was false. On the contrary, he was glad that ladies and tradesmen's wives were leaving the city. "There will be less panic and less gossip," ran the broadsheet, "but I will stake my life on it that they will not enter Moscow." These words showed Pierre clearly for the first time that the French would enter Moscow. The second broadsheet stated that our headquarters were at Vyazma, that Count Wittgenstein had defeated the French, but that as many of the inhabitants of Moscow wished to be armed, weapons were ready for them at the arsenal, sabers, pistols, and muskets, which could be had at a low price. The tone of the proclamation was not as jocose as in the former Chigirin talks. Pierre pondered over these broadsheets. Evidently the terrible storm cloud he had desired with the whole strength of his soul, but which yet aroused involuntary horror in him, was drawing near. "Shall I join the army and enter the service, or wait?" he asked himself for the 100th time. He took a pack of cards that lay on the table and began to lay them out for a game of patience. "If this patience comes out," he said to himself after shuffling the cards, holding them in his hand and lifting his head, "if it comes out, it means... What does it mean?" He had not decided what it should mean when he heard the voice of the eldest princess at the door asking whether she might come in. "Then it will mean that I must go to the army," said Pierre to himself. Come in," he added to the princess. Only the eldest princess, the one with the stony face and long waist, was still living in Pierre's house. The two younger ones had both married. "Excuse my coming to you, cousin," she said in a reproachful and agitated voice. "You know, some decision must be come to. What is going to happen? Everyone has left Moscow and the people are rioting. How is it that we are staying on?" On the contrary, things seem satisfactory, ma cousine, said Pierre, in the bantering tone he habitually adopted toward her, always feeling uncomfortable in the role of her benefactor. Satisfactory indeed, very satisfactory. Barbara Ivanova told me today how our troops are distinguishing themselves. It certainly does them credit, and the people too are quite mutinous. They no longer obey. Even my maid has taken to being rude. At this rate they will soon begin beating us. One can't walk in the streets. But above all, the French will be here any day now. So what are we waiting for? I ask just one thing of you, cousin, she went on. Arrange for me to be taken to Petersburg. Whatever I may be, I can't live under Bonaparte's rule. Oh, come, ma cousine. Where do you get your information from? On the contrary, I won't submit to your Napoleon. Others may, if they please. If you don't want to do this, but I will, I'll give the order at once. The princess was apparently vexed at not having anyone to be angry with. Muttering to herself, she sat down on a chair. But you have been misinformed, said Pierre. Everything is quiet in the city, and there is not the slightest danger. See, I've just been reading. He showed her the broadsheet. Count Rostopchín writes that he will stake his life on it that the enemy will never enter Moscow. Oh, that count of yours, said the princess malevolently. He's a hypocrite, a rascal who has himself roused the people to riot. Didn't he write in those idiotic broadsheets that anyone, whoever it might be, should be dragged to the lockup by his hair? How silly! And honor and glory to whoever captures him, he says. This is what his cajolery has brought us to. Barbara Ivanovna told me the mob near killed her because she said something in French. Oh, but it's so. You take everything so to heart, said Pierre, and began laying out his cards for patience. Although that patience did come out, Pierre did not join the army, but remained in deserted Moscow, ever in the same state of agitation, irresolution, and alarm, yet at the same time joyfully expecting something terrible. Next day, toward evening, the princess set off, and Pierre's head steward came to inform him that the money needed for the equipment of his regiment could not be found without selling one of the estates. In general, the head steward made out to Pierre that his project of raising a regiment would ruin him. Pierre listened to him, scarcely able to repress a smile. Well then, sell it, said he. What's to be done? I can't draw back now. The worse everything became, especially his own affairs, the better was Pierre pleased, and the more evident was it that the catastrophe he expected was approaching. Hardly anyone he knew was left in town. Julie had gone, and so had Princess Mary. Of his intimate friends, only the Rostovs remained, but he did not go to see them. To distract his thoughts, he drove that day to the village of Vorontsov to see the great balloon Lepich was constructing to destroy the foe, and a trial balloon that was to go up next day. The balloon was not yet ready, but Pierre learned that it was being constructed by the Emperor's desire. The Emperor had written to Count Rostopchín as follows: As soon as Lepich is ready, get together a crew of reliable and intelligent men for his car and send a courier to General Kutuzov to let him know. I have informed him of the matter. Please impress upon Lepich to be very careful where he descends for the first time, that he may not make a mistake and fall into the enemy's hands. It is essential for him to combine his movements with those of the commander-in-chief. On his way home from Vorontsov, as he was passing the Bolotnoye place, Pierre, seeing a large crowd round the Lubnoye place, stopped and got out of his trap. A French cook accused of being a spy was being flogged. The flogging was only just over, and the executioner was releasing from the flogging bench a stout man with red whiskers, in blue stockings and a green jacket, who was moaning piteously. Another criminal, thin and pale, stood near. Judging by their faces, they were both Frenchmen. With a frightened and suffering look resembling that on the thin Frenchman's face, Pierre pushed his way in through the crowd. "What is it? Who is it? What is it for?" he kept asking. But the attention of the crowd, officials, burghers, shopkeepers, peasants, and women in cloaks and in pelisses, was so eagerly centered on what was passing in Lubnoye place that no one answered him. The stout man rose, frowned, shrugged his shoulders, and evidently trying to appear firm, began to pull on his jacket without looking about him. But suddenly his lips trembled and he began to cry, in the way full-blooded grown men cry, though angry with himself for doing so. In the crowd, people began talking loudly to stifle their feelings of pity, as it seemed to Pierre. "He's cook to some prince." "Eh, monsieur! Russian sauce seems to be sour to a Frenchman. Sets his teeth on edge," said a wrinkled clerk who was standing behind Pierre when the Frenchman began to cry. The clerk glanced round, evidently hoping that his joke would be appreciated. Some people began to laugh, others continued to watch in dismay the executioner who was undressing the other man. Pierre choked, his face puckered, and he turned hastily away, went back to his trap muttering something to himself as he went, and took his seat. As they drove along, he shuddered and exclaimed several times so audibly that the coachman asked him, "What is your pleasure?" "Where are you going?" shouted Pierre to the man who was driving to Lubyanka Street. "To the governor's, as you ordered," answered the coachman. "Fool! Idiot!" shouted Pierre, abusing his coachman, a thing he rarely did. "Home, I told you, and drive faster, blockhead. I must get away this very day," he murmured to himself. At the sight of the tortured Frenchman and the crowd surrounding the Lubnaya place, Pierre had so definitely made up his mind that he could no longer remain in Moscow and would leave for the army that very day that it seemed to him that either he had told the coachman this or that the man ought to have known it for himself. On reaching home, Pierre gave orders to Evstáfey, his head coachman, who knew everything, could do anything, and was known to all Moscow, that he would leave that night for the army at Moskaysk and that his saddle horses should be sent there. This could not all be arranged that day, so, on Evstáfey's reputation, Pierre had to put off his departure till next day to allow time for the relay horses to be sent on in advance. On the 24th, the weather cleared up after a spell of rain, and after dinner Pierre left Moscow. When changing horses that night in Perkushkovo, he learned that there had been a great battle that evening. This was the Battle of Shevardino. He was told that there in Perkushkovo the earth trembled from the firing, but nobody could answer his questions as to who had won. At dawn next day, Pierre was approaching Mozháysk. Every house in Mozháysk had soldiers quartered in it, and at the hostel where Pierre was met by his groom and coachman there was no room to be had. It was full of officers. Everywhere in Mozháysk and beyond it, troops were stationed or on the march. Cossacks, foot and horse soldiers, wagons, caissons, and cannon were everywhere. Pierre pushed forward as fast as he could, and the farther he left Moscow behind, and the deeper he plunged into the sea of troops, the more was he overcome by restless agitation and a new and joyful feeling he had not experienced before. It was a feeling akin to what he had felt at the Sloboda Palace during the Emperor's visit, a sense of the necessity of undertaking something and sacrificing something. He now experienced a glad consciousness that everything that constitutes men's happiness, the comforts of life, wealth, even life itself, is rubbish it is pleasant to throw away, compared with something. With what? Pierre could not say, and he did not try to determine for whom and for what he felt such particular delight in sacrificing everything. He was not occupied with the question of what to sacrifice for. The fact of sacrificing in itself afforded him a new and joyous sensation. End of chapter 18. Recording by David Ream in Sacramento, California, January 18th, 2009. War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 19, read for LibriVox.org by David Ream. On the 24th of August, the Battle of the Shevardino redoubt was fought. On the 25th, not a shot was fired by either side, and on the 26th the Battle of Borodino itself took place. Why and how were the battles of Shevardino and Borodino given and accepted? Why was the Battle of Borodino fought? There was not the least sense in it for either the French or the Russians. Its immediate result for the Russians was, and was bound to be, that we were brought nearer to the destruction of Moscow, which we feared more than anything in the world. And for the French its immediate result was that they were brought nearer to the destruction of their whole army, which they feared more than anything in the world. What the result must be was quite obvious, and yet Napoleon offered, and Kutuzov accepted that battle. If the commanders had been guided by reason, it would seem that it must have been obvious to Napoleon that by advancing 1,300 miles and giving battle with a probability of losing a quarter of his army, he was advancing to certain destruction, and it must have been equally clear to Kutuzov that by accepting battle and risking the loss of a quarter of his army, he would certainly lose Moscow. For Kutuzov this was mathematically clear, as it is that if, when playing drafts, I have one man less and go on exchanging, I shall certainly lose, and therefore should not exchange. When my opponent has 16 men and I have 14, I am only 1/8 weaker than he, but when I have exchanged 13 more men, he will be 3 times as strong as I am. Before the Battle of Borodino, our strength in proportion to the French was about as 5 to 6, but after that battle it was little more than 1 to 2. Previously, we had 100,000 against 120,000. Afterwards, little more than 50,000 against 100,000. Yet the shrewd and experienced Kutuzov accepted the battle, while Napoleon, who was said to be a commander of genius, gave it, losing a quarter of his army and lengthening his lines of communication still more. If it is said that he expected to end the campaign by occupying Moscow, as he had ended a previous campaign by occupying Vienna, there is much evidence to the contrary. Napoleon's historians themselves tell us that from Smolensk onwards he wished to stop, knew the danger of his extended position, and knew that the occupation of Moscow would not be the end of the campaign, for he had seen at Smolensk the state in which Russian towns were left to him, and had not received a single reply to his repeated announcements of his wish to negotiate. In giving and accepting battle at Borodino, Kutuzov acted involuntarily and irrationally, but later on, to fit what had occurred, the historians provided cunningly devised evidence of the foresight and genius the generals who, of all the blind tools of history, were the most enslaved and involuntary. The ancients have left us model heroic poems in which the heroes furnish the whole interest of the story, and we are still unable to accustom ourselves to the fact that, for our epic histories of that kind are meaningless. On the other question, how the Battle of Borodino and the preceding Battle of Shevardino were fought, there also exists a definite and well-known, but quite false conception. All the historians describe the affair as follows. The Russian army, they say, in its retreat from Smolensk, sought out for itself the best position for a general engagement and found such a position at Borodino. The Russians, they say, fortified this position in advance on the left of the high road from Moscow to Smolensk, and almost at a right angle to it, from Borodino to Utitsa, at the very place where the battle was fought. In front of this position, they say, a fortified outpost was set up on the Shevardino mound to observe the enemy. On the 24th, we are told, Napoleon attacked this advance post and took it, and on the 26th attacked the whole Russian army, which was in position on the field of Borodino. So the histories say, and it is all quite wrong, as anyone who cares to look into the matter can easily convince himself. The Russians did not seek out the best position, but, on the contrary, during the retreat passed many positions better than Borodino. They did not stop at any one of these positions because Kutuzov did not wish to occupy a position he had not himself chosen, because the popular demand for a battle had not yet expressed itself strongly enough, and because Milorodovich had not yet arrived with the militia, and for many other reasons. The fact is that other positions they had passed were stronger, and that the position at Borodino, the one where the battle was fought, far from being strong, was no more a position than any other spot one might find in the Russian Empire by sticking a pin into the map at hazard. Not only did the Russians not fortify the position on the field of Borodino, to the left of and at a right angle to the high road, that is, the position on which the battle took place, but never till the 25th of August, 1812, did they think that a battle might be fought there. This was shown first by the fact that there were no entrenchments there by the 25th, and that those begun on the 25th and 26th were not completed, and secondly, by the position of the Shevardino redoubt. That redoubt was quite senseless in front of the position where the battle was accepted. Why was it more strongly fortified than any other post? And why were all efforts exhausted and 6,000 men sacrificed to defend it till late at night on the 24th? A Cossack patrol would have sufficed to observe the enemy. Thirdly, as proof that the position on which the battle was fought had not been foreseen, and that the Shevardino redoubt was not an advanced post of that position, we have the fact that up to the 25th, Barclay de Tolly and Bagration were convinced that the Shevardino redoubt was the left flank of the position, and that Kutuzov himself in his report written in hot haste after the battle speaks of the Shevardino redoubt as the left flank of the position. It was much later, when reports on the Battle of Borodino were written at leisure, that the incorrect and extraordinary statement was invented, probably to justify the mistakes of a commander-in-chief who had to be represented as infallible, that the Shevardino redoubt was an advanced post, whereas in reality it was simply a fortified point on the left flank. And at the Battle of Borodino was fought by us on an entrenched position previously selected, where, as it was fought on a quite unexpected spot which was almost entrenched. The case was evidently this. A position was selected along the river Kolocha, which crosses the high road not at a right angle but at an acute angle, so that the left flank was at Shevardino, the right flank near the village of Novoya, and the center at Borodino at the confluence of the rivers Kolocha and Voyna. To anyone who looks at the field of Borodino without thinking of how the battle was actually fought, this position, protected by the river Kolocha, presents itself as obvious for an army whose object was to prevent an enemy from advancing along the Smolensk road to Moscow. Napoleon, riding to Valjevo on the 24th, did not see, as the history books say he did, the position of the Russians from Utitsa to Borodino. He could not have seen that position because it did not exist, nor did he see an advanced post of the Russian army. But while pursuing the Russian rearguard, he came upon the left flank of the Russian position at the Shevardino redoubt, and unexpectedly for the Russians moved his army across the Kolocha. And the Russians, not having time to begin a general engagement, withdrew their left wing from the position they had intended to occupy and took up a new position which had not been foreseen and was not fortified. By crossing to the other side of the Kolocha to the left of the high road, Napoleon shifted the whole forthcoming battle from right to left, looking from the Russian side, and transferred it to the plain between Utitsa, Semenovsk, and Borodino, a plain no more advantageous as a position than any other plain in Russia, and there the whole battle of the 26th of August took place. Had Napoleon not ridden out on the evening of the 24th to the Kolocha, and had he not then ordered an immediate attack on the redoubt, but had begun the attack next morning, no one would have doubted that the Shevardino redoubt was the left flank of our, and the battle would have taken place where we expected it. In that case, we should probably have defended the Shevardino redoubt, our left flank, still more obstinately. We should have attacked Napoleon in the center or on the right, and the engagement would have taken place on the 25th, in the position we intended and had fortified. But as the attack on our left flank took place in the evening after the retreat of our rear guard, that is, immediately after the fight at Gridneva, and as the Russian commanders did not wish, or were not in time, to begin a general engagement then on the evening of the 24th, the first and chief action of the Battle of Borodino was already lost on the 24th and obviously led to the loss of the one fought on the 26th. After the loss of the Shevardino redoubt, we found ourselves on the morning of the 25th without a position for our left flank, and were forced to bend it back and hastily entrench it where it chanced to be. Not only was the Russian army on the 26th defended by weak, unfinished entrenchments, but the disadvantage of that position was increased by the fact that the Russian commanders, not having fully realized what had happened, namely the loss of our position on the left flank and the shifting of the whole field of the forthcoming battle from right to left, maintained their extended position from the village of Novoye to Utitsa, and consequently had to move their forces from right to left during the battle. So it happened that throughout the whole battle the Russians opposed the entire French army launched against our left flank with but half as many men. Poniatowski's action against the Utitsa and Uvarov's on the right flank against the French were actions distinct from the main course of the battle. So the Battle of Borodino did not take place at all, as, in an effort to conceal our commander's mistakes even at the cost of diminishing the glory due to the Russian army and people, it has been described. The Battle of Borodino was not fought on a chosen and entrenched position with forces only slightly weaker than those of the enemy, but as a result of the loss of the Shevardino redoubt, the Russians fought the Battle of Borodino in an open and almost unentrenched position with forces only half as numerous as the French. That is to say, under conditions in which it was not merely unthinkable to fight for 10 hours and secure an indecisive result, but unthinkable to keep an army even from complete disintegration and flight. End of chapter 19. Recording by David Ream in Sacramento, California, January 19th, 2009. War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 20, read for LibriVox.org by David Ream. On the morning of the 25th, Pierre was leaving Mozhaisk. At the descent of the high steep hill, down which a winding road led out of the town past the cathedral on the right, where a service was being held and the bells were ringing, Pierre got out of his vehicle and proceeded on foot. Behind him, a cavalry regiment was coming down the hill preceded by its singers. Coming up toward him was a train of carts carrying men who had been wounded in the engagement the day before. The peasant drivers, shouting and lashing their horses, kept crossing from side to side. The carts, in each of which 3 or 4 wounded soldiers were lying or sitting, jolted over the stones that had been thrown on the steep incline to make it something like a road. The wounded, bandaged with rags, with pale cheeks, compressed lips, and knitted brows, held on to the sides of the carts as they were jolted against one another. Almost all of them stared with naive, childlike curiosity at Pierre's white hat and green swallowtail coat. Pierre's coachman shouted angrily at the convoy of wounded to keep to one side of the road. The cavalry regiment, as it descended the hill with its singers, surrounded Pierre's carriage and blocked the road. Pierre stopped, being pressed against the side of the cutting in which the road ran. The sunshine from behind the hill did not penetrate into the cutting, and there it was cold and damp, but above Pierre's head was the bright August sunshine, and the bells sounded merrily. One of the carts with wounded stopped by the side of the road close to Pierre. The driver, in his best shoes, ran panting up to it, placed a stone under one of its tireless hind wheels, and began arranging the breech band on his little horse. One of the wounded, an old soldier with a bandaged arm who was following the cart on foot, caught hold of it with his sound hand and turned to look at Pierre. "I say, fellow countryman, will they set us down here or take us on to Moscow?" he asked. Pierre was so deep in thought that he did not hear the question. He was looking now at the cavalry regiment that had met the convoy of wounded, now at the cart by which he was standing, in which 2 wounded men were sitting and one was lying. One of those sitting up in the cart had probably been wounded in the cheek. His whole head was wrapped in rags, and one cheek was swollen to the size of a baby's head. His nose and mouth were twisted to one side. This soldier was looking at the cathedral and crossing himself. Another, a young lad, a fair-haired recruit, as white as though there was no blood in his thin face, looked at Pierre kindly, with a fixed smile. The third lay prone so that his face was not visible. The cavalry singers were passing close by. "Ah, lost, quite lost, is my head so king, living in a foreign land," they sang their soldiers' dance song. As if responding to them, but with a different sort of merriment, the metallic sound of the bells reverberated high above, and the hot rays of the sun bathed the top of the opposite slope with yet another sort of merriment. But beneath the slope, by the cart with the wounded near the panting little nag where Pierre stood, it was damp, somber, and sad. The soldier with the swollen cheek looked angrily at the cavalry singers. "Oh, the coxcombs!" he muttered reproachfully. "It's not the soldiers only, but I've seen peasants today too. The peasants, even they have to go," said the soldier behind the cart, addressing Pierre with a sad smile. "No distinctions made nowadays. They want the whole nation to fall on them. In a word, it's Moscow. They want to make an end of it." In spite of the obscurity of the soldier's words, Pierre understood what he wanted to say and nodded approval. The road was clear again. Pierre descended the hill and drove on. He kept looking to either side of the road for familiar faces, but only saw everywhere the unfamiliar faces of various military men of different branches of the service, who all looked with astonishment at his white hat and green tailcoat. Having gone nearly 3 miles, he at last met an acquaintance and eagerly addressed him. This was one of the head army doctors. He was driving toward Pierre in a covered gig, sitting beside a young surgeon, and on recognizing Pierre he told the Cossack who occupied the driver's seat to pull up. "Count, Your Excellency, how come you to be here?" asked the doctor. "Well, you know, I wanted to see." Yes, there will be something to see." Pierre got out and talked to the doctor, explaining his intention of taking part in a battle. The doctor advised him to apply direct to Kutuzov. "Why should you be God knows where out of sight during the battle?" he said, exchanging glances with his young companion. "Anyhow, His Serene Highness knows you, and will receive you graciously. That's what you must do." The doctor seemed tired and in a hurry. "You think so? I also wanted to ask you where our position is exactly," said Pierre. "The position?" repeated the doctor. "Well, that's not my line. Drive past Tatarinova. A lot of digging is going on there. Go up the hillock and you'll see." "Can one see from there? If you would..." But the doctor interrupted him and moved toward his gig. "I would go with you, but on my honor, I'm up to here," and he pointed to his throat. "I'm galloping to the commander of the corps. How do matters stand? You know, Count, there will be a battle tomorrow. Out of an army of 100,000 we must expect at least 20,000 wounded, and we haven't stretchers or bunks or dressers or doctors enough for 6,000. We have 10,000 carts, but we need other things as well. We must manage as best we can." The strange thought, that of thousands of men, young and old, who had stared with merry surprise at his hat, perhaps the very men he had noticed, 20,000 were inevitably doomed to wounds and death, amazed Pierre. They may die tomorrow. Why are they thinking of anything but death? And by some latent sequence of thought, the descent of the Mosaic hill, the carts with the wounded, the ringing bells, the slanting rays of the sun, and the songs of the cavalrymen vividly recurred to his mind. The cavalry ride to battle and meet the wounded and do not for a moment think of what awaits them, but pass by, winking at the wounded. Yet from among these men 20,000 are doomed to die, and they wonder at my hat. Strange, thought Pierre, continuing his way to Tatarinova. In front of a landowner's house to the left of the road stood carriages, wagons, and crowds of orderlies and sentinels. The commander-in-chief was putting up there, but just when Pierre arrived, he was not in and hardly any of the staff were there. They had gone to the church service. Pierre drove on toward Gorky. When he had ascended the hill and reached the little village street, he saw for the first time pleasant militiamen in their white shirts with crosses on their caps who, talking and laughing loudly, animated and perspiring, were at work on a huge knoll overgrown with grass to the right of the road. Some of them were digging, others were wheeling barrel loads of earth along planks, while others stood about doing nothing. 2 officers were standing on the knoll, directing the men. On seeing these peasants, who were evidently still amused by the novelty of their position as soldiers, Pierre once more thought of the wounded men at Mozháysk and understood what the soldier had meant when he said, "They want the whole nation to fall on them." The sight of these bearded peasants at work on the battlefield, with their queer, clumsy boots and perspiring necks, and their shirts opening from the left toward the middle, unfastened, exposing their sunburned collarbones, impressed Pierre more strongly with the solemnity and importance of the moment than anything he had yet seen or heard. End of chapter 20, recording by David Ream in Sacramento, California, January 24th, 2009.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 21, read for LibriVox.org. Pierre stepped out of his carriage and, passing the toiling militiamen, ascended the knoll from which, according to the doctor, the battlefield could be seen. It was about 11 o'clock. The sun shone somewhat to the left and behind him, and brightly lit up the enormous panorama which, rising like an amphitheater, extended before him in the clear, rarefied atmosphere. From above, on the left, bisecting that amphitheater, wound the Smolensk highroad, passing through a village with a white church some 500 paces in front of the knoll and below it. This was Borodino. Below the village the road crossed the river by a bridge, and, winding down and up, rose higher and higher to the village of Valúevo, visible about 4 miles away, where Napoleon was then stationed. Beyond Valúevo the road disappeared into a yellowing forest on the horizon. Far in the distance in that birch and fir forest to the right of the road, the cross and belfry of the Kolocha monastery gleamed in the sun. Here and there, over the whole of that blue expanse, to right and left of the forest and the road, smoking campfires could be seen, and indefinite masses of troops, ours and the enemy's. The ground to the right, along the course of the Kolocha and Moskva rivers, was broken and hilly. Between the hollows the villages of Bezubova and Zakharino showed in the distance. On the left the ground was more level. There were fields of grain, and the smoking ruins of Semenovsk, which had been burned down, could be seen. All that Pierre saw was so indefinite that neither the left nor the right side of the field fully satisfied his expectations. Nowhere could he see the battlefield he had expected to find, but only fields, meadows, troops, woods, the smoke of campfires, villages, mounds, and streams, and try as he would, he could descry no military position in this place which teemed with life, nor could he even distinguish our troops from the enemy's. "I must ask someone who knows," he thought, and addressed an officer who was looking with curiosity at his huge unmilitary figure. "May I ask you," said Pierre, "what village that is in front?" "Berdino, isn't it?" said the officer, turning to his companion. "Borodino," the other corrected him. The officer, evidently glad of an opportunity for a talk, moved up to Pierre. "Are those our men there?" Pierre inquired. "Yes, and there, further on, are the French," said the officer. "There they are, there, you can see them." "Where? Where?" asked Pierre. "One can see them with the naked eye. Why, there!" The officer pointed with his hand to the smoke visible on the left behind the river, and the same stern and serious expression that Pierre had noticed on many of the faces he had met came into his face. "Ah, those are the French. And over there?" Pierre pointed to a knoll on the left, near which some troops could be seen. "Those are ours." "Ah, ours. And there?" Pierre pointed to another knoll in the distance with a big tree on it, near a village that lay in a hollow where also some campfires were smoking and something black was visible. "That's his again," said the officer. It was the Shevardino redoubt. "It was ours yesterday, but now it is his." "Then how about our position?" "Our position?" replied the officer with a smile of satisfaction. "I can tell you quite clearly, because I constructed nearly all our entrenchments. There, you see, there's our center, at Borodino, just there," and he pointed to the village in front of them with a white church. "That's where one crosses the Kolocha. You see down there, where the rows of hay are lying in the hollow, there's the bridge. That's our center. Our right flank is over there." He pointed sharply to the right, far away in the broken ground. "That's where the Moskva River is, and we have thrown up 3 redoubts there, very strong ones. The left flank," here the officer paused, "well, you see, that's difficult to explain. Yesterday our left flank was there, at Shevardino, you see, where the oak is. But now we have withdrawn our left wing. Now it is over there. Do you see that village and the smoke? That's Semenovsk. Yes, there." He pointed to Raevsky's knoll. "But the battle will hardly be there. His having moved his troops there is only a ruse. He will probably pass around to the right of the Moskva. But wherever it may be, many a man will be missing tomorrow," he remarked. An elderly sergeant, who had approached the officer while he was giving these explanations, had waited in silence for him to finish speaking, but at this point, evidently not liking the officer's remark, interrupted him. "Gabions must be sent for," said he sternly. The officer appeared abashed, for as though he understood that one might think of how many men would be missing tomorrow, but ought not to speak of it. "Well, send No. 3 company again," the officer replied hurriedly. "And you? Are you one of the doctors?" "No, I've come on my own," answered Pierre, and he went down the hill again, passing the militiamen. "Oh, those damned fellows!" muttered the officer who followed him, holding his nose as he ran past the men at work. "There they are! Bringing her! Coming! There they are! They'll be here in a minute!" Voices were suddenly heard saying, and officers, soldiers, and militiamen began running forward along the road. A church procession was coming up the hill from Borodino. First along the dusty road came the infantry in ranks, bareheaded and with arms reversed. From behind them came the sound of church singing. Soldiers and militiamen ran bareheaded past Pierre toward the procession. "They are bringing her, our protectress, the Iberian Mother of God," someone cried. "The Smolensk Mother of God," another corrected him. The militiamen, both those who had been in the village and those who had been at work on the battery, threw down their spades and ran to meet the church procession. Following the battalion that marched along the dusty road came priests in their vestments, one little old man in a hood with attendants and singers. Behind them, soldiers and officers bore a large, dark-faced icon with an embossed metal cover. This was the icon that had been brought from and had since accompanied the army. Behind, before, and on both sides, crowds of militiamen with bared heads walked, ran, and bowed to the ground. At the summit of the hill they stopped with the icon. The men who had been holding it up by the linen bands attached to it were relieved by others. The chanters relit their censers, and service began. The hot rays of the sun beat down vertically, and a fresh soft wind played with the hair of the bared heads and with the ribbons decorating the icon. The singing did not sound loud under the open sky. An immense crowd of bareheaded officers, soldiers, and militiamen surrounded the icon. Behind the priest and a chanter stood the notabilities on a spot reserved for them. A bald general with a St. George's cross on his neck stood just behind the priest's back, and without crossing himself, he was evidently a German, patiently awaited the end of the service, which he considered it necessary to hear to the end, probably to arouse the patriotism of the Russian people. Another general stood in a martial pose, crossing himself by shaking his hand in front of his chest while looking about him. Standing among the crowd of peasants, Pierre recognized several acquaintances among these notables, but did not look at them. His whole attention was absorbed in watching the serious expression on the faces of the crowd of soldiers and militiamen who were all gazing eagerly at the icon. As soon as the tired chanters who were singing the service for the 20th time that day began lazily and mechanically to sing, "Save from calamity thy servants, O Mother of God," and the priest and deacon chimed in, "For to thee, under God, we all flee, as to an inviolable bulwark and protection," There again kindled in all those faces the same expression of consciousness of the solemnity of the impending moment that Pierre had seen on the faces at the foot of the hill, at Mozhask, and momentarily on many and many faces he had met that morning. And heads were bowed more frequently, and hair tossed back, and sighs and the sound men made as they crossed themselves were heard. The crowd round the icon suddenly parted and pressed against Pierre. Someone, a very important personage, judging by the haste with which way was made for him, was approaching the icon. It was Kutuzov, who had been riding round the position and on his way back to Tataronova had stopped where the service was being held. Pierre recognized him at once by his peculiar figure, which distinguished him from everybody else. With a long overcoat on his exceedingly stout, round-shouldered body, with uncovered white head and puffy face, showing the white ball of the eye he had lost, Kutuzov walked with plunging, swaying gait into the crowd and stopped behind the priest. He crossed himself with an accustomed movement, bent till he touched the ground with his hand, and bowed his white head with a deep sigh. Behind Kutuzov was Bennigsen and the suite. Despite the presence of the commander-in-chief, who attracted the attention of all the superior officers, the militiamen and soldiers continued their prayers without looking at him. When the service was over, Kutuzov stepped up to the icon, sank heavily to his knees, bowed to the ground, and for a long time tried vainly to rise, but could not do so on account of his weakness and weight. His white head twitched with the effort. At last he rose, kissed the icon as a child does with naively pouting lips, and again bowed till he touched the ground with his hand. The other generals followed his example, then the officers, and after them, with excited faces, pressing on one another, crowding, panting, and pushing, scrambled the soldiers and militiamen. End of chapter 21. Recording by Marcy Fraser, Custer, South Dakota.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 22. Read for LibriVox.org by Eva Harnick. Staggering amid the crush, Pierre looked about him. "Count Peter Kirillovitch, how did you get here?" said a voice. Pierre looked round. Boris Drubetskoy, brushing his knees with his hand, he had probably soiled them when he, too, had knelt before the icon, came up to him smiling. Boris was elegantly dressed with a slightly martial touch appropriate to a campaign. He wore a long coat and, like Kutuzov, had a whip slung across his shoulder. Meanwhile, Kutuzov had reached the village and seated himself in the shade of the nearest house on a bench which one Cossack had run to fetch and another had hastily covered with a rug. An immense and brilliant suite surrounded him. The icon was carried further, accompanied by the throng. Pierre stopped some 30 paces from Kutuzov, talking to Boris. He explained his wish to be present at the battle and to see the position. "This is what you must do," said Boris. "I will do the honors of the camp to you. You'll see everything best from where Count Bennigsen will be. I am in attendance on him, you know. I will mention it to him. But if you want to ride round the position, come along with us. We are just going to the left flank. Then, when we get back, do spend the night with me, and we'll arrange a game of cards. Of course you know Dmitri Sergeyevich. Those are his quarters," and he pointed to the third house in the village of Gorky. "But I should like to see the right flank. They say it is very strong," said Pierre. "I should like to start from the Moskva River and ride round the whole position." "Well, you can do that later, but the chief thing is the left flank." "Yes, yes, but where is Prince Bolkonsky's regiment? Can you point it out to me?" Prince Andrews? We shall pass it, and I'll take you to him." "What about the left flank?" asked Pierre. "To tell you the truth, between ourselves, God only knows what state our left flank is in," said Borís confidentially, lowering his voice. "It is not at all what Count Bennigsen intended. He meant to fortify that knoll quite differently, but..." Borís shrugged his shoulders. His Serene Highness would not have it, or someone persuaded him. "You see..." But Borís did not finish, for at that moment Kaysárov, Kutúzov's adjutant, came up to Pierre. "Ah, Kaysárov," said Borís, addressing him with an unembarrassed smile, "I was just trying to explain our position to the count. It is amazing how His Serene Highness could so foresee the intentions of the French." "You mean the left flank?" asked Kaysárov. "Yes, exactly. The left flank is now extremely strong." Though Kutúzov had dismissed all unnecessary men from the staff, Borís had contrived to remain at headquarters after the changes. He had established himself with Count Bennigsen, who, like all on whom Borís had been in attendance, considered young Prince Drubetskóy an invaluable man. In the higher command there were two sharply defined parties: Kutúzov's party and that of Bennigsen, the chief of staff. Borís belonged to the latter, and no one else, while showing servile respect to Kutúzov, could so create an impression that the old fellow was not much good and that Bennigsen managed everything. Now the decisive moment of battle had come, when Kutúzov would be destroyed and the power passed to Bennigsen, or even if Kutúzov won the battle, it would be felt that everything was done by Bennigsen. In any case, many great rewards would have to be given for tomorrow's action, and new men would come to the front. So Borís was full of nervous vivacity all day. After Kaysárov, others whom Pierre knew came up to him, and he had not time to reply to all the questions about Moscow that were showered upon him, or to listen to all that was told him. The faces all expressed animation and apprehension, but it seemed to Pierre that the cause of the excitement shown in some of these faces lay chiefly in questions of personal success. His mind, however, was occupied by the different expression he saw on other faces, an expression that spoke not of personal matters, but of the universal questions of life and death. Kutúzov noticed Pierre's figure, and the group gathered round him. "Call him to me," said Kutúzov. An adjutant told Pierre of His Serene Highness's wish, and Pierre went toward Kutúzov's bench. But a militiaman got there before him. It was Dólokhov. "How did that fellow get here?" asked Pierre. "He is a creature that wriggles in anywhere," was the answer. "He has been degraded, you know. Now he wants to bob up again. He has been proposing some scheme or other and has crawled into the enemy's picket line at night. He is a brave fellow." Pierre took off his hat and bowed respectfully to Kutúzov. "I concluded that if I reported to your Serene Highness, you might send me away or say that you knew what I was reporting. But then I shouldn't lose anything," Dólokhov was saying. "Yes, yes. But if I were right, I should be rendering a service to my fatherland for which I am ready to die." "Yes, yes." And should your Serene Highness require a man who will not spare his skin, please think of me. Perhaps I may prove useful to your Serene Highness." "Yes, yes," Kutúzov repeated, his laughing eye narrowing more and more as he looked at Pierre. Just then Borís, with his courtier-like adroitness, stepped up to Pierre's side near Kutúzov, and in a most natural manner, without raising his voice, said to Pierre as though continuing an interrupted conversation: "The militia have put on clean white shirts to be ready to die. What heroism, Count!" Borís evidently said this to Pierre in order to be overheard by his Serene Highness. He knew Kutúzov's attention would be caught by those words, and so it was. "What are you saying about the militia?" he asked Borís. "Preparing for tomorrow, your Serene Highness, for death. They have put on clean shirts." "Ah, a wonderful, a matchless people," said Kutúzov, and he closed his eyes and swayed his head. "A matchless people," he repeated with a sigh. "So you want to smell gunpowder," he said to Pierre. "Yes, it is a pleasant smell. I have the honor to be one of your wife's adorers. Is she well? My quarters are at your service." And, as often happens with old people, Kutúzov began looking about absent-mindedly, as if forgetting all he wanted to say or do. Then, evidently remembering what he wanted, he beckoned to Andrew Kaysárov, his adjutant's brother. Those verses of Marine's, how do they go, eh? Those he wrote about Gerakov, lectures for the corps, inditing. Recite them, said he, evidently preparing to laugh. Kaysárov recited. Kutúzov smilingly nodded his head to the rhythm of the verses. When Pierre had left Kutúzov, Dólokhov came up to him and took his hand. "I am very glad to meet you here, Count," he said aloud, regardless of the presence of strangers, and in a particularly resolute and solemn tone. "On the eve of a day when God alone knows who of us is fated to survive, I am glad of this opportunity to tell you that I regret the misunderstandings that occurred between us, and should wish you not to have any ill feeling for me. I beg you to forgive me." Pierre looked at Dólokhov with a smile, not knowing what to say to him. With tears in his eyes, Dólokhov embraced Pierre and kissed him. Borís said a few words to his general, and Count Bennigsen turned to Pierre and proposed that he should ride with him along the line. "It will interest you," said he. "Yes, very much," replied Pierre. Half an hour later Kutúzov left for Tatarínova, and Bennigsen and his suite, with Pierre among them, set out on their ride along the line. End of chapter 22. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 23. Read for LibriVox.org. From Gorky, Bennigsen descended the high road to the bridge which, when they had looked at it from the hill, the officer had pointed out as being the center of our position, and where rows of fragrant new-mown hay lay by the riverside. They rode across that bridge into the village of Borodino, and thence turned to the left, passing an enormous number of troops and guns, and came to a high knoll where militiamen were digging. This was the redoubt, as yet unnamed, which afterwards became known as the Raevsky redoubt, or the Knoll Battery. But Pierre paid no special attention to it. He did not know that it would become more memorable to him than any other spot on the plain of Borodino. They then crossed the hollow to Semyonovsk, where the soldiers were dragging away the last logs from the huts and barns. Then they rode downhill and uphill across a rye field trodden and beaten down as if by hail, following a track freshly made by the artillery over the furrows of the ploughed land, and reached some flèches, a kind of entrenchment, which were still being dug. At the flèches, Bennigsen stopped and began looking at the Shevárdino redoubt opposite, which had been ours the day before, and where several horsemen could be descried. The officers said that either Napoleon or Murat was there, and they all gazed eagerly at this little group of horsemen. Pierre also looked at them, trying to guess which of the scarcely discernible figures was Napoleon. At last those mounted men rode away from the mound and disappeared. Bennigsen spoke to a general who approached him and began explaining the whole position of our troops. Pierre listened to him, straining each faculty to understand the essential points of the impending battle, but was mortified to feel that his mental capacity was inadequate for the task. He could make nothing of it. Bennigsen stopped speaking, and noticing that Pierre was listening, suddenly said to him, "I don't think this interests you." "On the contrary, it's very interesting," replied Pierre, not quite truthfully. From the flèches they rode still further to the left, along a road winding through a thick, low-growing birch wood. In the middle of the wood a brown hare with white feet sprang out, and, scared by the tramp of the many horses, grew so confused that it leaped along the road in front of them for some time, arousing general attention and laughter, and only when several voices shouted at it did it dart to one side and disappear in the thicket. After going through the wood for about a mile and a half, they came out on a glade where troops of Tuchkov's corps were stationed to defend the left flank. Here, at the extreme left flank, Bennigsen talked a great deal and with much heat, and as it seemed to Pierre, gave orders of great military importance. In front of Tuchkov's troops was some high ground not occupied by troops. Bennigsen loudly criticized this mistake, saying that it was madness to leave a height which commanded the country around unoccupied and to place troops below it. Some of the generals expressed the same opinion. One in particular declared with martial heat that they were put there to be slaughtered. Bennigsen, on his own authority, ordered the troops to occupy the high ground. This disposition on the left flank increased Pierre's doubt of his own capacity to understand military matters. Listening to Bennigsen and the generals criticizing the position of the troops behind the hill, he quite understood them and shared their opinion, but for that very reason he could not understand how the man who put them there, behind the hill, could have made so gross and palpable a blunder. Pierre did not know that these troops were not, as Bennigsen supposed, put there to defend the position, but were in a concealed position as an ambush, that they should not be seen and might be able to strike an approaching enemy unexpectedly. Bennigsen did not know this and moved the troops forward according to his own ideas without mentioning the matter to the commander-in-chief. End of chapter 23. Recording by Marcy Fraser, Custer, South Dakota.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 24. Recording for LibriVox.org by Eva Harnick. On that bright evening of August 25, Prince Andrew lay leaning on his elbow in a broken-down shed in the village of Knyazkovo at the further end of his regiment's encampment. Through a gap in the broken wall he could see, beside the wooden fence, a row of 30-year-old birches with their lower branches lopped off, a field on which shocks of oats were standing, and some bushes near which rose the smoke of campfires, the soldiers' kitchens. Narrow and burdensome and useless to anyone as his life now seemed to him, Prince Andrew, on the eve of battle, felt agitated and irritable, as he had done 7 years before at Austerlitz. He had received and given the orders for next day's battle, and had nothing more to do. But his thoughts, the simplest, clearest, and therefore most terrible thoughts, would give him no peace. He knew that tomorrow's battle would be the most terrible of all he had taken part in, and for the first time in his life the possibility of death presented itself to him, not in relation to any worldly matter, or with reference to its effect on others, but simply in relation to himself, to his own soul, vividly, plainly, terribly, and almost as a certainty. And from the height of this perception, all that had previously tormented and preoccupied him suddenly became illumined by a cold white light, without shadows, without perspective, without distinction of outline. All life appeared to him like magic lantern pictures at which he had long been gazing by artificial light through a glass. Now he suddenly saw those badly daubed pictures in clear daylight and without a glass. Yes, yes, there they are, those false images that agitated and raptured and tormented me, said he to himself, passing in review the principal pictures of the magic lantern of life, and regarding them now in the cold white daylight of his clear perception of death. There they are, those rudely painted figures that once seemed splendid and mysterious. Glory, the good of society, love of a woman, the fatherland itself. How important these pictures appeared to me, with what profound meaning they seemed to be filled. And it is all so simple, pale and crude in the cold white light of this morning, which I feel is dawning for me. The three great sorrows of his life held his attention in particular: his love for a woman, his father's death, and the French invasion which had overrun half Russia. Love, that little girl who seemed to me brimming over with mystic forces. Yes, indeed, I loved her. I made romantic plans of love and happiness with her. Oh, what a boy I was, he said aloud bitterly. Ah me, I believed in some ideal love which was to keep her faithful to me for the whole year of my absence. Like the gentle dove in the fable, she was to pine apart from me. But it was much simpler, really. It was all very simple and horrible. When my father built Bald Hills, he thought the place was his land, his air, his peasants. But Napoleon came and swept him aside, unconscious of his existence, as he might brush a chip from his path, and his Bald Hills and his whole life fell to pieces. Princess Mary says it is a trial sent from above. What is the trial for, when he is not here and will never return? He is not here. For whom then is the trial intended? The fatherland, the destruction of Moscow. And tomorrow I shall be killed, perhaps not even by a Frenchman, but by one of our own men, by a soldier discharging a musket close to my ear, as one of them did yesterday. And the French will come and take me by the head and heels and fling me into a hole that I may not stink under their noses. And new conditions of life will arise, which will seem quite ordinary to others, and about which I shall know nothing. I shall not exist. He looked at the row of birches shining in the sunshine, with their motionless green and yellow foliage and white bark. To die, to be killed tomorrow, that I should not exist, that all this should still be, but no me. And the birches, with their light and shade, the curly clouds, the smoke of the campfires, and all that was around him changed and seemed terrible and menacing. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He rose quickly, went out of the shed, and began to walk about. After he had returned, voices were heard outside the shed. "Who's that?" he cried. The red-nosed Captain Timokhin, formerly Dólokhov's squadron commander, but now, from lack of officers, a battalion commander, shyly entered the shed, followed by an adjutant and the regimental paymaster. Prince Andrew rose hastily, listened to the business they had come about, gave them some further instruction, and was about to dismiss them when he heard a familiar lisping voice behind the shed. "Devil take it!" said the voice of a man stumbling over something. Prince Andrew looked out of the shed and saw Pierre, who had tripped over a pole on the ground and had nearly fallen, coming his way. It was unpleasant to Prince Andrew to meet people of his own set in general, and Pierre specially, for he reminded him of all the painful moments of his last visit to Moscow. "You? What a surprise!" said he. "What brings you here? This is unexpected." As he said this, his eyes and face expressed more than coldness. They expressed hostility, which Pierre noticed at once. He had approached the shed full of animation, but on seeing Prince Andrew's face, he felt constrained and ill at ease. "I have come simply, come. It interests me," said Pierre, who had so often that day senselessly repeated that word interesting. "I wish to see the battle." "Oh yes, and what do the Masonic brothers say about war? How would they stop it?" said Prince Andrew sarcastically. "Well, and how is Moscow? And my people? Have they reached Moscow at last?" he asked seriously. "Yes, they have. Julie Drubetskaya told me so. I went to see them, but missed them." "They have gone to your estate near Moscow." End of chapter 24. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 25, read for LibriVox.org, by Jeff. Chapter 25. The officers were about to take leave, but Prince Andrew, apparently reluctant to be left alone with his friend, asked them to stay and have tea. Seats were brought in, and so was the tea. The officers gazed with surprise at Pierre's huge, stout figure, and listened to his talk of Moscow and the position of our army, round which he had ridden. Prince Andrew remained silent, and his expression was so forbidding that Pierre addressed his remarks sharply to the good-natured battalion commander. "So you understand the whole position of our troops?" Prince Andrew interrupted him. "Yes, that is. How do you mean?" said Pierre. "Not being a military man, I can't say I have understood it fully, but I understand the general position." "Well then, you know more than anyone else, be it who it may," said Prince Andrew. "Oh," said Pierre, looking over his spectacles in perplexity at Prince Andrew. "Well, and what do you think of Kutuzov's appointment?" he asked. "I was very glad of his appointment. That's all I know," replied Prince Andrew. "And tell me your opinion of Barclay de Tolly. In Moscow they are saying heaven knows what about him. What do you think of him?" Ask them, replied Prince Andrew, indicating the officers. Pierre looked at Timokhin with the condescendingly interrogative smile with which everybody involuntarily addressed that officer. We see light again, since His Serenity has been appointed. Your Excellency, said Timokhin timidly, and continually turning to glance at his colonel. Why so? Asked Pierre. Well, to mention only firewood and fodder. Let me inform you. Why, when we were retreating from Svenziani, we dared not touch a stick or a wisp of hay or anything. You see, we were going away, so he would get it out. Wasn't it so, Your Excellency? And again Timokhin turned to the prince. But we daren't. In our regiment 2 officers were court-martialed for that kind of thing. When His Serenity took command, everything becomes straightforward. Now we see light. Then why was it forbidden? Timokhin looked about in confusion, not knowing what or how to answer such a question. Pierre put the same question to Prince Andrew. Why? So as not to lay waste the country we were abandoning to the enemy, said Prince Andrew with venomous irony. It is very sound. One can't permit the land to be pillaged and accustomed to the troops to marauding. At Smolensk, too, he judged correctly that the French might outflank us, as they had large forces. But he could not understand this, cried Prince Andrew in a shrill voice that seemed to escape him involuntarily. He could not understand that there, for the first time, we were fighting for Russian soil, and that there was a spirit in the men such as I had never seen before, that we had held the French for 2 days, and that success had increased our strength tenfold. He ordered us to retreat, and all our efforts and losses went for nothing. He had no thought of betraying us. He tried to do the best he could. He thought of everything, and that's why he is unsuitable. He is unsuitable now just because he plans out everything very thoroughly and accurately, as every German has to. How can I explain? Well, say your father has a German valet, and he is a splendid valet and satisfies your father's requirements better than you could. Then it's all right to like him, sir. But if your father is mortally sick, you will send a valet away and attend to your father with your own unpracticed, awkward hands, and will suit him better than a skilled man who is stranger could. So it has been with Barclay. While Russian was well, a foreigner could serve her and be a splendid minister. But as soon as she is in danger, she needs one of her own kin. But in your club, they have been making him out a traitor. They slander him as a traitor, and the only result will be that afterwards, ashamed of their false accusations, they will make him out a hero or a genius instead of a traitor, and that will be still more unjust. He is an honest and very punctilious German. And they say he is a skillful commander, rejoined Pierre. I don't understand what is meant by a skillful commander, replied Prince Andrew ironically. A skillful commander, replied Pierre. Why, one who foresees all contingencies and foresees the adversary's intentions. But that's impossible, said Prince Andrew, as if it were a matter settled long ago. Pierre looked at him in surprise. And yet they say that the war is like a game of chess, he remarked. Yes, replied Prince Andrew, but with this little difference, that in chess you may think over each move as long as you please, and there are no limit for time. And with this difference too, that a knight is always stronger than a pawn, and 2 pawns are always stronger than 1, while in war a battalion is sometimes stronger than a division, and sometimes weaker than a company. The relative strength of bodies of troops can never be known to anyone. Believe me, he went on, if things depended on arrangements made by the staff, I could be there making arrangements. But instead of that, I have the honor to serve here in the regiment with these gentlemen, and I consider that on us tomorrow's battle would depend not on those others. Success never depends, and never will depend on position or equipment or even on numbers, and least of all on position. But on what then? On the feeling that is in me and in him. He pointed to Timókhin, and in each soldier. Prince Andrew glanced at Timókhin, who looked at his commander in alarm and bewilderment. In contrast to his former reticent taciturnity, Prince Andrew now seemed excited. He could apparently not refrain from expressing the thoughts that had suddenly occurred to him. The battle is won by those who firmly resolve to win it. Why did we lose the battle at Austerlitz? The French losses were almost equal to ours, but very early we said to ourselves that we were losing the battle, and we did lose it. And we said so because we had nothing to fight for there. We wanted to get away from the battlefield as soon as we could. We've lost, so let us run. And we ran. And if we had not said that till the evening, heaven knows what might not have happened. But tomorrow we shan't say it. We talk about our position, the left flank weak and the right flank too extended. We went on. That's all nonsense. There's nothing of the kind. But what awaits us tomorrow? 100,000,000 most diverse chances, which will be decided on the instant by the fact that our man or theirs run or do not run, and that this man or that man is killed. But all that is being done at present is only play. The fact is that those men with whom you have ridden around the position not only do not help matters, but they hinder. They are only concerned with their own petty interests, said Petya reproachfully. At that moment, Prince Andrew repeated, to them it is only a moment affording opportunities to undermine a rival and obtain an extra cross or ribbon. For me, tomorrow means this. The Russian army of 100,000 and the French army of 100,000 have met to fight, and the thing is that these 200,000 men will fight, and the side that fights more fiercely and spares itself least will win. And if you like, I will tell you that whatever happens, and whatever models those at the top may make, we shall win tomorrow's battle. Tomorrow, happen what may, we shall win. There now, your Excellency, that's the truth, the real truth, said Timókhin, who would spare himself now. The soldier in my battalion, believe me, wouldn't drink their vodka. It's not the day for that, they say. All were silent. The officers rose. Prince Andrew went out of the shed with them, giving final orders to the adjutant. After they had gone, Petya approached Prince Andrew, and was about to start a conversation when they heard the clatter of 3 horses' hoofs on the road not far from the shed. And looking in that direction, Prince Andrew recognized Wozzegan and Clausewitz, accompanied by a Cossack. They rode close by continuing to converse, and Prince Andrew involuntarily heard these words. The war must be extended widely. I cannot sufficiently commend that view. Oh yes, the only aim is to weaken the enemy, so of course one cannot take into account the loss of private individuals. Oh no, agreed the others. Extend widely, said Prince Andrew with an angry snout, when they had ridden past. In that extent were my father, son, and sister at Bald Hills. Thou shalt the same to him. That's what I was saying to you. Those German gentlemen won't win the battle tomorrow, but will only take out the mess they can, because they have nothing in their German heads but the theories not worth an empty eggshell, and heaven in their hearts, the one thing needed tomorrow, that which Timókhin has. They have yielded up all Europe to him, and have now come to teach us. Fine teachers. And again his voice grew shrill. So you think we shall win tomorrow's battle? Asked Petya. Yes, yes, answered the Prince Andrew absently. One thing I would do if I had the power, he began again. I would not take prisoners. Why take prisoners? It's chivalry. The French has destroyed my home, and are on their way to destroy Moscow. They have outraged and are outraging me every moment. They are my enemies. In my opinion, they are all criminals. And so thinks Timokhin and the whole army. They should be executed. Since they are my foes, they cannot be my friends. Whatever may have been said at Tilsit. Yes, yes, muttered Pierre, looking with shining eyes at Prince Andrew. I quite agree with you. The question that had perturbed Pierre on the Mosaic hill and all that day now seemed to him quite clear and completely solved. He now understood the whole meaning and the importance of this war and of the impending battle. All that he had seen that day, all the significant and the stern expression on the faces he had seen in passing, were lit up for him by a new light. He understood that the latent heat, as they say in physics, of patriotism which was present in all these men he had seen, and this explained to him why they all prepared for death calmly, and as it were light-heartedly, not taking prisoners. Prince Andrew continued, that by itself would quite change the whole war and make it less cruel. As it is we have played at war. That's what's vile. We play at magnanimity and all that stuff. Such magnanimity and sensibility are like the magnanimity and sensibility of a lady who faints when she sees a calf being killed. She is so kind-hearted that she can't look at the blood, but enjoys eating the calf served up with sauce. They talk to us of rules of war, of chivalry, of flags of truce, of mercy to the unfortunate, and so on. It's all rubbish. I saw chivalries and flags of truce in 1805. They humbugged us, and we humbugged them. They plunder other people's houses, issue false paper money, and worst of all, they kill my children and my father, and then talk of rules of war and magnanimity to foes. Take no prisoners, but kill and be killed. He who has come to this as I've through the same sufferings. Prince Andrew, who have felt it was all the same to him, whether or not Moscow was taken as Smolensk had been, was suddenly checked in his speech by an unexpected cramp in his throat. He paced up and down a few times in silence, but his eyes glittered feverishly, and his lips quivered as he began speaking. If there was none of this magnanimity in war, we should go to war only when it was worth while going to certain death, as now. Then there would not be war, because Paul Ivanovitch has offended Michael Ivanovitch, and when there was a war like this one, it would be a war. And then the determination of the troops would be quite different. Then all these Westphalians and Hessians whom Napoleon is leading would not follow him into Russia. And we should not go to fight in Austria and Prussia without knowing why. War is not courtesy, but the most horrible thing in life, and we ought to understand that, and not play at war. We ought to accept this terrible necessity sternly and seriously. It all lies in that. Get rid of falsehood, and let war be war, not a game, as it is now. War is the favorite pastime of the idle and the frivolous. The military calling is the most highly honored. But what is war? What is needed for success in warfare? What are the habits of military? The aim of war is murder. The methods of war are spying, treachery, and their encouragement. The ruin of a country's inhabitants, robbing them, or stealing to provision the army, and frauds and falsehood termed military craft. The habits of the military class are the absence of freedom, that is, discipline, idleness, ignorance, cruelty, debauchery, and drunkenness. And in spite of all this, it is the highest class, respected by everyone. All the kings, except the Chinese, wear military uniforms, and he who kills most people receives the highest rewards. They meet as we shall meet tomorrow, to murder one another. They kill and maim tens of thousands, and they have Thanksgiving service for having killed so many people. They even exaggerate the number, and they announce a victory, supposing that the more people they have killed, the greater their achievement. How does God above look at them and hear them? Exclaimed Prince Andrew in a shrill and piercing voice. Ah, my friends, it has of late become hard for me to live. I see that I have begun to understand too much, and it doesn't do for man to taste of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Ah, well, it is now for long, he added. However, you're sleepy, and it's time for me to sleep. Go back to Gorky, said Prince Andrew suddenly. Oh no, Pierre replied, looking at Prince Andrew with frightened, compassionate eyes. Go, go, before a battle one must have one's sleep out, repeated Prince Andrew. He came quickly up to Pierre and embraced and kissed him. Goodbye, be off, he shouted, whether we meet again or not, and turning away hurriedly, he entered the shed. It was already dark, and Pierre could not make out whether the expression of Prince Andrew's face was angry or tender. For some time he stood in silence, whether he should follow him or go away. No, he does not want it, Pierre concluded, and I know that this is our last meeting. He sighed deeply and rode back to Gorky. On re-entering the shed, Prince Andrew lay down a rug, but he could not sleep. He closed his eyes. One picture succeeded another in his imagination. On one of them he dwelt long and joyfully. He vividly recalled the evening in Petersburg. Natasha, with animated and excited face, was telling him how she had gone to look for mushrooms the previous summer and had lost her way in the big forest. She incoherently described the depths of the forest, her feelings, and the talk with the beekeeper she met, and constantly interrupted her story to say, "No, I can't, I'm not telling it right. No, you don't understand," though he encouraged her by saying that he did understand, and that he really had understood all she wanted to say. But Natasha was not satisfied with her own words. She felt that they did not convey the passionately poetic. Natasha was not satisfied with her own words. She felt that they did not convey the passionately poetic feeling she had experienced that day, the wish to convey. He was such a delightful old man, and it was so dark in the forest, and he had such kind. No, I can't describe it, she had said, flushed and excited. Prince Andrew smiled now, the same happy smile as then when he had looked into her eyes. I understood her, he thought. I not only understood her, but it was just the inner, spiritual force, that sincerity, that frankness of soul, that very soul of hers, which seemed to be fettered by her body. It was in that soul I loved in her, loved so strongly and happily. And suddenly he remembered how his love had ended. He did not need anything of that kind. He neither saw nor understood anything of the sort. He only saw in her pretty and fresh young girl, with whom he did not deign to unite his fate, and he still alive and gay. Prince Andrew jumped up as if someone had burned him, and again began pacing up and down in front of the shed. End of chapter 25.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 26, read for LibriVox.org by Anna Simon. On August 25th, the eve of the Battle of Borodino, M. de Beausset, prefect of the French Emperor's palace, arrived at Napoleon's quarters at Valúevo with Colonel Favier, the former from Paris and the latter from Madrid. Donning his court uniform, M. de Beausset ordered a box he had brought for the Emperor to be carried before him and entered the first compartment of Napoleon's tent, where he began opening the box while conversing with Napoleon's aide-de-camp, who surrounded him. Favier, not entering the tent, remained at the entrance talking to some generals of his acquaintance. The Emperor Napoleon had not yet left his bedroom and was finishing his toilet. Slightly snorting and grunting, he presented now his back and now his plump hairy chest to the brush with which his valet was rubbing him down. Another valet,
with his finger over the mouth of a bottle, was sprinkling eau de cologne on the Emperor's pampered body with an expression which seemed to say that he alone knew where and how much eau de cologne should be sprinkled. Napoleon's short hair was wet and matted on the forehead, but his face, though puffy and yellow, expressed physical satisfaction. "Go on, harder, go on," he muttered to the valet who was rubbing him, slightly twitching and grunting. An aide-de-camp, who had entered the bedroom to report to the Emperor the number of prisoners taken in yesterday's action, was standing by the door after delivering his message, awaiting permission to withdraw. Napoleon, frowning, looked at him from under his brows. "No prisoners," said he, repeating the aide-de-camp's words. "They are forcing us to exterminate them. So much the worse for the Russian army. Go on, harder, harder," he muttered, hunching his back and presenting his fat shoulders. "All right, let Monsieur de Beausset enter, and Favier too," he said, nodding to the aide-de-camp. "Yes, sire," and the aide-de-camp disappeared through the door of the tent. Two valets rapidly dressed his Majesty, and wearing the blue uniform of the Guards, he went with firm, quick steps to the reception-room. De Beausset's hands, meanwhile, were busily engaged arranging the present he had brought from the Empress on two chairs directly in front of the entrance. But Napoleon had dressed and come out with such unexpected rapidity that he had not time to finish arranging the surprise. Napoleon noticed at once what they were about and guessed that they were not ready. He did not wish to deprive them of the pleasure of giving him a surprise, so he pretended not to see de Beausset and called Favier to him, listening silently and with a stern frown to what Favier told him of the heroism and devotion of his troops fighting at Salamanca, at the other end of Europe, with but one thought, to be worthy of their Emperor, and but one fear, to fail to please him. The result of that battle had been deplorable. Napoleon made ironic remarks during Favier's account, as if he had not expected that matters could go otherwise in his absence. "I must make up for that in Moscow," said Napoleon. "I'll see you later," he added, and summoned de Beausset, who by that time had prepared the surprise, having placed something on the chairs and covered it with a cloth. De Beausset bowed low, with that courtly French bow which only the old retainers of the Bourbons knew how to make, and approached him, presenting an envelope. Napoleon turned to him gaily and pulled his ear. "You have hurried here, I am very glad. Well, what is Paris saying?" he asked, suddenly changing his former stern expression for a most cordial tone. "Sire, all Paris regrets your absence," replied de Beausset, as was proper. But though Napoleon knew that de Beausset had to say something of this kind, and though in his lucid moments he knew it was untrue, he was pleased to hear it from him. Again he honored him by touching his ear. "I am very sorry to have made you travel so far," said he. "Sire, I expected nothing less than to find you at the gates of Moscow," replied de Beausset. Napoleon smiled and, lifting his head absent-mindedly, glanced to the right. An aide-de-camp approached with gliding steps and offered him a gold snuff-box, which he took. "Yes, it has happened luckily for you," he said, raising the open snuff-box to his nose. "You are fond of travel, and in 3 days you will see Moscow. You surely did not expect to see that Asiatic capital. You'll have a pleasant journey." De Beausset bowed gratefully at this regard for his taste for travel, of which he had not till then been aware. "Ha! What's this?" asked Napoleon, noticing that all the courtiers were looking at something concealed under a cloth. With courtly adroitness, de Beausset half turned and without turning his back to the Emperor retired 2 steps, twitching off the cloth at the same time, and said, "A present to your Majesty from the Empress." It was a portrait, painted in bright colors by Gérard, of the son born to Napoleon by the daughter of the Emperor of Austria, the boy whom for some reason everyone called the King of Rome. A very pretty curly-headed boy with the look of the Christ in the Sistine Madonna was depicted playing at stick and ball. The ball represented the terrestrial globe, and the stick in his other hand a scepter. Though it was not clear what the artist meant to express by depicting the so-called King of Rome spiking the earth with a stick, the allegory apparently seemed to Napoleon, as it had done to all who had seen it in Paris, quite clear and very pleasing. "The King of Rome," he said, pointing to the portrait with a graceful gesture. "Admirable!" With the natural capacity of an Italian for changing the expression of his face at will, He drew nearer to the portrait and assumed a look of pensive tenderness. He felt that what he now said and did would be historical, and it seemed to him that it would now be best for him, whose grandeur enabled his son to play stick and ball with the terrestrial globe, to show, in contrast to that grandeur, the simplest paternal tenderness. His eyes grew dim, he moved forward, glanced round at the chair, which seemed to place itself under him, and sat down on it before the portrait. At a single gesture from him everyone went out on tiptoe, leaving the great man to himself and his emotion. Having sat still for a while, he touched, himself not knowing why, the thick spot of paint representing the highest light in the portrait, rose and recalled the Bossuet and the officer on duty. He ordered the portrait to be carried outside his tent, that the old guard stationed around it might not be deprived of the pleasure of seeing the King of Rome, the son and heir of their adored monarch. And while he was doing Monsieur de Bossuet the honor of breakfasting with him, they heard, as Napoleon had anticipated, the rapturous cries of the officers and men of the old guard who had run up to see the portrait. "Vive l'Empereur! Vive le roi de Rome! Vive l'Empereur!" came those ecstatic cries. After breakfast, Napoleon, in de Bossuet's presence, dictated his order of the day to the army. "Short and energetic," he remarked when he had read over the proclamation which had dictated straight off without corrections. It ran: "Soldiers, this is the battle you have so longed for. Victory depends on you. It is essential for us. It will give us all we need, comfortable quarters and a speedy return to our country. Behave as you did at Austerlitz, Friedland, Vitebsk and Smolensk. Let our remotest posterity recall your achievements this day with pride. Let it be said of each of you, 'He was in the great battle before Moscow.'" "Before Moscow," repeated Napoleon. And inviting Monsieur de Bossuet, who was so fond of travel, to accompany him on his ride, he went out of the tent to where the horses stood saddled. "Your Majesty is too kind," replied de Bossuet to the invitation to accompany the Emperor. He wanted to sleep, did not know how to ride, and was afraid of doing so. But Napoleon nodded to the traveler, and de Bossuet had to mount. When Napoleon came out of the tent, the shouting of the guards before his son's portrait grew still louder. Napoleon frowned. "Take him away," he said, pointing with a gracefully majestic gesture to the portrait. "It is too soon for him to see a field of battle." De Bossuet closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed deeply, to indicate how profoundly he valued and comprehended the Emperor's words. End of chapter 26.
War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Book 10, Chapter 27. Read for LibriVox.org by Ernst Patinama. Chapter 27. On the 25th of August, so his historians tell us, Napoleon spent the whole day on horseback, inspecting the locality, considering plans submitted to him by his marshals, and personally giving commands to his generals. The original line of the Russian forces along the river Kalocha had been dislocated by the capture of the Shevardino redoubt on the 24th, and part of the line, the left flank, had been drawn back. That part of the line was not entrenched, and in front of it the ground was more open and level than elsewhere. It was evident to anyone, military or not, that it was here the French should attack. It would seem that not much consideration was needed to reach this conclusion, nor any particular care or trouble on the part of the Emperor and his marshals. Nor was there any need of that special and supreme quality called genius that people are so apt to ascribe to Napoleon. Yet the historians who describe the event later, and the men who then surrounded Napoleon and he himself, thought otherwise. Napoleon rode over the plain and surveyed the locality with a profound air and in silence, nodded with approval or shook his head dubiously, and without communicating to the generals around him the profound course of ideas which guided his decisions, merely gave them his final conclusions in the form of commands. Having listened to a suggestion from Davout, who was now called Prince d'Eckmühl, to turn the Russian left wing, Napoleon said it should not be done, without explaining why not. To a proposal made by General Campan, who was to attack the flèches, to lead his division through the woods, Napoleon agreed, though the so-called Duke of Elchingen, nay, ventured to remark that a movement through the woods was dangerous and might disorder the division. Having inspected the country opposite the Shevárdino redoubt, Napoleon pondered a little in silence, and then indicated the spots where 2 batteries should be set up by the morrow to act against the Russian entrenchments, and the places where, in line with them, the field artillery should be placed. After giving these and other commands, he returned to his tent, and the dispositions for the battle were written down from his dictation. These dispositions, of which the French historians write with enthusiasm, and other historians with profound respect, were as follows. At dawn, the 2 new batteries established during the night on the plain occupied by the Prince d'Eckmühl will open fire on the opposing batteries of the enemy. At the same time, the commander of the artillery of the First Corps, General Pernetti, with 30 cannon of Campan's division and all the howitzers of Dessès and Friant's divisions, will move forward, open fire, and overwhelm with shell fire the enemy's battery, against which will operate 24 guns of the artillery of the Guards, 30 guns of Campan's division, and 8 guns of Friant's and Dessès divisions, in all 62 guns. The commander of the artillery of the Third Corps, General Fouché, will place the howitzers of the 3rd and 8th Corps, 16 in all, on the flanks of the battery, that is, to bombard the entrenchment on the left, which will have 40 guns in all directed against it. General Sorbier must be ready at the first order to advance with all the howitzers of the Guards' artillery against either one or other of the entrenchments. During the cannonade, Prince Poniatowski is to advance through the wood on the village and turn the enemy's position. General Campan will move through the wood to seize the first fortification. After the advance has begun in this manner, orders will be given in accordance with the enemy's movements. The cannonade on the left flank will begin as soon as the guns of the right wing are heard. The sharpshooters of Morand's division and of the Vice-King's division will open a heavy fire on seeing the attack commence on the right wing. The Vice-King will occupy the village and cross by its 3 bridges, advancing to the same heights as Morand's and Gibrat's divisions, which under his leadership will be directed against the redoubt and come into line with the rest of the forces. All this must be done in good order. Le tout se fera avec ordre et méthode, as far as possible retaining troops in reserve. The Imperial Camp near Mozhaysk, September the 6th, 1812. These dispositions, which are very obscure and confused, if one allows oneself to regard the arrangements without religious awe of his genius, related to Napoleon's orders to deal with 4 points, 4 different orders. Not one of these was or could be carried out. In the disposition it is said first that the batteries placed on the spot chosen by Napoleon, with the guns of Pernetti and Fouché, which were to come in line with them, 102 guns in all, were to open fire and shower shells on the Russian flèches and redoubts. This could not be done, as from the spot selected by Napoleon, the projectiles did not carry to the Russian works, and those 102 guns shot into the air until the nearest commander, contrary to Napoleon's instructions, moved them forward. The second order was that Poniatowski, moving to the village through the wood, should turn the Russian left flank. This could not be done, and was not done, because Poniatowski, advancing on the village through the wood, met Tучков there, barring his way, and could not and did not turn the Russian position. The third order was, General Campan will move through the wood to seize the first fortification. General Campan's division did not seize the first fortification, but was driven back, for, on emerging from the wood, it had to reform under grape-shot, of which Napoleon was unaware. The fourth order was, the Vice-King will occupy the village, Borodino, and cross by its 3 bridges, advancing to the same heights as Murat's and Gibrat's divisions, for whose movements no directions are given, which under his leadership will be directed against the redoubt and come into line with the rest of the forces. As far as one can make out, not so much from this unintelligible sentence as from the attempts the Vice-King made to execute the orders given him, he was to advance from the left through Borodino to the redoubt, while the divisions of Murat and Gérard were to advance simultaneously from the front. All this, like the other parts of the disposition, was not and could not be executed. After passing through Borodino, the Vice-King was driven back to the Kalocha and could get no farther, while the divisions of Murat and Gérard did not take the redoubt but were driven back, and the redoubt was only taken at the end of the battle by the cavalry, a thing probably unforeseen and not heard of by Napoleon. So not one of the orders in the disposition was or could be executed, but in the disposition it is said that, after the fight has commenced in this manner, orders will be given in accordance with the enemy's movements, and so it might be supposed that all necessary arrangements would be made by Napoleon during the battle. But this was not and could not be done, for during the whole battle Napoleon was so far away that, as appeared later, he could not know the course of the battle, and not one of his orders during the fight could be executed. End of chapter 27. Recording by Ernst Patinama, Amsterdam, the Netherlands. This recording is in the public domain.
War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Aylmer and Louise Maud. Book 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Slater. War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Book 10, Chapter 28. Many historians say that the French did not win the Battle of Borodino because Napoleon had a cold, and that if he had not had a cold, the orders he gave before and during the battle would have been still more full of genius, and Russia would have been lost, and the face of the world have been changed. To historians who believe that Russia was shaped by the will of one man, Peter the Great, and that France from a republic became an empire and French armies went to Russia at the will of one man, Napoleon, to say that Russia remained a power because Napoleon had a bad cold on the 24th of August may seem logical and convincing. If it had depended on Napoleon's will to fight or not to fight the Battle of Borodino, and if this or that other arrangement depended on his will, then evidently a cold affecting the manifestation of his will might have saved Russia, and consequently the valet who omitted to bring Napoleon his waterproof boots on the 24th would have been the savior of Russia. Along that line of thought, such a deduction is indubitable as the deduction Voltaire made in jest, without knowing what he was jesting at, when he saw that the massacre of St. Bartholomew was due to Charles IX's stomach being deranged. But to men who do not admit that Russia was formed by the will of one man, Peter I, or that the French Empire was formed and the war with Russia begun by the will of one man, Napoleon, that argument seems not merely untrue and irrational, but contrary to all human reality. To the question of what causes historic events, another answer presents itself, namely, that the course of human events is predetermined from on high, depends on the coincidence of the wills of all who take part in the events, and what a Napoleon's influence on the course of these events is purely external and fictitious. Strange as at first glance it may seem to suppose that the massacre of St. Bartholomew was not due to Charles IX's will, though he gave the order for it and thought it was done as a result of that order, and strange as it may seem to suppose that the slaughter of 80,000 men at Borodino was not due to Napoleon's will, though he ordered the commencement and conduct of the battle and thought it was done because he ordered it, strange as these suppositions appear, yet human dignity, which tells me that each of us is, if not more, at least not less a man than the great Napoleon, demands the acceptance of that solution of the question, and historic investigation abundantly confirms it. At the Battle of Borodino, Napoleon shot at no one and killed no one. That was all done by the soldiers, therefore it was not he who killed people. The French soldiers went to kill and be killed at the Battle of Borodino not because of Napoleon's orders, but by their own volition. The whole army, French, Italian, German, Polish, and Dutch, hungry, ragged, and weary of the campaign, felt at the sight of an army blocking their road to Moscow that the wine was drawn and must be drunk. Had Napoleon then forbidden them to fight the Russians, they would have killed him, and have proceeded to fight the Russians because it was inevitable. When they heard Napoleon's proclamation offering them, as compensation for mutilation and death, the words of posterity about their having been in the battle before Moscow, they cried "Vive l'Empereur!" just as they had cried "Vive l'Empereur!" at the sight of the portrait of the boy piercing the terrestrial globe with a toy stick, and just as they would have cried "Vive l'Empereur!" at any nonsense that might be told them. There was nothing left for them to do but cry "Vive l'Empereur!" and go to fight, in order to get food and rest as conquerors in Moscow. So it was not because of Napoleon's commands that they killed their fellow men. And it was not Napoleon who directed the course of the battle, for none of his orders were executed, and during the battle he did not know what was going on before him. So the way in which these people killed one another was not decided by Napoleon's will, but occurred independently of him, in accord with the will of hundreds of thousands of people who took part in the common action. It only seemed to Napoleon that it all took place by his will. And so the question whether he had or had not a cold has no more historic interest than the cold of the least of the transport soldiers. Moreover, the assertions made by various writers that his cold was the cause of his dispositions not being as well planned as on former occasions, and of his orders during the battle not being as good as previously, is quite baseless, which again shows that Napoleon's cold on the 26th of August was unimportant. The dispositions cited above are not at all worse, but are even better than previous dispositions by which he had won victories. His pseudo-orders during the battle were also no worse than formerly, but much the same as usual. These dispositions and orders only seem worse than previous ones because the Battle of Borodino was the first Napoleon did not win. The profoundest and most excellent dispositions and orders seem very bad, and every learned militarist criticizes them with looks of importance when they relate to a battle that has been lost. And the very worst dispositions and orders seem very good, and serious people fill whole volumes to demonstrate their merits when they relate to a battle that has been won. The dispositions drawn up by Weyrother for the Battle of Austerlitz were a model perfection for that kind of composition, but still they were criticized for their very perfection, for their excessive minuteness. Napoleon at the Battle of Borodino fulfilled his office as representative of authority as well as, and even better than, at other battles. He did nothing harmful to the progress of the battle. He inclined to the most reasonable opinions. He made no confusion, did not contradict himself, did not get frightened or run away from the field of battle, but with his great tact and military experience, carried out his role of appearing to command calmly and with dignity. End of chapter 28. Recorded by James Slater. This recording is in the public domain.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 29, read for LibriVox.org by Anna Simon. On returning from a second inspection of the lines, Napoleon remarked, "The chessmen are set up. The game will begin tomorrow." Having ordered punch and summoned de Beausset, he began to talk to him about Paris and about some changes he meant to make to the Emperor's household, surprising the prefect by his memory of minute details relating to the court. He showed an interest in trifles, joked about de Beausset's love of travel, and chatted carelessly, as a famous, self-confident surgeon who knows his job does when turning up his sleeves and putting on his apron while a patient is being strapped to the operating table. The matter is in my hands, and is clear and definite in my head. When the time comes to set to work, I shall do it as no one else could. But now I can jest, and the more I jest and the calmer I am, the more tranquil and confident you ought to be, and the more amazed at my genius." Having finished his second glass of punch, Napoleon went to rest before the serious business which, he considered, awaited him next day. He was so much interested in that task that he was unable to sleep, and in spite of his cold, which had grown worse from the dampness of the evening, he went into the large division of the tent at 3 o'clock in the morning, loudly blowing his nose. He asked whether the Russians had not withdrawn, and was told that the enemy's fires were still in the same places. He nodded approval. The adjutant in attendance came into the tent. "Well, Rapp, do you think we shall do good business today?" Napoleon asked him. "Without doubt, sire," replied Rapp. Napoleon looked at him. "Do you remember, sire, what you did me the honor to say at Smolensk?" continued Rapp. "The wine is drawn and must be drunk." Napoleon frowned and sat silent for a long time, leaning his head on his hand. "This poor army," he suddenly remarked. "It has diminished greatly since Smolensk. Fortune is frankly a courtesan, Rapp. I've always said so, and I'm beginning to experience it. But the Guards, Rapp, the Guards are intact?" he remarked interrogatively. "Yes, sire," replied Rapp. Napoleon took a lozenge, put it in his mouth, and glanced at his watch. He was not sleepy, and it was still not nearly morning. It was impossible to give further orders for the sake of killing time, for the orders had all been given and were now being executed. "Have the biscuits and rice been served out to the regiments of the Guards?" asked Napoleon sternly. "Yes, sire." "The rice too?" Rapp replied that he had given the Emperor's order about the rice, but Napoleon shook his head in dissatisfaction, as if not believing that his order had been executed. An attendant came in with punch. Napoleon ordered another glass to be brought for Rapp, and silently sipped his own. "I've neither taste nor smell," he remarked, sniffing at his glass. "This cold is tiresome. They talk about medicine. What is the good of medicine when it can't cure a cold? Corvisart gave me these lozenges, but they don't help at all. What can doctors cure? One can't cure anything. Our body is a machine for living. It is organized for that. It is its nature. Let life go on in it unhindered, and let it defend itself. It will do more than if you paralyze it by encumbering it with remedies. Our body is like a perfect watch that should go for a certain time. The watchmaker cannot open it, he can only adjust it by fumbling, and that blindfold. Yes, our body is just a machine for living, that is all." And having entered on the path of definition of which he was fond, Napoleon suddenly and unexpectedly gave a new one. "Do you know, Rapp, what military art is?" he asked. "It is the art of being stronger than the enemy at a given moment. That's all." Rapp made no reply. "Tomorrow we shall have to deal with Kutúzov," said Napoleon. "We shall see. Do you remember at Braunau he commanded an army for 3 weeks and did not once mount a horse to inspect his entrenchments? We shall see." He looked at his watch. It was still only 4 o'clock. He did not feel sleepy. The punch was finished and there was still nothing to do. He rose, walked to and fro, put on a warm overcoat and a hat, and went out of the tent. The night was dark and damp. A scarcely perceptible moisture was descending from above. Near by, the campfires were dimly burning among the French Guards, and in the distance those of the Russian line shone through the smoke. The weather was calm, and the rustle and tramp of the French troops already beginning to move to take up their positions were clearly audible. Napoleon walked about in front of his tent, looked at the fires and listened to these sounds, and as he was passing a tall guardsman in a shaggy cap, who was standing sentinel before his tent and had drawn himself up like a black pillar at sight of the Emperor, Napoleon stopped in front of him. "What year did you enter the service?" he asked, with that affectation of military bluntness and geniality with which he always addressed the soldiers. The man answered the question. "Ah, one of the old ones. Has your regiment had its rice?" "It has, your Majesty." Napoleon nodded and walked away. At 5:30 Napoleon rode to the village of Shevárdino. It was growing light, the sky was clearing, only a single cloud lay in the east. The abandoned campfires were burning themselves out in the faint morning light. On the right a single deep report of a cannon resounded and died away in the prevailing silence. Some minutes passed. A second and a third report shook the air. Then a fourth and a fifth boomed solemnly near by on the right. The first shots had not yet ceased to reverberate before others rang out, and yet more were heard, mingling with and overtaking one another. Napoleon with his suite rode up to the Shevárdino Redoubt, where he dismounted. The game had begun. End of chapter 29.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 30, read for LibriVox.org by Eva Harnick. On returning to Gorky, after having seen Prince Andrew, Pierre ordered his groom to get the horses ready and to call him early in the morning, and then immediately fell asleep behind a partition in a corner Borís had given up to him. Before he was thoroughly awake next morning, everybody had already left the hut. The panes were rattling in the little windows, and his groom was shaking him. "Your Excellency! Your Excellency! Your Excellency!" he kept repeating pertinaciously while he shook Pierre by the shoulder without looking at him, having apparently lost hope of getting him to wake up. "What? Has it begun? Is it time?" Pierre asked, waking up. "Hear the firing," said the groom, a discharged soldier. "All the gentlemen have gone out, and His Serene Highness himself rode past long ago." Pierre dressed hastily and ran out to the porch. Outside all was bright, fresh, dewy, and cheerful. The sun, just bursting forth from behind a cloud that had concealed it, was shining, with rays still half broken by the clouds, over the roofs of the street opposite, on the dew-besprinkled dust of the road, on the walls of the houses, on the windows, the fence, and on Pierre's horses standing before the hut. The roar of guns sounded more distinct outside. An adjutant accompanied by a Cossack passed by at a sharp trot. "It is time, Count, it is time!" cried the adjutant. Telling the groom to follow him with the horses, Pierre went down the street to the knoll from which he had looked at the field of the battle the day before. A crowd of military men was assembled there. Members of the staff could be heard conversing in French, and Kutúzov's gray head in a white cap with a red band was visible, his gray nape sunk between his shoulders. He was looking through a field-glass down the high road before him. Mounting the steps to the knoll, Pierre looked at the scene before him, spellbound by beauty. It was the same panorama he had admired from that spot the day before, but now the whole place was full of troops and covered by smoke clouds from the guns, and the slanting rays of the bright sun, rising slightly to the left behind Pierre, cast upon it through the clear morning air penetrating streaks of rosy, golden-tinted light and long dark shadows. The forest at the farthest extremity of the panorama seemed carved in some precious stone of a yellowish-green color. Its undulating outline was silhouetted against the horizon and was pierced beyond Valuevo by the Smolensk highroad crowded with troops. Nearer at hand glittered golden cornfields interspersed with copses. There were troops to be seen everywhere, in front and to the right and left. All this was vivid, majestic, and unexpected. But what impressed Pierre most of all was the view of the battlefield itself, of Borodino, and the hollows on both sides of the Kolochá. Above the Kolochá, In Borodino, and on both sides of it, especially to the left, where the Voyna flowing between its marshy banks falls into the Kolocha, a mist had spread which seemed to melt, to dissolve, and to become translucent when the brilliant sun appeared and magically colored and outlined everything. The smoke of the guns mingled with this mist, and over the whole expanse and through that mist the rays of the morning sun were reflected, flashing back like lightning from the water, from the dew, and from the bayonets of the troops crowded together by the river banks and in Borodino. A white church could be seen through the mist, and here and there the roofs of huts in Borodino, as well as dense masses of soldiers or green ammunition chests and ordnance. And all this moved, or seemed to move, as the smoke and mist spread out over the whole space. Just as in the mist-enveloped hollow near Borodino, so along the entire line outside and above it, and especially in the woods and fields to the left, in the valleys and on the summits of the high ground, clouds of powder smoke seemed continually to spring up out of nothing, now singly, now several at a time, some translucent, others dense, which, swelling, growing, rolling and blending, extended over the whole expanse. These puffs of smoke, and strange to say, the sound of the firing produced the chief beauty of the spectacle. Puff! Suddenly a round, compact cloud of smoke was seen merging from violet into grey and milky white, and boom! Came the report a second later. Puff! Puff! And two clouds arose, pushing one another and blending together, and boom! Boom! Came the sounds confirming what the eye had seen. Pierre glanced round at the first cloud, which he had seen as a round compact ball, and in its place already were balloons of smoke floating to one side, and puff, with a pause, puff, puff, 3 and then 4 more appeared, and then from each, with the same interval, boom, 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 came the fine, firm, precise sounds in reply. It seemed as if those smoke clouds sometimes ran and sometimes stood still, while woods, fields, and glittering bayonets ran past them. From the left, over fields and bushes, those large balls of smoke were continually appearing, followed by their solemn reports, while nearer still, in the hollows and woods, there burst from the muskets small cloudlets that had no time to become balls, but had their little echoes in just the same way. Truck, ta-ta, tuck, came the frequent crackle of musketry, but it was irregular and feeble in comparison with the reports of the cannon. Pierre wished to be there with that smoke, those shining bayonets, that movement and those sounds. He turned to look at Kutúzov and his suit, to compare his impressions with those of others. They were all looking at the field of battle as he was, and, as it seemed to him, with the same feelings. All their faces were now shining with that latent warmth of feeling Pierre had noticed the day before and had fully understood after his talk with Prince Andrew. "Go, my dear fellow, go, and Christ be with you," Kutúzov was saying to a general who stood beside him, not taking his eye from the battlefield. Having received this order, the general passed by Pierre on his way down the knoll. "To the crossing," said the general coldly and sternly, in reply to one of the staff who asked where he was going. "I will go there too, I too," thought Pierre, and followed the general. The general mounted a horse a Cossack had brought him. Pierre went to his groom, who was holding his horses, and, asking which was the quietest, clambered onto it, seized it by the mane, and turning out his toes, pressed his heels against its sides, and, feeling that his spectacles were slipping off, but unable to let go of the mane and reins, he galloped after the general, causing the staff officers to smile as they watched him from the knoll. End of chapter 30. Recording by Eva Harnik, Ponte Vedra, Florida.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 31, read for LibriVox.org by Anna Simon. Having descended the hill, the general after whom Pierre was galloping turned sharply to the left, and Pierre, losing sight of him, galloped in among some ranks of infantry marching ahead of him. He tried to pass either in front of them or to the right or left, but there were soldiers everywhere, all with expression and busy with some unseen but evidently important task. They all gazed with the same dissatisfied and inquiring expression at this stout man in a white hat, who, for some unknown reason, threatened to trample them under his horse's hoofs. "Why ride into the middle of the battalion?" one of them shouted at him. Another prodded his horse with the butt end of a musket, and Pierre, bending over his saddlebow and hardly able to control his shying horse, galloped ahead of the soldiers where there was a free space. There was a bridge ahead of him, where other soldiers stood firing. Pierre rode up to them. Without being aware of it, he had come to the bridge across the Kolocha between Gorky and Borodino, which the French, having occupied Borodino, were attacking in the first phase of the battle. Pierre saw that there was a bridge in front of him, and that soldiers were doing something on both sides of it and in the meadow among the rows of new-mown hay which he had taken no notice of amid the smoke of the campfires the day before. But despite the incessant firing going on there, he had no idea that this was the field of battle. He did not notice the sound of the bullets whistling from every side, or the projectiles that flew over him, did not see the enemy on the other side of the river, and for a long time did not notice the killed and wounded, though many fell near him. He looked about him with a smile which did not leave his face. "Why is that fellow in front of the line?" shouted somebody at him again. "To the left! Keep to the right!" the man shouted to him. Pierre went to the right, and unexpectedly encountered one of Raevski's adjutants whom he knew. The adjutant looked angrily at him, evidently also intending to shout at him, but on recognizing him he nodded. "How have you got here?" he said, and galloped on. Pierre, feeling out of place there, having nothing to do, and afraid of getting in someone's way again, galloped after the adjutant. "What's happening here? May I come with you?" he asked. One moment," replied the adjutant, and riding up to a stout colonel who was standing in the meadow, he gave him some message, and then addressed Pierre. "Why have you come here, Count?" he asked with a smile. "Still inquisitive?" "Yes, yes," assented Pierre. But the adjutant turned his horse about and rode on. "Here it's tolerable," said he, "but with Bagration on the left flank they're getting it frightfully hot." "Really?" said Pierre. "Where's that?" "Come along with me to our knoll. We can get a view from there, and in our battery it is still bearable," said the adjutant. "Will you come?" "Yes, I'll come with you," replied Pierre, looking round for his groom. It was only now that he noticed wounded men staggering along or being carried on stretchers. On that very meadow he had ridden over the day before, a soldier was lying athwart the rows of scented hay, with his head thrown awkwardly back and his shako off. "Why haven't they carried him away?" Pierre was about to ask, but seeing the stern expression of the adjutant, who was also looking that way, he checked himself. Pierre did not find his groom and rode along the hollow with the adjutant to Raevski's redoubt. His horse lagged behind the adjutant's and jolted him at every step. "You don't seem to be used to riding, Count," remarked the adjutant. "No, it's not that, but her action seems so jerky," said Pierre in a puzzled tone. "Why, she's wounded," said the adjutant, "in the off foreleg above the knee. A bullet, no doubt. I congratulate you, Count, on your baptism of fire." Having ridden in the smoke past the 6th Corps, behind the artillery which had been moved forward and was in action, deafening them with the noise of firing, they came to a small wood. There it was cool and quiet, with the scent of autumn. Pierre and the adjutant dismounted and walked up the hill on foot. "Is the general here?" asked the adjutant on reaching the knoll. "He was here a minute ago, but has just gone that way," someone told him, pointing to the right. The adjutant looked at Pierre as if puzzled what to do with him now. "Don't trouble about me," said Pierre. "I'll go up onto the knoll, if I may." "Yes, do. You'll see everything from there, and it's less dangerous, and I'll come for you." Pierre went to the battery and the adjutant rode on. They did not meet again, and only much later did Pierre learn that he lost an arm that day. The knoll to which Pierre ascended was that famous one afterwards known to the Russians as the Knoll Battery or Raevski's Redoubt, and to the French as La Grande Redoute, La Fatale Redoute, La Redoute du Centre, around which tens of thousands fell, and which the French regarded as the key to the whole position. This redoubt consisted of a knoll on 3 sides of which trenches had been dug. Within the entrenchment stood 10 guns that were being fired through openings in the earthwork. In line with the knoll on both sides stood other guns which also fired incessantly. A little behind the guns stood infantry. When ascending that knoll, Pierre had no notion that this spot, on which small trenches had been dug and from which a few guns were firing, was the most important point of the battle. On the contrary, just because he happened to be there, he thought it one of the least significant parts of the field. Having reached the knoll, Pierre sat down at one end of a trench surrounding the battery and gazed at what was going on around him with an unconsciously happy smile. Occasionally he rose and walked about the battery still with that same smile, trying not to obstruct the soldiers who were loading, hauling the guns, and continually running past him with bags and charges. The guns of that battery were being fired continually one after another with a deafening roar, enveloping the whole neighborhood in powder smoke. In contrast with the dread felt by the infantrymen placed in support, here in the battery, where a small number of men busy at their work was separated from the rest by a trench, everyone experienced a common and as it were family feeling of animation. The intrusion of Pierre's non-military figure in a white hat made an unpleasant impression at first. The soldiers looked askance at him with surprise and even alarm as they went past him. The senior artillery officer, a tall, long-legged, pock-marked man, moved over to Pierre as if to see the action of the farthest gun and looked at him with curiosity. A young, round-faced officer, quite a boy still and evidently only just out of the cadet college, who was zealously commanding the 2 guns entrusted to him, addressed Pierre sternly. "Sir," he said, "permit me to ask you to stand aside. You must not be here." The soldiers shook their heads disapprovingly as they looked at Pierre. But when they had convinced themselves that this man in the white hat was doing no harm, but either sat quietly on the slope of the trench with a shy smile, or, politely making way for the soldiers, paced up and down the battery under fire as calmly as if he were on a boulevard, their feeling of hostile distrust gradually began to change into a kindly and bantering sympathy, such as soldiers feel for their dogs, cocks, goats, and in general for the animals that live with the regiment. The men soon accepted Pierre into their family, adopted him, gave him a nickname, "our gentleman," and made kindly fun of him among themselves. A shell tore up the earth 2 paces from Pierre, and he looked around with a smile as he brushed from his clothes some earth it had thrown up. "And how's it you're not afraid, sir, really now?" a red-faced, broad-shouldered soldier asked Pierre, with a grin that disclosed a set of sound, white teeth. "Are you afraid, then?" said Pierre. "What else do you expect?" answered the soldier. "She has no mercy, you know. When she comes spluttering down, out go your innards. One can't help being afraid," he said, laughing. Several of the men, with bright, kindly faces, stopped beside Pierre. They seemed not to have expected him to talk like anybody else, and the discovery that he did so delighted them. "It's the business of us soldiers, but in the gentleman it's wonderful. There's a gentleman for you." "To your places!" cried the young officer to the men gathered round Pierre. The young officer was evidently exercising his duties for the first or second time, and therefore treated both his superiors and the men with great precision and formality. The booming cannonade and the fusillade of musketry were growing more intense over the whole field, especially to the left, where Bagration's flèches were, but where Pierre was, the smoke of the firing made it almost impossible to distinguish anything. Moreover, his whole attention was engrossed by watching the family circle, separated from all else, formed by the men in the battery. His first unconscious feeling of joyful animation produced by the sights and sounds of the battlefield was now replaced by another, especially since he had seen that soldier lying alone in the hayfield. Now, seated on the slope of the trench, he observed the faces of those around him. By 10 o'clock some 20 men had already been carried away from the battery. 2 guns were smashed, and cannonballs fell more and more frequently on the battery, and spent bullets buzzed and whistled around. But the men in the battery seemed not to notice this, and merry voices and jokes were heard on all sides. "A live one!" shouted a man as a whistling shell approached. "Not this way, to the infantry!" added another with loud laughter, seeing the shell fly past and fall into the ranks of the supports. "Are you going to a friend, eh?" remarked another, chaffing a peasant who ducked low as a cannonball flew over. Several soldiers gathered by the wall of the trench, looking out to see what was happening in front. "They've withdrawn the front line, it has retired," said they, pointing over the earthwork. "Mind your own business," an old sergeant shouted at them. "If they've retired, it's because there's work for them to do farther back." And the sergeant, taking one of the men by the shoulders, gave him a shove with his knee. This was followed by a burst of laughter. "To the 5th gun! Wheel it up!" came shouts from one side. "Now then, all together, like bargees!" rose the merry voices of those who were moving the gun. "Oh, she nearly knocked our gentleman's head off!" cried the red-faced humorist, showing his teeth chaffing Pierre. "Awkward baggage!" he added reproachfully to a cannonball that struck a cannon wheel and a man's leg. "Now then, you foxes!" said another, laughing at some militiamen who, stooping low, entered the battery to carry away the wounded man. "So this gruel isn't to your taste? Oh, you crows! You're scared!" they shouted at the militiamen, who stood hesitating before the man whose leg had been torn off. "There, lads! Ho, ho!" they mimicked the peasants. "They don't like it at all." Pierre noticed that after every ball that hit the redoubt, and after every loss, the liveliness increased more and more. As the flames of the fire hidden within come more and more vividly and rapidly from an approaching thundercloud, so, as if in opposition to what was taking place, the lightning of hidden fire growing more and more intense glowed in the faces of these men. Pierre did not look out at the battlefield and was not concerned to know what was happening there. He was entirely absorbed in watching this fire which burned ever more brightly and which he felt was flaming up in the same way in his own soul. At 10 o'clock, the infantry that had been among the bushes in front of the battery and along the Kamenka streamlet retreated. From the battery they could be seen running back past it, carrying their wounded on their muskets. A general with his suite came to the battery, and, after speaking to the colonel, gave Pierre an angry look, and went away again, having ordered the infantry supports behind the battery to lie down, so as to be less exposed to fire. After this, from amid the ranks of infantry to the right of the battery, came the sound of a drum and shouts of command, and from the battery one saw how those ranks of infantry moved forward. Pierre looked over the wall of the trench and was particularly struck by a pale young officer who, letting his sword hang down, was walking backwards and kept glancing uneasily around. The ranks of the infantry disappeared amid the smoke, but their long-drawn shout and rapid musketry firing could still be heard. A few minutes later, crowds of wounded men and stretcher-bearers came back from that direction. Projectiles began to fall still more frequently in the battery. Several men were lying about who had not been removed. Around the cannon the men moved still more briskly and busily. No one any longer took notice of Pierre. Once or twice he was shouted at for being in the way. The senior officer moved with big rapid strides from one gun to another with a frowning face. The young officer, with his face still more flushed, commanded the men more scrupulously than ever. The soldiers handed up the charges, turned, loaded, and did their business with strained smartness. They gave little jumps as they walked, as though they were on springs. The storm cloud had come upon them, and in every face the fire which Pierre had watched kindle burned up brightly. Pierre standing beside the commanding officer. The young officer, his hand to his shako, ran up to his superior. "I have the honor to report, sir, that only 8 rounds are left. Are we to continue firing?" he asked. "Grape shot!" the senior shouted, without answering the question, looking over the wall of the trench. Suddenly something happened. The young officer gave a gasp and bending double sat down on the ground like a bird shot on the wing. Everything became strange, confused and misty in Pierre's eyes. One cannonball after another whistled by and struck the earthwork, a soldier, or a gun. Pierre, who had not noticed these sounds before, now heard nothing else. On the right of the battery soldiers shouting "Hurrah!" were running not forwards but backwards, it seemed to Pierre. A cannonball struck the very end of the earthwork by which he was standing, crumbling down the earth. A black ball flashed before his eyes, and at the same instant plumped into something. Some militiamen who were entering the battery ran back. "All with grape shot!" shouted the officer. The sergeant ran up to the officer and in a frightened whisper informed him, as a butler at dinner informs his master that there is no more of some wine asked for, that there were no more charges. "The scoundrels! What are they doing?" shouted the officer, turning to Pierre. The officer's face was red and perspiring, and his eyes glittered under his frowning brow. "Run to the reserves and bring up the ammunition boxes!" he yelled, angrily avoiding Pierre with his eyes and speaking to his men. "I'll go," said Pierre. The officer, without answering him, strode across to the opposite side. "Don't fire! Wait!" he shouted. The man who had been ordered to go for ammunition stumbled against Pierre. "Hey, sir, this is no place for you," said he, and ran down the slope. Pierre ran after him, avoiding the spot where the young officer was sitting. One cannonball, another, and a third flew over him, falling in front, beside, and behind him. Pierre ran down the slope. "Where am I going?" he suddenly asked himself when he was already near the green ammunition wagons. He halted irresolutely, not knowing whether to return or to go on. Suddenly a terrible concussion threw him backwards to the ground. At the same instant he was dazzled by a great flash of flame, and immediately a deafening roar, crackling and whistling made his ears tingle. When he came to himself, he was sitting on the ground, leaning on his hands. The ammunition wagons he had been approaching no longer existed. Only charred green boards and rags littered the scorched grass, and a horse, dangling fragments of its shaft behind it, galloped past, while another horse lay, like Pierre, on the ground, uttering prolonged and piercing cries. End of chapter 31. War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 32, read for LibriVox.org by Anna Simon. Beside himself with terror, Pierre jumped up and ran back to the battery, as to the only refuge from the horrors that surrounded him. On entering the earthwork, he noticed that there were men doing something there, but that no shots were being fired from the battery. He had no time to realize who these men were. He saw the senior officer lying on the earth wall with his back turned as if he were examining something down below, and that one of the soldiers he had noticed before was struggling forward shouting "Brothers!" and trying to free himself from some men who were holding him by the arm. He also saw something else that was strange. But he had not time to realize that the colonel had been killed, that the soldier shouting "Brothers!" was a prisoner, and that another man had been bayoneted in the back before his eyes, for hardly had he run into the redoubt before a thin, sallow-faced, perspiring man in a blue uniform rushed on him sword in hand, shouting something. Instinctively guarding against the shock, for they had been running together at full speed before they saw one another, Pierre put out his hands and seized the man, a French officer, by the shoulder with one hand and by the throat with the other. The officer, dropping his sword, seized Pierre by his collar. For some seconds they gazed with frightened eyes at one another's unfamiliar faces, and both were perplexed at what they had done and what they were to do next. "Am I taken prisoner, or have I taken him prisoner?" each was thinking. But the French officer was evidently more inclined to think he had been taken prisoner, because Pierre's strong hand, impelled by instinctive fear, squeezed his throat ever tighter and tighter. The Frenchman was about to say something, when, just above their heads, terrible and low, a cannonball whistled, and it seemed to Pierre that the French officer's head had been torn off, so swiftly had he ducked it. Pierre too bent his head and let his hands fall. Without further thought as to who had taken whom prisoner, the Frenchman ran back to the battery, and Pierre ran down the slope, stumbling over the dead and wounded who, it seemed to him, caught at his feet. But before he reached the foot of the knoll he was met by a dense crowd of Russian soldiers who, stumbling, tripping up, and shouting, ran merrily and wildly toward the battery. This was the attack for which Ermólov claimed the credit, declaring that only his courage and good luck made such a feat possible. It was the attack in which he was said to have thrown some St. George's crosses he had in his pocket into the battery for the first soldiers to take who got there. The French who had occupied the battery fled, and our troops shouting "Hurrah!" pursued them so far beyond the battery that it was difficult to call them back. The prisoners were brought down from the battery, and among them was a wounded French general whom the officers surrounded. Crowds of wounded, some known to Pierre and some unknown, Russians and French, with faces distorted by suffering, walked, crawled, and were carried on stretchers from the battery. Pierre again went up onto the knoll where he had spent over an hour, and of that family circle which had received him as a member he did not find a single one. There were many dead whom he did not know, but some he recognized. The young officer still sat in the same way, bent double, in a pool of blood at the edge of the earth wall. The red-faced man was still twitching, but they did not carry him away. Pierre ran down the slope once more. Now they will stop it, now they will be horrified at what they've done, he thought, aimlessly going toward a crowd of stretcher-bearers moving from the battlefield. But behind the veil of smoke the sun was still high, and in front and especially to the left, near Semyonovsk, something seemed to be seething in the smoke, and the roar of cannon and musketry did not diminish, but even increased to desperation, like a man who, straining himself, shrieks with all his remaining strength. End of chapter 32.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 33. Read for LibriVox.org by Ernst Batinama. The chief action of the Battle of Borodino was fought within the 7,000 feet between Borodino and Bagration's flèches. Beyond that space there was, on the one side, a demonstration made by the Russians with Uvarov's cavalry at midday, and on the other side, beyond Utitsa, Poniatowski's collision with Tuchkov. But these two were detached and feeble actions in comparison with what took place in the center of the battlefield. On the field between Borodino and the flèches, beside the wood, the chief action of the day took place on an open space, visible from both sides, and was fought in the simplest and most artless way. The battle began on both sides with a cannonade from several hundred guns. Then, when the whole field was covered with smoke, two divisions, Campan's and Dessès, advanced from the French right, while Murat's troops advanced on Borodino from the left. From the Shevardino redoubt, where Napoleon was standing, the flèches were 2/3 of a mile away, and it was more than a mile, as the crow flies, to Borodino, so that Napoleon could not see what was happening there, especially as the smoke, mingling with the mist, hid the whole locality. The soldiers of Dessès' division, advancing against the flèches, could only be seen till they had entered the hollow that lay between them and the flèches. As soon as they had descended into that hollow, the smoke of the guns and musketry on the flèches grew so dense that it covered the whole approach on that side of it. Through the smoke, glimpses could be caught of something black, probably men, and at times the glint of bayonets. But whether they were moving or stationary, whether they were French or Russian, could not be discovered from the Shevardino redoubt. The sun had risen brightly, and its slanting rays struck straight into Napoleon's face as, shading his eyes with his hand, he looked at the flèches. The smoke spread out before them, and at times it looked as if the smoke were moving, at times as if the troops moved. Sometimes shouts were heard through the firing, but it was impossible to tell what was being done there. Napoleon, standing on the knoll, looked through a field-glass, and in its small circlet saw smoke and men, sometimes his own and sometimes Russians, but when he looked again with the naked eye, he could not tell where what he had seen was. He descended the knoll and began walking up and down before it. Occasionally he stopped, listened to the firing, and gazed intently at the battlefield. But not only was it impossible to make out what was happening from where he was standing down below, or from the knoll above on which some of his generals had taken their stand, but even from the flèches themselves, in which by this time there were now Russian and now French soldiers, alternately or together, dead, wounded, alive, frightened or maddened. Even at those flashes themselves it was impossible to make out what was taking place. There, for several hours amid incessant cannon and musketry fire, now Russians were seen alone, now Frenchmen alone, now infantry, and now cavalry. They appeared, fired, fell, collided, not knowing what to do with one another, screamed, and ran back again. From the battlefield, adjutants he had sent out, and orderlies from his marshals, kept galloping up to Napoleon with reports of the progress of the action. But all those reports were false, both because it was impossible in the heat of battle to say what was happening at any given moment, and because many of the adjutants did not go to the actual place of conflict, but reported what they had heard from others, and also because, while an adjutant was riding more than a mile to Napoleon, circumstances changed, and the news he brought was already becoming false. Thus, an adjutant galloped up from Murat with tidings that Borodino had been occupied, and the bridge over the Kalosha was in the hands of the French. The adjutant asked whether Napoleon wished the troops to cross it. Napoleon gave orders that the troops should form up on the farther side and wait. But before that order was given, almost as soon in fact as the adjutant had left Borodino, the bridge had been retaken by the Russians and burned, in the very skirmish at which Pierre had been present at the beginning of the battle. An adjutant galloped up from the flashes with a pale and frightened face and reported to Napoleon that their attack had been repulsed, Campan wounded, and Davout killed. Yet, at the very time the adjutant had been told that the French had been repulsed, the flashes had in fact been recaptured by other French troops, and Davout was alive and only slightly bruised. On the basis of these necessarily untrustworthy reports, Napoleon gave his orders, which had either been executed before he gave them, or could not be and were not executed. The marshals and generals who were nearer to the field of battle but, like Napoleon, did not take part in the actual fighting, and only occasionally went within musket range, made their own arrangements without asking Napoleon, and issued orders where and in what direction to fire, and where cavalry should gallop and infantry should run. But even their orders, like Napoleon's, were seldom carried out, and then but partially. For the most part things happened contrary to their orders. Soldiers, ordered to advance, ran back on meeting grape-shot. Soldiers, ordered to remain where they were, suddenly, seeing Russians unexpectedly before them, sometimes rushed back and sometimes forward, and the cavalry dashed without orders in pursuit of the flying Russians. In this way, 2 cavalry regiments galloped through the Semyonovsk hollow, and as soon as they reached the top of the incline, turned round and galloped full speed back again. The infantry moved in the same way, sometimes running to quite other places than those they were ordered to go to. All orders as to where and when to move the guns, when to send infantry to shoot or horsemen to ride down the Russian infantry, all such orders were given by the officers on the spot nearest to the units concerned, without asking either Ney, Davout or Murat, much less Napoleon. They did not fear getting into trouble for not fulfilling orders or for acting on their own initiative, for in battle what is at stake is what is dearest to man, his own life, and it sometimes seems that safety lies in running back, sometimes in running forward, and these men, who were right in the heat of the battle, acted according to the mood of the moment. In reality, however, all these movements forward and backward did not improve or alter the position of the troops. All the rushing and galloping at one another did little harm. The harm of disablement and death was caused by the balls and bullets that flew over the fields on which these men were floundering about. As soon as they left the place where the balls and bullets were flying about, their superiors, located in the background, reformed them and brought them under discipline, and under the influence of that discipline led them back to the zone of fire, where, under the influence of fear of death, they lost their discipline and rushed about according to the chance promptings of the throng. End of chapter 33. Recording by Ernst Patinama, Amsterdam, the Netherlands. This recording is in the public domain.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 34. Read for LibriVox.org by Philippa Brodie. Napoleon's generals, Davout, Ney, and Murat, who were near that region of fire and sometimes even entered it, repeatedly led into it huge masses of well-ordered troops. But contrary to what had always happened in their former battles, instead of the news they expected of the enemy's flight, these orderly masses returned thence as disorganized and terrified mobs. The generals reformed them, but their numbers constantly decreased. In the middle of the day, Murat sent his adjutant to Napoleon to demand reinforcements. Napoleon sat at the foot of the knoll, drinking punch, when Murat's adjutant galloped up with an assurance that the Russians would be routed if His Majesty would let him have another division. "Reinforcements?" said Napoleon, in a tone of stern surprise, looking at the adjutant, a handsome lad with long black curls arranged like Murat's own, as though he did not understand his words. "Reinforcements," thought Napoleon to himself. "How can they need reinforcements when they already have half the army directed against a weak, unentrenched Russian wing?" "Tell the King of Naples," he said sternly, "that it is not noon yet, and I don't yet see my chessboard clearly. Go." The handsome boy adjutant with the long hair sighed deeply without removing his hand from his hat, and galloped back to where men were being slaughtered. Napoleon rose, and having summoned Caulaincourt and Petya, began talking to them about matters unconnected with the battle. In the midst of this conversation, which was beginning to interest Napoleon, Petya's eyes turned to look at a general with a suite, who was galloping towards the knoll on a lathering horse. It was Petya. Having dismounted, he went up to the Emperor with rapid strides, and in a loud voice began boldly demonstrating the necessity of sending reinforcements. He swore on his honour that the Russians were lost if the Emperor would give another division. Napoleon shrugged his shoulders and continued to pace up and down without replying. Petya began talking loudly and eagerly to the generals of the suite around him. "You are very fiery, Petya," said Napoleon, when he came up again to the general. "In the heat of a battle it is easy to make a mistake. Go and have another look, and then come back to me." Before Petya was out of sight, a messenger from another part of the battlefield galloped up. "Now then, what do you want?" asked Napoleon, in the tone of a man irritated at being continually disturbed. "Sire, the prince," began the adjutant. "Asks for reinforcements?" said Napoleon with an angry gesture. The adjutant bent his head affirmatively and began to report, but the Emperor turned from him, took a couple of steps, stopped, came back, and called Petya. "We must give reserves," he said, moving his arms slightly apart. "Who do you think should be sent there?" he asked of Petya, whom he subsequently termed "that gosling of maid and eagle." "Send Claparède's division, sire," replied Petya, who knew all the divisions, regiments, and battalions by heart. Napoleon nodded assent. The adjutant galloped to Claparède's division, and a few minutes later the young guard stationed behind the knoll moved forward. Napoleon gazed silently in that direction. "Non," he said suddenly to Petya. "I can't send Claparède. Send Friant's division." Though there was no advantage in sending Friant's division instead of Claparède's, and even an obvious inconvenience and delay in stopping Claparède and sending Friant now, the order was carried out exactly. Napoleon did not notice that in regard to his army he was playing the part of a doctor who hinders by his medicine, a role he so justly understood and condemned. Friant's division disappeared as the others had done into the smoke of the battlefield. From all sides adjutants continued to arrive at a gallop, and as if by agreement all said the same thing. They all asked for reinforcements, and all said that the Russians were holding their positions and maintaining a hellish fire, under which the French army was melting away. Napoleon sat on a campstool wrapped in thought. M. de Beausset, the man so fond of travel, having fasted since morning, came up to the Emperor, and ventured respectfully to suggest lunch to his Majesty. "I hope I may now congratulate your Majesty on a victory," he said. Napoleon silently shook his head in negation. Assuming the negation to refer only to the victory and not to the lunch, M. de Beausset ventured with respectful jocularity to remark that there is no reason for not having lunch when one can get it. "Go away!" explained Napoleon suddenly and morosely, and turned aside. A beatific smile of regret, repentance, and ecstasy beamed on M. de Beausset's face, and he glided away to the other generals. Napoleon was experiencing a feeling of depression like that of an ever-lucky gambler who, after recklessly flinging money about and always winning, suddenly, just when he's calculated all the chances of the game, finds that the more he considers his play, the more surely he loses. His troops were the same, his generals the same preparations had been made, the same dispositions, and the same proclamation courte et énergique. He himself was still the same. He knew that, and knew that he was now even more experienced and skilful than before. Even the enemy was the same as at Austerlitz and Friedland, yet the terrible stroke of his arm had supernaturally become impotent. All the old methods that had been unfailingly crowned with success, the concentration of batteries at one point, an attack by reserves to break the enemy's line, and a cavalry attack by the men of iron, all these methods had already been employed, and yet not only was there no victory, but from all sides came the same news of generals killed and wounded, of reinforcements needed, of the impossibility of driving back the Russians, and of disorganization among his own troops. Formerly, after he had given 2 or 3 orders and uttered a few phrases, marshals and adjutants had come galloping up with the congratulations and happy faces, announcing the trophies taken, the cause of prisoners, bundles of enemy eagles and standards, cannon and stores, and Murat had only begged leave to loose the cavalry to gather in the baggage wagons. So it had been at Lodi, Marengo, Arcola, Jena, Austerlitz, Wagram, and so on. But now something strange was happening to his troops. Despite news of the capture of the flèches, Napoleon saw that this was not the same, not at all the same, as what had happened in his former battles. He saw that what he was feeling was felt by all the men about him experienced in the art of war. All their faces looked dejected, and they all shunned one another's eyes. Only a de Beausset could fail to grasp the meaning of what was happening. But Napoleon, with his long experience of war, well knew the meaning of a battle not gained by the attacking side in 8 hours, after all efforts had been expended. He knew that it was a lost battle, and that the least accident might now, with the fight balanced on such a strained centre, destroy him and his army. When he ran his mind over the whole of this strange Russian campaign, in which not one battle had been won, and in which not one flag, or cannon, or army corps had been captured in 2 months, when he looked at the concealed depression on the faces around him and heard reports of the Russians still holding their ground, a terrible feeling like a nightmare took possession on him, and all the unlucky accidents that might destroy him occurred to his mind. The Russians might fall on his left wing, might break through his centre, he himself might be killed by a stray cannon-ball. All this was possible. In former battles he had only considered the possibilities of success, but now innumerable unlucky chances presented themselves, and he expected them all. Yes, it was like a dream in which a man fancies that a ruffian is coming to attack him, and raises his arm to strike that ruffian a terrible blow which he knows should annihilate him, but then feels that his arm drops powerless and limp like a rag, and the horror of unavoidable destruction seizes him in his helplessness. The news that the Russians were attacking the left flank of the French army aroused that horror in Napoleon. He sat silently, on a campstool below the knoll, with head bowed and elbows on his knees. Petya approached and suggested that they should ride along the line to ascertain the position of affairs. What do you say?" asked Napoleon. "Yes. Tell them to bring me my horse." He mounted and rode towards Semenovsk. Amid the powder smoke slowly dispersing over the whole space through which Napoleon rode, horses and men were lying in pools of blood, singly or in heaps. Neither Napoleon nor any of his generals had ever before seen such horrors or so many slain in such a small area. The roar of guns that had not ceased for 10 hours wearied the ear and gave a peculiar significance to the spectacle, as music does to tableaux vivants. Napoleon rode up the high ground at Semenovsk, and through the smoke saw ranks of men in uniforms of a colour unfamiliar to him. They were Russians. The Russians stood in serried ranks behind Semenovsk village and its knoll, and their guns boomed incessantly along their line and sent forth clouds of smoke. It was no longer a battle. It was a continuous slaughter, which could be of no avail either to the French or the Russians. Napoleon stopped his horse and again fell into the reverie from which Petya had aroused him. He could not stop what was going on before him and around him, and was supposed to be directed by him and to depend on him, and from its lack of success this affair for the first time seemed to him unnecessary and horrible. One of the generals rode up to Napoleon and ventured to offer to lead the old guard into action. Ney and Petya, standing near Napoleon, exchanged looks and smiled contemptuously at this general's senseless offer. Napoleon bowed his head and remained silent a long time. "At 800 leagues from France, I will not have my guard destroyed," he said, and turning his horse, rode back to Shevardino. End of chapter 34. Recording by Philippa Brodie, Edinburgh, laspecula.blogspot.com. War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 35, read for LibriVox.org by Philippa Brodie. On the rug-covered bench where Pierre had seen him in the morning sat Kutuzov, his grey head hanging, his heavy body relaxed. He gave no orders, but only assented to, or dissented from, what others suggested. "Yes, yes, do that," he replied to various proposals. "Yes, yes, go, dear boy, and have a look," he would say to one or other of those about him, or, "No, don't, we'd better wait." He listened to the reports that were brought him and gave directions when his subordinates demanded that of him, but when listening to the reports it seemed as if he were not interested in the import of the words spoken, but rather in something else, in the expression of face and tone of voice of those who were reporting. By long years of military experience he knew, and with the wisdom of age understood, that it is impossible for one man to direct hundreds of thousands of others struggling with death, and he knew that the result of a battle is decided not by the orders of a commander-in-chief, nor the place where the troops are stationed, nor by the number of cannon or of slaughtered men, but by that intangible force called the spirit of the army, and he watched this force and guided it, in as far as that was in his power. Kutuzov's general expression was one of concentrated, quiet attention, and his face wore a strained look as if he found it difficult to master the fatigue of his old and feeble body. At 11 o'clock they brought him news that the flèches captured by the French had been retaken, but that Prince Bagration was wounded. Kutuzov groaned and swayed his head. "Ride over to the Prince Peter Ivanovitch and find out about it exactly," he said to one of his adjutants, and then turned to the Duke of Württemberg, who was standing behind him. "Will your Highness please take command of the First Army?" Soon after the Duke's departure, before he could possibly have reached Semenovsk, his adjutant came back from him and told Kutuzov that the Duke asked for more troops. Kutuzov made a grimace and sent an order to Dokhtyrov to take over the command of the First Army, and a request to the Duke, whom he said he could not spare at such an important moment, to return to him. When they brought him the news that Murat had been taken prisoner, and the staff officers congratulated him, Kutuzov smiled. "Wait a little, gentlemen," said he. "The battle is won, and there is nothing extraordinary in the capture of Murat. Still, it is better to wait before we rejoice." But he sent an adjutant to take the news round the army. When Sherbinin came galloping from the left flank with news that the French had captured the flèches and the village of Semenovsk, Kutuzov, guessing by the sounds of the battle and by Sherbinin's looks that the news was bad, rose as if to stretch his legs, and taking Sherbinin's arm, led him aside. "Go, my dear fellow," he said to Ermolov, "and see whether something can't be done." Kutuzov was in Gorky, near the centre of the Russian position. The attack directed by Napoleon against our left flank had been several times repulsed. In the centre the French had not got beyond Borodino, and on their left flank Uvarov's cavalry had put the French to flight. Towards 3 o'clock the French attack ceased. On the faces of all who came from the field of battle, and of those who stood around him, Kutuzov noticed an expression of extreme tension. He was satisfied with the day's success, a success exceeding his expectations, but the old man's strength was failing him. Several times his head dropped low as if it were falling, and he dozed off. Dinner was brought him. Adjutant General Wolzogen, the man who, when riding past Prince Andrew, had said, "The war should be extended widely," and whom Bagratión so detested, rode up while Kutúzov was at dinner. Wolzogen had come from Barclay de Tolly to report on the progress of affairs on the left flank. The sagacious Barclay de Tolly, seeing crowds of wounded men running back and the disordered rear of the army, weighed all the circumstances, concluded that the battle was lost, and sent his favorite officer to the commander-in-chief with that news. Kutúzov was chewing a piece of roast chicken with difficulty, and glanced at Wolzogen with eyes that brightened under their puckering lids. Wolzogen, nonchalantly stretching his legs, approached Kutúzov with a half-contemptuous smile on his lips, scarcely touching the peak of his cap. He treated his Serene Highness with a somewhat affected nonchalance, intended to show that, as a highly trained military man, he left it to Russians to make an idol of this useless old man, but that he knew whom he was dealing with. Der alte Herr, as in their own set the Germans called Kutúzov, is making himself very comfortable, thought Wolzogen, and looking severely at the dishes in front of Kutúzov, he began to report to the old gentleman the position of affairs on the left flank as Barclay had ordered him to, and as he himself had seen and understood it. All the points of our position are in the enemy's hands, and we cannot dislodge them for lack of troops. The men are running away, and it is impossible to stop them, he reported. Kutúzov ceased chewing and fixed an astonished gaze on Wolzogen, as if not understanding what was said to him. Wolzogen, noticing the old gentleman's agitation, said with a smile, "I have not considered it right to conceal from your Serene Highness what I have seen. The troops are in complete disorder." "You have seen? You have seen?" Kutúzov shouted, frowning, and rising quickly he went up to Wolzogen. How dare you?" he shouted, choking and making a threatening gesture with his trembling arms. "How dare you, sir, say that to me? You know nothing about it. Tell General Barclay from me that his information is incorrect, and that the real course of the battle is better known to me, the commander-in-chief, than to him." Wolzogen was about to make a rejoinder, but Kutúzov interrupted him. "The enemy has been repulsed on the left and defeated on the right flank. If you have seen amiss, sir, do not allow yourself to say what you don't know. Be so good as to ride to General Barclay and inform him of my firm intention to attack the enemy tomorrow," said Kutúzov sternly. All was silent, and the only sound audible was the heavy breathing of the panting old general. "They are repulsed everywhere, for which I thank God and our brave army. The enemy is beaten, and tomorrow we shall drive him from the sacred soil of Russia," said Kutúzov, crossing himself, and he suddenly sobbed as his eyes filled with tears. Wolzogen, shrugging his shoulders and curling his lips, stepped silently aside, marveling at the old gentleman's conceited stupidity. "Ah, here he is, my hero," said Kutúzov to a portly, handsome, dark-haired general who was just descending the knoll. This was Raevski, who had spent the whole day at the most important part of the field of Borodino. Raevski reported that the troops were firmly holding their ground, and that the French no longer ventured to attack. After hearing him, Kutúzov said in French, "Then you do not think, like some others, that we must retreat?" "On the contrary, your Highness, in indecisive actions it is always the most stubborn who remain victors," replied Raevski, "and in my opinion—" "Kaysarov," Kutúzov called to his adjutant, "sit down and write out the order of the day for tomorrow. And you," he continued, addressing another, "ride along the line, and that tomorrow we attack." While Kutúzov was talking to Raevski and dictating the order of the day, Wolzogen returned from Barclay and said that General Barclay wished to have written confirmation of the order the field marshal had given. Kutúzov, without looking at Wolzogen, gave directions for the order to be written out which the former commander-in-chief, to avoid personal responsibility, very judiciously wished to receive. And by means of that mysterious, indefinable bond which maintains throughout an army one and the same temper, known as the spirit of the army, and which constitutes the sinew of war, Kutúzov's words, his order for a battle the next day, immediately became known from one end of the army to the other. It was far from being the same words or the same order that reached the farthest links of the chain. The tales passing from mouth to mouth at different ends of the army did not even resemble what Kutúzov had said. but the sense of his words spread everywhere, because what he was said was not the outcome of cunning calculations, but of a feeling that lay in the commander-in-chief's soul, as in that of every Russian. And on learning that tomorrow they were to attack the enemy, and hearing from the highest quarters a confirmation of what they wanted to believe, the exhausted, wavering men felt comforted and inspirited. End of chapter 35. Recording by Philippa Brodie. laspecula.blogspot.com.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 36. Read for LibriVox.org by Eva Harnik. Prince Andrew's regiment was among the reserves which till after 1 o'clock were stationed inactive behind Semonovsk under heavy artillery fire. Toward 2 o'clock the regiment, having already lost more than 200 men, was moved forward into a trampled oat-field in the gap between Semenovsk and the Knoll battery, where thousands of men perished that day, and on which an intense concentrated fire from several hundred enemy guns was directed between 1 and 2 o'clock. Without moving from that spot or firing a single shot, the regiment here lost another third of its men. From in front, and especially from the right, in the unlifting smoke, the guns boomed, and out of the mysterious domain of smoke that overlay the whole space in front, quick hissing cannon balls and slow whistling shells flew unceasingly. At times, as if to allow them a respite, a quarter of an hour passed, during which the cannon balls and shells all flew overhead. But sometimes several men were torn from the regiment in a minute, and the slain were continually being dragged away and the wounded carried off. With each fresh blow, less and less chance of life remained for those not yet killed. The regiment stood in columns of battalion, 300 paces apart, but nevertheless the men were always in one and the same mood. All alike were taciturn and morose. Talk was rarely heard in the ranks, and it ceased altogether every time the thud of a successful shot and the cry of "Stretchers" was heard. Most of the time, by their officer's order, the men sat on the ground. One, having taken off his shako, carefully loosened the gathers of its lining and drew them tight again. Another, rubbing some dry clay between his palms, polished his bayonet. Another fingered the strap and pulled the buckle of his bandolier, while another smoothed and refolded his leg bands and put his boots on again. Some built little houses of the tufts in the ploughed ground, or plaited baskets from the straw in the cornfield. All seemed fully absorbed in these pursuits. When men were killed or wounded, when rows of stretchers went past, when some troops retreated, and when great masses of the enemy came into view through the smoke, no one paid any attention to these things. But when our artillery or cavalry advanced, or some of our infantry were seen to move forward, words of approval were heard on all sides. But the liveliest attention was attracted by occurrences quite apart from and unconnected with the battle. It was as if the minds of these morally exhausted men found relief in everyday commonplace occurrences. A battery of artillery was passing in front of the regiment. The horse of an ammunition cart put its leg over a trace. "Hey, look at the trace horse! Get her leg out! She'll fall!" "Oh, they don't see it!" came identical shouts from the ranks all along the regiment. Another time general attention was attracted by a small brown dog, coming heaven knows whence, which trotted in a preoccupied manner in front of the ranks, with tail stiffly erect, till suddenly a shell fell close by, when it yelped, tucked its tail between its legs, and darted aside. Yells and shrieks of laughter rose from the whole regiment. But such distractions lasted only a moment, and for 8 hours the men had been inactive, without food, in constant fear of death, and their pale and gloomy faces grew even paler and gloomier. Prince Andrew, pale and gloomy, like everyone in the regiment, paced up and down from the border of one patch to another, at the edge of the meadow beside an oat-field, with head bowed and arms behind his back. There was nothing for him to do, and no orders to be given. Everything went on of itself. The killed were dragged from the front, the wounded carried away, and the ranks closed up. If any soldiers ran to the rear, they returned immediately and hastily. At first Prince Andrew, considering it his duty to rouse the courage of the men and to set them an example, walked about among the ranks. But he soon became convinced that this was unnecessary, and that there was nothing he could teach them. All the powers of his soul, as of every soldier there, were unconsciously bent on avoiding the contemplation of the horrors of their situation. He walked along the meadow, dragging his feet, rustling the grass, and gazing at the dust that covered his boots. Now he took big strides, trying to keep to the footprints left on the meadow by the mowers. Then he counted his steps, calculating how often he must walk from one strip to another to walk a mile. Then he stripped the flowers from the wormwood that grew along a boundary rut, rubbed them in his palms, and smelled their pungent, sweetly bitter scent. Nothing remained of the previous day's thoughts. He thought of nothing. He listened with weary ears to the ever-recurring sounds distinguishing the whistle of flying projectiles from the booming of the reports, glanced at the tiresomely familiar faces of the men of the 1st Battalion, and waited. Here it comes. This one is coming our way again, he thought, listening to an approaching whistle in the hidden region of smoke. One, another, again. It has hit. He stopped and looked at the ranks. No, it has gone over, but this one has hit. And again he started trying to reach the boundary strip in 16 paces. A whiz and a thud. 5 paces from him, a cannonball tore up the dry earth and disappeared. A chill ran down his back. Again he glanced at the ranks. Probably many had been hit. A large crowd had gathered near the 2nd Battalion. "Adjutant," he shouted, "order them not to crowd together." The adjutant, having obeyed this instruction, approached Prince Andrew. From the other side a battalion commander rode up. "Look out!" came a frightened cry from a soldier, and like a bird whirring in rapid flight and alighting on the ground, a shell dropped with little noise within 2 steps of Prince Andrew and close to the battalion commander's horse. The horse, first regardless of whether it was right or wrong to show fear, snorted, reared, almost throwing the major, and galloped aside. The horse's terror infected the man. "Lie down!" cried the adjutant, throwing himself flat on the ground. Prince Andrew hesitated. The smoking shell spun like a top between him and the prostrate adjutant, near a wormwood plant between the field and the meadow. "Can this be death?" thought Prince Andrew, looking with a quite new, envious glance at the grass, the wormwood, and the streamlet of smoke that curled up from the rotating black ball. "I cannot, I do not wish to die. I love life, I love this grass, this earth, this air." He thought this, and at the same time remembered that people were looking at him. "It is shameful, sir," he said to the adjutant. "What?" He did not finish speaking. At one and the same moment came the sound of an explosion, a whistle of splinters as from a breaking window frame, a suffocating smell of powder, and Prince Andrew started to one side, raising his arm, and fell on his chest. Several officers ran up to him. From the right side of his abdomen, blood was welling out, making a large stain on the grass. The militiamen with stretchers who were called up stood behind the officers. Prince Andrew lay on his chest with his face in the grass, breathing heavily and noisily. "What are you waiting for? Come along!" The peasants went up and took him by his shoulders and legs, but he moaned piteously, and exchanging looks they set him down again. "Pick him up! Lift him! It is all the same!" cried someone. They again took him by the shoulders and laid him on the stretcher. "Oh God, my God, what is it? The stomach! That means death! My God!" voices among the officers were heard saying. "It flew a hair's breadth past my ear," said the adjutant. The peasants, adjusting the stretcher to their shoulders, started hurriedly along the path they had trodden down to the dressing station. "Keep in step! Oh, those peasants!" shouted an officer, seizing by their shoulders and checking the peasants who were walking unevenly and jolting the stretcher. "Get into step, Fedor! I say, Fedor!" said the foremost peasant. "Now that is right," said the one behind joyfully when he had got into step. "Your Excellency, Prince?" said the trembling voice of Timókhin, who had run up and was looking down on the stretcher. Prince Andrew opened his eyes and looked up at the speaker from the stretcher into which his head had sunk deep, and again his eyelids drooped. The militiamen carried Prince Andrew to the dressing station by the wood, where wagons were stationed. The dressing station consisted of 3 tents with flaps turned back, pitched at the edge of a birch wood. In the wood, wagons and horses were standing. The horses were eating oats from the movable troughs, and sparrows flew down and pecked the grains that fell. Some crows, scenting blood, flew among the birch trees, cawing impatiently. Around the tents, over more than 5 acres, blood-stained men in various garbs stood, sat, or lay. Around the wounded stood crowds of soldier stretcher-bearers with dismal and attentive faces, whom the officers, keeping order, tried in vain to drive from the spot. Disregarding the officers' orders, the soldiers stood leaning against their stretchers and gazing intently, as if trying to comprehend the difficult problem of what was taking place before them. From the tents came now loud angry cries, now plaintive groans. Occasionally dressers ran out to fetch water or to point out those who were to be brought in next. The wounded men awaiting their turn outside the tents groaned, sighed, wept, screamed, swore, or asked for vodka. Some were delirious. Prince Andrew's bearers stepping over the wounded who had not yet been bandaged, took him as a regimental commander close up to one of the tents, and there stopped awaiting instructions. Prince Andrew opened his eyes and for a long time could not make out what was going on around him. He remembered the meadow, the wormwood, the field, the whirling black ball, and his sudden rush of passionate love of life. 2 steps from him, leaning against a branch and talking loudly and attracting general attention, stood a tall, handsome, black-haired, non-commissioned officer with a bandaged head. He had been wounded in the head and leg by bullets. Around him, eagerly listening to his talk, a crowd of wounded and stretcher-bearers were gathered. "We kicked him out from there so that he chucked everything. We grabbed the king himself," cried he, looking around him with eyes that glittered with fever. "If only reserves had come up just then, lads, there wouldn't have been nothing left of him. I tell you surely." Like all the others near the speaker, Prince Andrew looked at him with shining eyes and experienced a sense of comfort. "But isn't it all the same now?" thought he. "And what will be there, and what has there been here? Why was I so reluctant to part with life? There was something in this life I did not and do not understand." End of chapter 36. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 37. Read for LibriVox.org by David Anton. One of the doctors came out of the tent in a blood-stained apron, holding a cigar between the thumb and little finger of one of his small, blood-stained hands, so as not to smear it. He raised his head and looked about him, but above the level of the wounded men. He evidently wanted a little respite. After turning his head from right to left for some time, he sighed and looked down. "All right, immediately," he replied to a dresser who pointed Prince Andrew out to him, and he told them to carry him into the tent. Murmurs arose among the wounded who were waiting. "It seems that even in the next world only the gentry are to have a chance," remarked one. Prince Andrew was carried in and laid on a table that had only just been cleared, and which a dresser was washing down. Prince Andrew could not make out distinctly what was in that tent. The pitiful groans from all sides and the torturing pain in his thigh, stomach, and back distracted him. All he saw about him merged into a general impression of naked, bleeding human bodies that seemed to fill the whole of the low tent, as a few weeks previously on that hot August day such bodies had filled the dirty pond beside the Smolensk road. Yes, it was the same flesh, the same chair à canon, the sight of which had even then filled him with horror, as by a presentiment. There were 3 operating tables in the tent. 2 were occupied, and on the 3rd they placed Prince Andrew. For a little while he was left alone and involuntarily witnessed what was taking place on the other 2 tables. On the nearest one sat a Tartar, probably a Cossack, judging by the uniform thrown down beside him. 4 soldiers were holding him, and a spectacled doctor was cutting into his muscular brown back. "Oh! Oh! Oh!" grunted the Tartar, and suddenly lifting up his swarthy, snub-nosed face with its high cheekbones, and baring his white teeth, he began to wriggle and twitch his body, and utter piercing, ringing, and prolonged yells. On the other table, round which many people were crowding, a tall, well-fed man lay on his back with his head thrown back. His curly hair, its color, and the shape of his head seemed strangely familiar to Prince Andrew. Several dressers were pressing on his chest to hold him down. One large, white, plump leg twitched rapidly all the time with a feverish tremor. The man was sobbing and choking convulsively. 2 doctors, one of whom was pale and trembling, were silently doing something to this man's other gory leg. When he had finished with the Tartar, whom they covered with an overcoat, the spectacled doctor came up to Prince Andrew, wiping his hands. He glanced at Prince Andrew's face and quickly turned away. "Undress him! What are you waiting for?" he cried angrily to the dressers. His very first, remotest recollections of childhood came back to Prince Andrew's mind when the dresser with sleeves rolled up began hastily to undo the buttons of his clothes and undress him. The doctor bent down over the wound, felt it, and sighed deeply. Then he made a sign to someone, and the torturing pain in his abdomen caused Prince Andrew to lose consciousness. When he came to himself, the splintered portions of his thigh bone had been extracted, the torn flesh cut away, and the wound bandaged. Water was being sprinkled on his face. As soon as Prince Andrew opened his eyes, the doctor bent over, kissed him silently on the lips, and hurried away. After the sufferings he had been enduring, Prince Andrew enjoyed a blissful feeling such as he had not experienced for a long time. All the best and happiest moments of his life, especially his earliest childhood, when he used to be undressed and put to bed, and when, leaning over him, his nurse sang him to sleep, and he, burying his head in his pillow, felt happy in the mere consciousness of life, returned to his memory, not merely as something past, but as something present. The doctors were busily engaged with the wounded man, the shape of whose head seemed familiar to Prince Andrew. They were lifting him up and trying to quiet him. "Show it to me! Oh! His frightened moans could be heard, subdued by suffering and broken by sobs. Hearing those moans, Prince Andrew wanted to weep, whether because he was dying without glory, or because he was sorry to part with life, or because of those memories of a childhood that could not return, or because he was suffering and others were suffering and that man near him was groaning so piteously. He felt like weeping childlike, kindly, and almost happy tears. The wounded man was shown his amputated leg, stained with clotted blood and with the boot still on. Oh, he sobbed like a woman. The doctor, who had been standing beside him, preventing Prince Andrew from seeing his face, moved away. "My God, what is this? Why is he here?" said Prince Andrew to himself. In the miserable, sobbing, enfeebled man, whose leg had just been amputated, he recognized Anatole Kurágin. Men were supporting him in their arms and offering him a glass of water, but his trembling, swollen lips could not grasp its rim. Anatole was sobbing painfully. "Yes, it is he. Yes, that man is somehow closely and painfully connected with me," thought Prince Andrew, not yet clearly grasping what he saw before him. "What is the connection of that man with my childhood and my life?" he asked himself without finding an answer. And suddenly a new unexpected memory from that realm of pure and loving childhood presented itself to him. He remembered Natasha as he had seen her for the first time at the ball in 1810, with her slender neck and arms, and with a frightened, happy face ready for rapture, and love and tenderness for her, stronger and more vivid than ever, awoke in his soul. He now remembered the connection that had existed between himself and this man who was dimly gazing at him through tears that filled his swollen eyes. He remembered everything, and ecstatic pity and love for that man overflowed his happy heart. Prince Andrew could no longer restrain himself, and wept tender, loving tears for his fellow men, for himself, and for his own and their errors. Compassion, love of our brothers, for those who love us and for those who hate us, love of our enemies. Yes, that love which God preached on earth and which Princess Mary taught me and I did not understand. That is what made me sorry to part with life. That is what remained for me had I lived. But now it is too late. I know it. End of chapter 37.
War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 38, read for LibriVox.org by Anna Simon. The terrible spectacle of the battlefield covered with dead and wounded, together with the heaviness of his head and the news that some 20 generals he knew personally had been killed or wounded, and the consciousness of the impotence of his once mighty arm, produced an unexpected impression on Napoleon, who usually liked to look at the killed and wounded, thereby, he considered, testing his strength of mind. This day, the horrible appearance of the battlefield overcame that strength of mind which he thought constituted his merit and his greatness. He rode hurriedly from the battlefield and returned to the Shevárdino Knoll, where he sat on his camp-stool, his sallow face swollen and heavy, his eyes dim, his nose red, and his voice hoarse, involuntarily listening with downcast eyes to the sounds of firing. With painful dejection he awaited the end of this action, in which he regarded himself as a participant and which he was unable to arrest. A personal, human feeling for a brief moment got the better of the artificial phantasm of life he had served so long. He felt in his own person the sufferings and death he had witnessed on the battlefield. The heaviness of his head and chest reminded him of the possibility of suffering and death for himself. At that moment he did not desire Moscow, or victory, or glory. What need had he for any more glory? The one thing he wished for was rest, tranquillity, and freedom. But when he had been on the Semenovsk heights, the artillery commander had proposed to him to bring several batteries of artillery up to those heights to strengthen the fire on the Russian troops crowded in front of Knyazkovo. Napoleon had assented and had given orders that news should be brought to him of the effect those batteries produced. An adjutant came now to inform him that the fire of 200 guns had been concentrated on the Russians, as he had ordered, but that they still held their ground. "Our fire is mowing them down by rows, but still they hold on," said the adjutant. "They want more," said Napoleon, in a hoarse voice. "Sire?" asked the adjutant, who had not heard the remark. "They want more," croaked Napoleon, frowning. "Let them have it." Even before he gave that order, the thing he did not desire, and for which he gave the order only because he thought it was expected of him, was being done, and he fell back into that artificial realm of imaginary greatness, and again, as a horse walking a treadmill thinks it is doing something for itself, he submissively fulfilled the cruel, sad, gloomy, and inhuman role predestined for him. And not for that day and hour alone were the mind and conscience darkened of this man, on whom the responsibility for what was happening lay more than on all the others who took part in it. Never to the end of his life could he understand goodness, beauty, or truth, or the significance of his actions, which were too contrary to goodness and truth, too remote from everything human, for him ever to be able to grasp their meaning. He could not disavow his actions, belauded as they were by half the world, and so he had to repudiate truth, goodness, and all humanity. Not only on that day, as he rode over the battlefield strewn with men killed and maimed, by his will, as he believed, did he reckon, as he looked at them, how many Russians there were for each Frenchman, and, deceiving himself, find reason for rejoicing in the calculation that there were 5 Russians for every Frenchman. Not on that day alone did he write in a letter to Paris that the battlefield was superb, because 50,000 corpses lay there, but even on the island of St. Helena, in the peaceful solitude where he said he intended to devote his leisure to an account of the great deeds he had done, he wrote, "The Russian war should have been the most popular war of modern times. It was a war of good sense, for real interests, for the tranquillity and security of all. It was purely pacific and conservative. It was a war for a great cause, the end of uncertainties and the beginning of security. A new horizon and new labors were opening out, full of well-being and prosperity for all. The European system was already founded, all that remained was to organize it. Satisfied on these great points, and with tranquillity everywhere, I too should have had my Congress and my Holy Alliance. Those ideas were stolen from me. In that reunion of great sovereigns we should have discussed our interests like one family, and have rendered account to the peoples as clerk to master. Europe would in this way soon have been, in fact, but one people, and anyone who travelled anywhere would have found himself always in the common fatherland. I should have demanded the freedom of all navigable rivers for everybody, that the seas should be common to all, and that the great standing armies should be reduced henceforth to mere guards for the sovereigns. On returning to France, to the bosom of the great, strong, magnificent, peaceful, and glorious fatherland, I should have proclaimed her frontiers immutable, all future wars purely defensive, all aggrandizement anti-national. I should have associated my son in the empire, my dictatorship would have been finished, and his constitutional reign would have begun. Paris would have been the capital of the world, and the French the envy of the nations. My leisure then, and my old age, would have been devoted, in company with the Empress and during the royal apprenticeship of my son, to leisurely visiting, with our own horses and like a true country couple, every corner of the empire, receiving complaints, redressing wrongs, and scattering public buildings and benefactions on all sides and everywhere. Napoleon, predestined by Providence for the gloomy role of executioner of the peoples, assured himself that the aim of his actions had been the people's welfare, and that he could control the fate of millions and by the employment of power confer benefactions. Of 400,000 who crossed the Vistula, he wrote further of the Russian war, half were Austrians, Prussians, Saxons, Poles, Bavarians, Württembergers, Mecklenburgers, Spaniards, Italians, and Neapolitans. The imperial army, strictly speaking, was 1/3 composed of Dutch, Belgians, men from the borders of the Rhine, Piedmontese, Swiss, Genovese, Tuscans, Romans, inhabitants of the 32nd Military Division, of Bremen, of Hamburg, and so on. It included scarcely 140,000 who spoke French. The Russian expedition actually cost France less than 50,000 men. The Russian army in its retreat from Vilna to Moscow lost in the various battles 4 times more men than the French army. The burning of Moscow cost the lives of 100,000 Russians who died of cold and want in the woods. Finally, in its march from Moscow to the Oder, the Russian army also suffered from the severity of the season, so that by the time it reached Vilna it numbered only 50,000, and at Kalisz less than 18,000. He imagined that the war with Russia came about by his will, and the horrors that occurred did not stagger his soul. He boldly took the whole responsibility for what happened, and his darkened mind found justification in the belief that among the hundreds of thousands who perished there were fewer Frenchmen than Hessians and Bavarians. End of chapter 38. War and Peace, Book 10, Chapter 39, read for LibriVox.org by Anna Simon. Several tens of thousands of the slain lay in diverse postures and various uniforms on the fields and meadows belonging to the Davidov family and to the crown serfs, those fields and meadows where for hundreds of years the peasants of Borodino, Gorky, Shevardino, and Semenovsk had reaped their harvests and pastured their cattle. At the dressing stations the grass and earth were soaked with blood for a space of some 3 acres around. Crowds of men of various arms, wounded and unwounded, with frightened faces, dragged themselves back to Mozhaisk from the one army and back to Valuevo from the other. Other crowds, exhausted and hungry, went forward, led by their officers. Others held their ground and continued to fire. Over the whole field, previously so gaily beautiful with a glitter of bayonets and cloudlets of smoke in the morning sun, there now spread a mist of damp and smoke and a strange acid smell of saltpetre and blood. Clouds gathered, and drops of rain began to fall on the dead and wounded, on the frightened, exhausted, and hesitating men, as if to say, "Enough, men, enough! Cease! Bethink yourselves! What are you doing?" To the men of both sides alike, worn out by want of food and rest, it began equally to appear doubtful whether they should continue to slaughter one another. All the faces expressed hesitation, and the question arose in every soul, "For what, for whom must I kill and be killed? You may go and kill whom you please, but I don't want to do so any more." By evening this thought had ripened in every soul. At any moment these men might have been seized with horror at what they were doing, and might have thrown up everything and run away anywhere. But though toward the end of the battle the men felt all the horror of what they were doing, though they would have been glad to leave off, some incomprehensible, mysterious power continued to control them, and they still brought up the charges, loaded, aimed, and applied the match, though only one artilleryman survived out of every 3, and though they stumbled and panted with fatigue, perspiring and stained with blood and powder. The cannonballs flew just as swiftly and cruelly from both sides, crushing human bodies, and that terrible work, which was not done by the will of a man, but at the will of Him who governs men and worlds, continued. Anyone looking at the disorganized rear of the Russian army would have said that, if only the French made one more slight effort, it would disappear. And anyone looking at the rear of the French army would have said that the Russians need only make one more slight effort and the French would be destroyed. But neither the French nor the Russians made that effort, and the flame of battle burned slowly out. The Russians did not make that effort because they were not attacking the French. At the beginning of the battle they stood blocking the way to Moscow, and they still did so at the end of the battle as at the beginning. But even had the aim of the Russians been to drive the French from their positions, they could not have made this last effort, for all the Russian troops had been broken up. There was no part of the Russian army that had not suffered in the battle, and though still holding their positions, they had lost 1/2 of their army. The French, with the memory of all their former victories during 15 years, with the assurance of Napoleon's invincibility, with the consciousness that they had captured part of the battlefield and had lost only 1/4 of their men, and still had their guards intact, 20,000 strong, might easily have made that effort. The French had attacked the Russian army in order to drive it from its position, ought to have made that effort, for as long as the Russians continued to block the road to Moscow as before, the aim of the French had not been attained, and all their efforts and losses were in vain. But the French did not make that effort. Some historians say that Napoleon need only have used his old guards who were intact, and the battle would have been won. To speak of what would have happened had Napoleon sent his guards is like talking of what would happen if autumn became spring. It could not be. Napoleon did not give his guards, not because he did not want to, but because it could not be done. All the generals, officers, and soldiers of the French army knew it could not be done, because the flagging spirit of the troops would not permit it. It was not Napoleon alone who had experienced that nightmare feeling of the mighty arm being stricken powerless, but all the generals and soldiers of his army, whether they had taken part in the battle or not, after all their experience of previous battles, when after 1/10 of such efforts the enemy had fled, experienced a similar feeling of terror before an enemy who, after losing half his men, stood as threateningly at the end as at the beginning of the battle. The moral force of the attacking French army was exhausted. Not that sort of victory which is defined by the capture of pieces of material fastened to sticks, called standards, and of the ground on which the troops had stood and were standing, but a moral victory that convinces the enemy of the moral superiority of his opponent and of his own impotence, was gained by the Russians at Borodino. The French invaders, like an infuriated animal that has in its onslaught received a mortal wound, felt that they were perishing, but could not stop, any more than the Russian army, weaker by 1/2, could help swerving. By impetus gained, the French army was still able to roll forward to Moscow, but there, without further effort on the part of the Russians, it had to perish, bleeding from the mortal wound it had received at Borodino. The direct consequence of the battle of Borodino was Napoleon's senseless flight from Moscow, his retreat along the old Smolensk road, the destruction of the invading army of 500,000 men, and the downfall of Napoleonic France, on which at Borodino, for the first time, the hand of an opponent of stronger spirit had been laid. End of chapter 39. End of War and Peace, Book 10 by Leo Tolstoy. This recording is in the public domain.
War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Aylmer and Louise Maud. Book 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ernst Patinama. War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, Book 11, Chapter 1. 1812. Absolute continuity of motion is not comprehensible to the human mind. Laws of motion of any kind become comprehensible to man only when he examines arbitrarily selected elements of that motion. But at the same time, a large portion of human error comes from the arbitrary division of continuous motion into discontinuous elements. There is a well-known so-called sophism of the ancients consisting in this, that Achilles could never catch up with the tortoise he was following, in spite of the fact that he travelled 10 times as fast as a tortoise. By the time Achilles has covered the distance that separated him from the tortoise has covered 1/10 of the distance ahead of him. When Achilles has covered that 10th, the tortoise has covered another 100th, and so on forever. This problem seemed to the ancients insoluble. The absurd answer, that Achilles could never overtake the tortoise, resulted from this, that motion was arbitrarily divided into discontinuous elements, whereas the motion both of Achilles and of the tortoise was continuous. By adopting smaller and smaller elements of motion, we only approach a solution of the problem, but never reach it. Only when we have admitted the conception of the infinitely small and the resulting geometrical progression with a common ratio of 1/10, and have found the sum of this progression to infinity, do we reach a solution of the problem. A modern branch of mathematics, having achieved the art of dealing with the infinitely small, can now yield solutions in other, more complex problems of motion which used to appear insoluble. This modern branch of mathematics, unknown to the ancients when dealing with problems of motion, admits the conception of the infinitely small, and so conforms to the chief condition of motion, absolute continuity, and thereby corrects the inevitable error which the human mind cannot avoid when it deals with separate elements of motion instead of examining continuous motion. In seeking the laws of historical movement, just the same thing happens. The movement of humanity, arising as it does from innumerable arbitrary human wills, is continuous. To understand the laws of this continuous movement is the aim of history. But to arrive at these laws, resulting from the sum of all those human wills, man's mind postulates arbitrary and disconnected units. The first method of history is to take an arbitrarily selected series of continuous events and examine it apart from others, though there is and can be no beginning to any event, for one event always flows uninterruptedly from another. The second method is to consider the actions of some one man, a king or a commander, as equivalent to the sum of many individual wills, whereas the sum of individual wills is never expressed by the activity of a single historic personage. Historical science, in its endeavor to draw nearer to truth, continually takes smaller and smaller units for examination. But however small the units it takes, we feel that to take any unit disconnected from others, or to assume a beginning of any phenomenon, or to say that the will of many men is expressed by the actions of any one historic personage, is in itself false. It needs no critical exertion to reduce utterly to dust any deductions drawn from history. It is merely necessary to select some larger or smaller unit as the subject of observation, as criticism has every right to do, seeing that whatever unit history observes must always be arbitrarily selected. Only by taking infinitesimally small units for observation, the differential of history, that is, the individual tendencies of men, and attaining to the art of integrating them, that is, finding the sum of these infinitesimals, can we hope to arrive at the laws of history. The first 15 years of the 19th century in Europe present an extraordinary movement of millions of people. Men leave their customary pursuits, hasten from one side of Europe to the other, plunder and slaughter one another, triumph and are plunged in despair, and for some years the whole course of life is altered and presents an intensive movement which first increases and then slackens. What was the cause of this movement? By what laws was it governed? Asks the mind of man. The historians, replying to this question, lay before us the sayings and doings of a few dozen men in a building in the city of Paris, calling these sayings and doings the Revolution. Then they give a detailed biography of Napoleon and of certain people, favorable or hostile to him, tell of the influence some of these people had on others, and say that is why this movement took place, and those are its laws. But the mind of man not only refuses to believe this explanation, but plainly says that this method of explanation is fallacious, because in it a weaker phenomenon is taken as the cause of a stronger. The sum of human wills produced the Revolution and Napoleon, and only the sum of those wills first tolerated and then destroyed them. But every time there have been conquests, there have been conquerors. Every time there has been a revolution in any state there have been great men, says history. And indeed, human reason replies, every time conquerors appear, there have been wars, but this does not prove that the conquerors caused the wars, and that it is possible to find the laws of a war in the personal activity of a single man. Whenever I look at my watch and its hands point to 10, I hear the bells of the neighboring church. But because the bells begin to ring when the hands of the clock reach 10, I have no right to assume that the movement of the bells is caused by the position of the hands of the watch. Whenever I see the movement of a locomotive, I hear the whistle and see the valves opening and wheels turning. But I have no right to conclude that the whistling and the turning of wheels are the cause of the movement of the engine. The peasants say that a cold wind blows in late spring because the oaks are budding, and really every spring cold winds do blow when the oak is budding. But though I do not know what causes the cold winds to blow when the oak buds unfold, I cannot agree with the peasants that the unfolding of the oak buds is the cause of the cold wind, for the force of the wind is beyond the influence of the buds. I see only a coincidence of occurrences, such as happens with all phenomena of life, and I see that, however much and however carefully I observe the hands of the watch, and the valves and wheels of the engine, and the oak, I shall not discover the cause of the bells ringing, the engine moving, or of the winds of spring. To that I must entirely change my point of view and study the laws of the movement of steam, of the bells, and of the wind. History must do the same, and attempts in this direction have already been made. To study the laws of history, we must completely change the subject of our observation, must leave aside kings, ministers, and generals, and the common, infinitesimally small elements by which the masses are moved. No one can say in how far it is possible for man to advance in this way toward an understanding of the laws of history, but it is evident that only along that path does the possibility of discovering the laws of history lie, and that as yet not the millionth part as much mental effort has been applied in this direction by historians as has been devoted to describing the actions of various kings, commanders, and ministers, and propounding the historian's own reflections concerning these actions. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Ernst Patinama, Amsterdam, the Netherlands. War and Peace, Book 11, Chapter 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Ernst Patinama. The forces of a dozen European nations burst into Russia. The Russian army and people avoided a collision till Smolensk was reached, and again from Smolensk to Borodino. The French army pushed on to Moscow, its goal, its impetus ever increasing as it neared its aim, just as the velocity of a falling body increases as it approaches the earth. Behind it were 700 miles of hunger-stricken, hostile country. Ahead were a few dozen miles separating it from its goal. Every soldier in Napoleon's army felt this, and the invasion moved on by its own momentum. The more the Russian army retreated, the more fiercely a spirit of hatred of the enemy flared up, and while it retreated, the army increased and consolidated. At Borodino, a collision took place. Neither army was broken up, but the Russian army retreated immediately after the collision, as inevitably as a ball recoils after colliding with another having a greater momentum, and with equal inevitability the ball of invasion that had advanced with such momentum rolled on for some distance, though the collision had deprived it of all its force. The Russians retreated 80 miles to beyond Moscow, and the French reached Moscow and there came to a standstill. For 5 weeks after that there was not a single battle. The French did not move. As a bleeding, mortally wounded animal licks its wounds, they remained inert in Moscow for 5 weeks, and then suddenly, with no fresh reason, fled back. They made a dash for the Kaluga road, and, after a victory, for at Malo Yaroslavets the field of conflict again remained theirs, without undertaking a single serious battle, they fled still more rapidly back to Smolensk, beyond the Beryozina, beyond Vilna, and farther still. On the evening of the 26th of August, Kutuzov and the whole Russian army were convinced that the Battle of Borodino was a victory. Kutuzov reported so to the Emperor. He gave orders to prepare for a fresh conflict to finish the enemy, and did this not to deceive anyone, but because he knew that the enemy was beaten, as everyone who had taken part in the battle knew it. But all that evening and next day reports came in, one after another, of unheard-of losses, of the loss of half the army, and a fresh battle proved physically impossible. It was impossible to give battle before information had been collected, the wounded gathered in, the supplies of ammunition replenished, the slain reckoned up, new officers appointed to replace those who had been killed, and before the men had had food and sleep. And meanwhile, the very next morning after the battle, the French army advanced of itself upon the Russians, carried forward by the force of its own momentum, now seemingly increased in inverse proportion to the square of the distance from its aim. Kutuzov's wish was to attack next day, and the whole army desired to do so. But to make an attack, the wish to do so is not sufficient. There must also be a possibility of doing it, and that possibility did not exist. It was impossible not to retreat a day's march, and then, In the same way, it was impossible not to retreat another and a third day's march, and at last, on the 1st of September, when the army drew near Moscow, despite the strength of the feeling that had arisen in all ranks, the force of circumstances compelled it to retire beyond Moscow, and the troops retired one more last day's march and abandoned Moscow to the enemy. For people, accustomed to think that plans of campaign and battles are made by generals, as any one of us, sitting over a map in his study, may imagine how he would have arranged things in this or that battle, the questions present themselves. Why did Kutuzov during the retreat not do this or that? Why did he not take up a position before reaching Filí? Why did he not retire at once by the Kaluga road, abandoning Moscow? And so on. People accustomed to think in that way forget, or do not know, the inevitable conditions which always limit the activities of any commander-in-chief. The activity of a commander-in-chief does not at all resemble the activity we imagine to ourselves when we sit at ease in our studies, examining some campaign on the map, with a certain number of troops on this and that side in a certain known locality, and begin our plans from some given moment. The commander-in-chief is never dealing with the beginning of any event, the position from which we always contemplate it. The commander-in-chief is always in the midst of a series of shifting events, and so he never can, at any moment, consider the whole import of an event that is occurring. Moment by moment, the event is imperceptibly shaping itself, and at every moment of this continuous, uninterrupted shaping of events, the commander-in-chief is in the midst of a most complex play of intrigues, worries, contingencies, authorities, projects, counsels, threats, and deceptions, and is continually obliged to reply to innumerable questions addressed to him, which constantly conflict with one another. Learned military authorities quite seriously tell us that Kutuzov should have moved his army to the Kaluga road long before reaching Filí, and that somebody actually submitted such a proposal to him. But the commander-in-chief, especially at a difficult moment, has always before him not one proposal, but dozens simultaneously, and all these proposals, based on strategics and tactics, contradict each other. A commander-in-chief's business, it would seem, is simply to choose one of these projects, but even that he cannot do. Events and time do not wait. For instance, on the 28th it is suggested to him to cross to the Kaluga road, but just then an adjutant gallops up from Miloradovich, asking whether he is to engage the French or retire. An order must be given him at once, that instant, and the order to retreat carries us past the turn to the Kaluga road. And after the adjutant comes the commissary general, asking where the stores are to be taken, and the chief of the hospitals asks where the wounded are to go, and a courier from Petersburg brings a letter from the sovereign, which does not admit of the possibility of abandoning Moscow, and the commander-in-chief's rival, the man who is undermining him, and there are always not merely one but several such, presents a new project, diametrically opposed to that of turning to the Kaluga road, and the commander-in-chief himself needs sleep and refreshment to maintain his energy, and a respectable general, who has been overlooked in the distribution of rewards, comes to complain, and the inhabitants of the district pray to be defended, and an officer, sent to inspect the locality, comes in and gives a report quite contrary to what was said by the officer previously sent. And a spy, a prisoner, and a general who has been on reconnaissance all describe the position of the enemy's army differently. People, accustomed to misunderstand or to forget these inevitable conditions of a commander-in-chief's actions, describe to us, for instance, the position of the army at Filí, and assume that the commander-in-chief could, on the 1st of September, quite freely decide whether to abandon Moscow or defend it, whereas, with a Russian army less than 4 miles from Moscow, no such question existed. When had that question been settled? At Drissa and at Smolensk, and most palpably of all on the 24th of August at Shevardino, and on the 26th at Borodino, and each day and hour and minute of the retreat from Borodino to Fili. End of chapter 2. Recording by Ernst Patinama, Amsterdam, the Netherlands. This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 11, Section 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Almer and Louise Mann. Kutsov, to inspect the position, told the field marshal that it was impossible to fight there before Moscow and that they must retreat. Kutsov looked at him in silence. "Give me your hand," said he, and turning it so as to feel the pulse, added, "You are not well, my dear fellow. Think what you are saying." Kutsov could not yet admit the possibility of retreating beyond Moscow without a battle. On the Poklony Hill, 4 miles from the Dormoglov gate of Moscow, Kutsov got out of his carriage and sat down on a bench by the roadside. A great crowd of generals gathered round him, and the Count Rostopin, who had come out from Moscow, joined them. This brilliant company separated into several groups who all discussed the advantages and disadvantages of the position, the state of the army, the plans suggested, the situation of Moscow, and the military questions generally. Though they had not been summoned for the purpose, and though it was not so called, they all felt that this was really a council of war. The conversations all dealt with public questions. If anyone gave or asked for personal news, it was done in a whisper, and they immediately reverted to general matters. No jokes or laughter or smiles even were seen among all these men. They evidently all made an effort to hold themselves at the height of the situations demanded. And all these groups, while talking among themselves, tried to keep the near commander-in-chief, whose bench formed the center of the gathering, and to speak so that he might overhear them. The commander-in-chief listened to what was being said, and sometimes asked them to repeat their remarks, but did not himself take part in the conversations, or express any opinion. After hearing what was being said by one or other of these groups, he generally turned away with an air of disappointment, as though they were not speaking of anything he wished to hear. Some discussed the positions that he had chosen, criticizing not the position itself so much as the mental capacity of those who had chosen it. Others argued that a mistake had been made earlier, and that a battle should have been fought 2 days before. Others again spoke of the Battle of Salamanca, which was described by Crossard as a newly arrived Frenchman in a Spanish uniform. This Frenchman and one of the German princes serving with the Russian army were discussing the siege of Saragossa and considering the possibility of defending Moscow in a similar manner. Count Rostopin was telling a fourth group that he was prepared to die with the city's train band under the wall of the capital, but that he still could not help regretting having been left in ignorance of what was happening, and that he had known it sooner things would have been different. A fifth group, displaying the profundity of their strategic perceptions, discussed the directions the troops would now have to take. A sixth group was talking about absolute nonsense. Kutsov's expression grew more and more preoccupied and gloomy. From all this talk, he saw only one thing: that to defend Moscow was a physical impossibility. In the full meaning of these words, that is to say, so utterly impossible that if any senseless commander were to give orders to fight, confusion would result, but the battle would still not take place. It would not take place because the commanders not merely all recognized the position to be impossible, but in their conversations were only discussing what would happen after its inevitable abandonment. How could the commanders lead their troops to a field of battle they considered impossible to hold? The lower grade officers and even the soldiers, who, to reason, also considered the position impossible and therefore could not go to fight, fully convinced as they were of defeat. If Bennigsen insisted on the position being defended and others still discussed it, the question was no longer important in itself, but only as a pretext for dispute and intrigue. This Kutsov knew well. Bennigsen, who had chosen this position, warmly displayed his Russian patriotism. Kutsov could not listen to this without wincing. By insisting that Moscow must be defended, his aim was as clear as daylight to Kutsov. If the defenses failed, to throw the blame on Kutsov, who had brought the army as far as the Sparrow Hills without giving battle. If it succeeded, to claim the success as its own, or if battle were not given, to clear himself of the crime of abandoning Moscow. But this intrigue did not occupy the old man's mind. One terrible question absorbed him, and to that question he heard no reply from anyone. The question for him now was, have I really allowed Napoleon to reach Moscow? And when did I do so? When was it decided? Can it have been yesterday, when I ordered Platov to retreat, or was it in the evening before, when I had that nap and told Bensigan to issue orders? Or was it earlier still, when was this terrible affair decided? Moscow must be dependent. The army must retreat, and the order to do so must be given. To give that terrible order seemed to him equivalent to resigning the command of the army. And not only did he love power, to which he was accustomed, the honors awarded to Prince Prozovsky, under whom he was served in Turkey, galled him, but he was convinced that he was destined to save Russia, and that was why, against the Emperor's wish, as by the will of the people, he had been chosen commander-in-chief. He was convinced that he alone could maintain command of the army in these difficult circumstances, and that in all the world he alone could encounter the invincible Napoleon without fear, and he was horrified at the thought of the orders he had to issue. But something had to be decided, and these conversations around him, which were assuming too free a character, must be stopped. He called the most important generals to him. "My head, be it good or bad, must depend on itself," said he, rising from the bench, and he rose to Philly with his carriages were waiting. End of Chapter 11, Section 3. Recorded by John Ellis.
Chapter 4, Book 11, of Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4, Book 11, of Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace. Read by Father Ziley of Detroit. The council of war began to assemble at 2 in the afternoon in the better and roomier part of Andrew Sevastyanov's hut. The men, women, and children of the large peasant family crowded into the back room across the passage. Only Natasha, Andrew's 6-year-old granddaughter, whom His Serene Highness had petted and to whom he had given a lump of sugar while drinking his tea, remained on the top of the brick oven in the larger room. Natasha looked down from the oven with shy delight at the faces, uniforms, and decorations of the generals, who, one after another, came into the room and sat down on the broad benches in the corner under the icons. Grandad himself, as Natasha in her own mind called Kutuzov, sat apart in a dark corner behind the oven. He sat sunk deep in a folding armchair, and continually cleared his throat and pulled at the collar of his coat, which, though it was unbuttoned, still seemed to pinch his neck. Those who entered went up one by one to the field-marshal. He pressed the hands of some and nodded to others. His adjutant, Kaysarov, was about to draw back the curtain of the window facing Kutuzov, but the latter moved his hand angrily, and Kaysarov understood that His Serene Highness did not wish his face to be seen. Round the peasants' deal table, on which lay maps, plans, pencils, and papers, so many people gathered that the orderlies brought in another bench and put it beside the table. Ermolov, Kaysarov, and Toll, who had just arrived, sat down on this bench. In the foremost place, immediately under the icons, lay Barclay de Tolly, his high forehead merging into his bald crown. He had a St. George's cross round his neck and looked pale and ill. He had been feverish for 2 days, and was now shivering and in pain. Beside him sat Uvarov, who with rapid gesticulations was giving him some information, speaking in low tones as they all did. Chubby little Doktorov was listening attentively with eyebrows raised and arms folded on his stomach. On the other side sat Count Osterman Tolstoy, seemingly absorbed in his own thoughts. His broad head, with its bold features and glittering eyes, was resting on his hand. Raevsky, twitching forward the black hair on his temples, as was his habit, glanced now at Kutuzov and now at the door with a look of impatience. Konovnitsin's firm, handsome, and kindly face was lit up by a tender, sly smile. His glance met Malasha's, and the expression of his eyes caused the little girl to smile. They were all waiting for Bennigsen, who, on the pretext of inspecting the positions, was finishing his savory dinner. They waited for him from 4 till 6 o'clock, and did not begin their deliberations all that time, talked in low tones of other matters. Only when Bennigsen had entered the hut did Kutuzov leave his corner and draw toward the table, but not near enough for the candles that had been placed there to light up his face. Bennigsen opened the council with the question, "Are we to abandon Russia's ancient and sacred capital without a struggle, or are we to defend it?" A prolonged and general silence followed. There was a frown on every face, and only Kutuzov's angry grunts and occasional cough broke the silence. All eyes were gazing at him. Malasha, too, looked at Grandad. She was nearest to him and saw how his face puckered. He seemed about to cry, but this did not last long. "Russia's ancient and sacred capital," he suddenly said, repeating Bennigsen's words in an angry voice, and thereby drawing attention to the false note in them. "Allow me to tell you, Your Excellency, that question has no meaning for a Russian." He lurched his heavy body forward. "Such a question cannot be put. It is senseless. The question I have asked these gentlemen to meet to discuss is a military one. The question is that of saving Russia. Is it better to give up Moscow without a battle, or by accepting battle to risk losing the army as well as Moscow? That is the question on which I want your opinion." And he sank back in his chair. The discussion began. Bennigsen did not yet consider his game lost. Admitting the view of Barclay and others that a defensive battle at Filly was impossible, but imbued with Russian patriotism and the love of Moscow, he proposed to move troops from the right to the left flank during the night and attack the French right flank the following day. Opinions were divided, and arguments were advanced for and against that project. Ermolov, Doktorov, and Raevsky agreed with Bennigsen. Whether feeling it necessary to make a sacrifice before abandoning the capital, or guided by other personal considerations, these generals seemed not to understand that this council could not alter the inevitable course of events, and that Moscow was, in effect, already abandoned. The other generals, however, understood it, and, leaving aside the question of Moscow, of the direction of the army should take in its retreat. Malasha, who kept her eyes fixed on what was going on before her, understood the meaning of the council differently. It seemed to her that it was only a personal struggle between Grandad and Longcoat, as she termed Bennigsen. She saw that they grew spiteful when they spoke to one another, and in her heart she sided with Grandad. In the midst of the conversation she noticed Grandad give Bennigsen a quick, subtle glance, and then, to her joys, he saw that Grandad said something to Longcoat which settled him. Bennigsen suddenly reddened and paced angrily up and down the room. What so affected him was Kutuzov's calm and quiet comment on the advantage or disadvantage of Bennigsen's proposal to move troops by night from the right to the left flank to attack the French right wing. "Gentlemen," said Kutuzov, "I cannot approve of the Count's plan. Moving troops in close proximity to an enemy is always dangerous, and military history supports that view. For instance," Kutuzov seemed to reflect, searching for an example, Then, with a clear, naive look at Bennigsen, he added, "Oh, yes, take the Battle of Friedland, which I think the Count well remembers, and which was not fully successful, only because our troops were rearranged too near the enemy." There followed a momentary pause, which seemed very long to them all. The discussion recommenced, but pauses frequently occurred, and they all felt that there was no more to be said. During one of these pauses, Kutuzov heaved a deep sigh as if preparing to speak. They all looked at him. "Well, gentlemen, I see that it is I who will have to pay for the broken crockery," said he, and rising slowly, he moved to the table. "Gentlemen, I have heard your views. Some of you will not agree with me, but he paused, "by the authority entrusted to me by my sovereign and country, order a retreat." After that the generals began to disperse with the solemnity and circumspect silence of people who are leaving after a funeral. Some of the generals, in low tones, and in a strain very different from the way they had spoken during the council, communicated something to their commander-in-chief. Natasha, who had long been expected for supper, climbed carefully backwards down from the oven, her bare little feet catching at its projections, and slipping between the legs of the generals, she darted out of the room. When he had dismissed the generals, Kutuzov sat a long time with his elbows on the table, thinking always of the same terrible question. When did the abandonment of Moscow become inevitable? When was that done which settled the matter? And who was to blame for it? "I did not expect this," said he to his adjutant Schneider, when the latter came in late that night. "I did not expect this. I did not think it would happen." "You should take some rest, your Serene Highness," replied Schneider. "But no, they shall eat horse-flesh yet, like the Turks," exclaimed Kutuzov without replying, striking the table with his podgy fist. "They shall too, if only." End of Chapter 4 of Book 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Read by Father Ziley of Detroit.
War and Peace, Book 11, Chapter 5. Recording for LibriVox.org by Eva Harnick. At that very time, in circumstances even more important than retreating without a battle, namely the evacuation and burning of Moscow, Rostopchin, who is usually represented as being the instigator of that event, acted in an altogether different manner from Kutuzov. After the Battle of Borodino, the abandonment and burning of Moscow was as inevitable as the retreat of the army beyond Moscow without fighting. Every Russian might have predicted it, not by reasoning, but by the feeling implanted in each of us and in our fathers. The same thing that took place in Moscow had happened in all the towns and villages on Russian soil, beginning with Smolensk, without the participation of Count Rostopchin and his broadsheets. The people awaited the enemy unconcernedly, did not riot or become excited or tear anyone to pieces, but faced its fate, feeling within it the strength to find what it should do at that most difficult moment. And as soon as the enemy drew near, the wealthy classes went away, abandoning their property, while the poorer remained and burned and destroyed what was left. The consciousness that this would be so and would always be so was and is present in the heart of every Russian, and the consciousness of this and the foreboding that Moscow would be taken was present in Russian Moscow society in 1812. Those who had quitted Moscow already in July and at the beginning of August showed that they expected this. Those who went away, taking what they could and abandoning their houses and half their belongings, did so from the latent patriotism which expresses itself not by phrases or by giving one's children to save the fatherland and similar unnatural exploits, but unobtrusively, simply, organically, and therefore in the way that always produces the most powerful results. It is disgraceful to run away from danger. Only cowards are running away from Moscow, they were told. In his broadsheets, Rostopchín impressed on them that to leave Moscow was shameful. They were ashamed to be called cowards, ashamed to leave, but still they left knowing it had to be done. Why did they go? It is impossible to suppose that Rostopchín had scared them by his accounts of horrors Napoleon had committed in conquered countries. The first people to go away were the rich educated people who knew quite well that Vienna and Berlin had remained intact and that during Napoleon's occupation the inhabitants had spent their time pleasantly in the company of the charming Frenchmen whom the Russians, and especially the Russian ladies, then liked so much. They went away because for Russians there could be no question as to whether things would go well or ill under French rule in Moscow. It was out of the question to be under French rule. It would be the worst thing that could happen. They went away even before the Battle of Borodino, and still more rapidly after it, despite Rostopchín's calls to defend Moscow or the announcement of his intention to take the wonder-working icon of the Iberian Mother of God and go to fight, or of the balloons that were to destroy the French, and despite all the nonsense Rostopchín wrote in his broadsheets. They knew that it was for the army to fight, and that if it could not succeed, it would not do to take young ladies and house serfs to the Three Hills quarter of Moscow to fight Napoleon, and that they must go away, sorry as they were to abandon their property to destruction. They went away without thinking of the tremendous significance of that immense and wealthy city being given over to destruction, for a great city with wooden buildings was certain, when abandoned by its inhabitants, to be burned. They went away each on his own account, and yet it was only in consequence of their going away that the momentous event was accomplished that will always remain the greatest glory of the Russian people. The lady who, afraid of being stopped by Count Rostopchín's orders, had already in June moved with her Negroes and her women jesters from Moscow to her Saratov estate, with a vague consciousness that she was not Bonaparte's servant, was really, simply and truly carrying out the great work which saved Russia. But Count Rostopchín, who now taunted those who left Moscow, and now had the government offices removed, now distributed quite useless weapons to the drunken rabble, now had processions displaying the icons, and now forbade Father Augustine to remove icons or the relics of saints, now seized all the private carts in Moscow, and on 136 of them removed the balloon that was being constructed by Lepich, now hinted that he would burn Moscow, and related how he had set fire to his own house, now wrote a proclamation to the French solemnly upbraiding them for having destroyed his orphanage, now claimed the glory of having hinted that he would burn Moscow, and now repudiated the deed, now ordered the people to catch all spies and bring them to him, and now reproached them for doing so, now expelled all the French residents from Moscow, and now allowed Madame Aubert-Charles, the center of the whole French colony in Moscow, to remain, but ordered the venerable old postmaster Klucharev to be arrested and exiled for no particular offense, now assembled the people at the Three Hills to fight the French, and now, to get rid of them, handed over to them a man to be killed and himself drove away by a back gate, now declared that he would not survive the fall of Moscow, and now wrote French verses in albums concerning his share in the affair. This man did not understand the meaning of what was happening, but merely wanted to do something himself that would astonish people, to perform some patriotically heroic feat, and like a child he made sport of the momentous and unavoidable event, the abandonment and burning of Moscow, and tried with his puny hand now to speed and now to stay the enormous popular tide that bore him along with it. End of chapter 5. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida.
War and Peace, Book 11, Chapter 6. Read for LibriVox.org by Philippa Brodie. Hélène, having returned with the court from Vilna to Petersburg, found herself in a difficult position. In Petersburg she had enjoyed the special protection of a grandee who occupied one of the highest posts in the empire. In Vilna she had formed an intimacy with a young foreign prince. When she returned to Petersburg, both the magnate and the prince were there, and both claimed their rights. Helen was faced by a new problem: how to preserve her intimacy with both, without offending either. What would have seemed difficult or even impossible to another woman did not cause the least embarrassment to Countess Bezúkhova, who evidently deserved her reputation of being a very clever woman. Had she attempted concealment or tried to extricate herself from her awkward position by cunning, she would have spoiled her case by acknowledging herself guilty. But Hélène, like a really great man who can do whatever he pleases, at once assumed her own position to be correct, as she sincerely believed it to be, and that everyone else was to blame. The first time the young foreigner allowed himself to reproach her, she lifted her beautiful head, and half turning to him said firmly, "That's just like a man, selfish and cruel. I expected nothing else. A woman sacrifices herself for you, she suffers, and this is her reward. What right have you, Monseigneur, to demand an account of my attachments and friendships? He is a man who has been more than a father to me." The prince was about to say something, but Hélène interrupted him. "Well, yes," said she. "It may be that he has other sentiments for me than those of a father, but that is not a reason for me to shut my door on him. I am not a man that I should repay kindness with ingratitude. Know, Monseigneur, that in all that relates to my intimate feelings I render account only to God and to my conscience," she concluded, laying her hand on her beautiful, fully expanded bosom and looking up to heaven. "But for heaven's sake, listen to me." "Marry me and I will be your slave." "But that's impossible." "You won't deign to demean yourself by marrying me, you—" said Hélène, beginning to cry. The prince tried to comfort her, but Hélène, as if quite distraught, said through her tears that there was nothing to prevent her marrying, that there were precedents. There were up to that time very few, but she mentioned Napoleon and some other exalted personages, that she had never been her husband's wife, and that she had been sacrificed. "But the law, religion," said the prince, already yielding. "The law, religion, what have they been invented for if they can't arrange that?" said Hélène. The prince was surprised that so simple an idea had not occurred to him, and he applied for advice to the holy brethren of the Society of Jesus, with whom he was on intimate terms. A few days later, at one of those enchanting fêtes which Hélène gave at her country house on the Stone Island, the charming Monsieur de Jobeux, a man no longer young, with snow-white hair and brilliant black eyes, a Jesuit, a robe courte, was presented to her, and in the garden by the light of the illuminations and to the sound of music talked to her for a long time of the love of God, of Christ, of the Sacred Heart, and of the consolations the one true Catholic religion affords in this world and the next. Hélène was touched, and more than once tears rose to her eyes and to those of Monsieur de Jobeux, and their voices trembled. A dance, for which her partner came to seek her, put an end to her discourse with her future directeur de conscience, but the next evening Monsieur de Jobeux came to see Hélène when she was alone, and after that often came again. One day he took the Countess to a Roman Catholic church, where she knelt down before the altar to which she was led. The enchanting middle-aged Frenchman laid his hands on her head, and, as she herself afterwards described it, she felt something like a fresh breeze wafted into her soul. It was explained to her that this was la grâce. After that, a long-frocked abbé was brought to her. She confessed to him, and he absolved her from her sins. Next day she received a box containing the sacred host, which was left at her house for her to partake of. A few days later Hélène learned with pleasure that she had now been admitted to the true Catholic Church, and that in a few days the Pope himself would hear of her, and would send her a certain document. All that was done around her and to her at this time, all the attention devoted to her by so many clever men, and expressed in such pleasant, refined ways, and the state of dove-like purity she was now in, she wore only white dresses and white ribbons all that time, gave her pleasure, but her pleasure did not cause her for a moment to forget her aim. And as it always happens in contests of cunning that a stupid person gets the better of cleverer ones, Hélène, having realized that the main object of all these words and all this trouble was, after converting her to Catholicism, to obtain money from her for Jesuit institutions, as to which she received indications, before parting with her money insisted that the various operations necessary to free her from her husband should be performed. In her view, the aim of every religion was merely to preserve certain proprieties while affording satisfaction to human desires. And with this aim, in one of her talks with her father confessor, she insisted on an answer to the question, in how far was she bound by her marriage? They were sitting in the twilight by a window in the drawing-room. The scent of flowers came in at the window. Hélène was wearing a white dress, transparent over her shoulders and bosom. The abbé, a well-fed man with a plump, clean-shaven chin, a pleasant, firm mouth, and white hands meekly folded on his knees, sat close to Hélène, and with a subtle smile on his lips and a peaceful look of delight at her beauty, occasionally glanced at her face as he explained his opinion on the subject. Hélène, with an uneasy smile, looked at his curly hair and his plump, clean-shaven, blackish cheeks, and every moment expected the conversation to take a fresh turn. But the abbé, though he evidently enjoyed the beauty of his companion, was absorbed in his mastery of the matter. The course of the father confessor's arguments ran as follows. Ignorant of the import of what you were undertaking, you made a vow of conjugal fidelity to a man who, on his part, by entering the marriage state without faith in the religious significance of marriage, committed an act of sacrilege. That marriage lacked the dual significance it should have had. Yet in spite of this your vow was binding. You swerved from it. What did you commit by so acting? A venial or a mortal sin? A venial sin, for you acted without evil intention. If now you married again with the object of bearing children, your sin might be forgiven. But the question is again a twofold one. Firstly, but suddenly Hélène, who was getting bored, said with one of her bewitching smiles, "But I think that having espoused the true religion, I cannot be bound by what a false religion laid upon me." The director of her conscience was astounded at having the case presented to him thus, with the simplicity of Columbus's egg. He was delighted at the unexpected rapidity of his pupil's progress, but could not abandon the edifice of argument he had laboriously constructed. "Let us understand one another, Countess," said he with a smile, and began refuting his spiritual daughter's arguments. End of chapter 6. Recording by Philippa Brodie. laspecula.blogspot.com. War and Peace, Book 11, Chapter 7. Read for LibriVox.org by Philippa Brodie. Helene understood that the question was very simple and easy from the ecclesiastical point of view, and that her directors were making difficulties only because they were apprehensive as to how the matter would be regarded by the secular authorities. So she decided that it was necessary to prepare the opinion of society. She provoked the jealousy of the elderly magnate, and told him what she had told her other suitor. That is, she put the matter so that the only way for him to obtain a right over her was to marry her. The elderly magnate was at first as much taken aback by this suggestion of marriage with a woman whose husband was alive as the younger man had been. But Helene's imperturbable conviction that it was as simple and natural as marrying a maiden had its effect on him too. Had Helene herself shown the least sign of hesitation, shame, or secrecy, her cause would certainly have been lost. But not only did she show no signs of secrecy or shame, on the contrary, with good-natured naivety she told her intimate friends, and these were all Petersburg, that both the prince and the magnate had proposed to her, and that she loved both and was afraid of grieving either. A rumour immediately spread in Petersburg, not that Helene wanted to be divorced from her husband. Had such a report spread, many would have opposed so illegal an intention, but simply that the unfortunate and interesting Helene was in doubt which of the two men she should marry. The question was no longer whether this was possible, but only which was the better match and how the matter would be regarded at court. There were, it is true, some rigid individuals unable to rise to the height of such a question, who saw in the project a desecration of the sacrament of marriage, but there were not many such, and they remained silent, while the majority were interested in Helene's good fortune, and in the question which match would be the more advantageous. Whether it was right or wrong to remarry while one had a husband living they did not discuss, for that question had evidently been settled by people wiser than you or me, as they said, and to doubt the correctness of that decision would be to risk exposing one's stupidity and incapacity to live in society. Only Maria Dmitrievna Krosimova, having come to Petersburg that summer to see one of her sons, allowed herself plainly to express an opinion contrary to the general one. Meeting Helene at a ball, she stopped her in the middle of the room and, amid general silence, said in her gruff voice, "So wives of living men have started marrying again. Perhaps you think you have invented a novelty. You've been forestalled, my dear. It was thought of long ago. It's done in all the brothels." And with these words Maria Dmitrievna, turning up her wide sleeves with her usual threatening gesture and glancing sternly round, moved across the room. Though people were afraid of Maria Dmitrievna, she was regarded in Petersburg as a buffoon, and so of what she had said they only noticed and repeated in a whisper the one coarse word she had used, supposing the whole sting of her remark to lie in that word. Prince Vasily, who of late very often forgot what he had said and repeated one and the same thing 100 times, remarked to his daughter whenever he chanced to see her, "Helene, I have a word to say to you," and he would lead her aside, drawing her hand downward. "I have heard of certain projects concerning, Well, my dear child, you know how much your father's heart rejoices to know that you have suffered so much. But, my dear child, consult only your own heart. That is all I have to say." And concealing his unvarying emotion, he would press his cheek against his daughter's and move away. Bilibin, who had not lost his reputation of an exceedingly clever man, and who was one of the disinterested friends so brilliant a woman as Helene always has, men friends who can never change into lovers, once gave her his view of the matter at a small and intimate gathering. "Listen, Bilibin," said Helene. She always called friends of that sort by their surnames, and she touched his coat sleeve with her white, beringed fingers. "Tell me, as you would a sister, what ought I to do? Which of the two?" Bilibin wrinkled up the skin over his eyebrows and pondered, with a smile on his lips. "You're not taking me unawares, you know," said he. "As a true friend I've thought and thought again about your affair. You see, if you marry the prince, He meant the younger man, and he crooked one finger. "You forever lose the chance of marrying the other, and you will displease the court besides. You know there is some kind of connection. But if you marry the old count you'll make his last days happy, and as a widow of the Grand, the prince would no longer be making a misalliance by marrying you." And Bilíbin smoothed out his forehead. "That's a true friend," said Hélène, beaming, and again touching Bilíbin's sleeve. "But I love them, you know, and don't want to distress either of them. I would give my life for the happiness of them both." Bilíbin shrugged his shoulders, as much as to say that not even he could help in that difficulty. "Une maîtresse femme," a masterly woman. That's what is called putting things squarely. She would like to be married to all three at the same time, thought he. "But tell me, how will your husband look at the matter?" Bilíbin asked, his reputation being so well established that he did not fear to ask so naive a question. "Will he agree?" "Oh, he loves me so," said Hélène, who for some reason imagined that Pierre too loved her. "He will do anything for me." Bilíbin puckered his skin in preparation for something witty. "Even divorce you?" said he. Hélène laughed. Among those who ventured to doubt the justifiability of the proposed marriage was Hélène's mother, Princess Karágina. She was continually tormented by jealousy of her daughter, and now that jealousy concerned a subject near to her own heart, she could not reconcile herself to the idea. She consulted a Russian priest as to the possibility of divorce and remarriage during her husband's lifetime, and the priest told her that it was impossible, and to her delight showed her a text in the Gospel which, as it seemed to him, plainly forbade remarriage while the husband is alive. Armed with these arguments, which appeared to her unanswerable, she drove to her daughter's early one morning so as to find her alone. Having listened to her mother's objections, Hélène smiled blandly and ironically. "But it says plainly, 'Whosoever shall marry her that is divorced,'" said the old princess. "Ah, maman, ne dis pas des bêtises. Vous ne comprenez rien. Dans ma position, j'ai des devoirs." "Oh, Mamma, don't talk nonsense. You don't understand anything. In my position I have obligations," said Hélène, changing from Russian, in which language she always felt that her case did not sound quite clear, into French, which suited it better. "But, my dear—" "Oh, Mamma, how is it that you don't understand that the Holy Father, who has the right to grant dispensations—" Just then the lady companion who lived with Hélène came in to announce that His Highness was in the ballroom and wished to see her. "Non, dites-lui que je ne veux pas le voir, que je suis furieuse contre lui parce qu'il m'a manqué parole." "No, tell him I don't wish to see him. I am furious with him for not keeping his word to me." "Comtesse, à toute pêche miséricorde," said a fair-haired young man with a long face and nose, as he entered the room. "Countess, there is mercy for every sin." The old princess rose respectfully and curtsied. The young man who had entered took no notice of her. The princess nodded to her daughter and sidled out of the room. "Yes, she is right," thought the old princess, all her convictions dissipated by the appearance of His Highness. "She is right, but how is it that we in our irrecoverable youth did not know it? Yet it is so simple," she thought, as she got into her carriage. By the beginning of August, Hélène's affairs were clearly defined, and she wrote a letter to her husband, who, as she imagined, loved her very much, informing him of her intention to marry N.N., and of her having embraced the one true faith, and asking him to carry out all the formalities necessary for a divorce, which would be explained to him by the bearer of the letter. "And so I pray God to have you, my friend, in His holy and powerful keeping. Your friend, Hélène." This letter was brought to Pierre's house when he was on the field of Borodino. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Philippa Brodie. laspecola.blogspot.com.
War and Peace, Book 11, Chapter 8, read for LibriVox.org by David Ream. Toward the end of the Battle of Borodino, Pierre, having run down from Raevski's battery a second time, made his way through a gully to Knyazkovo with a crowd of soldiers, reached the dressing station, and seeing blood and hearing cries and groans, hurried on, still entangled in the crowds of soldiers. The one thing he now desired with his whole soul was to get away quickly from the terrible sensations amid which he had lived that day and return to ordinary conditions of life and sleep quietly in a room in his own bed. He felt that only in the ordinary conditions of life would he be able to understand himself and all he had seen and felt. But such ordinary conditions of life were nowhere to be found. Though shells and bullets did not whistle over the road along which he was going, still on all sides there was what there had been on the field of battle. There were still the same suffering, exhausted, and sometimes strangely indifferent faces, the same blood, the same soldiers' overcoats, the same sounds of firing which, though distant now, still aroused terror, and besides this there were the foul air and the dust. Having gone a couple of miles along the Mozhaisk road, Pierre sat down by the roadside. Dusk had fallen, and the roar of guns died away. Pierre lay, leaning on his elbow for a long time, gazing at the shadows that moved past him in the darkness. He was continually imagining that a cannonball was flying toward him with a terrific whiz, and then he shuddered and sat up. He had no idea how long he had been there. In the middle of the night, 3 soldiers, having brought some firewood, settled down near him and began lighting a fire. The soldiers, who threw sidelong glances at Pierre, got the fire to burn and placed an iron pot on it, into which they broke some dried bread and put a little dripping. The pleasant odor of greasy viands mingled with the smell of smoke. Pierre sat up and sighed. The 3 soldiers were eating and talking among themselves, taking no notice of him. "And who may you be?" one of them suddenly asked Pierre, evidently meaning what Pierre himself had in mind, namely, "If you want to eat, we'll give you some food. Only let us know whether you are an honest man." I," said Pierre, feeling it necessary to minimize his social position as much as possible so as to be nearer to the soldiers and better understood by them. "By rights I am a militia officer, but my men are not here. I came to the battle and have lost them." "There now," said one of the soldiers. Another shook his head. "Would you like a little mash?" the first soldier asked, and handed Pierre a wooden spoon after licking it clean. Pierre sat down by the fire and began eating the mash, as they called the food in the cauldron, and he thought it more delicious than any food he had ever tasted. As he sat, bending greedily over it, helping himself to large spoonfuls and chewing one after another, his face was lit up by the fire, and the soldiers looked at him in silence. "Where have you to go to? Tell us," said one of them. To Mozhaisk." "You're a gentleman, aren't you?" "Yes." "And what's your name?" "Peter Kirílyich." "Well then, Peter Kirílyich, come along with us. We'll take you there." In the total darkness the soldiers walked with Pierre to Mozhaisk. By the time they got near Mozhaisk and began ascending the steep hill into the town, the cocks were already crowing. Pierre went on with the soldiers, quite forgetting that his inn was at the bottom of the hill and that he had already passed it. He would not soon have remembered this, such was his state of forgetfulness, had he not halfway up the hill stumbled upon his groom, who had been to look for him in the town and was returning to the inn. The groom recognized Pierre in the darkness by his white hat. "Your Excellency," he said, "why, we were beginning to despair. How is it you are on foot? What, and where are you going, please?" "Oh, yes," said Pierre. The soldiers stopped. "So, you've found your folk," said one of them. "Well, goodbye, Peter Kirílyich, isn't it?" "Goodbye, Peter Kirílyich," Pierre heard the other voices repeat. "Goodbye," he said, and turned with his groom toward the inn. "I ought to give them something," he thought, and felt in his pocket. "No, better not," said another inner voice. There was not a room to be had at the inn. They were all occupied. Pierre went out into the yard, and, covering himself up, head and all, lay down in his carriage. End of Chapter 8, recording by David Reams, Sacramento, California, April 3rd, 2009. War and Peace, Book 11, Chapter 9, read for LibriVox.org by David Ream. Scarcely had Pierre laid his head on the pillow before he felt himself falling asleep, but suddenly, almost with the distinctness of reality, he heard the boom, boom, boom of firing, The thud of projectiles, groans and cries, and smelled blood and powder, and a feeling of horror and dread of death seized him. Filled with fright, he opened his eyes and lifted his head from under his cloak. All was tranquil in the yard. Only someone's orderly passed through the gateway, splashing through the mud, and talked to the innkeeper. Above Pierre's head some pigeons, disturbed by the movement he had made in sitting up, fluttered under the dark roof of the penthouse. The whole courtyard was permeated by a strong, peaceful smell of stable yards, delightful to Pierre at that moment. He could see the clear, starry sky between the dark roofs of two penthouses. "Thank God, there is no more of that," he thought, covering up his head again. "Oh, what a terrible thing is fear, and how shamefully I yielded to it. But they were steady and calm all the time, to the end," thought he. They, in Pierre's mind, were the soldiers, those who had been at the battery, those who had given him food, and those who had prayed before the icon. They, those strange men he had not previously known, stood out clearly and sharply from everyone else. To be a soldier, just a soldier, thought Pierre as he fell asleep. To enter communal life completely, to be imbued by what makes them what they are. But how cast off all the superfluous, devilish burden of my outer man? There was a time when I could have done it. I could have run away from my father, as I wanted to, or I might have been sent to serve as a soldier after the duel with Dólokhov. And the memory of the dinner at the English club when he had challenged Dólokhov flashed through Pierre's mind, and then he remembered his benefactor at Torzhok. And now a picture of solemn meeting of the lodge presented itself to his mind. It was taking place at the English club, and someone near and dear to him sat at the end of the table. "Yes, that is he. It is my benefactor. But he died," thought Pierre. "Yes, he died, and I did not know he was alive. How sorry I am that he died, and how glad I am that he is alive again." On one side of the table sat Anatoly, Dólokhov, Nesvitsky, Denisov, and others like them. In his dream, the category to which these men belonged was as clearly defined in his mind as the category of those he termed "they," and he heard those people, Anatoly and Dólokhov, shouting and singing loudly. Yet through their shouting, the voice of his benefactor was heard speaking all the time, and the sound of his words was as weighty and uninterrupted as the booming on the battlefield, but pleasant and comforting. Pierre did not understand what his benefactor was saying, but he knew, the categories of thoughts were also quite distinct in his dream, that he was talking of goodness and the possibility of being what they were. And they, with their simple, kind, firm faces, surrounded his benefactor on all sides. But though they were kindly, they did not look at Pierre and did not know him. Wishing to speak and to attract their attention, he got up, but at that moment his legs grew cold and bare. He felt ashamed, and with one arm covered his legs from which his cloak had in fact slipped. For a moment, as he was rearranging his cloak, Pierre opened his eyes and saw the same penthouse roofs, posts, and yard, but now they were all bluish, lit up, and glittering with frost or dew. "It is dawn," thought Pierre, "but that's not what I want. I want to hear and understand my benefactor's words." Again he covered himself up with his cloak, but now neither the lodge nor his benefactor was there. There were only thoughts, clearly expressed in words, thoughts that someone was uttering or that he himself was formulating. Afterwards, when he recalled those thoughts, Pierre was convinced that someone outside himself had spoken them, though the impressions of that day had evoked them. He had never, it seemed to him, been able to think and express his thoughts like that when awake. "To endure war is the most difficult subordination of man's freedom to the law of God," the voice had said. "Simplicity is submission to the will of God. You could not escape from him, and they are simple. They do not talk, but act. The spoken word is silver, but the unspoken is golden. Man can be master of nothing while he fears death, but he who does not fear it possesses all. If there were no suffering, man would not know his limitations, would not know himself. The hardest thing," Pierre went on thinking or hearing in his dream, "is to be able, in your soul, to unite the meaning of all." To unite all? He asked himself. No, not to unite. Thoughts cannot be united, but to harness all these thoughts together is what we need. Yes, one must harness them, he repeated to himself with inward rapture, feeling that these words, and they alone, expressed what he wanted to say, and solved the question that tormented him. Yes, one must harness, it is time to harness. Time to harness! Time to harness, Your Excellency! Your Excellency!" some voice was repeating. "We must harness! It is time to harness!" It was the voice of the groom trying to wake him. The sun shone straight into Pierre's face. He glanced at the dirty inn-yard, in the middle of which soldiers were watering their lean horses at the pump while carts were passing out of the gate. Pierre turned away with repugnance and, closing his eyes quickly, fell back on the carriage seat. "No, I don't want that. I don't want to see and understand that. I want to understand what was revealing itself to me in my dream. 1 second more and I should have understood it all. But what am I to do? Harness. But how can I harness everything?" And Pierre felt with horror that the meaning of all he had seen and thought in the dream had been destroyed. The groom, the coachman, and the innkeeper told Pierre that an officer had come with the news that the French were already near Mozháysk and that our men were leaving it. Pierre got up and, having told them to harness and overtake him, went on foot through the town. The troops were moving on, leaving about 10,000 wounded behind them. There were wounded in the yards, at the windows of the houses, and the streets were crowded with them. In the streets, around carts that were to take some of the wounded away, shouts, curses, and blows could be heard. Pierre offered the use of his carriage, which had overtaken him, to a wounded general he knew, and drove with him to Moscow. On the way, Pierre was told of the death of his brother-in-law Anatoly, and of that of Prince Andrew. End of Chapter 9. Recorded Sacramento, California, April 25th, 2009.
War and Peace, Book 11, Chapter 10. Recording for LibriVox.org by Eva Harnick. On the 13th of August, Pierre reached Moscow. Close to the gates of the city, he was met by Count Rostopchín's adjutant. "We have been looking for you everywhere," said the adjutant. "The count wants to see you particularly. He asks you to come to him at once on a very important matter." Without going home, Pierre took a cab and drove to see the Moscow commander-in-chief. Count Rostopchín had only that morning returned to town from his summer villa at Sokolniki. The anteroom and reception room of his house were full of officials who had been summoned or had come for orders. Vasílchikov and Platov had already seen the count and explained to him that it was impossible to defend Moscow and that it would have to be surrendered. Though this news was being concealed from the inhabitants, the officials, the heads of the various government departments, knew that Moscow would soon be in the enemy's hands, just as Count Rostopchín himself knew it, and to escape personal responsibility, they had all come to the governor to ask how they were to deal with their various departments. As Pierre was entering the reception room, a courier from the army came out of Rostopchín's private room. In answer to questions with which he was greeted, the courier made a despairing gesture with his hand and passed through the room. While waiting in the reception room, Pierre with weary eyes watched the various officials, old and young, military and civilian, who were there. They all seemed dissatisfied and uneasy. Pierre went up to a group of men, one of whom he knew. After greeting Pierre, they continued their conversation. "If they were sent out and brought back again later on, it will do no harm, but as things are now, one can't answer for anything." "But you see what he writes," said another, pointing to a printed sheet he held in his hand. "That is another matter. That is necessary for the people," said the first. "What is it?" asked Pierre. "Oh, it's a fresh broadsheet." Pierre took it and began reading. "His Serene Highness has passed through Mozháysk in order to join up with the troops moving toward him and has taken up a strong position where the enemy will not soon attack him. 48 guns with ammunition have been sent him from here, and His Serene Highness says he will defend Moscow to the last drop of blood, and is even ready to fight in the streets. Do not be upset, brothers, that the law courts are closed. Things have to be put in order, and we will deal with villains in our own way. When the time comes, I shall want both town and peasant lads, and will raise the cry a day or two beforehand, but they are not wanted yet, so I hold my peace. An axe will be useful, a hunting spear not bad, but a three-pronged fork will be best of all. A Frenchman is no heavier than a sheaf of rye. Tomorrow after dinner I shall take the Iberian icon of the Mother of God to the wounded in the Catherine Hospital, where we will have some water blessed. That will help them to get well quicker. I, too, am well now. One of my eyes was sore, but now I am on the lookout with both. But military men have told me that it is impossible to fight in the town, said Pierre, and that the position... Well, of course, that is what we were saying, replied the first speaker. And what does he mean by one of my eyes was sore, but now I am on the lookout with both? Asked Pierre. The count had a sty, replied the adjutant, smiling, and was very much upset when I told him people had come to ask what was the matter with him. By the by, Count, he added suddenly, addressing Pierre with a smile, we heard that you have family troubles, and that the countess, your wife... I have heard nothing, Pierre replied unconcernedly. But what have you heard? Oh, well, you know, people often invent things. I only say what I heard. But what did you hear? Well, they say, continued the adjutant with the same smile, that the countess, your wife, is preparing to go abroad. I expect it is nonsense. Possibly, remarked Pierre, looking about him absent-mindedly. And who is that? He asked, indicating a short old man in a clean blue peasant overcoat, with a big snow-white beard and eyebrows and a ruddy face. That's a tradesman, that is to say, he is the restaurant keeper, Vereshchargin. Perhaps you have heard of that affair with the proclamation. Oh, so that is Vereshchargin, said Pierre, looking at the firm, calm face of the old man and seeking any indication of his being a traitor. That is not he himself, that is the father of the fellow who wrote the proclamation, said the adjutant. The young man is in prison, and I expect it will go hard with him. An old gentleman wearing a star and another official, a German wearing a cross round his neck, approached the speaker. It is a complicated story, you know, said the adjutant. That proclamation appeared about 2 months ago. The count was informed of it. He gave orders to investigate the matter. Gabriel Ivanovich here made the inquiries. The proclamation had passed through exactly 63 hands. He asked one, "From whom did you get it?" "From so-and-so." He went to the next one. "From whom did you get it?" And so on till he reached Vereshchargin, a half-educated tradesman, you know, a pet of a trader, said the adjutant, smiling. They asked, "Who gave it you?" And the point is that we knew whom he had it from. He could only have had it from the postmaster. But evidently they had come to some understanding. He replied, "From no one. I made it up myself." They threatened and questioned him, but he stuck to that. "I made it up myself." And so it was reported to the count, who sent for the man. "From whom did you get the proclamation?" "I wrote it myself." "Well, you know, the count," said the adjutant cheerfully with a smile of pride, "he flared up dreadfully. And just think of the fellow's audacity, lying and obstinacy." And the count wanted him to say it was from Klyucharev. "I understand," said Pierre. "Not at all," rejoined the adjutant in dismay. "Klyucharev had his own sins to answer for without that, and that is why he has been banished." But the point is that the count was much annoyed. "How could you have written it yourself?" said he, and he took up the Hamburg Gazette that was lying on the table. "Here it is. You did not write it yourself, but translated it, and translated it abominably, because you don't even know French, you fool." And what do you think? "No," said he, "I have not read any papers. I made it up myself." "If that is so, you are a traitor, and I will have you tried, and you will be hanged. Say from whom you had it." "I have seen no papers. I made it up myself." And that was the end of it. The count had the father fetched, but the fellow stuck to it. He was sent for trial and condemned to hard labor, I believe. Now the father has come to intercede for him. But he's a good-for-nothing lad. You know, that sort of tradesman's son, a dandy and lady-killer. He attended some lectures somewhere and imagines that the devil is no match for him. That is the sort of fellow he is. His father keeps a cookshop here by the stone bridge, and you know there was a large icon of God Almighty painted with a scepter in one hand and an orb in the other. Well, he took that icon home with him for a few days, and what did he do? He found some scoundrel of a painter. End of chapter 10. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida.
War and Peace, Book 11, Chapter 11, read for LibriVox.org by Ginevra. In the middle of this fresh tale, Pierre was summoned to commander-in-chief. When he entered the private room, Count Rostopchín, puckering his face, was rubbing his forehead and eyes with his hand. A short man was saying something, but when Pierre entered, he stopped speaking and went out. "Oh, how do you do, great warrior?" said Rostopchín as soon as the short man had left the room. "We have heard of your prowess, but that's not the point. Between ourselves, mon cher, do you belong to the Masons?" He went on severely, as though there was something wrong about it, which he nevertheless intended to pardon. Pierre remained silent. "I am well informed, my friend, but I am aware that they are Masons, and I hope that you are not one of those who on pretense of saving mankind wish to ruin Russia." "Yes, I am a Mason," Pierre replied. "There, you see, monsieur. I expect you know that Messieurs Spronsky and Magnitsky have been deported to their proper place. Mr. Klyucharev has been treated in the same way, and so have others who on the plea of building up the Temple of Solomon have tried to destroy the temple of their fatherland. You can understand that there are reasons for this, and that I could not have exiled the postmaster had he not been a harmful person. It has now come to my knowledge that you lent him your carriage for his removal from town, and that you have even accepted papers from him for safe custody. I like you and don't wish you any harm, and, as you are only half my age, I advise you, as a father would, to cease all communication with men of that stamp and to leave here as soon as possible." "But what did Klyucharov do wrong, Count?" asked Pierre. "That is for me to know, but not for you to ask," shouted Rostopchín. "If he is accused of circulating Napoleon's proclamation, it is not proved that he did so," said Pierre without looking at Rostopchín, "and Vereshchagin—" "There we are!" Rostopchín shouted at Pierre louder than before, frowning suddenly. "Vereshchagin is a renegade and a traitor who will be punished as he deserves," said he with the vindictive heat with which people speak when recalling an insult. "But I did not summon you to discuss my actions, but to give you advice, or an order, if you prefer it. I beg you to leave the town and break off all communication with such men as Klyucharov, and I will knock the nonsense out of anybody." But, probably realizing that he was shouting at Bezúkhov, who so far was not guilty of anything, he added, taking Pierre's hand in a friendly manner, "We are on the eve of a public disaster, and I haven't time to be polite to everybody who has business with me. My head is sometimes in a whirl. Well, mon cher, what are you doing personally?" "Why, nothing," answered Pierre without raising his eyes or changing the thoughtful expression on his face. The Count frowned. "A word of friendly advice, mon cher. Be off as soon as you can. That's all I have to tell you. Happy he who has ears to hear. Goodbye, my dear fellow. Oh, by the by," he shouted through the doorway after Pierre, "is it true that the Countess has fallen into the clutches of the Holy Fathers of the Society of Jesus?" Pierre did not answer and left Rostopchín's room, more sullen and angry than he had ever before shown himself. When he reached home it was already getting dark. Some 8 people had come to see him that evening: the secretary of a committee, the colonel of his battalion, his steward, his major domo, and various petitioners. They all had business with Pierre and wanted decisions from him. Pierre did not understand and was not interested in any of these questions, and only answered them in order to get rid of these people. When left alone at last, he opened and read his wife's letter. "They, the soldiers at the battery. Prince Andrew killed. That old man. Simplicity is submission to God. Suffering is necessary. The meaning of all. One must harness. My wife is getting married. One must forget and understand." And going to his bed, he threw himself on it, without undressing, and immediately fell asleep. When he awoke next morning, the major domo came to inform him that a special messenger, a police officer, had come from Count Rostopchín to know whether Count Bezúkhov had left or was leaving the town. A dozen persons who had business with Pierre were awaiting him in the drawing-room. Pierre dressed hurriedly and, instead of going to see them, went to the back porch and out through the gate. From that time till the end of the destruction of Moscow, no one of Bezúkhov's household, despite all the search they made, saw Pierre again or knew where he was. End of chapter 11.
War and Peace, Book 11, Chapter 12. Read for LibriVox.org by Paul McCartan. The Rostovs remained in Moscow till the 1st of September, that is, till the eve of the enemy's entry into the city. After Petya had joined Obolensky's regiment of Cossacks and left for Belaya-Syrkov, where that regiment was forming, the Countess was seized with terror. The thought that both her sons were at the war, had both gone from under her wing, that today or tomorrow either or both of them might be killed like the 3 sons of one of her acquaintances, struck her that summer, for the first time, with cruel clearness. she tried to get Nicholas back, and wished to go herself to join Petya, or to get him an appointment somewhere in Petersburg, but neither of these proved possible. Petya could not return unless his regiment did so, or unless he was transferred to another regiment on active service. Nicholas was somewhere with the army, and had not sent a word since his last letter, in which he had given a detailed account of his meeting with Princess Mary. The Countess did not sleep at night, or when she did fall asleep, dreamed that she saw her sons lying dead. After many consultations and conversations, the Count at last devised means to tranquilize her. He got Petya transferred from Obolensky's regiment to Besukov's, which was in training near Moscow. Though Petya would remain in the service, this transfer would give the Countess the consolation of seeing at least one of her sons under her wing, and she hoped to arrange matters for her Petya so as not to let him go again, but always get him appointed to places where he could not possibly take part in the battle. As long as Nicholas alone was in danger, the Countess imagined that she loved her firstborn more than all her other children, and even reproached herself for it. But when her youngest, the scapegrace who had been bad at lessons, was always breaking things in the house and making himself a nuisance to everybody, that snub-nosed Petya with his merry black eyes and fresh rosy cheeks, where soft down was just beginning to show, when he was thrown amid those big, dreadful, cruel men who were fighting somewhere about something, and apparently finding pleasure in it, then his mother thought she loved him more, much more, than all her other children. The nearer the time came for Petya to return, the more uneasy grew the Countess. She began to think she would never live to see such happiness. The presence of Sonia, of her beloved Natasha, or even of her husband, irritated her. "What do I want with them? I want no one but Petya," she thought. At the end of August, the Rostovs received another letter from Nicholas. He wrote from the province of Voronezh, where he had been sent to procure remounts. But that letter did not set the Countess at ease. Knowing that one son was out of danger, she became the more anxious about Petya. Though by the 20th of August, nearly all of the Rostovs' acquaintances had left Moscow, and though everybody tried to persuade the Countess to get away as quickly as possible, she would not bear of leaving before her treasure, her adored Petya, returned. On the 28th of August he arrived. The passionate tenderness with which his mother received him did not please the 16-year-old officer. Though she concealed from him her intention of keeping him under her wing, Petya guessed her designs, and instinctively fearing that he might give way to emotion when with her, might become womanish, as he termed it to himself, he treated her coldly, avoided her, and during his stay in Moscow attached himself exclusively to Natasha, for whom he had always had a particularly brotherly tenderness, almost lover-like. Owing to the Count's customary carelessness, nothing was ready for their departure by the 28th of August, and the carts that were to come from their Ryazan and Moscow estates to remove their household belongings did not arrive till the 30th. From the 28th till the 31st, all Moscow was in a bustle and commotion. Every day, thousands of men wounded at Borodino were brought in by the Dorogomilov gate and taken to various parts of Moscow, and thousands of carts conveyed the inhabitants and their possessions out by the other gates. In spite of Rostopchin's broadsheets, or because of them, or independently of them, the strangest and most contradictory rumours were current in the town. Some said that no one was to be allowed to leave the city. Others, on the contrary, said that all the icons had been taken out of the churches and everybody was to be ordered to leave. Some said there had been another battle after Borodino, at which the French had been routed, while others, on the contrary, reported that the Russian army had been destroyed. Some talked about the Moscow militia which, preceded by the clergy, would go to the Three Hills. Others whispered that Augustine had been forbidden to leave, that traitors had been seized, that the peasants were rioting and robbing people on their way from Moscow, and so on. But all this was only talk. In reality, though the Council of Philly, at which it was decided to abandon Moscow, had not yet been held, both those who went away and those who remained behind felt, though they did not show it, that Moscow would certainly be abandoned, and that they ought to get away as quickly as possible and save their belongings. It was felt that everything would suddenly break up and change, but up to the 1st of September, nothing had done so. As a criminal who is being led to execution knows that he must die immediately, but yet looks about him and straightens the cap that is awry on his head, so Moscow involuntarily continued its wonted life, though it knew that the time of its destruction was near, when the conditions of life to which its people were accustomed to submit would be completely upset. During the 3 days preceding the occupation of Moscow, the whole Rostov family was absorbed in various activities. The head of the family, Count Ilya Rostov, continually drove about the city, collecting the current rumours from all sides, and gave superficial and hasty orders at home about the preparations for their departure. The Countess watched the things being packed, was dissatisfied with everything, was constantly in pursuit of Petya, who was always running away from her, and was jealous of Natasha, with whom he spent all his time. Sonia alone directed the practical side of matters by getting things packed. But of late, Sonia had been particularly sad and silent. Nicholas's letter, in which he mentioned Princess Mary, had elicited, in her presence, joyous comments from the Countess, who saw an intervention of Providence in this meeting of the Princess and Nicholas. "I was never pleased at Bolkonsky's engagement to Natasha," said the Countess, "but I always wanted Nicholas to marry the Princess, and had a presentiment that it would happen. What a good thing it would be!" Sonia felt that this was true, that the only possibility of retrieving the Rostovs' affairs was by Nicholas marrying a rich woman, and that the Princess was a good match. It was very bitter for her, but despite her grief, or perhaps just because of it, she took on herself all the difficult work of directing the storing and packing of their things, and was busy for whole days. The Count and Countess turned to her when they had any orders to give. Petya and Natasha, on the contrary, far from helping their parents, were generally a nuisance and hindrance to everyone. Almost all day long the house resounded with their running feet, their cries, and their spontaneous laughter. They laughed and were gay, not because there was any reason to laugh, but because gaiety and mirth were in their hearts, and so everything that happened was a cause for gaiety and laughter to them. Petya was in high spirits, because having left home a boy, he had returned, as everybody told him, a fine young man. Because he was at home, because he had left Belaya-Serkov, where there was no hope of soon taking part in a battle, and had come to Moscow, where there was to be fighting in a few days, and chiefly because Natasha, whose lead he always followed, was in high spirits. Natasha was gay because she had been sad too long, and now nothing reminded her of the cause of her sadness, and because she was feeling well. She was also happy because she had someone to adore her. The adoration of others was a lubricant the wheels of her machine needed to make them run freely, and Petya adored her. Above all, they were gay because there was a war near Moscow. There would be fighting at the town gates. Arms were being given out. Everybody was escaping, going away somewhere, and in general, something extraordinary was happening. And that is always exciting, especially to the young. End of chapter 12. Recording by Paul McCartan in Waterford, Ireland, February 2009.